As my roommate hurriedly dashed towards the classroom for the early 8 o'clock class, I effortlessly transported myself to my seat in the classroom. When my roommate was racking their brains to avoid failing the exam, I, with a mere glance into their mind, discerned the answers of the top student. When my roommate leaned over the balcony, gazing at the beautiful senior, I caught a glimpse of what they yearned to see. Not only did I transform dramatically at the school's welcome gala. Moreover, it soars over the Great Wall during the longbow talent show. Even the master of magic, Lin Ye, has yielded his spot at the Spring Festival Gala to me. Merely because I am a sorcerer endowed with a magical system. However, in the beginning, I was merely an enthusiast of magic. I enjoy acquiring small trinkets to amuse beautiful girls. Unexpectedly, my university roommate spotted my small props and discreetly recommended me to the counselor for participation in the orientation gala's magic performance. "What on earth have you registered me for the welcome party?" Indeed, during the commencement of the academic term, you dazzled us with a series of enchanting magic tricks. We unanimously recommended you to our counselor. You wretched group. Why do you not inquire of me? I possess merely a few simple tricks of magic. If I truly ascend to the stage to perform, would I not forfeit my right to choose a partner during my 4 years of university? At this moment, a melodious strumming and singing resonated from outside the dormitory. Following this enchanting sound, we rushed to the balcony to gaze upon the scene. Just look at the exceptional skill displayed. If I, with my amateur abilities, were to share the stage with such talent, I would surely be the subject of ridicule. Not everyone possesses the remarkable talent of Zhou Yuxuan. He has participated in the renowned The Voice of China. Do not feel pressured, the skill level of the other performers is rather average. At this moment, a series of gasps erupted from the other side, where a robust young man was gracefully executing a bend in a manner that was nothing short of fluid and effortless. This one also participated in the welcome party. There's no problem, just take a look over there. Over there, a young lady is dancing. We all turned our gaze towards the direction pointed out by Wang Zimo. 3 young girls clad in JK uniforms are rehearsing their dance. Observing them, it is evident that they are preparing for the upcoming welcome party. It seems that this welcome party promises to be quite captivating. You wretched scoundrels have truly caused a calamity this time. Fear not, for there are still 2 days remaining. Practice diligently in your dormitory. Let us take a stroll at venue C. As soon as the words were spoken, the 3 of them departed from the dormitory. Only I, with a face full of bewilderment. I open my backpack. Retrieving my magic props, I find myself engulfed in confusion. Will I truly have no choice but to go up and face humiliation? Just as I was on the verge of exhausting my thoughts, a notification chimed. The host's mage system has been activated. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in becoming the mightiest mage. At that moment, a system interface materialized before my eyes. I endeavored to access the personal information module within the interface. Name, Lin Ye. Occupation, mage. Possesses magic. Possesses magical artifacts. Possesses magical companions. At this moment, I felt my body enveloped by a mysterious force, which then penetrated within me. Clearly, this is what is referred to as magical energy. I subsequently opened the backpack module of the system, revealing a total of 81 compartments. It is quite similar to the inventory in a game. I wish to experiment with this system's inventory to see if it can encompass objects from the real world. My gaze then fell upon the water cup on the table. In the next moment, the cup vanished into thin air. At that instant, a glass of water materialized in one of the compartments of my system backpack. I attempted once more to retrieve the cup, only to find that it had disappeared from the inventory. The water cup reappeared in its original location. Subsequently, I experimented with the chair and the backpack as well. From this, I drew the following conclusion: as long as it is within a 1-meter radius, regardless of size, I can incorporate it into the system's backpack. Secondly, regardless of their size, items will occupy only a single space. Thirdly, I am able to place items in the air, yet this range is also limited to 1 meter. Subsequently, I accessed the check-in module. Each white period corresponds to a gift package. Subsequently, click on the foremost gift package slot. In the next moment, the gift package slot dims, yet the sign-in is successful. Today's sign-in rewards have been dispatched to the system's inventory. Please check, host. I am eager to retrieve from the system's backpack a book with the title The Magician's Hand emblazoned on the cover. I commence to peruse its pages. The entirety of the book transforms into a luminous orb, flooding my mind. It requires time, as the memories of the mage's hand surge within my thoughts. Each utilization of the mage's hand consumes a fragment of magical energy, coalescing into a pair of invisible hands of the mage. Assist you in completing various tasks. I immediately directed my gaze towards a chair several meters away, unleashing the arcane power of the mage hand. In the next instant, an invisible hand reached out to grasp the chair. The mage hand swayed up and down, and the chair mirrored its movements. With the aid of this mage hand, this upcoming welcome party is bound to shine brilliantly, granting me preferential access to romantic prospects throughout my 4 years at university. I proceed to open the Daily Task module. Daily Tasks. As an apprentice mage, you require a suitable magic wand. Where shall I procure such an item? I shall visit the costume shop a little later. I open the final module. The Mysterious Shop, where a master-level magic meteor has descended. Priced at 1 million magic coins. Upon utilization, a colossal meteorite can be summoned to deliver a devastating strike upon adversaries. The magical companion, the Starlight Unicorn, can be acquired, granting access to the advanced beast, the Starlight Unicorn, after use. Daily Special Offer. A defective shape-shifting golden watch is priced at 100 magical coins. Upon use, it allows the wearer to alter their appearance. Due to the item's damaged condition, it can store a maximum of 3 different forms. If it weren't for the fact that I possess not even 100 magical coins, I would certainly purchase this item to examine it. With this thought in mind, I inquired with my roommate, who has a penchant for cosplay, about the location of a costume shop. Then I departed from the dormitory, preparing to head towards my destination. Upon arrival, Prince Mo sent me my location. Is anyone here? What brings you here? A sister clad in a maid outfit inquired. Purchasing a magic wand. What is the purpose of a magic wand? It is utilized for performing magic at the school's welcome party. Young one, do you also possess the ability to perform magic? How about you showcase a trick for me? If the performance is commendable, it shall be deemed inexpensive. Very well, then you ought to grant me a more generous discount. I find myself somewhat parched. Might I indulge in a glass of water first? Subsequently, the maid in her attire graciously poured me a glass of water. After taking the water, I drank every last drop from the cup. Once finished, I turned the cup upside down, signaling to my sister that I had completed my drink. What followed was the moment to witness a miracle. I turned the cup upside down and then covered it with my palm. The moment my hand gradually lifted away from the cup, astonishingly, the seemingly empty vessel revealed itself to be filled to the brim with water. Impressive, my brother. Your sleight of hand is truly remarkable. If employed to charm the ladies, wouldn't that be an effortless conquest? Sister has brought me the wand of magic I desire. Then, they scrutinized me from head to toe. You performed at the school evening gala. It is essential to dress attractively. Only then can you captivate more junior girls. Upon hearing this, it seemed quite reasonable to me. My sister has curated a stunning suit ensemble for me, which is simply breathtaking. The attire consists of 4 pieces, and I shall offer you a generous discount of 20%. The price of 3,200 for the magical staff leaves me contemplating whether to choose Alipay or the green bubble. Upon hearing this cost, I find my desire to purchase it has dissipated in an instant. Yet, envisioning myself clad in an exceptionally stylish manner, I gritted my teeth and uttered Alipay. After settling the bill, I hastened back to school. My daily tasks had been accomplished, and I was rewarded with 100 magical gold coins. With these 100 magic coins, I could acquire that golden watch. Contemplating this, I quickened my pace back to the school. Upon returning to the dormitory, I discovered that my roommates had yet to return. I promptly opened the system panel. Then I opened the enigmatic shop and procured the golden pocket watch. I examined the timepiece carefully, confirming that its essence was that of a transformative tool, capable of storing a myriad of my identities within. I promptly donned the newly acquired suit and then pressed the button atop my exquisite wristwatch. At that moment, my appearance was immortalized. I immediately removed the attire I was wearing. Upon pressing the button on the golden watch, in the next instant, I transformed into my suited self. At that moment, Li Chaoyang returned to the dormitory and remarked, "You've become quite dapper." "Indeed, just now, a member of the arts department sent me a message, requesting your presence at the school auditorium for a rehearsal at 6 o'clock this evening. I cannot believe it is already 5 o'clock, and you are informing me of this now. How astonishing! I went on a date with my girlfriend and completely forgot about it. I wonder if the food you brought back was due to the two of you not being able to finish it. Hee, but it's not entirely the case. Some of the dishes were ordered by my girlfriend, whom I know does not particularly enjoy them. Rest assured, they are all impeccably clean and untouched." Li Chaoyang grinned widely as he spoke. "Hurry and eat, lest you arrive late." With the swiftness of a whirlwind, Lin Ye devoured the food before him. After wiping his mouth, he dashed out of the dormitory. 20 minutes later, Lin Ye arrived at the entrance of the auditorium of Jinghai University of Science and Technology. Inside the auditorium, there were already quite a number of people present. Among them, he recognized the individual who had played the guitar previously. It was evident that they all, like him, had come to participate in the rehearsal. In addition, there was a group of students adorned with identification badges. At that moment, a tall girl with a high ponytail and glasses was holding a list and checking off names. "Is Zhou Yuxuan from Class 3 of Finance present?" she inquired as soon as she finished speaking. The young man who had been strumming his guitar on stage previously raised his hand and approached him. "You are preparing to perform, aren't you?" the tall girl inquired while glancing at the form in her hands. "Indeed. What is the piece you will be performing?" "The Rainy Season of 17. Would you be able to play a segment for us? As our rehearsal time is rather limited this time. It is essential to ensure the quality of the program. No issues arise." In the midst of conversation, Zhou Yuxuan seated himself on a nearby stool, cradling his guitar. Before long, the auditorium resonated with his melodious and youthful voice, brimming with vitality. After he finished playing, the tall girl's expression immediately brightened. The others present also applauded enthusiastically. "Thank you, Zhou. With your singing prowess, a single rehearsal for the ensemble will suffice. We will notify you then." "All right. May I take my leave now?" "You may." After Zhou Yuxuan departs with his guitar. Many girls at the scene were whispering on QQ, evidently captivated by his charm. At that moment, the tall girl continued to call out names. Class 1 of Finance, Sun Jiyuan, present. As she called out each name, one by one, the students who had signed up for the welcome party ascended the stage. While reporting on their respective performances, they also took a moment to showcase their unique talents. Below the stage, Lin Ye observed these displays and felt a surge of exhilaration. Truly, this school is a hidden gem, teeming with extraordinary potential. Each individual possesses remarkable talents. If I were to perform at my previous level, I must also contemplate what to present on stage. Magic at the very least, it requires a name. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ye arrived at a conclusion within his heart. It was at this juncture that a tall girl from the school's student council's arts department suddenly called out his name. "Lin Ye from Class 1 of Civil Engineering." Upon hearing his name, Lin Ye responded loudly, just like everyone else, and stepped onto the stage. "Lin Ye, I see from the registration form that you have signed up for magic, correct?" The girl glanced at the form she held in her hand. Then, gazing at Lin Ye, he affirmed, "Indeed, it is magic." Lin Ye nodded in agreement. "It is as such. Due to the time-consuming nature of magic performances, we also have another classmate who has signed up. Therefore, we need to observe your magic acts and select one that possesses a more captivating stage effect. I trust you can comprehend this. Others have also signed up for the magic show." Lin Ye discusses the unusual path. "Indeed." As she spoke, the tall girl called out to the audience. "Is Monchichi from Business English Class 2 here?" As soon as the girl finished her words, a chilling female voice resonated from the audience, "I am here." In the next moment, a short-haired girl, exuding an air of coolness through her attire, stepped onto the stage. "Classmate. It is indeed her. She, like you, has enrolled in the magic course. Now, we must choose between the two of you." The tall girl spoke with a hint of shyness. Lin Ye nodded in acknowledgement. "Able to comprehend. What more is there to say?" Surely, it is a matter of who among us is more formidable. I, for one, shall not yield to him. The girl with short hair, known as Mangkiki, stands with her hands tucked into her pockets. With a haughty expression, she gazed at Lin Ye and provocatively asked, "Dare to compete with me? How shall we compare?" Lin Ye inquired with curiosity. A magician performs a captivating trick before the audience, inviting those present to raise their hands in a vote. Very well, Lin Ye nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. Do you carry any magical props with you? I suppose I do. Lin Ye pondered for a moment before responding. Isn't the system's backpack considered a magical tool? Who shall go first? You may proceed. Without further ado, Mangkiki approached the edge of the stage. In full view of the audience, she commenced her magical performance. She began by producing a handkerchief, which she gently shook. The handkerchief transformed into a wand, and subsequently, a deck of cards materialized in his hand, leading to a dazzling display of card tricks. Although these illusions are often witnessed on television, the dexterity exhibited by Mangkiki was remarkably refined. Moreover, she is merely an undergraduate, which left the fellow students in attendance utterly astonished. Ultimately, she concluded her performance by transforming a deck of cards into currency, eliciting resounding applause from the audience. A proud expression adorned her face as she basked in the acclaim. She was evidently quite pleased with her performance. When she returned to Lin Ye's side, she softly said, "It's your turn." After Lin Ye nodded, he ascended the stage just as she had, gazing down at the multitude of over 100 individuals. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Ye. In truth, I am not adept at the art of magic, nor do I claim to be a magician." Upon uttering these words, the audience was instantly taken aback, for none had anticipated such a revelation from him. Until he uttered the following words. "For I am a wizard. And all that I possess are spells." The crowd, who had just moments ago appeared bewildered, immediately burst into laughter upon hearing this declaration. Surely, they found it hard to believe. "Then allow me to demonstrate my magic," he continued. "As is well known, a wizard must carry numerous magical artifacts, all of which are stored within our enchanted pockets. These magical pockets have the capacity to hold an abundance of items, and it can never be filled completely." As he spoke, he patted the pocket of his trousers. "By the way, everyone must have brought their phones, right?" Hearing this, the audience nodded in agreement. "Is there anyone who could lend me their phone for an experiment?" As soon as the words left my lips, a boy from the front row willingly offered his. "Very well, thank you to this student. Now, I shall place his mobile phone into my enchanted pocket." With that, Lin Ye swiftly tucked the boy's phone into his trouser pocket, but in reality, he seized the opportunity to stow it away in his system's backpack. The pocket still felt a tad vacant. Perhaps another device would suffice. Among the crowd, someone promptly offered up another phone. Once again, Lin Ye followed suit, transferring the device into the system. Yet, it remained devoid of content. This time, 2 phones would be ideal. Intrigued by the unfolding spectacle, the onlookers readily presented another offering without hesitation. At this moment, they had yet to perceive any extraordinary aspect of the magic, until Lin Ye slipped the 5th device into his pocket. Chapter 9. He stuffed over 20 mobile phones into his pockets. Yet not a single bulge appeared. This astonishing outcome left the audience utterly bewildered. Even the munchkin on stage wore a look of sheer astonishment. Her magic tricks all rely on specialized props. Where could one find someone like Lin Ye, who performs magic with empty hands? She racked her brain in vain, unable to comprehend how Lin Ye managed to utilize those mobile phones. Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Ye suddenly spoke again. "It appears that my enchanted pocket has encountered a minor issue. The exit of the magical pouch seems to have connected to another realm. Please remain calm. I assure you that I will assist in retrieving your mobile devices. I have sensed that the exit of the magical pocket lies within the very one that classmate Mangkiki carries on his back." Upon hearing this, Mangkiki's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? When did those phones find their way into my bag? My intuition cannot be mistaken. Those phones are indeed within your bag. If you let me take a look, I will confirm it. Lin Ye said with a smile. Very well, let us proceed. With an air of indifference, Mangkiki nonchalantly handed his shoulder bag to Lin Ye, who, without hesitation, unzipped it. He then extended his hand, feigning a search, and soon discovered what he sought. No sooner had he spoken than he retrieved a mobile phone from his bag. Then came the second part, followed by the third. Before long, the very phones he had just tucked into his pocket were entirely extracted from the Manchichi's bag. Witnessing this scene firsthand, the Manchichi was as if it had encountered a ghost. However, once Lin Ye returned all the phones to their rightful owners, a girl anxiously exclaimed, "My phone has yet to be returned to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Ye immediately slapped his forehead. Not good. It seems a temporal disturbance has just occurred. Your phone may very well be lost within the chaotic currents of time. Upon hearing these words, the girl immediately grew anxious. What shall we do? I possess a magical ability that can assist you in retrieving your phone from the chaotic currents of time and space. However, you must draw closer to me. And you must quietly summon your phone within your heart. It will naturally return to your side. The girl was momentarily stunned by Lin Ye's presence. She immediately approached the stage, standing less than half a meter away from Lin Ye. At that moment, the gaze of the entire audience was focused on Lin Ye and the young girl. They were all eagerly anticipating how the magic show would unfold. In what manner would the girl's phone make its appearance? At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly exhaled deeply. All was well. Upon your invocation and my enchantment, your phone has successfully returned to your grasp. You glance to see if it resides within your pocket. As the words leave your lips, the girl immediately reaches for her pocket. In the next moment, her expression transformed instantly. Before the eyes of everyone present, she astonishingly retrieved that device from her pocket. My phone has truly returned. The entire venue erupted in astonishment. The moment the girl retrieved her phone from her pocket, all present, including the Manchichi, were utterly astonished. They had witnessed the entire scene unfold, and with the girl standing so far from Lin Ye, they simply could not fathom how her phone had managed to appear. Impressive. Truly remarkable. This is akin to a little calf soaring through the skies. The brilliance has ascended to the heavens. Not quite. I pondered, I did not even blink. How did her phone manage to pass by? The phone just appeared so effortlessly. What scientific principle is at play here? Could someone please elucidate this for me? Could he truly be a magician? What are you thinking? In this world, where could one possibly find a magician? The illusions you cannot comprehend are merely manifestations of principles you have yet to grasp. It must be acknowledged. His magical performance truly captivated me. Is this gentleman a professional magician? Although the trick performed by that girl earlier appeared quite dazzling, in terms of substance, the subsequent gentleman's act holds far greater value. I was left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend where he had concealed those 20-some mobile phones. Splendid. Truly magnificent. In that fleeting moment, the audience was filled with awe and admiration. As Lin Ye concluded his magical performance, he turned to gaze at the astonished Manchichi standing nearby. This student inquired, "What do you think of the magic performance I just delivered?" Upon hearing these words, the previously dazed Manchichi immediately regained his composure, responding with a wry smile. Your magic is truly impressive. Your skills are of a professional caliber. I shall refrain from participating any further. I feel somewhat embarrassed. It's all right, Lin Ye consoled. Do not comfort me any further. Our magic is simply not on the same level. Rest assured, I shall not be disheartened. Upon my return, I will diligently practice. I firmly believe that in the future, I shall undoubtedly become an exceptional magician. Upon uttering these words, the rejuvenated Manchichi gracefully departed from the stage. Once she had left, a tall girl from the literary department approached Lin Ye. Lin Ye, my classmate. Your recent magic performance was truly splendid. I am certain it will shine brilliantly at the upcoming welcome party. I have faith in that. Therefore, are you also preparing to showcase this magic at the welcome gathering? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye shook his head. No. The magic trick I just performed was merely a spontaneous idea. At the welcome party, I shall showcase other illusions. Different illusions. A trace of curiosity inevitably appeared on the face of the tall girl. Could you kindly reveal the name of this magic trick? Certainly. I refer to this illusion as the hand of the magician.
The Hand of the Mage? What an intriguing name. I shall submit this title and eagerly await your performance. As she spoke, the tall girl inscribed the 4 characters of Hand of the Mage onto the program. From this point on, Lin Ye had little to do with the proceedings. He turned and left the auditorium, returning to his dormitory. After exchanging pleasantries with his 3 roommates, he joined them in their gaming session, unwittingly playing until the clock struck midnight. As the hour arrived, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! A new day has dawned. The sign-in calendar and mysterious shop have refreshed. Please remember to check in, host. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Ye glanced at his phone and realized it was indeed midnight. Time flies when engrossed in a game. He hurried to finish this round, eager to discover the rewards awaiting him for today as sign-in. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a surge of warmth within him, indicating that the daily increment of 10 magic points had been credited. Once the game concluded, he rushed to freshen up and, after completing his routine, nestled into his bed curtains. With anticipation bubbling within him, he promptly opened the sign-in interface on the system panel. Gazing at the shimmering gift box above, he clicked on it without hesitation. Ding! Sign-in successful. Today's rewards have been dispatched to the system backpack. Please check your inventory. Host. In the next instant, the gift transformed into a white dot and entered the system backpack. Without a moment's pause, he summoned the gift into the real world. As his fingers made contact with the package, it instantly morphed into a new tome. This book resembled the previous Hand of the Mage, save for the differing title on its cover. Illumination spell? What sort of magic is this? As Lin Ye pondered, information regarding the spell flooded into his mind. Illumination spell, 0th tier. Attribute less magic, consuming 1 magic point per use. Upon activation, a sphere of luminous white light can be conjured in the palm, illuminating the surrounding environment. This light can float around the user, providing a continuous source of illumination. If detonated, it can emit a brilliant flash instantaneously. As he absorbed the details of the spell, Lin Ye's expression shifted to one of incredulity. What a worthless spell. It merely produces light. Is it not just a flashlight? Truly a useless incantation. Despite his exasperation, he had no choice but to accept what the system provided. Flipping open the book's cover, a torrent of memories pertaining to the illumination spell surged into his mind. Within these recollections, he transformed into a seasoned mage, steeped in a mastery of illumination for decades. As he fully embraced the memories, his expression began to change subtly. Oh, this illumination spell does not seem as trivial as I initially thought. It can adjust the brightness, alter the shape of the light source, and even attach the light to other objects, as well as modify its color. Now, that is rather intriguing. Indeed, there are no worthless spells, only inept mages. After casting aside his illumination technique, he turned his gaze towards the enigmatic shop. Clearly, the mysterious store refreshed its offerings daily, and this time it presented 3 items. Magical equipment, Phoenix Feather Staff, a high-tier wand meticulously crafted from phoenix feathers. It significantly amplifies fire-based magic. Price, 5 million magic coins. Magical item, Cloak of Flight, a wondrous magical artifact forged by a master alchemist, enchanted with a 3rd-tier spell, Flight. Once donned, it allows the wearer to soar briefly through the skies. Price, 1,000 magic coins. Daily Special, Destiny card set of the Card Master Trist, a renowned magical tool of the illustrious wizard Trist, possessing formidable magical effects. Although it is missing a few cards, it remains a rare and valuable magical item. Price, 300 magic coins. Gazing at the 3 items and their descriptions within the mysterious shop, Lin Ye found himself salivating with desire, especially upon glimpsing the 2nd item. A magical artifact that bestowed the ability to fly was an irresistible temptation. However, the price was exceedingly steep. Thus, despite his fervent admiration, he could only contemplate the 3rd special item, which, fortunately, appeared quite appealing, until he beheld its price. Chapter 9. Magical Pets and Fate Cards. Why has there been no mention of the purpose of the Fate Cards? Nevertheless, even if their function is negligible, what can I expect at the price of 100 magical coins? Wait a moment, wasn't it 100 coins? Why has it suddenly increased to 300 coins? Where on earth am I supposed to acquire 300 coins? Upon realizing the price, Lin Ye's head buzzed with confusion. That said, do I really have only the daily tasks as a means to earn magical coins? If that is the case, I would be confined to purchasing only discounted items for eternity, and even then, not every time would I be able to afford them. Contemplating this dilemma, Lin Ye could not help but inquire of the system. System, is the only way to obtain magical coins through daily tasks? Are there no alternative methods to acquire them? No sooner had he posed his question than the system promptly responded. In addition to daily tasks, magical coins can also be obtained through daily sign-ins and cumulative sign-ins, albeit with a certain probability. Furthermore, the host may utilize real currency to exchange for magical coins. Please check the specific exchange rate yourself. Upon hearing this latter statement, Lin Ye's expression shifted dramatically. Why did you not mention this earlier, system? The host did not inquire about this matter previously. Oh, well, I admit I did not ask. The fault lies with me. With that, Lin Ye hastily explored the system interface and soon discovered the section for exchanging magical coins and real currency. According to the information presented, he merely needed to present currency from this world, and the system would automatically assess the exchange rate. Typically, he had 100 yuan tucked behind the case of his phone. As he retrieved this amount, the system provided the exchange rate. The moment he grasped the rate, he nearly erupted in expletives. What? 100 yuan can only be exchanged for a single magical coin? This is outrageous. If I wish to acquire that flying cloak, would it not cost me 100,000 yuan? This is simply extortionate. Resigned, he decided against exchanging cash for magical coins. He could hardly afford to eat, let alone spend on such frivolities. It seemed that acquiring the fate cards today would also be out of reach. By the way, the daily tasks must have refreshed by now. Let me see what today's tasks entail. Perhaps they offer a more generous reward in coins. With a flicker of curiosity and anticipation, he promptly accessed the task interface. And in the next moment, a new daily task appeared before him. In the course of daily endeavors, as a distinguished sorcerer, one is required to possess a magical companion of one's own. You are tasked with capturing and taming a magical pet within the span of a single day, regardless of its rank. Upon successful completion of the task, the rewards will include 100 magical coins and a potion for pet advancement, which, when utilized, will facilitate the progression of your magical companion. Without delving into the specifics of the task, Lin Ye's attention was immediately drawn to the rewards. Upon discovering that the reward amounted to a mere 100 magical coins, his spirits plummeted. Alas, it seemed he would have to forego today as special offers. Lacking 200 magical coins, which equates to a shortfall of 20,000 yuan. Even if he ventured out to sell something, it would be improbable to earn that sum in a single day. Moreover, the nature of today's task appeared to diverge from the ordinary. A magical pet? Where was he to procure such a creature? Would a common pet suffice? Lin Ye found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Given the circumstances, he resolved to retire for the night, intending to reassess his options in the morning and perhaps devise a means to gather the necessary funds. He was acutely aware that repayment for his purchases was imminent. In that moment, he recalled the business card handed to him earlier by the girl who managed a clothing store. Perhaps performing magic at a bar could prove to be a viable alternative. With thoughts of the following day's plans swirling in his mind, he succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awakened the next morning, it was well past 9 o'clock. Having just concluded military training, no classes had yet been scheduled. The daily agenda consisted merely of meetings, psychological evaluations, and lectures. By afternoon, little remained to occupy his time. While his roommates immersed themselves in games, Lin Ye ventured out of the dormitory alone. Once outside, he began to scour the vicinity, soon fixating his gaze upon a stray dog that roamed the campus. This dog seemed to have no discernible owner and wandered aimlessly. You shall be the one, he decided, contemplating whether he could tame it as his magical pet. He made his way to a nearby shop and purchased a sausage, calling the stray dog over. However, despite having fed the entire sausage, the system failed to announce the completion of his task. Clearly, he had failed. This stray dog was not destined to become his magical companion. If a dog proved unqualified, perhaps a cat would suffice. After some deliberation, He procured another sausage and resumed his search for a stray cat within the school grounds. Before long, he discovered a tabby cat lounging in the shade of a tree. He anticipated that this feline would succumb to the allure of his sausage. Yet, to his utter astonishment, when he tore the sausage and presented it before the cat, it utterly ignored him, displaying its impatience by flicking its tail. Lin Ye found himself bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. What was happening? Why would the cat refuse even the sausage? As soon as he finished speaking, a girl's voice emerged from beside him. This cat has been spoiled. It only accepts cat food and treats now. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye swiftly turned his head to the side and soon spotted a gentle-looking girl cradling 2 books in her arms. This cat had resided in the school for 3 years, receiving ample food from numerous passersby, as evidenced by its plump belly. Curious, Lin Ye glanced at the tabby cat's abdomen, and unsurprisingly, it was layered with fat. At that moment, the girl spoke again. "If you wish to feed a cat, there's a little black one over there." As she spoke, she gestured toward a nearby corner. Following her, Lin Ye indeed spotted a small, slender black cat huddled in the corner. In stark contrast to the hefty cat lounging under the shade of the tree, this one was hardly a third of its size. Seeing that the large cat was disinterested in him, Lin Ye promptly approached the small black cat with a piece of sausage in hand. Before he could get close, the little black cat adopted a defensive posture. Observing this, Lin Ye halted, broke off a small piece of sausage, and tossed it toward the black cat. As the morsel landed in front of it, the cat perked up its ears and cautiously swatted at the sausage, only relaxing its guard upon realizing it posed no threat. Perhaps enticed by the aroma of the sausage, it finally recognized the offering as food rather than an adversary. Soon, it began to devour the treat voraciously, emitting satisfied, purring sounds that indicated its hunger. Once it finished the first piece, Lin Ye tossed it a second and then a third. Gradually, he inched closer to it, and the little black cat no longer exhibited the same wariness as before. Lin Ye approached until he was right in front of it, and it continued to focus solely on its meal. Seizing the opportunity while it was engrossed in eating, Lin Ye cautiously extended his hand to stroke its small head, and the little creature remained unresponsive. Relieved, he let out a slow breath. 2 minutes later, the black cat had consumed the entire sausage. After finishing, it licked its lips and gazed up at Lin Ye, its emerald eyes now devoid of suspicion, replaced by a hint of affection. "My dear little one, are you still hungry? How about we make a deal? You could be my pet, and I will ensure you are well fed and cared for. What do you say? If you agree, just give me a meow." No sooner had Lin Ye finished speaking than the little black cat let out a soft meow. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. "Ding! Current creature meets the criteria for a magical pet. Would you like to capture it?" Before he could revel in the joy of the moment, the recently satiated black cat suddenly seemed to sense something, leaping swiftly toward the side. To Lin Ye's astonishment, it pounced on a raven that had just landed. Then the little black cat trotted eagerly, carrying the crow in its mouth, and placed it before him. As it released its grip, the crow fell to the ground. At this moment, the crow was gravely injured, struggling futilely to take flight. It was evident that the little black cat intended to present this crow as a token of gratitude. Just as Lin Ye was about to praise the little black cat, the system notification chimed once more. "Ding! The current creature meets the criteria for a magical pet. Would you like to capture it?" Chapter 10. The Evolution of Magical Pets. The cat that foresees the future upon hearing 2 consecutive prompts. Lin Ye's gaze involuntarily drifted between the small black cat before him and the crow that had been caught by the cat. What did this signify? Could this crow also be tamed as a magical pet? What conditions must be fulfilled for an entity to be considered a magical companion? Wisdom, or perhaps some other concealed criterion? At a loss for answers, Lin Ye decided to abandon this line of inquiry. However, he was now faced with a new dilemma. Which creature should he choose as his magical pet? The black cat or the crow? Though he remained uncertain about the true capabilities of magical pets, he harbored a faint intuition that these companions could influence his future endeavors. After contemplating for a considerable time, he ultimately chose the black cat. He softly recited the contract incantation bestowed upon him by the system. Upon completion, he immediately sensed a portion of his magical energy deplete. While a symbol composed of magic soared from his hand and embedded itself within the small black cat. As the symbol entered the cat's being, he felt a mysterious connection establish itself between them. The cat's gaze towards him transformed into one of affectionate familiarity, signifying its official status as his magical pet. Having completed this act, his attention inexplicably shifted to the injured crow on the ground. Without a second thought, he invoked the contract incantation once more. With a second withdrawal of magical energy, the identical contract symbol rushed towards the crow. The familiar sensation washed over him anew. The crow on the ground also formed a mysterious bond with him, allowing him to sense its emotions and the pain coursing through its body. Undoubtedly, this crow too had become his magical pet. As he marveled at this unexpected turn of events, the notification for completing his daily tasks arrived punctually. Ding! Daily task completed. You have earned 100 magical coins and a bottle of pet evolution potion. The rewards have been deposited into the system's backpack. Please check at your convenience. Upon hearing the notification, a smile blossomed on Lin Ye's face. Ever since he learned that 100 units of currency could only be exchanged for a single magical coin, he equated 100 magical coins with 10,000 units of currency in his mind. Receiving 10,000 units of currency all at once was indeed a cause for joy. Yet, more than the monetary reward, he was intrigued by the effects of the pet evolution potion. Its name implied it could facilitate the evolution of pets. But the specifics of how this evolution occurred and what transformations would ensue remained shrouded in mystery. Now that he possessed magical pets, he thought it prudent to experiment with both of them. With this in mind, Lin Ye directed his gaze toward the small black cat and the unfortunate crow. Cradling the black cat in one arm and grasping the crow in the other, he made his way to a secluded grove adjacent to the school. Once he ensured that no one was around, he gently set both the cat and the crow down on the ground. As soon as he set it down, the little black cat prepared to pounce on the crow. Had it not been for Lin Ye's quick reflexes, the crow might have met a grim fate at the claws of the feline. No biting. From now on, you two shall be colleagues, so behave harmoniously and with love. Understood? See? As Lin Ye's words fell, the little black cat obediently crouched before him. Excellent. Once he confirmed that the two would no longer engage in combat, he retrieved a potion for pet evolution from his system's inventory. The potion was contained within a glass vial, exuding a deep green hue, subtly shimmering with an ethereal glow, exuding an air of mystery and measuring roughly 200 milliliters. Had he possessed only one magical pet, he would have surely fed the entire vial to it. However, with two pets, he intended to divide the potion equally. Removing the vial stopper, he gently crouched down and stroked the black cat's head. Open wide. The moment his command was uttered, the little black cat obediently opened its mouth. Observing its gaping maw, Lin Ye cautiously poured half of the potion into it. Afterward, he began to monitor the little black cat for any changes. In the next moment, to his astonishment, green light began to emanate from the black cat. Influenced by this radiant glow, its previously frail form rapidly expanded, transforming from a mere half-grown kitten into a fully grown cat in the blink of an eye. The transformation was not limited to its size. Its entire appearance underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Once malnourished and scruffy, the little creature now boasted a sleek, glossy coat, reminiscent of having been washed with premium shampoo. Every muscle appeared perfectly defined, its streamlined body complemented by a face that was both elegant and commanding, adorned with strikingly transparent green eyes that hinted at a regal aura akin to that of an aristocratic feline. However, the most astonishing aspect lay in the sudden emergence of an additional eye in the center of its forehead, initially mistaking it for a golden thread. Lin Ye was taken aback when it split open, revealing a vertical eye. My goodness, it has become a three-eyed cat. How extraordinary! Was this the distinction between magical pets and ordinary animals? Yet, surely the transformation extended beyond mere appearance. No sooner had he finished pondering this than the little black cat, as if reading his thoughts, proudly showcased its abilities. Without any visible effort, it began to levitate before Lin Ye. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Ye couldn't help but express a mix of awe and astonishment. Wow, you can fly. Is there more? Suddenly, the black cat, having soared into the air, vanished without a trace. yet Lin Ye could still sense its presence. In an instant, he deduced its second ability, invisibility. As the invisibility faded, the little black cat gracefully descended to the ground. With a flick of its form, it transformed into a black top hat under Lin Ye's astonished gaze. Clearly, this was its third ability, metamorphosis. The demonstration of 3 consecutive powers left Lin Ye rather envious. As a magician, his abilities paled in comparison to those of a mere feline. By the way, what is the purpose of that eye in the middle? He inquired. Upon hearing this, the cat, which had just taken the shape of a hat, reverted back to its original feline form. It crouched down and meowed softly at Lin Ye, who suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In an instant, a vivid image materialized before his eyes. It depicted a couple entering the small grove where he stood. Although the scene lasted only a few fleeting seconds, it stirred a tempest of emotions within Lin Ye, for he had deduced the nature of the vision he had just witnessed. The ability to foresee the future. How astonishing it was. You possess the remarkable gift of foresight. Chapter 11. The Demon Raven Illusions, Flight, Invisibility, Shape-Shifting. Foresight. Any one of these abilities, if bestowed upon a person, would undoubtedly lead to remarkable success. Yet at this moment, all 4 powers manifested themselves in a mere feline. Lin Ye had grown weary of expressing envy. This pet-enhancing potion was truly extraordinary. He found himself contemplating whether he could partake in it, the thought almost compelling him to indulge. After a moment of reflection, Lin Ye quickly scooped up the little black cat from the ground and carried it, along with the raven, yet to be fed the potion, to another corner. Not long after he departed, a couple, deeply engrossed in their affection for one another, strolled by. Observing the pair, strikingly reminiscent of a scene from his recent thoughts, Lin Ye could not help but glance down at the black cat nestled in his arms. Approximately 1 minute. That was the extent of foresight he could gain from the cat. It could predict events occurring a minute hence and relay those visions to him. In essence, this would grant him an indirect capability of foresight for that brief span, which was rather impressive. I have yet to name you. Let me ponder a suitably grand name. Little Black feels rather pedestrian. You deserve something more stylish. Henceforth, you shall be called Blake. How refined. The black cat seemed quite pleased with its new name, nodding in approval. Excellent. You shall be known as Blake. From now on, whenever I have a morsel to eat, you shall receive a treat as well, provided you keep that singular eye of yours well concealed, lest it attract unwanted attention. Meow very well. Remain here for a moment while I administer the potion and witness what transformations unfold. Setting Blake down, Lin Ye shifted his focus to the raven in his grasp. Open your beak. No sooner had he spoken than the raven obediently complied. Ravens are remarkably intelligent creatures, their cognitive abilities rivaling those of human children. Else, the fable of the raven drinking water would not exist. After being tamed by Lin Ye, its responsiveness to commands surpassed even that of Blake. As soon as its beak opened, Lin Ye poured the remaining half bottle of the pet-enhancing potion into its mouth. Before long, the entire contents were consumed, and the raven began to undergo a transformation. Much like the little black cat, its physical form altered first. The wings, previously injured by Blake, restored themselves instantly, and it grew in size. Its feathers took on a lustrous sheen, appearing as though they had been meticulously groomed. Its talons and beak glimmered with a metallic sheen, and Lin Ye had no doubt that a single strike could shatter a child's skull. Had it not retained its raven-like appearance, onlookers might have mistaken it for an eagle. Beyond its physical metamorphosis, the raven exhibited distinct aberrations akin to Blake's, except it did not sport an additional eye. Rather, a pair of horns sprouted from the top of its head, reminiscent of a demon's formidable goat-like horns. Accompanied by its jet-black form, it exudes an uncanny aura. Is this what you resemble after your advancement? You appear quite dashing. Meow. You are rather handsome, too. The moment Lin Ye uttered these words, a voice emerged from the raven, perched on his hand. Foolish cat. Great foolish cat. Upon hearing this raucous and hoarse voice, Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? You can speak. Naturally. But it is all thanks to you, my master, the raven replied again. At this point, Lin Ye was finally convinced that the raven in his grasp possessed the ability to converse in human language. It seems your primary ability is to speak. Do you have any other powers? Indeed, I do, my master. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, the raven, which had been resting on his hand, took to the skies. In the blink of an eye, to Lin Ye's astonishment, it transformed from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and 8 into 16. In an instant, a vast swarm of ravens materialized before him. As he witnessed the multiplication continue, Lin Ye hurriedly interjected, "Stop, stop, enough. Quickly return to your original form." Not long after he issued this command, the multitude of ravens vanished without a trace, leaving only one behind. It appears your second ability is to create duplicates. This power seems quite impressive, ideal for performing magic tricks. Lin Ye immediately contemplated utilizing this ability for a magical display. He had even envisioned the scene. As the sky filled with ravens, he would gracefully emerge amidst them, a sight to behold. He could even cosplay as the Raven Messenger. Do you possess any further abilities? Certainly, my master, the raven continued in its gravelly voice. Where did you learn those words? I am unsure, my master. It just came to me spontaneously. No worries, please continue. After Lin Ye spoke, the raven began to reveal its third ability. With another flap of its wings, a cascade of black feathers rained down, which then transformed into a flurry of downy snow, blanketing the entire school in a glistening white. However, this enchanting scene did not last long. In the blink of an eye, the black feathers and the snowy illusion vanished completely. It turned out that everything was merely an illusion orchestrated by the raven. So your third ability is illusion magic? Yes, my master. The weaker the mental fortitude of those I influence, the longer I can maintain the illusion. However, with a powerful sorcerer like you, my control is fleeting. While elucidating the truth, the raven did not forget to sprinkle some flattery. Indeed, this ability also seems quite suitable for magical performances. Please continue. You must have other abilities, such as the horns atop your head, which surely possess their own unique purpose, correct? Indeed, you are correct, master. This diagonal does serve a purpose. It originates from the abyssal demon. Thus, I possess a faint demonic lineage within me. Deception is the forte of demons, and, consequently, my fourth ability is to deceive. As soon as these words left his lips, the crow transformed before Lin Ye's very eyes into his likeness. Upon witnessing the figure that mirrored his own, Lin Ye's expression turned to one of astonishment. You can assume the appearance of a human? Indeed, I can take on the form of anyone I have encountered, and I can even mimic their voice. Not only humans, but I can also transform into other creatures, unlike that foolish cat. As he spoke, the figure of Lin Ye emitted a voice identical to his own. Subsequently, it morphed into the appearance of the couple who had just rushed in, perfectly replicating their demeanor, gestures, and speech. Lin Ye could only marvel and wonder. Truly, as a magical pet, this is remarkable. Your abilities surpass even mine. Upon hearing this, the crow reverted to its original form, perched itself on Lin Ye's shoulder, and with an air of flattery declared, "Regardless of our prowess, it is you, master, who bestows these abilities upon us. We shall forever remain your most loyal servants, never to betray you. Isn't that right, you foolish cat?" Meow the black cat, Blake, grimaced, lamenting its inability to speak human language. "Excellent. From this day forth, you two shall be my trusted aides. As long as you accompany me diligently, you will be rewarded with an abundance of delightful treats. By the way, let us also assign you a name. You shall be called Blake, and you will be known as Brian. Call me whatever you wish, master. I am quite fond of this name." The crow once again showcased its ability to speak. A few minutes later, Lin Ye exited the small grove. Upon entering, he had brought with him a cat and a crow. Upon departure, he found himself adorned with two small companions at his waist, a cat and a bird. Chapter 12. The Black Rose Bar hoping to fulfill his daily tasks. Lin Ye successfully completed them and earned 100 magical coins. However, he found himself 200 coins short of purchasing a fate card. The thought of not buying it left him restless, yet the prospect of acquiring the necessary coins seemed equally daunting, unless he could miraculously earn 20,000 coins in a single day. For a freshman student, this was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Even with a month's time, he might not manage to gather such a sum. After much contemplation, he resolved to take a chance. He retrieved the business card given to him by the girl from the clothing store and, after a moment's hesitation, dialed the number inscribed upon it. Almost immediately, a sultry and mature voice answered on the other end. "Who is this?" Upon hearing the slightly alluring tone, Lin Ye hastily introduced himself. "Good afternoon, Ms. Udai. I am Tang's friend and an amateur magician. I heard from her that you are in need of a resident performer, and I would like to audition." Tang's friend? When did she start making male friends? The woman on the line expressed her surprise. "However, you are indeed correct. My bar is indeed in need of a resident performer. I have never tried a magic act before. It sounds rather intriguing. Since I have nothing scheduled this afternoon, why don't you come over for an audition? If it goes well, I will consider it." "All right. Should I come over now?" Lin Ye inquired. "Yes, come on over. Once you arrive, just call this number again. I'll take a little nap." After providing him with another phone number, the call ended. With a deep breath, Lin Ye made his way outside the school. After taking the bus for over 10 stops, he arrived at the so-called Black Rose Bar. The location was not particularly hard to find, and the sign at the entrance was quite conspicuous. Due to the time of day, the bar was not yet open for business. Standing before the closed door, Lin Ye dialed the number Udai had given him. The call was answered shortly thereafter. "Hello. Who is this?" A sweet voice inquired. "Hello. I am the magician here for the audition. I had previously made an appointment with Ms. Udai, and she instructed me to call you. The boss sent you? Have you arrived at the door? If so, I will come open it for you now. I'm already here." Not long after their conversation ended, the bar's door creaked open, revealing a girl clad in a bunny costume with ears adorning her head. When she spotted Lin Ye standing at the entrance, she beckoned him eagerly. Come in, come in." Seeing her enthusiastic demeanor, Lin Ye promptly stepped inside the bar. The interior resembled any typical bar, complete with all the expected amenities, and at its center stood a small stage. The faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air, suggestive of recent cleaning. The girl in the bunny outfit led him to a cozy booth after ushering him in. As Lin Ye settled into his seat, a girl boldly plopped down beside him, her curious gaze roaming over him as she inquired, "Are you a magician?" Lin Ye, however, was too bashful to meet her eyes, as her attire seemed to suggest a flagrant disregard for propriety. "Well, my primary occupation is that of a university student, with magic as my side endeavor." "Oh, a university student. No wonder you appear so innocent. I've heard that magicians possess remarkably nimble hands." As she spoke, the girl pretended to casually grasp Lin Ye's hand. "Wow, your hands are indeed quite soft. I wonder if they are agile as well." In an instant, Lin Ye's face flushed crimson, his body stiffening as if encased in steel. Observing his reaction, the girl erupted into laughter. "Hee hee, boys are so amusing. You must be a freshman, right? Never mind. I won't tease you any further. I wouldn't want to send you into shock." With that, she released his hand and rose, striding toward the nearby bar. "What would you like to drink, little brother?" "Oh wait, you're still a student. You probably don't drink alcohol. Allow me to fetch you a bottle of milk." She then nonchalantly grabbed a can of milk from a nearby shelf and tossed it to Lin Ye, while she herself selected a bottle of soda. "The boss is likely still waking up. You should sit tight for a moment." Sipping her soda, the girl perched herself on a high stool across from Lin Ye, crossing her long, elegant legs. Unable to help himself, Lin Ye turned his head away once more. The girl's laughter grew even more jubilant at his bashfulness. "You can't be like this, little brother. If you wish to perform here, you must cultivate a thicker skin. By the way, you mentioned that Tang introduced you. Did she explain the situation here? The situation here? Is there something unusual?" A sense of unease crept into Lin Ye's mind. Indeed. There is something a bit peculiar," she replied thoughtfully. "Is there Nan Tong here?" "None whatsoever. This bar doesn't even permit men. It is exclusively a female establishment. Moreover, it doubles as a LES bar, catering solely to women who love women." At her revelation, Lin Ye's expression shifted dramatically. "What? Ha, of course, I meant the patrons. As for myself, I still prefer men. You needn't be apprehensive. Aside from a few women who harbor disdain for men, most are quite normal, and some are even bisexual. They want to make things difficult for you if you perform here. Furthermore, many among them are affluent. If your performance is captivating, they may even offer substantial tips. With a stroke of luck, you could earn several thousand in a single night." "Several thousand?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's spirits soared. After all, he had come here with the intent of making money. Indeed, previously, the lead singer here earned tens of thousands monthly, and I occasionally received tips as well. It's far superior to working elsewhere. And we're a lead singer. Is it really possible to simply walk away from a monthly income of several hundred thousand? Lin Ye inquired with a hint of curiosity. Ah, this is quite an intriguing tale, the girl replied. The previous lead singer always claimed to be a staunch lesbian while simultaneously charming several wealthy women. However, last month, it was revealed that she was pregnant. We later discovered that she had been married all along, and her ironclad persona was merely a fade. Ah, I see, Lin Ye said, feeling somewhat bewildered. You find it difficult to judge, don't you? Allow me to share that the gossip I've encountered here far exceeds what I've heard over the course of many years outside. You are aware of the domineering female CEO of the Yume Group, correct? She, too, is a lesbian, and furthermore, she is AP. Before she could finish her sentence, a chilling voice echoed through the bar. Yo-Yo refrained from discussing customers' gossip within the establishment. Should I catch you doing this again? Do not expect any leniency. At the sound of this commanding voice, the girl in the bunny costume seated across from Lin Ye sprang to her feet, resembling a startled rabbit. Shortly thereafter, the rhythmic sound of high heels striking the floor resonated through the dimly lit bar. Under Lin Ye's curious gaze, a mature woman adorned in a wine-red silk gown, her figure gracefully accentuated, approached with her chestnut waves cascading elegantly. Perhaps due to just waking, a slight blush graced her cheeks, and as she walked, she exuded an irresistible charm reminiscent of a ripe peach. This enchanting figure was none other than Hu Dai, the owner of the Black Rose Bar. Chapter 13. The show begins as Hu Dai approached Lin Ye. The girl hurriedly brought her a stool. After settling down slowly, she smiled and gazed at Lin Ye. You are the Lin Ye who called to apply for the magician position, right? Yes, Lin Ye replied, sitting upright with his hands resting on his closed legs, feeling somewhat awkward. There's no need to be tense. I won't bite, Hu Dai said, crossing her legs. The slit of her long skirt inadvertently revealed her fair thigh. Upon noticing this, Lin Ye quickly turned his face away, but his flushed ears betrayed him. Seeing this, Hu Dai's lips curled into a perfect arc as she casually retrieved a pack of slender women's cigarettes from her bag, preparing to light one. Before igniting it, she asked, Do you mind if I smoke? Feel free, Lin Ye replied. What a charming young man. Never mind, I'll skip it. Too much smoke isn't good for my health. With that, she returned the cigarette and lighted her bag. I believe Yo-Yo has already briefed you on the situation here. Generally, we do not welcome men, but you're not quite a man yet, she said. Lin Ye was taken aback. Please don't misunderstand. What I mean is that you are still a boy at heart. Your gaze is pure, unlike those outside who only know how to flatter and seek fleeting encounters with women, Hu Dai explained with a smile. This is both your advantage and your disadvantage. To work here, you must learn how to make people happy, especially women. When they are pleased, they will spend here. You understand my point, right? Running a business means I have to make a profit. If you cannot help me earn, no matter how much I like you, I cannot keep you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye nodded. I understand your point. Although I'm not very skilled at pleasing women, I believe my magic can. Oh, so confident? Hu Dai responded softly. Indeed, I have great confidence in myself. Very well, then showcase your talent. If all goes well, we can sign a contract. I'll pay you 1,000 yuan each time you come, and any tips from the guests will be yours. If your performance is exceptional, there will be bonuses. Hu Dai. Never shortchange talented individuals. By the way, do you need any magical props? Hu Dai inquired, appraising Lin Ye from head to toe. No, I have everything I need with me, Lin Ye said, rising to walk towards the small stage in the center of the dance floor. Since the establishment had not yet officially opened, the center of the stage was shrouded in darkness. As Lin Ye stepped onto the stage, Hu Dai immediately called out to the nearby bunny girl, Yo-Yo, go turn on the lights for him. Just as Yo-Yo was about to flick the switch, Lin Ye's voice unexpectedly emerged from the darkness. No need. Before Yo-Yo and Hu Dai could react, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the center of the stage. At the outset, it was no larger than a firefly, but it swiftly grew to the size of an egg. Soon after, they witnessed a scene that left them utterly astounded. The egg-sized orb of light suddenly ascended gracefully, resembling a diminutive sun, soaring higher and expanding in size. In a matter of moments, it had swollen to the dimensions of a basketball. This basketball-sized luminescence hovered serenely above the small stage, emanating a soft white glow. Beneath this radiant source stood Lin Ye, his posture impeccably straight, one hand poised before him and the other resting behind his back, slightly bowing towards Hu Dai, a faint smile illuminating his youthful visage. The performance was about to commence. One mustn't blink. Now, allow me to introduce my magical assistant, Black Cat Blake. No sooner had the words left his lips than a clear, melodious meow echoed through the tranquil bar. Upon hearing this, Hu Dai's eyes widened in astonishment. In the next instant, a pair of ethereal green eyes gradually materialized behind Lin Ye. Following this, an elegant black cat emerged from behind him. Once the cat stepped forward, Lin Ye gently crouched down, silently issuing a command in his mind. Blake, transform into a hat. As soon as the command was uttered, with a resounding poof, Blake morphed from a black cat into a sleek black top hat. This remarkable feat elicited gasps of amazement from Hu Dai and Yo-Yo. Lin Ye, with utmost elegance, placed the black hat atop his head. This singular act was already sufficient to astonish both Hu Dai and Yo-Yo. Yet at that moment, Lin Ye produced a puppet from his waist. Next, I shall introduce my other magical assistant, Crow Brian. As he spoke, he brought his hands together and blew gently. The next moment, the sound of a crow's caw reverberated within the bar. A sleek, ebony crow emerged from Lin Ye's hands, his other magical companion, Brian. At this juncture, Brian had not yet assumed his full form, but was masquerading as an ordinary crow. Nevertheless, Lin Ye's ability to conjure a crow with his bare hands was nothing short of extraordinary. Goodness, how did he manage that? Is that truly a crow? Exclaimed the bunny girl Yo-Yo, covering her mouth in sheer astonishment. I thought he was merely an amateur magician, but he rivals professional magicians. Boss, where did Tang Tang find such a talent? You must sign him. I have a premonition that if he performs at our bar, it will surely be a sensation. Upon hearing this, Hu Dai shot her a disdainful glance. I have eyes, I can see. Yo-Yo chuckled awkwardly. At this moment, Lin Ye also issued a mental command to Blake. Transform into a wand. No sooner had he spoken than Blake transformed with a resounding poof into a wand. The staff, approximately 1 meter in length, was entirely painted in black, crowned by a raven perched at its apex, its eyes adorned with 2 exquisite rubies. The overall appearance was profoundly enigmatic. With the addition of a black top hat atop his head and the raven staff in hand, Lin Ye, who initially resembled an inexperienced university student, suddenly exuded the aura of a seasoned magician. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His gaze swept to the side, fixating on a bottle of liquor and a glass upon the bar. In the next moment, he deftly conjured the mage hand, simultaneously retrieving both the bottle and the glass. As the mage hand was ethereal and intangible, to Hu Dai and Yo-Yo, it appeared as if the objects levitated out of thin air. Once the bottle and glass floated before Lin Ye, the bottle tilted gently, pouring the liquid with precision into the glass. When the glass was nearly full, the bottle righted itself once more. Lin Ye casually grasped the glass, hovering in front of him, and approached Hu Dai. Upon reaching her, he extended the glass forward. Looking at the glass filled to the brim with liquid, Hu Dai was initially taken aback, but soon smiled, preparing to down the drink. However, as she grasped the glass, an unexpected realization struck her. The weight fell off. Glancing down, she was astonished to discover that the once full glass had mysteriously emptied, leaving it completely devoid of any liquid. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice echoed again, reminding her that consuming alcohol immediately after waking was not beneficial to one's health, suggesting it might be best to forego the drink. Chapter 14. The Astonished Butterfly, shopping for clothes in the blink of an eye. The once brimming wine glass transformed into an empty vessel, all within the span of mere seconds. Hu Dai, holding the vacant glass, found herself momentarily entranced, only regaining her composure when she heard Lin Ye's voice resonating in front of her. Gazing upon Lin Ye's beaming face and then casting a glance at her own empty glass, Hu Dai suddenly smiled, the arc of her lips revealing a delicate dimple that, paired with her exquisite visage, could captivate any man. In the next moment, she set her empty glass on a nearby table and gracefully rose, extending her fair right hand toward Lin Ye. Congratulations! You have been accepted as the resident magician at the Black Rose Bar. In addition to what I've just mentioned, I will grant you an extra 5,000 yuan, which I will transfer to you shortly. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye initially felt a surge of joy, followed by a curious inquiry as he clasped Hu Dai's outstretched hand. Why the extra 5,000? Of course, it is to help you purchase some attire to enhance your appearance. You cannot possibly work at the Black Rose Bar dressed as you are now. After speaking, Hu Dai withdrew her hand and patted Lin Ye on the shoulder. You possess a commendable physique and appearance. With a little grooming, you will undoubtedly be striking, attracting countless admirers. However, noticing his demeanor, she remarked, "It seems you may not be adept at selecting outfits. No worries, there are still several hours until the bar officially opens. I shall personally accompany you to choose a couple of ensembles at the nearby mall, as you will be representing the Black Rose Bar. What do you say?" Upon hearing Hu Dai's proposition, Lin Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment. Is that really appropriate? I don't want to take up your time. It's no trouble at all. I find myself with ample free time. It's settled then. Wait for me a moment while I change into another outfit and apply some light makeup. With that, Hu Dai turned and walked toward the back of the bar. Once she departed, the bunny girl, Yo-Yo, immediately approached Lin Ye, nearly pressing against him. Hey there. How did you perform that magic? How did you make that glass of wine vanish? And how did the glass float? What about the cat and the crow? Where did they go? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she unleashed a torrent of questions. In response to her inquiries, Lin Ye adopted a mysterious tone. That is a magician's secret, and it cannot be disclosed lightly. If outsiders were to learn of it, the magic would lose its allure. A hint of disappointment crossed Yo-Yo's face upon hearing his words. Well, that's fair enough. After all, you will be performing here daily, so I can enjoy your magic every day. All right, please wait here for the boss. I must attend to some matters. With that, Yo-Yo skipped away, leaving Lin Ye to idly sit on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. After waiting for approximately 20 minutes, Hu Dai emerged from the back of the bar. She had changed into a casual outfit, a black blazer paired with a pearl-collared white shirt. Her chestnut waves were elegantly styled up, and her long skirt had been replaced with tailored trousers. She had transformed from a nightlife siren into a formidable career woman. Let's go, she said, handing her handbag to Lin Ye, who could only smile wryly as he took it. His salary had yet to arrive, and he was already working for someone else. He quickened his pace to catch up with Hu Dai, and the two exited the bar, one after the other. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a luxurious shopping mall adjacent to the bar street. As somewhat of modest means, Lin Ye typically shopped at flea markets or online sales, making this upscale mall an unfamiliar territory for him. In contrast, Hu Dai moved through the space with the ease of returning home. She first stopped at a bubble tea shop and bought a cup for both herself and Lin Ye, then proceeded to a bakery to purchase 2 small cakes. Lin Ye, unfortunately, did not get to taste the cakes, as she devoured them both with delight. After finishing the last bite, Hu Dai wiped her mouth and exclaimed, "Today, I finally indulged in the 2 flavors I've been craving. I usually feel too shy to buy 2 when I come alone." She then turned her gaze toward Lin Ye's bubble tea. "Are you going to drink that? If not, I'll take it." Before Lin Ye could respond, she swiftly snatched the cup from him and took a few sips. "This flavor is quite delightful. Normally, I wouldn't dare to indulge in bubble tea while working out, but today I shall treat myself." Seeing this, Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle. "You must have come primarily for the bubble tea and cake. Helping me shop for clothes was merely an afterthought." "Hi, you caught me. But buying clothes is also quite important. Come on, I'll take you to get some." With that, Hu Dai stood up, her bubble tea in hand, and without hesitation, headed toward a high-end clothing store nearby. Lin Ye had no choice but to follow suit. A few minutes later, they entered the upscale clothing store. The sales staff seemed to recognize Hu Dai, greeting her with enthusiasm. "Welcome, Miss Hu. We have just received a new collection of clothing and bags. Would you like to take a look?" Hu Dai shook her head. "No, this time I'm not shopping for myself. I'm here to buy for my younger brother." She glanced back at Lin Ye. "It's him. He has just arrived in Chang'e for school. Please help him select a couple of nice outfits. Actually, I think I'll handle it myself. I don't trust your taste, she added, turning to the sales staff. Where's your men's section? This way, Miss Hu. The sales associate promptly led them through the store. Hu Dai waved Lin Ye over, signaling him to follow. Soon, the female sales associate guided them to the men's department of the store. As Lin Ye pondered over his choices, Hu Dai had already pointed to a nearby garment, exclaiming, this one, and this one, please bring them to him for a fitting. And do fetch this one over here, as well as these two for my dear brother. After a flurry of gestures, Hu Dai swiftly coordinated 2 outfits for Lin Ye. Apart from the undergarments, all other components were replicated in pairs. Before long, Lin Ye emerged from the fitting room clad in the first ensemble. The moment he stepped out, Hu Dai nodded approvingly. Truly, these are garments I have personally selected. In this attire, you instantly transform into a dashing gentleman. Hearing her praise, Lin Ye approached the mirror to inspect his appearance. He noticed himself adorned in a black, slightly structured blazer, complemented by a light gray shirt. His lower half was clad in deep gray, slightly flared suit trousers, and on his feet, a pair of derby shoes. Standing at 185 meters and weighing 150 gene, his appealing visage firmly established him as a refined business elite. Let's try the next outfit, he declared. Very well. After admiring his new attire, Lin Ye retreated once more into the fitting room. Upon his second emergence, he donned an additional ensemble, a light gray, vertically striped casual suit jacket, layered over a white Cuban-collared shirt, the neckline slightly open, revealing his elongated neck. Adorned with a slender metallic necklace, his lower half featured deep blue, straight-cut ankle-length trousers, and he completed the look with deep brown Chelsea boots. The overall effect was no less impressive than the first, exuding professionalism without sacrificing youthful vibrancy. This outfit is splendid as well. You could wear it while performing magic on stage. Then it shall be these 2 sets. Lin Ye affirmed with a satisfied nod as Hu Dai took out her phone to proceed to the checkout. However, at that moment, a rather sardonic voice interjected from nearby. Oh, look who it is, Manager Hu. What is this? Have you developed a taste for younger men? ISNT, he's still a university student? How could you possibly stoop so low? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Ye, who had been admiring his reflection, turned to the side. In a single glance, he spotted a middle-aged, somewhat greasy man, arm in arm with a flamboyantly dressed woman, standing not far away in the women's clothing section. Chapter 15. Do not forget. I am a magician within the confines of the clothing store, as the voice of the middle-aged, greasy man echoed. Butterfly instinctively furrowed her brow while preparing to make her payment. However, her expression soon relaxed, and she resumed scanning her payment. Once the transaction was completed, she approached Lin Ye. I have procured the garments. Let us depart, she declared. Lin Ye nodded in agreement. I shall go change back into my previous attire. There is no need for that. Simply discard your old clothes and don this new ensemble, she advised. Very well, he acquiesced after a moment's hesitation. The entirety of his previous attire, produced by a budget brand, paled in comparison to the cost of his current socks, rendering the change unnecessary. However, just as Butterfly prepared to lead him away, the greasy man, accompanied by his female companion, obstructed their exit. Ms. Hu, we are business partners after all. It is rather impolite not to greet me upon seeing me. He continued, and this companion of yours, could he be the young toy you have recently taken under your wing? I suppose it is only natural for a woman, especially one in her 30s like yourself, to seek the company of a man, though this young fellow seems a tad inexperienced. The greasy man's remarks became increasingly inappropriate, inciting a deeper fury within Butterfly. In an instant, she fixed him with a fierce glare. Mr. Li, I implore you to speak with respect. Your words are akin to those of a fool. Do you wish for me to expose your sordid affairs? If not, I suggest you remove yourself from my presence. Her retort shattered the greasy man's composure. Butterfly, do not test me. Last time, I let your insolence slide, but your persistent interference with my affairs will not go unpunished. One day, when I have you firmly in my grasp, you shall understand my true capabilities. No sooner had he uttered these words than Butterfly ruthlessly stepped on his foot with the heel of her high-heeled shoe, causing him to yelp in agony. In his pain-fueled rage, he raised his hand, intending to strike her across the face. Yet before his hand could descend, a firm grip seized his wrist, none other than Lin Ye's. "Release me, you pretty boy, or I shall strike you as well," the greasy man spat in anger. He attempted to wrench his right hand free, only to discover that no matter how he strained, he could not escape Lin Ye's grasp. Lin Ye's hand clamped down upon him with the unyielding strength of a hydraulic vise. As moments passed, the pressure intensified, and a grimace of pain began to etch itself across the greasy man's features, as though his wrist were bearing an unbearable weight. In truth, it was not merely Lin Ye's hand that ensnared him. There were also two invisible hands of Sorcerer at work. The two magical hands could exert a force of approximately 100 pounds each, combining to yield a total of 200 pounds. Coupled with Lin Ye's inherent grip strength, even an average strongman would find it challenging to match. "Let go. Quickly let go. My hand is about to break." In an instant, beads of cold sweat began to form on the greasy man's forehead. Beside him, Hu Dai observed his distress with astonishment. It was evident that he was bearing an immense force. At that moment, Lin Ye coldly commanded, "Apologize." Upon hearing his words, the already suffering greasy man immediately responded, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I spoke utter nonsense. I am a scoundrel." As soon as he uttered this, Lin Ye gradually released his grip on the man's right wrist, simultaneously dissipating the magical hands. At that moment, 5 deep imprints appeared on the greasy man's wrist. Terrified by Lin Ye, he gasped and hurriedly made way for Hu Dai and her companion. "Let us depart." Lin Ye softly spoke to Hu Dai, who seemed to awaken from a dream, nodding before preparing to exit the establishment. However, just as they were about to leave, the greasy man abruptly spoke again. "Hu Dai, do not get too complacent. As long as this is in my possession, you will eventually have to heed my words. You wouldn't want those videos of your sisters to circulate, would you?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Hu Dai's face. In the next moment, she glared fiercely at the greasy man. "Li Haichao, you scoundrel, are you not afraid of facing legal consequences?" "Legal consequences? I have committed no crime. They willingly came with me, and the videos were recorded with their consent. How am I in violation of the law?" The greasy man replied with a lewd grin, revealing a hard drive in his left hand that had appeared from nowhere. Observing this scene, Lin Ye, both curious and concerned, quietly asked Hu Dai what was contained within that. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hu Dai responded, it contained some intimate videos of girls. He deceived a group of young women under the pretense of recruiting models, then coerced them into filming inappropriate photos and videos. He frequently uses these as leverage to intimidate those girls. I never imagined someone could be so shameless. Understanding dawned upon Lin Ye as he listened to Hu Dai's explanation, his gaze turning icy. It became clear that this man was not only foul-mouthed, but also a scoundrel. At that moment, having finished his boasting, the greasy man carelessly stuffed the hard drive into his pocket. "Hu Dai, I relish the look in your eyes, that combination of disdain and helplessness. We shall meet again." With that, he prepared to depart with his companion. However, Lin Ye suddenly stepped in front of him. The greasy man visibly faltered at the sight of Lin Ye before exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? This is a public place, a society governed by the rule of law, and assault is a criminal offense. Rest assured, I shall not strike you. I merely wish to discern your visage." Lin Ye remarked with a smile, "Very well, you have no further business here. You may leave." Having uttered these words, Lin Ye stepped aside amidst the greasy man's bewildered gaze. Observing Lin Ye's deliberate retreat, the greasy man swiftly departed the clothing store with his female companion. Once they had exited, Lin Ye approached the puzzled Hu Dai. Before she could speak, he initiated the conversation. "Extend your hand. I shall perform a magic trick for you." "Huh? A magic trick at this moment? What kind of trick?" "Hu Dai's confusion deepened. You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply extend your hand." Though still unclear about Lin Ye's intentions, Hu Dai extended her right hand. In the next moment, to her astonishment, Lin Ye produced a hard drive from his pocket and placed it in her palm. "How about that? Quite a surprising trick, wouldn't you say?" Upon recognizing the familiar hard drive in her hand, Hu Dai was momentarily stunned before her face lit up with joy. It was needless to say that this was the very hard drive the greasy man had just displayed. "When did you acquire this from him?" "Do not forget, I am a magician. There is nothing in this world beyond my reach. Lin Ye spoke with unwavering confidence. By the way, wait here for me. I need to visit the restroom. At these words, Hu Dai, beaming with joy, nodded repeatedly. Very well, go ahead. In the next moment, Lin Ye made his way toward the restroom nearby. Upon entering the men's restroom, he casually selected an unoccupied stall and, ensuring no one was nearby, retrieved a crow doll from his pocket. Brian, transform into that rotund man we just encountered. No sooner had he spoken than the crow doll morphed into Brian's likeness, who then underwent a transformation into the exact appearance of the greasy man. Satisfied with the resemblance, Lin Ye nodded. Brian, assume his unclothed form and run around the mall 10 times, then meander through those shops. Afterward, return to me, but be cautious not to be discovered. Understood, master. As soon as Brian responded, his clothing vanished without a trace. He then strutted about the mall, now resembling the aforementioned greasy man, completely nude. Screams erupted wherever he roamed, accompanied by the incessant clicking of phones capturing the spectacle. It would not be long before these images and videos flooded the internet. The man surnamed Li would soon become a nationwide internet sensation, and his friends, family, and colleagues would all become aware of his newfound notoriety. Of paramount importance is the fact that his public indecency in a shopping mall would not only breach the laws governing public order in the Dragon Kingdom, but would also result in detention, potentially accompanied by administrative penalties, with at least a 15-day confinement being inevitable. This would serve as Lin Ye's retribution against the scoundrel. After swiftly administering this punishment, Lin Ye returned to the Black Rose Bar with Hu Dai. Having signed the contract and discussed the performance schedule, he prepared to depart the establishment. As per their agreement, he was set to unveil his personal magic debut at the Black Rose Bar at 11:30 that evening, necessitating his return for thorough preparation. Just before leaving, a thought suddenly struck him. President Hu. Before he could finish, Hu Dai interrupted him. Please don't call me President Hu anymore. Just refer to me as Sister. She replied gently. Sister, could you possibly advance me 20,000 yuan? You can deduct it from my salary, Lin Ye hesitantly proposed. To his surprise, as soon as he uttered those words, Hu Dai promptly produced her phone and displayed her payment code. Huh? Lin Ye did not anticipate her swift compliance. Observing his astonishment. Hudi Laukit, what is the matter? Don't you want the money? In the future, if you find yourself in need, just tell me directly. No need for hesitation. Consider me your own sister. As she spoke, she affectionately patted his shoulder. You've been a tremendous help to me. Don't mention just 20,000. If you need 200,000, I would gladly provide it. Hearing her words, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. A minute later, his phone indicated an additional 20,000 yuan had been deposited. After bidding farewell to Hu Dai, he turned to leave the Black Rose Bar. With the 20,000 yuan alongside his 100 gold coins, he had more than enough to purchase the day's special items from the mysterious shop. Chapter 16. The enigmatic fate card, uncertain whether the system could only exchange for cash. Lin Ye made a special trip to the bank after leaving the Black Rose Bar to withdraw the 20,000 yuan given to him by Butterfly. Upon obtaining the money, he did not immediately return to the dormitory. Instead, he sought a nearby chain hotel and rented a room by the hour. The first action upon entering the room was to lock the door securely. No sooner had he turned the lock than two figures leaped from his body, Black Cat Blake and Crow Brian. When others were present, the two little creatures could only disguise themselves as toys. Now, with no one around, they swiftly reverted to their true forms. Stay calm, you two. Don't run about or make noise. Here, take this to eat, Lin Ye said, producing the cat food and freeze-dried treats he had just purchased from a roadside shop. Upon seeing the food, the two little ones wasted no time and began to devour it eagerly. Seizing the opportunity while they feasted, Lin Ye opened the system interface and navigated to the section for magic coins. Without hesitation, he opted to exchange the 20,000 yuan in cash for 200 magic coins. While 20,000 yuan was indeed a substantial sum for him at present, he was confident that, given his current abilities, earning that amount or even more would pose no challenge. Money could be earned again, but the special magical items in the shop would refresh at midnight. As soon as he confirmed the exchange, the cash vanished from his hands, replaced by a surge of magic coins that leapt from 100 to 300. A faint smile crept upon Lin Ye's lips at this sight. Let me see what marvels this time's magical items possess. With anticipation, he eagerly opened the mysterious shop and focused on an item named the Fate Card of Master Trist. Clicking to purchase, the item transformed into a beam of white light, emerging from a screen to rest in his hand. As the light dissipated, he discovered a set of ancient-looking cards in his once-empty palm. To be precise, it was not an entire deck, but rather half a deck, totaling 27 cards. Each card was approximately the size of a palm, made of sturdy material, and subtly glimmered with a metallic sheen. The backs displayed various celestial patterns, while the front illustrated an array of figures, knights, sorceresses, monsters, and demons, all imbued with an eerie and mysterious allure. However, the magical aura emanating from them was not particularly strong, perhaps due to their incomplete nature. This very aspect had relegated them to the status of a discounted item. As Lin Ye gazed at the ancient cards radiating an enigmatic aura, a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes. What purpose do these serve? He mused, noticing the absence of any description. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a system prompt resonated. Would you like to activate the pictorial function? In this function, the host can view the attributes and descriptions of various items, spells, and pets acquired. Upon hearing the prompt sound, Lin Ye's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Why didn't you mention such a marvelous item sooner? Activate it at once. Certainly, esteemed host, the system replied. As the words fell, a new option materialized in the system's backpack interface, aptly named Pokédex. This Pokédex was further categorized into various modules, including magical items, magical pets, spells, and potions. Upon accessing the magical items interface, two glowing magical artifacts appeared before Lin Ye: Roger's golden watch and the fateful card of Trist, which he currently held in his hand. Gently tapping the card of Trist, relevant information unfolded before him. Cardmaster Trist's Fate Card. Item level: intermediate magical item, incomplete. Information: a renowned magical artifact belonging to the famous sorcerer Trist, originally possessing 54 cards, half of which were lost during battle, resulting in its diminished level. Effect 1. Card Control. As the master of the cards, you can effortlessly command them to become your most loyal servants. Effect 2. Flying cards. When necessary, these cards can serve as your weapons, inflicting ranged damage upon enemies. Effect 3. Betting. Should you propose a wager to another party and they acquiesce, your stated outcome possesses a certain probability of manifesting. The first wager of each day guarantees a 100 victory. This effect has limitations. Unrealistic proposals cannot be fulfilled. Effect 4. Enchantment. You may seal any spell within a card, which will temporarily possess the magical effect of that spell. If you cannot lose, it is not a gamble. Card Master Trist. Gazing at the description of the Fate card, a profound astonishment washed over Lin Ye's face. The expenditure of 300 magical coins had proven exceedingly worthwhile, as it boasted 4 effects, far superior to Roger's golden watch. Particularly captivating was the third effect. Could it truly be classified as a conceptual ability? His mind raced as he recalled a certain individual named Chang'e. Does this mean that if someone were to point a gun at me, I simply need to declare my bet that there are no bullets in their gun, and it shall indeed be true? If so, this ability is nothing short of monstrous. Furthermore, could I wager on the Dragon Kingdom's national football team to triumph against other nations, utilizing my once daily guaranteed win to become the king of gamblers, or rather, the god of gambling? In a moment of exhilaration, Lin Ye felt a surge of enthusiasm. He immediately delved into a serious study of the card's functions. After some experimentation, he swiftly mastered the first 2 applications of the card. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a card materialized in his hand. As he pulled his hands apart, the single card transformed into 27 cards, and upon bringing them together again, they reverted to 1. With a delicate flick, the solitary card vanished from sight. With a mere touch upon Blake, he produced a square card, a 3, and upon another gentle caress, he unveiled a heart 3. The 2 cards, when pressed together, instantaneously transformed into a club 6. As long as he desired, he could summon any card from any corner, any place, exercising complete control over both suit and rank. Even if these cards were cast hundreds of meters away, a single thought could effortlessly summon them back to his hand. Furthermore, he possessed the remarkable ability to make these cards levitate and soar, akin to a cultivator wielding a sword. In his hands, these cards seemed to possess a life of their own. This was the art of card manipulation. After experiencing the art of manipulation, he proceeded to experiment with the technique of flying cards. This particular skill appeared relatively simpler. He casually selected a card and flicked it gently. It shot forth like a flying dagger, its speed so swift that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it. Whoosh! The card, sharp as a blade, cleanly sliced a bottle of cola, placed before the television cabinet in two, before returning unscathed to Lin Ye's hand. Gazing at the severed bottle and then at the card he held, Lin Ye couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. If aimed at a person, it could surely sever their head, truly terrifying indeed. As he pondered, he gathered all the cards back, even without mentioning the extraordinary capabilities of the cards. The effects he had just demonstrated were sufficient to establish him as a top-tier card magician. After tidying up the spilled cola on the table, he patted the playful Blake and Brian who were frolicking on the bed. It's time to go. Later tonight, I shall treat you to some delectable food, and we shall feast on fresh beef. With that, Lin Ye tucked the severed cola bottle into his pocket and led the now plush versions of Blake and Brian out of the room. Chapter 17. The Marvelous Uses of the Mage's Hand. Flight. After departing from the hotel, Lin Ye made his way directly back to school. As he walked along the path, he suddenly noticed a number of people watching him, particularly several young ladies. He could faintly hear whispers of admiration, such as "so handsome." During this time, a few bolder girls approached him to request his contact information. In response to this unexpected attention, Lin Ye glanced at his attire and couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, one's appearance is greatly influenced by their clothing. Once I earn a substantial fortune, I shall discard all my old garments." Even a man must take care to present himself well. Only by enhancing one's appearance can one foster greater confidence. With that, he made his way back to the dormitory. As soon as he pushed open the door, his three roommates, who were engrossed in a video game, turned their gazes towards him. Upon noticing the transformation in Lin Ye's appearance, they immediately surrounded him. "Who is this? Where did this handsome fellow come from?" One exclaimed. "Indeed. Who are you, handsome?" Another chimed in. "Wow, you're so striking." A third remarked, "Lin Ye, have you struck it rich? Or perhaps you've caught the attention of a wealthy lady. That outfit must have cost a pretty penny. The ensemble is quite stylish, far beyond what you could have put together yourself. Surely someone else helped you style it. Likely a woman," Li Chaoyang speculated, scrutinizing Lin Ye's attire with a knowing expression. "Absolutely, I recognize that brand. While not the pinnacle of luxury, it certainly qualifies as high-end. This entire outfit must be worth nearly 10,000, remarked Ma Dongxi, astonished as he examined the collar of Lin Ye's shirt. "Where did you acquire such funds? You haven't resorted to selling your body, have you? Beware of the predatory wealthy women. I've heard they can be quite depraved. It's said that they cater not only to female clients, but also to male ones." In the face of his roommate's jests, Lin Ye chuckled and retorted, "What are you all thinking? Do you take me for that kind of person? This outfit was gifted to me by an older sister." "Sister? What sister?" The mere mention ignited their curiosity, and their eyes widened in intrigue. Seeing their reaction, Lin Ye proceeded to recount his interview at the Black Rose Bar, omitting certain details. When they learned that he was to perform magic at the all-female bar, their expressions brimmed with envy. "Look at you, getting to perform at an all-girls bar, and being noticed by a wealthy lady? I'm envious. I know that bar. Many affluent women and beautiful professionals frequent it." Lin Ye seized this opportunity. If a wealthy lady takes a liking to you, you could save decades of hard work. Just don't forget your brothers when you make it big. However, as a young man, be sure to protect yourself out there. Don't let those women take advantage of you or be deceived by their sweet words. All right. I'm merely going to perform magic, not to entertain." "You all are quite something," Lin Ye remarked with a wry smile. "Haha, just kidding. By the way, if you happen to meet any wealthy ladies, do inquire if they have a penchant for the less attractive." After a round of light-hearted banter among the four roommates, they each commenced their individual pursuits. Lin Ye began to strategize the magic tricks he would unveil during his debut at the bar that evening. With access to a system space and the Mage's Hand, he found that the vast majority of tricks available on the market posed no challenge to him. However, since this was his inaugural performance, He aimed to showcase his unique skills and captivate the audience of women at the Black Rose Bar. Only then could he establish his presence there. With this thought in mind, he casually retrieved a notebook and a pen from nearby. Upon opening a blank page, he fell into deep contemplation. To capture the audience's attention swiftly, a striking entrance was undoubtedly essential. At that moment, Lin Ye had already conceived the manner in which he would make his entrance. He swiftly inscribed a single word on the empty page, fly. What could be more astonishing than making an entrance while flying? Though he lacked the ability to soar through the air, his mage's hand could easily lift him, as it could bear a weight of up to 100 Jin with just one hand. 2 hands would suffice to elevate him entirely. However, given the limited space within the bar, he needed to design the flight carefully. Having devised his entrance, he began to outline the subsequent performance segments, writing thousands of words in the process. He even took a moment to enjoy dinner. After finishing his meal, he made a special trip to the commercial street beside the school to procure various items that might be necessary for his magic performance. As the evening approached, the clock struck past 7, and darkness enveloped the sky. With over 3 hours remaining until the Black Rose Bar opened, Lin Ye had no intention of wasting this time. He resolved to practice how to utilize the mage's hand for short-distance flight. Finding a secluded spot in the school's small woods, he released the mage's hand beneath his feet. In an instant, a pair of invisible hands materialized beneath him, and he began to rise slowly. Soon, his feet detached from the ground. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters, until he hovered approximately half a meter above the earth. To an outsider, Lin Ye appeared to be floating in mid-air. Anyone inadvertently wandering into this secluded grove might mistake him for a ghost. After savoring the sensation, he suddenly felt that this method was rather flawed. His feet needed to remain firmly planted on the mage's hand, rendering his posture rigid. A change was in order. With a mere thought, the mage's hand withdrew from beneath him, grasping his shoulders instead and lifting him like a harness. This newfound position liberated his feet, allowing him to even perform steps in midair. This was far more satisfactory. I recall that the ceiling of the Black Rose Bar was quite lofty, allowing for a gradual descent from above. However, it is imperative to confer with them in advance, so they can manipulate the lighting to create a certain ambience. Having spoken, he resumed his practice of the levitation technique with the mage hand spell. Before long, he became adept at executing low-altitude flights with the mage hand. With his current reserves of mental and magical energy, he could sustain flight for approximately 20 minutes, maintaining an altitude of around 10 meters. The higher he ascended, the shorter the duration he could remain airborne. If he merely elevated his toes slightly, the time could be extended. Draping a long robe over his feet could indeed allow him to masquerade as a spirit. Once he felt he had fully mastered the requisite skills, he glanced at his phone to check the time. Was it already 9 o'clock? With 2 hours remaining, it was time to set out. Just as he prepared to depart, a firefly suddenly emerged from the nearby underbrush. The moment he beheld this firefly, a new spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Chapter 18. A stunning entrance. 2 hours slipped away in the blink of an eye, and soon it was 11 o'clock at night. The night had deepened. Some had already succumbed to slumber, while others were just beginning to indulge in the nocturnal revelries. It was akin to the white-collar workers concluding their daily toil and those seeking to unwind completely. The bar serves as a sanctuary for liberation and stress relief. At this hour, the illustrious Black Rose Bar, the most renowned LES establishment in all of Chang'e City, unfurled its open sign. A multitude of fashionably attired women, adorned in stylish outfits, flowed into the venue. Among them were office workers, university students, civil servants, and even some corporate executives and freelancers. As the bar door swung open, an exhilarating wave of music surged forth, enveloping the atmosphere. The pulsating lights immediately ignited the patrons' excitement. Occasionally, alluring bunny girls glided through the bar, while at the center stage, a female DJ with braided hair deftly manipulated the turntables, accompanied by a leather-clad MC with piercings, who animatedly engaged the crowd with her microphone. A few newly arrived guests eagerly joined the dance floor, surrendering themselves to the rhythm. Nearby, patrons in the booths had already commenced their revelry. Within mere minutes of opening, The ambience had transformed into a lively celebration. Meanwhile, Hudai, the bar's proprietress, languidly reclined beside the bar, draped in a resplendent crimson silk gown, elegantly swirling a glass of red wine. At that moment, a group of fashionably dressed girls approached Hudai, their glasses in hand. Zista di, what entertainment do we have tonight? I hope it's not another mediocre singer from outside, one remarked. Indeed, the one from last night was less than impressive, singing as if she were owed money, another chimed in. To be fair, Wally Shue may be a fraud. Her singing is genuinely delightful, and she knows how to entice. It's a pity she s off having a child, claiming to despise men, only to turn around and have one child. Such is a betrayal of our sisterhood. Upon hearing their queries, Hudai smiled faintly, raising her glass to clink with theirs. Fear not. Tonight's performance will be nothing short of spectacular, exceeding all previous shows. As these words left her lips, the girls' faces lit up with curiosity. Sister Dai, can you give us a hint about tonight's program? Just how spectacular is it? Could it possibly be something risky? That wouldn't be wise. We wouldn't want this place to be shut down. If that happens, where would we go? Have you secured a renowned singer as a resident? Is it someone of great caliber? In response to their eager inquiries, Hudai merely took a delicate sip of her wine, and after finishing, she winked playfully at the group. A secret, soon to be revealed. Her words only heightened the curiosity of the young women present. At that moment, the pulsating music in the bar came to an abrupt halt, capturing the attention of every patron. Before anyone could grasp the reason behind the sudden silence, the MC, holding a microphone on stage, spoke up. Dear patrons, beautiful ladies, welcome to the Black Rose Bar. I'm your MC, Lele. In this long night, amidst lonely souls, our establishment offers not only exquisite drinks but also splendid performances. Tonight, we are honored to present a mysterious guest, a powerful sorcerer from another realm, who will enchant us with a magical feast. Now, let us welcome the master of night magic, Yellen. As the MC fervently announced this, the audience of women became instantly intrigued. However, as their eyes searched the surroundings, the lights in the bar suddenly went out, plunging the vast space into darkness. This unexpected change left many feeling bewildered. In the next moment, an eerie chant echoed, and a dim light gradually illuminated the once dark stage. Initially, the light flickered like a firefly, but soon it began to expand, shifting from white to a deep azure hue. Under the gaze of all present, this azure glow slowly transformed into a luminescent butterfly. This butterfly, the size of a kite, hovered above the stage, gently flapping its wings. With each beat, drops of blue light fell, ultimately morphing into countless tiny azure butterflies. Before long, the air above the stage and surrounding area was filled with these fluttering blue creatures, casting a radiant glow throughout the once dark bar, creating an utterly enchanting scene. The patrons, witnessing this spectacle, found themselves captivated by the breathtaking display. When they instinctively reached out to touch the delicate blue butterflies, they vanished into thin air like bubbles. Soon, only the giant blue luminescent butterfly remained above the stage. However, as the audience turned their gaze towards it, they were astonished to see, seemingly out of nowhere, a figure floating in midair beside the butterfly, cloaked in a dark robe. As the crowd noticed this strange being, the blue luminescent butterfly began to dissipate, coalescing behind the figure into a pair of glowing wings. With each flap of these wings, the figure descended gracefully towards the center of the stage. As his feet touched the ground, the butterfly wings vanished without a trace, and once again, the bar was enveloped in darkness. This darkness lasted but a brief moment. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant light materialized in the center of the stage. The brilliance intensified, growing ever more radiant. When the light became sufficient to illuminate the entire stage, the guests present were astonished to discover that this illumination emanated from a pair of hands. In that moment, the expressions of all present were filled with sheer astonishment. Just then, those hands suddenly hurled the light high into the air. With a whoosh, the lights of the bar flickered back to life. As the illumination surged forth, everyone once again turned their gaze to the stage. There in the center of the stage stood the enigmatic figure in black, bowing his head. His voluminous cloak concealed his face, igniting curiosity about the visage hidden beneath. At that precise moment, a voice imbued with magnetism resonated from beneath the cloak. "Ladies and gentlemen, the magician Nightfall greets you. Are you ready to witness my magical performance? It's showtime." With the final syllable uttered, he dramatically cast aside his cloak, revealing his true form. He donned a sleek black suit, adorned with an enigmatic black cape, a black bow tie gracing his neck, and atop his head sat a gentlemanly round hat, as his gloved right hand slowly lifted the brim of his hat. His handsome face was unveiled, complemented by a monocle that glimmered softly over his right eye. Thus, the night magician Lin Ye made his grand entrance. Chapter 19. The Enchantress. Undoubtedly, the manner in which Lin Ye made his entrance was not only dazzling, but also profoundly captivating. From the initial display of glowing butterflies to his descent from the heavens, and culminating in the moment he unveiled himself by casting aside his cloak. Each element rendered the audience utterly awestruck. The venue fell into a hushed silence for a good 10 seconds. After this brief interlude, a tidal wave of exuberant applause erupted, accompanied by shouts and shrieks that mingled into a cacophony of excitement. Goodness, today's performance is a magic show. This magic is simply spectacular. Those butterflies were so dreamlike and ethereal. Oh no, I forgot to take pictures. Wow, is this person really a magician? Did he just seem to soar through the air? He is incredibly handsome, truly reminiscent of a wizard. So cool and charming. I suddenly find myself warming to the idea of men. He has such a youthful charm. What impressive entrance. He has truly dazzled me. I hadn't anticipated such a delightful surprise today. Magic seems more interesting than singing. I suddenly feel a sense of anticipation. Though he is a man, he does not seem so disagreeable. In that moment, the female patrons were awash with admiration and expectation. Among them, the bar owner, who leaning against the counter, was equally captivated. Although Lin Ye had shared some details about the performance with her beforehand, she had not anticipated that his mere entrance would be so explosive. The opening act featuring the glowing butterflies resonated deeply with her. Observing Lin Ye on stage, clad in a gentlemanly ensemble, exuding calm confidence and an air of mystery, a perfect smile graced her lips. It appears I have stumbled upon a treasure. This young man seems extraordinary. Yet, I wonder where he acquired this outfit. Why isn't he wearing the 2 pieces I bought for him? As the audience continued to marvel at Lin Ye's entrance, he commenced his stage debut. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, "I shall now present to you my first magic trick, entitled the Enchantress. Legend has it that every woman is a flower goddess descended from the heavens, and at the height of their allure, blossoms that reflect their personalities bloom upon them. However, these flowers are not visible to everyone. Only magicians like myself possess the ability to see them. If any of you wish to discover which flower goddess you embody, please raise your hand and come to the stage, and I shall pluck the flower that represents you from your essence." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, many female patrons eagerly raised their hands. He casually pointed to a striking young woman adorned with bold makeup. "This lady, please come to the stage." Upon being singled out, the young woman promptly approached his side. After surveying the enchanting young lady, Lin Ye nodded thoughtfully. "I have discovered the flower blossoming upon you. It resides atop your head. Shall I assist you in plucking it?" Upon hearing this, the young lady eagerly nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Lin Ye extended his right hand towards her crown. At that instant, all eyes in the room were fixated upon the girl's head. With a flourish, a vibrant red rose materialized in Lin Ye's previously empty hand. The appearance of the rose elicited a wave of astonishment from the audience below. "Wow, how did that rose come into being? Indeed, I did not even blink, and it just appeared so beautifully. His speed is astonishing. He must have pulled it from his sleeve." Amidst the murmurs of awe, Lin Ye presented the bouquet to the young lady. "Madam, it seems your character mirrors that of this rose, exquisite yet prickly." The young lady's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the rose he offered. "I believe you are correct. This encapsulates my essence, and I do adore roses. Thank you. Now, if you would kindly step down and rest, let us welcome the next lady to the stage." Once the young lady joyfully descended with the rose in hand, Lin Ye randomly selected another adorable girl, standing at a modest height of about 5 feet. Are you ready, miss? The petite girl nodded eagerly. Let me see what flower blooms upon you. Ah, I see it. It has taken root upon your back. As he spoke, Lin Ye circled around to her rear, and the attention of the audience followed suit. In the next moment, a delicate pink tulip appeared in Lin Ye's hand. Although they had witnessed magic once before, the crowd gasped anew as Lin Ye revealed the tulip from behind the girl. Dear lady, this flower, growing upon your back, is a tulip. It symbolizes eternal love and beauty, much like yourself. After delivering this compliment, Lin Ye placed the tulip into the girl's hands. Upon receiving the tulip and hearing his praise, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Thank you. I truly love tulips. You're most welcome. I wish you the encounter of your own eternal love. Now, let us invite the next lady to the stage. Thus, Lin Ye continued to invite over a dozen female patrons onto the stage, conjuring a variety of flowers from each of them. Lavender, lilies, lisianthus, daisies, hydrangeas, hyacinths. Each recipient of the flowers wore a beaming smile, and the audience was utterly captivated by his magic. When Lin Ye sent the 13th lady off the stage, he bowed deeply to the crowd. Thank you all for your cooperation. My first act of magic has come to an end, and my energy is nearly depleted. Ladies and gentlemen, may I take a brief respite from the stage? Please continue with your music and dance. Once I have sufficiently regained my magical energy, I shall return to enchant you with a second spell. Thank you all. As his words faded, the bar erupted into enthusiastic applause. Amidst the fervent clapping, Lin Ye gracefully descended from the stage and made his way to the adjacent resting area. No sooner had he seated himself than Butterfly approached with 2 glasses in hand, one for herself and the other presented before Lin Ye. Just as he was about to decline, Butterfly spoke first. This is not alcohol, it is juice. I am aware that you do not drink, so I specially prepared this for you. Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye hurriedly accepted the juice, expressing his gratitude. Butterfly then took a seat directly across from him. Your performance was truly remarkable, particularly your stage presence, which far exceeded my expectations. I had previously assumed you were a shy young man who would struggle to engage with girls, but it seems I underestimated you. Thank you for your kind words. I may not possess many other virtues, but I do pride myself on my adaptability, Lin Ye replied with a slight smile. Inwardly, he felt a twinge of confusion. Although he had never been socially anxious, he could never have imagined performing so confidently before such a large audience. Yet, since acquiring the system and becoming a magician, his self-assurance had grown exponentially. He attributed this transformation to a shift in mindset, perhaps in his subconscious. He had begun to perceive himself as a noble magician, elevated above the ordinary. By the way, while I was watching from below, I found myself wondering what flower I would resemble if one were to bloom for me. Could you perform the earlier magic on me? I am quite curious. Butterfly suddenly remarked. Taken aback momentarily, Lin Ye nodded in agreement. Of course, that is certainly no problem. Allow me to take a closer look. He then scrutinized Butterfly intently. Having consumed a bit of wine, she appeared even more stunning, and Lin Ye dared not gaze for too long before placing his hand gently atop her head. If I were to choose a flower to describe you, I believe it would be this one. With that, he plucked a dark red dahlia from above her head. Chapter 20. The disruptor arrives as Lin Ye plucked a blooming dahlia from atop Hu Dai's head. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. Is this a dahlia? Indeed, a dahlia, symbolic of prosperity, vibrant and audacious, brave and unyielding. No matter what blossoms it accompanies, it remains the most striking, with all others merely serving as its backdrop. The moment Lin Ye uttered these words, Hu Dai broke into a radiant smile. Are you praising the flower or me? Well, would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Lin Ye pondered for a moment before responding. Let us go with the fabrication, then. I'm praising you. All right, it seems I've misinterpreted your intentions, but I truly adore this flower. With that, Hu Dai tucked the dahlia into her hair, rising gracefully to depart with her drink in hand. Yet, after only a few steps, she suddenly turned back, feigning annoyance as she regarded Lin Ye. For the next performance, with the 2 outfits I gifted you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye nodded with a smile. Certainly, that's more like it. If you find yourself hungry later, there are staff meals available in the back. Feel free to help yourself. If they VE cool down, there's a microwave. And if you need a ride home and lack transport, just take a taxi. I'll reimburse you. Thank you, boss. Not long after, adorned with a flower, Hu Dai strode elegantly towards a booth on the other side, engaging enthusiastically with the guests inside, her laughter ringing through the air. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the bar had reached new heights following Lin Ye's earlier magic performance. Half an hour later, he ascended the small central stage once more. By now, most patrons were aware of his identity as a magician, though a few remained oblivious, such as a group of girls who had just entered through the bar's doors. Each girl was impeccably styled, adorned in trendy, hip-hop-inspired attire. The leader of the group, though charmingly cute, was decorated with an array of piercings on her lips, nose, eyelids, and even her cheeks. Her fiery red hair, wrapped in a patterned scarf, exuded vivacity. At that moment, as Lin Ye stepped onto the stage, all eyes in the bar converged upon him, capturing the attention of the previously subdued group of girls. What is going on? Why is it so quiet here today? One remarked. Yeah, could there be a fight? Another speculated. Surely not. Who would dare cause a ruckus here? What are they all looking at? Let us check it out. We'll find out soon enough. With that, the group of hip-hop girls squeezed into the center of the bar, and upon spotting Lin Ye on the small stage, one exclaimed, wow, hey, it's a guy. Don't call me hey. That title is so lowbrow. I've told you countless times. The girl with the lip piercing cast a fierce glare at the girl beside her. And you needn't tell me he's a man. Can't I discern that myself? She exclaimed, perplexed. What on earth is a man doing here? Based on my assessment, he must be performing magic. Another girl, adorned with an abundance of jewelry that could easily stock a dollar store, stroked her chin thoughtfully after glancing at him. What you say is merely redundant. If it isn't magic, could it be sorcery? Upon uttering this, the girl with the lip piercing clenched her small fist tightly. No, I absolutely refuse to allow a man to be here. When he performs his tricks, we must devise a way to expose him, to humiliate him, and then drive him away. Do you understand? Rest assured, boss. The Black Rose Bar is our stronghold, and we shall not permit any man to enter. We will find a way to sabotage his act. Indeed, let us expel him, but he is rather handsome. Do not be deceived by his looks. The more attractive a man, the more unfaithful he tends to be. A man is striking as he will treat you like a mere plaything. Precisely. With such good looks and a polished appearance, he surely harbors ill intentions. Speaking from experience, I advise you not to engage with handsome men, nor allow yourselves to be swayed by their endearing terms. His phone is merely a kindergarten filled with babies. And do not entertain relationships with unattractive men either. They not only deceive, but are also unsightly. The girl with the lip piercing spoke earnestly. Wow, your words are so profound, boss. You must have had countless boyfriends, remarked a slender girl, gazing at her with admiration. Upon hearing this, the corners of the lip-pierced girl's mouth curled into a smirk. Need I even say? I've had more boyfriends than you have encountered men. I've experienced every type, which is why I believe that sweet, soft girls are far superior. Chang'e, let the boss give you a kiss, she said, wrapping her arms around another girl and cupping her face, ready to plant a kiss. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice resonated once more from the stage. The next magic trick is rather unique. I require a beautiful lady to join me on stage as my assistant. To become my assistant, one must possess not only exquisite beauty, but also a pure heart. However, my magical abilities are limited, and I cannot discern among all the beautiful ladies present who possesses the purest heart. Therefore, I will call upon my animal companion and magical assistant, Blake, to assist in this determination. Please welcome Blake. As Lin Ye's words faded, a sudden meow echoed from the stage, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. They turned their gazes toward the stage, attempting to locate the source of the feline sound. Yet, despite their efforts, no trace could be found until someone exclaimed, "The cat is there, right above his head." Upon hearing the exclamation, all present instinctively directed their gaze towards Lin Ye's head. In the dim light of the bar, a sleek, ebony-hued feline, exuding an air of aristocracy and possessing striking beauty, perched gracefully atop Lin Ye. Its eyes glimmered with an emerald radiance. The moment the patrons became aware of the cat's presence, the atmosphere in the bar erupted with excitement, for they had been completely oblivious to when it had arrived. At that instant, the black cat leapt down from Lin Ye's head and settled obediently at his feet. "Blake, seek out the lady with a pure heart," it meowed, stretching gracefully before swaggering off the stage. Amidst the curious glances of the female patrons, the cat explored its surroundings with confidence, sniffing here and rubbing against there, exhibiting no signs of social anxiety. The crowd expressed a fervent affection for the adorable creature, many yearning to embrace it, yet it skillfully evaded their attempts. Eventually, Blake seemed to catch a whiff of something intriguing and sauntered over to the side of the girl adorned with a lip piercing. After crouching beside her, it placed its left paw on her trousers and turned its head to meow at Lin Ye on stage. Instantly, the attention of everyone in the bar was drawn to the lip-pierced girl. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, she felt a surge of panic. She had never anticipated that Blake would choose her. Could it be that my pure heart has truly been recognized? At that moment, she remained blissfully unaware that Blake's keen little eyes were fixed intently on a bag she held in her hand, emblazoned with the words, "Deliciously large chicken cutlet." Chapter 21. Card Magic, my lady. It appears that you are the purest spirit within the entirety of the Black Rose Bar. Might I have the honor of inviting you to serve as my magical assistant? Just as the girl with the lip piercing lingered in astonishment, Lin Ye's voice resonated once more from the stage. The girl quickly regained her senses, and her companion urgently whispered, "Boss, what a splendid opportunity. Hurry up and expose his tricks, then drive him out of the Black Rose." "Indeed, boss, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance." Hearing her friend's encouragement, the girl, initially hesitant about taking the stage, now bore a resolute expression. "Very well, since you invited me up, let us see how I shall unveil your deceit." With that, the girl confidently ascended the stage, while Black Cat Blake trotted eagerly behind her, his gaze fixated on the chicken fillet bag she held. Upon reaching the stage, she nonchalantly stuffed her hands in her pockets and casually inquired, "What do you need me to do? If it's too challenging, I shan't comply." Lin Ye smiled gently at her words. "It shall not be too difficult. You need only follow my instructions." "All right then, speak, and I shall do my utmost to cooperate." A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes as she spoke. "Excellent. Let our magic commence." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye snapped his fingers, and a set of ancient-styled cards materialized in his previously empty right hand. "I possess a deck of magical cards imbued with my power, allowing me to establish a psychic connection with them. Even if they are sent to the ends of the earth, I shall sense their existence. Now, I require your assistance in distributing these cards randomly among the 27 ladies present. Do not disclose to me whom you have given them to, nor the identity of the cards they hold. Ultimately, I shall identify each card." Upon concluding his request, Lin Ye handed the cards to the girl with the lip piercing. "This task poses no difficulty, I presume?" She nodded vigorously. "No problem at all. I assure you I shall fulfill the task. However, to prevent you from peeking, I must cover your eyes." With that, she removed a patterned headscarf from her own head and handed it to Lin Ye. "That is, of course, acceptable." As he spoke, Lin Ye neatly folded the scarf and, before the eyes of all present, tied it over his own eyes. He could faintly detect the delicate fragrance emanating from the scarf. Observing Lin Ye's swift compliance in covering his eyes, the girl felt a twinge of unease and waved her right hand before his face. Confirming that he could not see, a mischievous grin spread across her face. "Today, you have crossed paths with misfortune." After murmuring this phrase to herself, the girl with the lip piercing casually drew 2 cards from the stack in her hand and tucked them into her waist pouch. She then proceeded to distribute the remaining cards among the crowd. As she was about to give away the last card, she instead approached the bar area where the liquor was stored, opened a drawer, and placed the final card inside. After doing so, she playfully gestured a shoe to the bartender, who responded with an approving thumbs up. This act did not go unnoticed by the other patrons in the bar, yet none dared to speak, eager to observe how Lin Ye would navigate such a situation and whether his magic was truly as extraordinary as claimed. Only Hu Di, seated in a booth at the back, furrowed her brow slightly. The tall, elegant woman beside her, noticing her concern, teased, "What's wrong? Are you starting to worry about your brother?" "Not quite, I just think this girl is crossing a line," Hu Di replied with a faint smile. "Would you like to go remind him?" "No, I believe that since he dared to make such a statement, he must have a plan. He exudes an enigmatic confidence. Oh, I rarely hear you speak so highly of a man, the tall woman chuckled. He's not a man. He's a boy. Hu Dai shook her head. A boy. Even better. I prefer that type, the tall woman said, a spark of excitement in her eyes. Don't you dare set your sights on him. He's still a freshman and has never even had a girlfriend. Hu Dai quickly interjected. Ha ha ha. Look at you getting anxious. Don't worry, I won't compete with you. I'm currently uninterested in men. It's beauties like you that captivate me, the tall woman remarked, lifting Hu Dai's chin playfully. Hu Dai deftly sidestepped away. All right, my international supermodel. I only see him as a brother. Let us continue watching the performance. With that, her gaze shifted toward the stage. At that moment, the girl with the lip piercing returned to the stage. Once beside Lin Ye, she playfully announced, All right, I've distributed all the cards as you requested. You can take off the blindfold now. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ye removed the scarf covering his eyes and returned it to the girl. Are you certain you've given away all the cards? Yes, all of them are gone. Not a single one left, the girl nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Excellent. It seems you are a competent magical assistant. Thank you for your efforts. Here's your reward. In the next moment, to the girl's astonishment, Lin Ye produced a small teddy bear from seemingly nowhere and placed it in her hands. The girl was visibly taken aback as she accepted the bear. Now, I shall begin to identify each card you have distributed, allowing me to sense their presence. As he spoke, Lin Ye placed 2 fingers upon his temples. I found it. As soon as the words left his lips, he descended the stage and approached a female patron who appeared to be in her 30s. Upon reaching her side, he straightforwardly stated, The card you possess must be the 8 of clubs. Hearing his words, the woman hastily retrieved a card from her belongings and revealed it to the assembly. It was indeed the 8 of clubs, precisely as Lin Ye had indicated. Instantly, the bar erupted in applause, with expressions of astonishment and disbelief illuminating the faces of all present. In the ensuing minutes, Lin Ye proceeded to identify additional cards from other patrons, each time accurately declaring the card in question. His remarkable skill once again captivated the entire audience. Before long, he had gathered 24 cards, with only 3 remaining to complete the deck. At this juncture, a playful curiosity danced upon the faces of the spectators, eager to discover if Lin Ye could unearth the final 3 cards. Suddenly, Lin Ye furrowed his brow. Observing his expression, the pierced-lipped girl revealed a look of triumph. However, what followed from Lin Ye's lips caused her to break into a cold sweat. Strangely, it seemed that 2 of the final 3 cards were held by the same individual, while the third was nowhere to be found. Is my intuition faltering, or have my magical assistant failed to execute my instructions? Dear assistant, have you diligently fulfilled my request? Chapter 22. So this is where they are after Lin Ye posed his question with a solemn expression. The girl with the lip piercing displayed a fleeting moment of panic on her face. However, she quickly regained her composure and, with a steady demeanor, replied, Of course. I have followed your instructions precisely. I have distributed each card as you requested. Is that so? It seems my perception is at fault. Lin Ye feigned confusion. Indeed, it must be your perception that is amiss. Do take a closer look. I'm certain you will find it. The girl with the lip piercing nodded repeatedly. Very well. I shall search more thoroughly, she said. As she spoke, Lin Ye's gaze began to sweep across the bar, ultimately settling upon Hu Dai. In the next moment, he strode toward Hu Dai in full view of everyone. Upon noticing Lin Ye approaching, Hu Dai's face registered a hint of curiosity. Just then, as Lin Ye reached her, he spoke. Madam, I believe I sense that one of my cards may be with you. Might you have seen it? His words caused the female patrons in the bar to exchange glances, and whispers began to circulate among them. He finally made a mistake. I thought he could accurately pinpoint the location of every card. Indeed, what a pity. He was only 3 cards shy of locating them all. Nevertheless, he is quite impressive. True, had it not been for that little girl's interference, he likely would have found them all. It was evident that those who had witnessed the girl with the lip piercing, concealing the cards, unanimously believed Lin Ye had faltered this time. Even Hu Dai herself cast knowing glances at Lin Ye, yet he appeared oblivious. Madam, if you are unwilling to present my card, I shall have no choice but to retrieve it myself. Let me see where it is hidden. Oh, found it. Lin Ye exclaimed as he plucked a large dahlia from Hu Dai's hair. So, you concealed the card within this flower. As onlookers beheld him merely lifting a flower, their expressions turned to confusion. What is he doing? How could such a large card possibly be hidden in such a small flower? Indeed, that is utterly implausible, especially since the remaining 3 cards were hidden by that girl. As the crowd expressed their bewilderment, Lin Ye abruptly tore a petal from the dahlia. In full view of everyone, he tossed the petal into the air. The eyes of the spectators instinctively followed its ascent. In the next moment, Lin Ye reached out to grasp the falling petal, and as it landed in his hand, it instantly transformed into a card. This remarkable act of catching a card with bare hands elicited gasps of astonishment from the assembled crowd. Goodness, the petal truly transformed into a card. How did that happen? I couldn't even see how it was done. In a swift motion, the cards erupted from his hand. Is this what it means to be a magician? Splendid. Truly splendid. Yet, some voices of skepticism emerged. No, this is impossible. That card was clearly still tucked away in the drawer of the bar. How could he possibly have accessed it? Could it be that he possesses the ability to summon objects from afar? I suspect that these are not the 3 cards that were just concealed. He must have realized he could not find the remaining 3. Hence he produced a new one instead. Indeed, that must be the case. We witnessed the hiding of the other 3 cards with our own eyes. As more individuals voiced their doubts, the girl with the lip piercing stepped forward. That card in your hand cannot possibly be one of the 27 I just held. It is a new card you retrieved. As soon as her words fell, Lin Ye smiled at her. Oh, are you so certain? Do you recall the faces of the remaining 3 cards? Of course I do. I made a note of them, fearing your deceit. The girl with the lip piercing declared proudly. The remaining 3 cards are the King of Hearts, the 9 of Diamonds, and the Ace of Spades. Your memory serves you well, but unfortunately for you, the card I hold is precisely the King of Hearts. With that, Lin Ye flipped the card in his hand, revealing the face, which indeed was the King of Hearts. As he displayed the card, a crowd gathered around him. When they discerned the card's identity, their eyes widened in astonishment. It truly was the King of Hearts. Could it be that he had indeed found one of the last 3 cards? This is nothing short of miraculous. Remarkable, astounding. This young man is the most impressive magician I have ever encountered. What is the secret behind this? If the principles were so easily discerned, magicians would surely find themselves out of work. The essence of magic lies in the element of surprise. As the crowd became increasingly captivated by Lin Ye's prowess, a flicker of panic crossed the girl with the lip-piercing's face. In the next moment, she hurried behind the bar and pulled open the drawer. After a thorough search, her expression shifted drastically. How can this be? How is it possible that the cards I placed here have vanished? In her shock, she quickly turned to the bartender beside her. The bartender appeared equally bewildered. Did you give him the card? The girl with the lip-piercing whispered. How could I? I've been swamped, continuously mixing drinks without leaving the bar, the bartender replied. Looking innocent. Has he approached the bar at all? She pressed on. Not at all. You saw it too, didn't you? Then what is going on? Am I seeing things? As the girl with the lip-piercing grappled with her confusion, Lin Ye's voice rang out once more. It seems my luck is quite favorable. I managed to guess the location of the 3rd to last card. With that, only the final 2 cards remained unfound. I shall attune myself once more. Having spoken, he placed his fingers upon his temples again. Witnessing this scene, the girl with the lip-piercing instinctively reached for her bag, confirming that the previous 2 cards were still within. She exhaled a long sigh of relief. Oof. Let us see how you locate the last 2. I refuse to believe you can simply make them vanish from my bag. However, just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Lin Ye suddenly withdrew his fingers. Found them. So they were here all along. Upon hearing Lin Ye's confident declaration, the girl with the lip-piercing was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, she watched as Lin Ye approached her with a beaming smile. Before she could react, he had her pinned against the column beside the bar. Gazing at Lin Ye's strikingly handsome face, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a startled little rabbit. Chapter 23. It's right in your stomach. The lip-stud girl never anticipated that Lin Ye would be so audacious, directly pinning her against the pillar. The surrounding female patrons were equally taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, their expressions morphing into those of eager spectators. As they braced themselves for the unfolding drama, Lin Ye suddenly yanked the scarf from the girl's head and swiftly stepped back. Ah, so you conceal the card here. Indeed, it is a clever hiding spot. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the lip-stud girl, her face flushed, could not help but express her bewilderment. Are you suggesting that your card is within my scarf? Indeed, it is right here. As his words fell, Lin Ye deftly extracted a card from beneath the scarf. Presenting it to the onlookers, it was revealed to be the 9 of diamonds, one of the final 3 cards. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wow, another card has been discovered. I distinctly saw that girl place the card into her bag just moments ago. How could it have ended up in her scarf? Did she change its location afterward? That seems improbable. The card is quite large, and the scarf is so small. It couldn't possibly conceal it. What on earth is happening? While the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, the lip-stud girl's feelings could only be described as sheer shock. She was acutely aware of where she had hidden her own cards. How could one have ended up in her scarf? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she rushed to check her bag. Upon reaching inside, her heart sank. Where there had once been 2 cards, now only 1 remained. When had he taken the card? Amidst her shock, her gaze towards Lin Ye grew increasingly complex. No matter what, she could not allow him to take the last card. Resolutely, she clutched it tightly, unwilling to believe that Lin Ye could manage to make it disappear in such circumstances. However, Lin Ye suddenly wore a mysterious smile. Now, only the final card remains. It is hidden quite deeply, yet I can still sense its presence. This lovely young lady, I believe that last card is still on you. As he spoke, his penetrating gaze fixed upon the lip-stud girl. Upon hearing this, she shook her head vigorously. It's not with me. You're mistaken. Is that so? I believe I am not mistaken, and I have now located that card. If you doubt me, simply unzip the back of the little bear I gave you. It is concealed within its body. With this declaration, the lip-stud girl exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Impossible. How could it possibly be there? If you don't believe me, just open a bear and take a look. Lin Ye shuruk nonchalantly. Very well, let us see. I assert that it is certainly not inside. Upon uttering these words, the girl with the lip piercing promptly seized the small teddy bear she had suspended from her bag and, without hesitation, unzipped the compartment at its back. However, as she reached into the bear's interior, her hand encountered something rigid, leaving her momentarily stunned. Observing her bewildered expression, Lin Ye's lips curled into a faint smile. So, is the card not within? The girl, lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing his words, biting her lip and shaking her head vigorously as if to dispel any notion of the card's presence. It's not there. The card is absolutely not inside. It was evident that she had resolved to deny its existence, believing that Lin Ye could do nothing to compel her. Just when she thought her stubbornness would suffice to evade the issue, Lin Ye unexpectedly executed a move that caught her completely off guard. You are correct. The card is indeed not in the teddy bear's belly, for it has just made its way into yours. As soon as he finished speaking, a card erupted from the girl's clothing, swirling around Lin Ye before being deftly caught between his middle and index fingers. His elevated hand glimmered under a spotlight, drawing the attention of all present to his fingertips. Once they discerned the face of the card, silence fell over the crowd in sheer astonishment. For nestled between his fingers was a striking ace of spades. At that moment, the DJ initiated a background score befitting a gambling deity, igniting the atmosphere within the bar. The audience, having witnessed this extraordinary card trick, erupted into fervent applause, and even the bar owner, who rose to join in the ovation. Incredible, truly phenomenal, they exclaimed. This is authentic magic, far surpassing the tricks performed on the Spring Festival stage. Indeed, it felt less like a mere performance of magic and more like a demonstration of sorcery. His ability to retrieve all the cards was almost absurdly impressive. How could he conjure the cards even after such a challenge from the girl? This must be magic. Many wondered how the final card had emerged, pondering whether it truly had materialized from the girl's belly. Such a notion seemed impossible. Their curiosity instead lingered on how the card had soared into the air. This evening's performance was exhilarating. Where had the bar owner discovered such a skilled magician? He appeared quite youthful, yet his mastery was remarkable. Handsome and talented, the realization dawned that perhaps men could indeed possess charm. In that moment, Everyone showered Lin Ye with unabashed praise. Yet the girl with the lip piercing remained in a daze, struggling to discern whether she had just experienced a dream. As a first-hand witness, she comprehended the recent events more clearly than anyone else. She was bewildered as to how the cards had ended up in the bear's belly, and even more perplexed by how they had subsequently found their way into her clothing. The 3 cards she had hidden were all discovered by Lin Ye. Yet he had not exposed her. Could it be that he truly possessed magical abilities? Just as her mind was in turmoil, she noticed Lin Ye gazing intently at her face. Instantly, her cheeks flushed, and in a moment of irritation, she stamped her right foot. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before? Keep staring, and I might just pop your eyes out." No sooner had she uttered those words than Lin Ye unexpectedly reached out to touch her face. With a swift motion, her feigned anger dissipated. At that moment, Lin Ye slowly opened his hand, revealing a few shimmering studs nestled in his palm. "You dropped your stud? I thought you had pierced it in. Why is it stuck on with glue? I hope the others aren't glued on as well." Upon hearing his words, the girl adorned with lip studs immediately panicked, hastily retrieving a small mirror from her bag. When she discovered that a stud had indeed fallen from her face, her expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Her group of friends quickly gathered around her. "Boss, so your studs are glued on? Didn't you tell us you had them pierced?" One of them exclaimed. "Exactly. You even claimed you didn't use anesthetics." Another chimed in. "Boss, are you really mingling in the nightlife? Wow, how cunning of you. You let us go through the pain while you use glue. I hope your tattoos aren't just stickers. Ugh, this is so annoying. I'm afraid of pain, okay? What is wrong with using glue?" The lip-studded girl retorted, hands on her hips. With that, she yanked off the remaining studs from her face, including the one on her lips. Let us go. We're not staying here tonight. This place is no fun." Crimson-cheeked, she declared, pulling her friends toward the bar exit. Halfway there, she turned back with a fierce glare at Lin Ye. "You just wait. This isn't over. You'll regret crossing me, Songbauer. You think you're a magician? I'll find a more skilled magician to challenge you." With that, she contemplated hurling the bear in her hand at Lin Ye, but after a moment's thought, she opted to keep it, attaching it back to her bag. "We're off to sing. Those of us who live the nightlife should come out late and return late. Tonight, I'll cover all expenses." "Thank you, boss," her friends chorused. Amidst their raucous chatter, the lip-studded girl led her entourage away from the Black Rose Bar. Their departure, however, did not disrupt the ambience within the bar, where patrons continued to enjoy their evening. Lin Ye, having just concluded a round of magic, received his first tip. Chapter 24, as the melodious notes of the evening resonated through the bar, akin to an online live-streaming session. The performance was met with generous applause and monetary tokens from the audience. After Lin Ye showcased his extraordinary card tricks, a striking long-haired beauty approached him. "Dear handsome, your magic brought me immense joy tonight. Please accept this token of my appreciation." With that, she drew several 100 yuan notes from her purse and placed them into Lin Ye's hat. The unexpected gesture left Lin Ye momentarily flustered. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, more female patrons began to contribute cash to his hat. One even removed a golden ring and tossed it into his headwear, blowing him a kiss as she departed. In a daring display of affection, another bold soul seized the moment and planted a fervent kiss on Lin Ye's cheek, leaving behind a vivid mark. Within moments, his face bore an array of 7 or 8 varying kiss imprints. Caught off guard by such attention, Lin Ye stood frozen until he was roused by the voice of Hudai. "Do not be bewildered. It is the nature of humanity. Under the influence of alcohol, individuals often engage in actions they would typically shy away from. They come here to alleviate their stress and seek joy. You have provided them with happiness, and this is your due reward." Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye regained his composure. Hudai then handed him a moist tissue. "Wipe your face. These people have no sense of boundaries. We wouldn't want to scare you away. If you were to vanish, it would be my loss." Regaining his senses, Lin Ye took the tissue and dabbed his face, then glanced down at his once empty hat, now brimming with cash, rings, and even a few notes bearing contact information, alongside a piece of alluring women's lingerie. Staring at the contents of the hat, he was momentarily taken aback. Hudai spoke again. "Keep the money, but you can discard these items in any nearby trash bin." It's best not to engage with those individuals. It's not that they are undesirable, but you are unaware of their true nature. Inviting trouble is the last thing you want. As she gestured towards the long-haired beauty who had first approached him. Hu Dai warned, "Do you see her? She is no ordinary woman. Her husband is the head of the Zheng group. The last man who shared her bed has been missing for months. His body may never be found. And that one over there, though she appears gentle, is a notorious figure in the underworld, commanding a band of reckless outlaws." Listening to Hu Dai's revelations, Lin Ye's expression shifted dramatically, reflecting a blend of astonishment and apprehension. He had never anticipated that the women here possessed such formidable backgrounds. Noticing Lin Ye's expression change, Hu Dai suddenly burst into laughter. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. It's really not that exaggerated. As long as you focus on your own responsibilities, no one at the Black Rose Bar can touch you. After all, you're under my protection." With that, Hu Dai patted Lin Ye on the shoulder. "You must be tired. Come over here and take a break. Spend some time with me." When Lin Ye remained still, she took his hand and led him to a nearby booth. Upon arriving, Lin Ye discovered 4 young women, each possessing top-tier figures and poise. "Let me introduce you. These are all my friends, and they are all career elites. This one here is a nationally renowned fashion model." As Hu Dai pressed Lin Ye onto the sofa of the booth, she continued her introductions. Upon hearing Hu Dai's words, Lin Ye quickly glanced at the women, noting that one statuesque lady indeed exuded the essence of a model. Particularly striking was her slender and elongated neck, reminiscent of a swan. After introducing the 4 women in the booth, Hu Dai proceeded to introduce Lin Ye to them. "This is my younger brother Lin Ye, currently a freshman, and an amateur magician. Please be mindful while speaking to him. We don't want to frighten him. Don't worry, we are not man-eating enchantresses. How could we scare him?" The model chimed in with a bright smile. "By the way, my name is Huang Ying. Just think of me as your older sister. Moreover, what Hu Dai just said is inaccurate. How can you be an amateur magician? An amateur cannot reach your level. Those 2 tricks you performed would outshine 90% of the magicians in the country." Upon hearing Huang Ying's compliment, Lin Ye quickly responded with humility, "You flatter me. I just practice casually in my spare time." Casually practicing to be this impressive? Imagine how extraordinary you would be with formal training. You must be tired from performing earlier. Have a drink to unwind. As she spoke, Huang Ying picked up a new glass and poured a drink for Lin Ye. When he saw the glass being offered, he hastily declined. No, I don't drink." As a man, how can you not drink, especially a charming and handsome young man like you? If you don't learn to drink, you may find yourself at a disadvantage in the future. As soon as Huang Ying finished speaking, Hu Dai glared at her. "I've told you, he is still in school. Why are you trying to force alcohol on him? He has classes tomorrow. It's fine. 1 drink, 1 tea hurt. The alcohol content is low. It's like a beverage," Huang Ying reassured. "I just want to see his cheeks flush. How adorable that would be." The 3 other women nearby quickly chimed in. "Exactly. 1 drink is nothing. There is always a first time for everything. Perhaps he has a natural tolerance and simply doesn't know it yet." At that moment, Huang Ying suddenly produced her handbag from the side and, before the assembled crowd, extracted a thick wad of cash. "Fear not, dear sister, I shall not impose upon you. For every drink you consume, I shall bestow upon you 1,000 yuan. With that, she seized a nearby bottle of liquor and a dozen empty glasses, filling each cup halfway with the amber liquid. After pouring, she discreetly placed 1,000 yuan beneath each glass. In no time, a ring of drinks adorned the table before her. "Drink as much as you wish. I shall not press you. As long as you possess the ability, all this money is yours." In the next moment, Huang Ying retrieved another bundle of nearly 10,000 yuan and placed it under the unopened bottle of liquor. After completing this act, she regarded Lin Ye with a playful expression. Meanwhile, the spectacle at the booth had garnered the attention of other patrons within the bar. Chapter 25. 1,000 cups without intoxication. What is happening over there? Could it be that the magician is performing yet another trick? It seems not. It appears someone is attempting to coax him into drinking. Forcing him to drink? Isn't that rather unfair? That magician looks as if he is still in university. Indeed, he is but a child. Why burden him so? 1,000 per cup? Well then, it's no matter, being a young man. Learning to drink is not necessarily a bad thing. I feel I should be the one to endure this. although I can't handle much. 2 or 3 cups will be manageable for me. I simply cannot bear to see such an adorable young lad suffer. Let me take his place, and I shall only require half of the earnings. 300 per cup will suffice. As the crowd continued to swell, Hu Dai tugged gently at Huang Ying's arm. That should be enough. Why are you putting him in such a predicament? Huang Ying chuckled softly at her words. I'm not putting him in a bind. What can a student do to earn 1,000 yuan in a day? He merely needs to consume half a cup to receive that sum. Besides, I am not coercing him. It is entirely up to him. Isn't it, little brother? She then cast her gaze back toward Lin Ye. Hearing her remarks, Lin Ye could not help but smile wryly. This sister holds me in too high regard. Yet, you are correct. As a university student, there are indeed few jobs that yield 1,000 yuan in a single day. I earn merely 80 yuan per hour as a tutor. Since you think so highly of me, I suppose I mustn't refuse your generous offer. If I finish all the drinks here, will the money belong to me? Of course. My word is my bond, and with so many witnesses present, all the money is yours if you have the ability to earn it. However, I advise you to know your limits. After all, health is of utmost importance. If you encounter any issues, this sister, Hu Dai, might hold me accountable, Huang Ying added, casting a teasing glance at Hu Dai. At this moment, Lin Ye interjected, that won't be a problem. Although I have not consumed much alcohol, I can manage a little. May I begin? Certainly, Huang Ying replied, pushing a glass of liquor toward Lin Ye, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lin Ye did not hesitate to lift the glass and, with a swift motion, drained it entirely. Afterward, he turned the cup upside down, ensuring not a single drop remained. Splendid. That money is yours. Huang Ying nodded in approval. Thank you, Lin Ye said, casually pocketing the 1,000 yuan from the table before confidently reaching for a second glass. Just like the first, he tilted his head back and emptied the contents in one go, maintaining his composure. After placing the glass down, he took the money, having consumed 4 cups in a row, causing the crowd's expressions to shift slightly. Impressive, little brother. You show no signs of intoxication even after 4 cups. Sitting across from Lin Ye, the Oriole appeared somewhat astonished. It's manageable, I suppose. This wine doesn't seem to be as intoxicating, Lin Ye replied with a gentle smile. Beside him, Hu Dai expressed her concern, saying, don't force yourself. If you can't drink, it's perfectly fine. Your health is paramount. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye immediately offered her a reassuring glance. Rest assured, I feel nothing at all right now. I believe I can manage another 4 glasses. One audacious claim. I suspect you've simply imbibed too quickly, and the effect have yet to hit you. Soon enough, you'll understand, the Oriole retorted, pushing 4 glasses of wine toward Lin Ye in one swift motion. Without hesitation, he seized one of the glasses and tilted his head back, draining it entirely. No sooner had he set the glass down than he grasped a 5th. Bang! The 6th. Bang! The 7th. Bang! The 8th. In the blink of an eye, 4 more glasses were consumed, and throughout the entire ordeal, his expression remained unchanged. His complexion was as pale as before, devoid of any flush. Upon finishing the 4 glasses, he swiftly pocketed the 4,000 yuan placed beneath them, his movements remarkably agile, showing no signs of inebriation. At this juncture, the onlookers could no longer contain their astonishment. Impressive. He's managed to drink 8 glasses and remains completely unscathed. Indeed, those glasses hold 200 milliliters each. Half a glass amounts to 100 milliliters. 8 half glasses total 400 milliliters. Nearly a pound of wine. I could handle such a quantity, but I certainly wouldn't emerge unscathed like him. Truly, his capacity for alcohol is extraordinary. He maintains clarity of mind, his movements are fluid, and there's no slurring of speech. He's undeniably sober. Who would have thought this young man could drink so well? He appears so delicate. I assumed he couldn't hold his liquor, one observer mused. It seemed he had been playing the role of a pig pretending to eat tiger meat all along. The crowd's astonishment led to a shift in their perception of Lin Ye. Meanwhile, the Oriole, sitting opposite him, was increasingly astonished, her beautiful phoenix eyes appraising him from head to toe. Well, brother, you just claimed you could only drink a little. I didn't expect you were merely pretending. This is hardly a modest amount. It's true that the more handsome a man is, the better he is at deception. You must have consumed your fair share of alcohol in the past. Upon hearing the Oriole's words, Lin Ye smiled slightly. I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. I truly have never drunk before. And how can these drinks be considered merely a little? I've only had 4 glasses altogether, and I feel nothing. Such bravado. Continue drinking. I am eager to see how much you can truly handle. With that, the Oriole retrieved a stack of crisp 100 yuan bills from her bag. Bring me 2 more bottles of wine. Today, I intend to enjoy myself with this young man. Not long after her declaration, a server arrived with the 2 bottles of wine. Hu Dai, sitting beside Lin Ye, quickly interjected, "Isn't that excessive? At this rate, I'm genuinely concerned something might go awry." "Let's try something different," he remarked nonchalantly. "It's fine. If this lady wishes to play, I shall indulge her, and I feel quite capable at the moment." At this juncture, he exhibited no signs of trepidation. Indeed, even if presented with 2 bottles, or even 2 barrels or bathtubs of alcohol, he would remain impervious to inebriation. For no matter how much he consumed, the liquor would not penetrate his stomach. He had ingeniously configured the entrance to his system's inventory within his mouth. The moment the liquid poured into him, it directly transmuted into the confines of his system. At that instant, he embodied the essence of Bacchus, possessing the power to incapacitate every patron in the bar with his singular prowess. Just then, Huang Ying filled the table before him with an abundant array of spirits, arranged in 3 rows. Each row culminated with a full bottle of liquor, beneath which lay a hefty sum of 10,000 yuan. If Lin Ye could finish the drinks in the front cups, and then down the entire bottle, he would be entitled to claim the money concealed beneath. The total cash on the table amounted to several tens of thousands. Yet, acquiring this fortune was no simple feat as Huang Ying presented this challenge. The entire clientele of the bar was captivated. The music ceased, and the dance halted. All eyes were drawn to Lin Ye. Chapter 26. Is this scientific? Before Lin Ye commenced his drinking, everyone presumed he was merely a fresh university student, incapable of even sipping alcohol. His delicate and handsome appearance was undeniably misleading. When he downed 4 glasses, the crowd was only slightly astonished. However, upon consuming 8 glasses, they began to sense something amiss. Yet, even at this juncture, they did not believe Lin Ye could finish the copious amounts of liquor before him. Accomplishing such a feat would require the prowess of a seasoned drinker, one who had long navigated the realms of intoxication. Even for such an individual, consuming the entirety of the drinks on the table would likely result in unconsciousness and a necessary trip to the hospital for gastric lavage. In that moment, Lin Ye abruptly seized a glass and, without uttering a word, downed it in a single gulp. To an observer, it might have appeared as though he were merely quenching his thirst. After finishing the first glass, he turned it upside down beside him, fixing his gaze intently on the young lady across the table, Huang Ying. He then proceeded to lift the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th glasses, consuming all 8 from the first row in one continuous motion. Remarkably, he stood upright, his complexion unflushed and breath steady, elegantly retrieving a handkerchief from his suit pocket to dab at the corners of his mouth. Once finished, he neatly folded the handkerchief and returned it to his pocket. In the next moment, his hand reached for the final bottle of liquor from the first row. The once bustling bar had fallen into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated on Lin Ye. If there had been any lingering doubt regarding his ability to endure, witnessing him effortlessly down 8 glasses had shaken their convictions. Even Hu Dai ceased her attempts to dissuade him. At this point, as Lin Ye grasped the bottle, he unexpectedly spoke. He mused that blowing into the bottle seemed rather unrefined, and that this method was rather time-consuming. Instead, he suggested an alternative. With that, he set the bottle down and made his way to the bar. Upon reaching the bar, his gaze scanned the array of beverages before finally settling on an enormous brandy glass, reminiscent of a fishbowl perched on a pedestal, with an estimated capacity of no less than 5 liters. As the crowd's curiosity piqued regarding Lin Ye's intentions, he boldly lifted the decorative glass. Observing this, the onlookers began to form their hypotheses. Lin Ye's subsequent actions affirmed their speculations. He placed the oversized glass on the table and simultaneously grasped 2 bottles of liquor. After uncapping them, He poured their contents into the glass with a rhythmic cadence. Following that, he opened a third bottle and added its contents, ensuring that he emptied every remaining drop from the bottles scattered across the table into the glass. The 5-liter glass was filled to a substantial level, signifying that it contained no less than 5 liters of liquor. At this point, the patrons of the bar could no longer contain their astonishment. What on earth was he about to do? Could it be that he intends to consume all the alcohol in one go? My goodness, has he lost his mind? That must be 5 or 6 kilograms, and even if it were merely 5 or 6 kilograms of water, one would surely feel overwhelmed. Goodness gracious, he truly dares to do it. If he finishes it all, I fear he might either intoxicate himself or burst. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a mere human drink such a quantity? Perhaps an elephant could manage it. I wager 100 yuan that he will not finish it. I'll raise it to 500. Today has indeed proven to be worthwhile. Not only have I witnessed such a splendid magic performance, but I'm also privy to this rather amusing spectacle. Look, he's about to drink it. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Lin Ye, in front of all present, lifted the colossal wine glass with both hands. At that moment, the previously composed Huang Ying, seated across from him, and the butterfly-like Hu Dai, sitting beside him, involuntarily rose to their feet. Young man, please do not overexert yourself. I was merely jesting. If anything were to happen to you, I could not bear the responsibility. How about this? Let us end our game here, and you may take all the money on the table. Huang Ying had long since lost her earlier calm. Indeed, there is no need to gamble one's health for the sake of pride. Moderation is key. Hu Dai hastily urged him to reconsider. Yet Lin Ye merely smiled serenely. Do not forget, I am a magician. I possess the ability to create miracles. This drink is a toast to all the beautiful ladies present. Wishing you all a splendid evening. With that, Lin Ye positioned his lips against the rim of the enormous wine glass. The glass tilted slightly, and the dark brown liquid flowed steadily into his mouth, diminishing visibly with each passing moment. At this juncture, the crowd gaped in astonishment, their eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions: wonder, confusion, shock, disbelief. They could hardly fathom how someone with Lin Ye's physique could accommodate such an immense quantity of liquid. 2 minutes later, as the final drop of liquor slid into Lin Ye's mouth, he finally lowered the glass from his face. Afterward, he turned the glass upside down, displaying it to all the spectators and to Huang Ying, who stood opposite him. However, by now, the audience had collectively entered a state of stupor, as if ensnared by a spell. Their minds seemed to have momentarily ceased functioning. In their thoughts, there was nothing but the image of Lin Ye consuming 5 or 6 kilograms of alcohol in one breath. The impact of that moment was overwhelmingly profound, even surpassing the visual astonishment elicited by the 2 previous magic tricks Lin Ye had performed. Just as the audience collectively drifted into a daze, Lin Ye suddenly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I have finished my drink. I wonder if you're satisfied with my performance? With these words, the patrons of the bar were immediately roused from their stupor. The once tranquil bar suddenly transformed into a bustling marketplace, filled with gasps, exclamations, cheers, and applause that surged like a tide, one wave after another. Among these sounds, the most prevalent were undoubtedly the gasps of astonishment. Divine. He is divine. He is akin to the Greek god of revelry. How can one consume so much? Is this merely a little? Surely, this must be an unfathomable amount. Goodness, is this even scientific? Is it rational? Where is all that alcohol gone? How is it that he shows no sign of intoxication? It defies logic, much like his sorcery. I am now intensely curious about his physiology. Just how vast is his stomach? The notion of being impervious to inebriation is evidently not an exaggeration. At that moment, Huang Ying too began to comprehend the situation. She gazed at the empty goblet before her, and then at the unruffled Lin Ye. Several times she attempted to speak, yet she could not utter a single word. After a considerable pause, she finally gave Lin Ye a thumbs up. I am genuinely impressed. You have truly astonished me. Dear brother, if there are future gatherings, I must bring you along. You alone could incapacitate an entire crowd. All this money is yours. With that, she pushed all the cash from the table towards Lin Ye. Without hesitation, he accepted it graciously. Thank you. However, at that moment, Hu Dai, who had been observing Lin Ye with a skeptical expression, suddenly inquired, "You surely did not consume all that alcohol, did you?" As her words echoed, a hush fell over the bar, and all eyes once again turned to Lin Ye. In response to Hu Dai and the collective gaze, Lin Ye broke into a smile. "I have stated before that I am a magician. A magician is capable of anything. However, you are correct. I did not drink any of that alcohol." With that, he picked up an empty goblet from the table and retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to cover the cup's opening. Once the goblet was entirely concealed, he gently tugged at the handkerchief. In the next moment, a full goblet of wine materialized before the astonished onlookers. Chapter 27, The Conclusion. A chance encounter as Lin Ye candidly confessed that he had not consumed any of the wine. The crowd remained momentarily stunned. However, when he conjured a glass of wine, seemingly out of thin air, gasps of astonishment erupted once more. "So, you magically made the wine disappear?" Hu Dai inquired with curiosity, observing the drink Lin Ye had produced. "Indeed," he affirmed with a nod, passing the glass into Hu Dai's hands. He then picked up another glass, this time without even covering it with a handkerchief. A gentle shake filled the glass with wine. He offered this second glass to Huang Ying. "I did employ a touch of magic, as I truly have never drunk wine before this," he explained. Again, he lifted a third empty glass, giving it a slight shake, and the third glass of wine materialized. One by one, he swiftly poured a glass for each person surrounding him, reserving the final glass for himself. Raising his glass high, he gestured to the lovely ladies around him. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed ladies. I truly cannot drink, yet I did not wish to dampen your spirits. So I used magic to make the wine disappear. However, to express my gratitude for your support of my performance today, I must toast you all." Upon hearing Lin Ye's heartfelt words, everyone present graciously raised their glasses in response. In the next moment, Lin Ye downed his drink in one swift motion. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, and the onlookers recognized that he had indeed taken a sip. At that moment, Huang Ying's voice rang out within the bar. "Ladies, let us all raise a glass to this delightful magician. Cheers! Cheers!" The atmosphere within the bar reached a new zenith as music played and dancing ensued. After finishing his drink, Lin Ye returned to Hu Dai's side. In the presence of Huang Ying, he returned all the money he had just received, keeping only 1,000. "Since I did not drink the wine, I cannot accept the money. I only had one glass, so I shall take just 1,000 from you." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Ying feigned annoyance. "What? Do you look down upon me? Do you think I am concerned about such a trivial sum? I earned far more than this for a single performance. Although you did not consume the wine, you dazzled me with an extraordinary magic show. Consider this a well-deserved tip for your artistry. Take it. I shall be displeased if you refuse." Given her insistence, Lin Ye ultimately accepted the cash on the table. After he collected the money, Hu Dai took out her phone to check the time. Unbeknownst to him, the clock had struck 1:30 in the morning. "Xiaoya, it's quite late now, and you have school tomorrow. You should head back," said his companion. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ye, feeling a slight flush on his cheeks, nodded in agreement. "Thank you, sister. I'll take my leave now. By the way, the dormitory at your school must be closed by now. Will you be able to get back? If not, we have an empty staff dormitory here where you can stay for the night and return in the morning." "No need, sister. I can find a way in," Lin Ye replied, shaking his head. "All right then, after you leave, just take a taxi. I'll reimburse the fare. Take care on your way back, and text me when you reach the dormitory." Huang Ying, who had been listening, couldn't help but tease. "Why don't you just drive him back if you're so concerned about him?" "I would, but having had a drink, I can't drive." "How would I manage that?" Hu Dai rolled her eyes. "It's fine, sister. I'm a guy, so there is no danger. Besides, I've only had one drink. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll be on my way." After saying this, Lin Ye stood up, bid farewell, and went to the back to change into his casual attire before leaving the bar. At this point, it was already the early hours of the morning, and the streets were nearly deserted except for a few thrill-seekers. The slight intoxication that Lin Ye felt was instantly washed away by the cool night breeze. Reflecting on the events of the evening at the bar, a smile crept onto his face. It felt rather pleasant. Time to hail a cab and hurry back. It would be wise to rent a place near the school to avoid coming back so late every day. However, As he took out his phone to call for a taxi, he realized there were no available cabs nearby. It wasn't that there were no cars. Rather, there were too many people requesting rides, resulting in a queue of at least 10 minutes. Clearly, many others like him had just concluded their night out and were preparing to return home. Never mind, I'll just walk a couple of streets over. It should be easier to catch a cab there, he thought, slipping his phone into his pocket and setting off. After walking a few hundred meters, he found himself on the commercial street opposite the bar district. The commercial area had long since closed, with all the shops shuttered and the lights dim. As he stepped into the commercial street, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from a nearby alley, halting him in his tracks. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Before he could recall where he had heard it before, another cry rang out from the alley. Help! Help! Don't come any closer. Go away! Go away! This time, Lin Ye finally recognized the voice. How could it be her? Was she in danger? The her he referred to was the girl with the lip ring who had previously disrupted him at the Black Rose Bar. The desperate cries of the girl with the lip piercing alerted him to the possibility that she was in some form of peril. Reluctantly, he decided to investigate. Lin Ye, fearing the pangs of conscience, ultimately chose to follow the direction from whence the cries emanated. After traversing a distance of over 10 meters, he arrived at the entrance of a dim alley. This alley appeared to be the nocturnal exit of a nearby KTV, devoid of any bystanders. With only a solitary streetlight casting a feeble glow. Beneath the yellowish light, the girl with the lip piercing was cornered against the wall by 4 men. Initially, Lin Ye assumed she had merely encountered a few unruly characters. However, it soon became apparent that the situation was far more grave than he had imagined. Brother Chang'e, are you certain this is the girl? One of the men inquired. It's her. I've been tailing her for several days, another replied. How could the daughter of Song Jianghe be just a simple-minded girl? Who cares? Let us bind her first, came the retort. Let us make our move, otherwise we might be discovered. As they spoke, the 4 men prepared to seize the girl. However, she resisted fiercely, her limbs thrashing in defiance. After delivering a swift kick to one man's groin, he immediately erupted in a fit of rage. Damn it, you're asking for trouble, he yelled, raising his hand to strike her across the face. Just as his hand ascended, a glimmering object shot from the side, slicing deeply into his arm. With a swift motion, the fabric of his sleeve was torn, and a long gash appeared on his forearm, crimson blood dripping onto the ground. He howled in agony, his cry capturing the attention of his 3 companions. What's wrong, Dawe? One asked. Something cut my hand. He gasped, clutching his injured arm. Cut your hand? What did it? Ugh, it seems to be this thing. He gestured towards the wall, where a beautifully crafted card was embedded. Upon spotting the card, the men's faces contorted in disbelief. It's a playing card. This thing cut your hand? One exclaimed, moving to retrieve it for closer examination. Just then, the card inexplicably flew from the wall, tracing a perfect arc before vanishing into the shadows of the alley. The men immediately turned to follow the trajectory of the card. In an instant, they beheld a peculiar figure standing beneath the flickering streetlight, an individual clad in a black gentleman's suit, draped in a flowing cloak, wearing a black top hat, and adorned with a black butterfly mask. Chapter 28. The cards can inflict harm in the stillness of the night. Song Bauer traversed a secluded alley clad in a sleek black suit, a cloak draped over his shoulders, an appearance that would undoubtedly raise eyebrows among ordinary passersby. The 4 men lurking nearby were no exception. After a moment of stunned silence, one of them could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "What is that person doing? Dressed in such a manner?" "I have no idea. He looks like someone indulging in cosplay," another replied. "Wait, look at his hands." Suddenly, the man whose arm had been grazed by the card stared in disbelief at the masked figure's right hand. Between his middle and index fingers, he held a card that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one that had just embedded itself in the wall before soaring away. At that moment, the 4 men comprehended that it was he who had wounded their companion with the card. Although the revelation seemed absurd, it appeared to be the undeniable truth. Damn it, it was him. He threw the card. The injured man exclaimed, clutching his arm. The expressions of his 3 companions grew increasingly grave. A burly man clad in a tight black tank top, his chest hair exposed, cracked his knuckles before threatening. "I don't care who you are. I advise you to mind your own business, or the consequences will be dire. You have 3 seconds to get lost." As he finished speaking, the other 2 men brandished folding knives, adopting menacing expressions. Yet, the masked man beneath the streetlight remained unfazed. With a flick of his fingers, the card he held vanished into thin air. The next moment, he began to advance slowly toward the 4 men, his pace unhurried, devoid of any aggressive movements. Nevertheless, an inexplicable pressure enveloped the air, causing the men to feel a sense of unease. Behind them, cornered against the wall, the girl with lip piercings had momentarily forgotten her fear, her wide eyes fixated on the masked figure. Awe and surprise mingled with a hint of confusion in her gaze. "It's him. How'd he end up here? Is he here to save me? Why would he want to save me? What if he can't handle those bad guys?" Clearly, the girl had recognized the masked man before her, for his attire was strikingly distinctive. Aside from the addition of a black butterfly mask, he bore no difference from the performer she had seen at the Black Rose Bar. Vaguely, she recalled his name, Lin. Just as she worried that Lin Ye might not be able to contend with the 4 men, they encircled him menacingly. "Kid, we already gave you a chance. It was your choice to meddle. Don't blame us for what comes next. We won't let you think we're easy prey," the burly leader declared as he launched a punch toward Lin Ye. Confronted by the fierce onslaught, Lin Ye exhibited no inclination to evade. Instead, he abruptly spread his arms wide. In the next instant, a brilliant orb of white light erupted from his palms. The moment the light ignited, it was akin to a flashbang detonation. The 4 men, caught off guard, were blinded by the intense radiance. It felt as though 1,000 needles had pierced their eyes, and amidst their fleeting blindness, they emitted anguished cries. "My eyes! I can't see! What is this? Damn it, what have you done?" Despite their temporary blindness, the 4 did not relinquish their assault on Lin Ye, brandishing their weapons in a frenzied manner. Unfortunately for them, their efforts were futile. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Ye summoned a magical hand that sent them sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while their vision remained impaired, he retrieved a length of rope from his system backpack and bound them together back to back. Within mere minutes, everything was accomplished. As their sight began to return, Lin Ye's voice suddenly resonated from above. "Look here." Instinctively, the 4 men raised their heads. In the next moment, another blinding flash of white light erupted. My eyes, I'm blind again," they cried. "You little brat, if I catch you, you're dead." "Oh no, my eyes can't really be permanently damaged, can they?" Just as they had barely regained their sight, they were forcibly blinded once more. Witnessing this, Lin Ye, masked yet revealing a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, mused to himself, "The illumination spell seems far more effective than I had anticipated." After a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze to the side. "Have you taken enough photos?" Following his line of sight, he saw the girl with lip piercings busily snapping pictures of him with her phone. Upon hearing Lin Ye's question, she couldn't help but smile sheepishly. "Hee, I've taken enough. Then let us leave. Otherwise, we might encounter trouble." "Oh, all right." Nodding obediently, the lip-pierced girl picked up her fallen bag and prepared to follow Lin Ye. However, just as they were about to depart, she seemed to recall something and jogged back to the 4 men, lifting her foot to kick each one lightly. "Humph, you scoundrels, still thinking of capturing me. Huh, I have a bodyguard to protect me. Isn't formidable?" She then added, "And you, attempting to strike my face? I'll poke your eyes out." With that, she extended her delicate fingers and playfully jabbed the injured man's eyes. After her antics, she skipped back to Lin Ye's side. Soon after, Lin Ye led her out of the alley and onto a less secluded main road. "All right, here should be safe enough for you. You can head home now." After uttering these words, Lin Ye took out his phone, preparing to summon a taxi back to his dormitory. Just then, he felt something grip his arm with unexpected force. Looking down, he discovered that it was the girl with the lip piercing, clutching his arm tightly, her large, doe-like eyes gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. "No, you can't leave. What if they have accomplices? If you go, what if their friends come and capture me? I'm so small. They could whisk me away in an instant." Then why not call your family to come and pick you up?" Lin Ye suggested after a moment's thought. No, I can't. After I return home. My father has found a mistress who is just like me, and he even had a child with her. I have no intention of going back. I want to live on my own terms." I would rather perish out here than return home. The girl shook her head vigorously, as if in a frenzy. What should we do then? You can't just follow me around. I need to return to school, Lin Ye replied, furrowing his brow. How about I call the police and have them take you to the station? He suggested, as soon as the words left his mouth. The girl shook her head once more. No, no. If I go to the police station, they will definitely inform my father, and I absolutely do not want to see him. This won't do. That won't do. What do you want then? Lin Ye was beginning to lose his patience. Let us get a hotel room, she suddenly exclaimed, uttering a proposal that took Lin Ye by surprise. Huh? Isn't that inappropriate? Are you even of legal age? Of course I'm of age, she declared, puffing out her chest. I'm a university student. I'm in my first year. She continued, and don't misunderstand. When I say we should get a room, I mean we each get our own. Don't worry, I won't ask you to pay. Although I've run away from home, I still have money. With that, she pulled out a charming frog-shaped children's wallet from her bag. Inside was a thick stack of cash and a bank card. Seeing this, Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. He suddenly realized that this girl was likely not just an ordinary runaway. She might very well come from a wealthy family. Yet, no matter her background, it was of no concern to him. All he desired was to return to his rest. All right then, I can take you to a hotel. Once we arrive, I will leave, he conceded. Okay. She nodded enthusiastically. Then let us go. With that, Lin Ye led the girl toward a relatively upscale hotel not far away. After completing the check-in process, they stood before the door of a suite. Here we are. I've brought you to the hotel. You should be safe now, and I must take my leave, Lin Ye said, preparing to depart. Suddenly, the girl seized his arm once more. Wait, there's one last thing. If you promise me this, I'll let you go. Another matter? Yes, please take out your phone and unlock it. Although unsure of her intentions, Lin Ye complied, eager to extricate himself from the situation. After he unlocked his phone and handed it to her, she proceeded to unlock her own device. Soon, he heard a chime. The girl then proceeded to manipulate both his phone and her own. All right, here's your phone back. With a hint of curiosity, Lin Ye glanced at the screen of his device. To his surprise, he discovered that the girl had opened his chat bubble and even added a new friend. Not only had she pinned this new contact, but she had also altered the name to read 1703060 Long-Legged Beauty. Observing this label, and then glancing at the girl before him, whose features were indistinct, Lin Ye couldn't help but stifle a laugh. All right, you can head back now. Remember to message me when you do. Good night, big brother. With that, the girl swiped open the door to her room and stepped inside. Watching her enter, Lin Ye promptly exited the hotel, hailing a rideshare vehicle at the entrance to return to campus. Chapter 29. Mastering languages and the mischief of fairies. By the time Lin Ye returned to his dormitory, it was nearly 3 in the morning. He had anticipated that his 3 roommates would be fast asleep. However, upon cautiously pushing open the dormitory door, he realized he had underestimated the situation. The lights were indeed extinguished, yet each face glimmered with a peculiar radiance. As Lin Ye entered, 3 pairs of wide eyes, as round as copper bells, turned towards him in unison. Wow, you're finally back, one exclaimed. We thought you had spent the night with some beautiful lady. The mere thought of him cavorting with a stunning beauty had kept them restless in their dormitory. Come on, tell us how it was at that bar. Did any women take advantage of you? Was your enchanting boss involved in any clandestine dealings? Did any wealthy women offer to pamper you? Turn on the lights. With a swift motion, the once dark dormitory was illuminated, and his 3 roommates, forsaking sleep, sprang up to surround Lin Ye. At that moment, Lin Ye had changed into his casual attire, yet various fragrances still lingered upon him. His roommates, akin to detectives, scrutinized him from every angle, soon discovering the remnants of lip prints on his face that he had not fully wiped away. Wow, what is this? Are these lip prints? Goodness, not just one. How many people have kissed you? They exclaimed, their envy palpable. And you smell like alcohol. You've been drinking, haven't you? Come, sit down and share. We've been waiting for you to return just to hear about your adventures tonight. Want some snacks? How about plenty? In that moment, his roommates were imbued with an extraordinary enthusiasm. Lin Ye, unhurried, took a seat and began recounting his experiences at the Black Rose Bar. Although he omitted certain crucial details, his audience was nonetheless captivated, their excitement palpable. Wow, that Black Rose Bar sounds fascinating. Too bad I'm a guy. Otherwise, I would have loved to check it out. So, did you really earn tens of thousands tonight? That's more profitable than being a performer. Why can't I do magic? Is it too late to learn? After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Ye proceeded to wash up. Having toiled throughout the day, fatigue had finally set in. He had thought that after a shower, he would quickly succumb to slumber. Yet as he lay down, he realized he had surpassed the point of drowsiness and felt wide awake. Oh, I still haven't informed sister who died that I've returned to school. With that thought, he hastily picked up his phone and opened the Green Bubble app. Upon opening it, he discovered a plethora of unread messages, over a dozen, in fact. Some were from Hu Dai, while the others were from the girl with the lip piercing whom he had rescued, Songbao. After notifying Hu Dai that he had returned to his dormitory and was now lying down, his curiosity piqued, and he clicked on the chat interface with Songbao. Upon opening the chat interface, a flurry of adorable emojis and 2 messages immediately popped up. Have you arrived at the dormitory, brother? I'm going to sleep now. Good night, brother. As Lin Ye read these messages, a bemused smile escaped his lips. He found it perplexing how, just a few hours prior, Songbao had deliberately undermined his performance while he was showcasing his magic tricks. How could she now be so warmly affectionate towards him? Girls truly are enigmatic beings. Casually, he replied to Songbao, informing her that he had returned to his dormitory. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, in a hotel room, she had removed her makeup and donned a charming teddy bear pajama set. Propped up on her bed with her legs playfully lifted, Songbao eagerly opened the Green Bubble. Upon seeing Lin Ye's message, an inexplicable smile graced her delicate features. He replied to me, but wait, why am I happy about this? I wasn't expecting his response at all. This sensation felt peculiar. She should indeed harbor disdain for men. Songbao, you must remain rational. Just because he is handsome and saved you does not mean you should be enchanted. TikTok has warned that associating with men can lead to misfortune. Yet, he seems somewhat different from the others. Oh dear, what am I saying? Tomorrow morning, I shall delete him. After resolutely declaring this, her fingers, disobediently, sent Lin Ye a cute nodding emoji. You silly hands. What are you doing? Shut down. No more phone. Any decision made at this hour is irrational. With that, Songbao forcefully powered off her phone and buried her head beneath her pillow. However, soon enough, a series of giggles erupted from beneath the pillow, as if she had recalled something delightful. Simultaneously, Lin Ye, who had also set his phone aside to sleep, thought of something. It was past midnight, and the system's daily tasks and sign-in rewards should have refreshed. He was eager to see what the system would bestow upon him today. Opening the system interface, he found, as anticipated, that not only had the daily sign-in rewards refreshed, but the daily tasks and mysterious shop had also been updated. His magical capacity had increased from 20 to 30 points, filling him with newfound vigor. With a sense of anticipation, Lin Ye tapped on the daily sign-in reward. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Sign-in successful. Today's sign-in reward has been issued to the system backpack. Please check it, host. A beam of white light shot from the sign-in interface into the system backpack. Observing this, Lin Ye quickly glanced towards his 3 roommates, confirming they were all asleep, before cautiously retrieving the reward from the system backpack. As soon as the package materialized in the real world, it transformed into a book. Upon seeing the book, Lin Ye realized that today's sign-in reward was yet another spell. Immediately, he illuminated the cover of the book with the glow of his phone screen. Soon, 4 prominent characters emerged before him. Mastery of languages. Upon seeing these words, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Lin Ye's face. He yearned for the more visually stunning spells, such as Fireball, Windblade, or Thunderstrike. It was evident that Mastery of Languages was a support-type spell, while it was not entirely devoid of value. Its practical utility seemed limited. He even struggled to envision how this spell could be integrated with other forms of magic. Nevertheless, having it was better than not having it at all. He decided to learn it first and see what it entailed. With that, he opened the book's cover, and in an instant, a torrent of memories related to Mastery of Languages surged into his mind, merging with his own recollections. Within these memories, he transformed into a linguistic master, fluent in the languages of various races. Regardless of the tongue, with a mere incantation of this spell, he could instantly comprehend and master it. Elvish, Dwarvish, Draconic, Orcish, even the languages of magical beasts. As he absorbed all the information, a subtle change appeared on his face. It seemed that this spell was more beneficial than he had anticipated. Not only could he converse with people, but he could also communicate with animals. By activating the spell, he could immediately learn the language of others. With this newfound ability, foreign language classes would pose no challenge for him. If he wished, he could master every language on Blue Star. Realizing this, a smile unexpectedly graced his face. I should also check what new items have been refreshed in the mysterious shop today. As he spoke, he opened the mysterious shop, which, as before, had refreshed its offerings. However, today, 4 new items had appeared. Magical item, the Harbinger's Revolver, an alchemical weapon forged from a blend of magic and goblin technology. It unleashes deadly magical bullets upon pulling the trigger, inflicting immense damage upon foes. I bloom amid slaughter, akin to a flower in the dawn. Price, 500. 000 magical coins. Elixir, Dragon's Blood Potion. A powerful potion crafted from the blood of dragons by renowned alchemists. Consuming it grants one the dragon's bloodline, transforming the user into a dragon blood sorcerer. Price, 1,000,000 magical coins. Daily special item. Fairy Mischief Silver Coin. A unique magical artifact gifted to wizards by the fairy race. Containing a cunning and malevolent fairy who knows all things worldly. Each day, one may pose 10 questions and it will provide answers. Heads for yes, tails for no. Price, 300 magical coins. Skill point 1. Upon usage, grants 1 skill point, which can be employed to enhance existing magical skills and augment magical effects. Price, 100 magical coins. As he gazed upon the 4 items, Lin Ye's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 30. The Enchanted Cottage, and renting before me lay 4 undeniably formidable items. The first was evidently a weapon, although the reason a mage would wield a handgun eluded me. The second item was a potion, just from its name and the scant hints in its description. It was clear that this potion was extraordinary, for dragons are legendary as the most powerful magical beings. Of course, neither the first nor the second item was within my consideration, as their prices were exorbitant. 500,000 magical gold coins, which, when converted to real currency, amounted to a staggering 50 million. The dragon's blood potion was even more outrageous, priced at 1 billion. Even if I were to receive 10,000 coins in tips each night, it would take me a whole 10,000 nights to amass such wealth. Thus, I shifted my focus to the last 2 items, particularly the mischievous fairy silver coin. Although it could only be used 10 times a day and each query permitted a binary answer, if wielded wisely, it could serve as a prophetic artifact. With this, I could even offer fortune-telling services. At 300 magical coins, it seemed within reach. After my performance at the Black Rose Tavern tonight, coupled with the cash earned from drinking with Huang Ying, I had approximately 40,000 coins. If converted entirely into gold, it would suffice to procure both the fairy coin and skill points. However, I did not intend to act hastily. I wished to first ascertain how many magical coins I would earn upon completing today's daily tasks. Should the rewards be ample, there would be no need to squander my resources. With this thought, I promptly accessed the task interface, and today's daily mission appeared before me. Daily task. As a noble mage, you must possess your own magical cottage as a sanctuary for living and practicing magic. Completion reward, 200 magical coins. Spell, Cleaning Charm. Upon reading the daily task, a flicker of surprise crossed my features. 200 magical coins, 100 more than before, equating to an additional 10,000. This meant I would only need to spend 20,000 to secure both of today's discounted items. The Cleaning Charm, from its name, seemed to pertain to tidying up, likely of little utility. As for the magical cottage, could it be that I would acquire my own dwelling? The more I contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. After all, purchasing a mere set of clothing was deemed sufficient to qualify as a magical robe. Renting an abode should certainly fulfill the magical cottage requirement. Moreover, I had been contemplating renting a place of my own, not only for the sake of privacy, but also because my late work hours would inevitably disturb my roommates if I continued to reside in the dormitory. Yet, all this could wait until tomorrow. My current task was to seek rest. With that, I closed the system interface, charged my phone, and shut my eyes, soon drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he transformed into a powerful sorcerer capable of summoning the winds and rains. By the time dawn broke, he awoke to find it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Still in a daze, he was roused from his slumber by his roommate. Like the previous day, today was devoid of any classes, replaced instead by a seminar on mental health and another on campus safety. Once the lectures concluded, they would be free to engage in leisure activities. After enduring the long wait until afternoon, Lin Ye promptly exited the school and made his way to a nearby residential complex. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, he was greeted by a young man clad in a white shirt, adorned with a green identification badge, who had been patiently waiting. Approaching Lin Ye, he inquired, "Hello, are you here to view the apartments?" Lin Ye nodded in response. "I am the property manager of Wonking. Please share your requirements, and I shall recommend suitable accommodations accordingly. I require a unit with a private bathroom, preferably a one-bedroom, though a loft would suffice." Lin Ye articulated his needs after some contemplation. However, the young man frowned upon hearing his request. Both of these options are quite sought after. As you may know, there are several universities nearby, and with the proximity to the commercial district, many young individuals seek housing here. Currently, I do not have either of these types of units available. Suddenly shifting his tone, he added, "However, I can provide you with a private bathroom. I have a shared master bedroom available with an ensuite covering approximately 20 square meters, and it includes a balcony. Would you consider this option? The lease just expired today, and if you do not take it, it will likely be gone soon." "All right," Lin Ye replied after weighing his options. He only required a space with a modicum of privacy, and his standards for living conditions were not particularly high, as he would not be residing there during the day. "Excellent. I shall take you to view the apartment now. This way, please." Under the guidance of the property manager, Lin Ye entered the residential community. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at the 33rd floor of Building 12. This is at room 3303. It is a 3-bedroom unit, reconfigured into 4 rooms. Currently, the secondary bedroom, study, and balcony room are occupied, but the master bedroom was vacated this morning. As he spoke, the property manager knocked on the door. After knocking, he entered a password on the door panel. As the door swung open, Lin Ye was greeted by a small living room. The space appeared relatively tidy, save for some late-night snacks left on the dining table and a few pairs of women's shoes at the entrance. After surveying the room, Lin Ye could not resist asking, "How many people are currently residing here, and what do they do?" Hastily, the manager responded, "There are 3 in total. One appears to be a graduate student. Another is a working professional, and the last is a streamer. Yes, a streamer. Male or female. They're all women, but they are unlikely to be around during the day, so you probably won't cross paths with them. If you choose the master bedroom, there shouldn't be much interaction. Indeed, the chances of interaction should be minimal." Lin Ye nodded. "May I see the room?" "Of course. This way," replied the apartment manager, leading Lin Ye into the innermost master bedroom. The master bedroom is quite spacious, furnished only with a bed, a desk, and a chair, presenting a remarkably minimalist aesthetic. The decor reflects the common style of shared apartments, affordable yet refined. However, judging by the signs of habitation, it seems to have been occupied for quite some time, alleviating concerns about formaldehyde. Any existing traces would have long been absorbed by previous tenants. To the right of the master bedroom is a private bathroom equipped with a smart toilet and a shower. What delighted Lin Ye most was the view from the balcony, where he could see the nearby Ziyu Lake, its surface shimmering like jade, gently rippling in the breeze, glistening under the sun. He could faintly feel the refreshing caress of the lakeside wind. The scenery was truly splendid. After completing his tour of the room, Lin Ye approached the apartment manager directly. "I'll take this one. How much is it? And what are the payment and contract signing procedures?" The manager was taken aback by Lin Ye's straightforwardness and quickly retrieved his phone. Half an hour later, after finalizing all the paperwork and paying 4 months' rent, Lin Ye officially became the tenant of the apartment. At $1,300 per month, it was reasonably priced, and the room met all his expectations. He merely needed to acquire a few daily necessities before moving in. Once the apartment manager departed, Lin Ye sat alone in the room for a while. Just as he was about to rise and head downstairs to purchase some essentials, the door to the second bedroom suddenly swung open. As the door opened, a girl wearing a loose white men's t-shirt, revealing her long legs and tousled hair, stumbled toward the bathroom opposite the second bedroom. Completely unaware of Lin Ye standing in the master bedroom door, she entered the bathroom without closing the door. Soon, Lin Ye heard the sounds of running water, followed by the tearing of toilet paper and the flush of the toilet. A look of embarrassment crossed Lin Ye's face. Just as he was about to retreat back into the master bedroom, the girl emerged from the bathroom, yawning and heading toward her room. Just as she was about to enter, she glanced in Lin Ye's direction. In an instant, her drowsy eyes widened in shock. With a startled gasp, she dashed back into her room, slamming the door shut and locking it behind her. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ye hurriedly exited the room. He was in a state of panic. Despite having seen nothing and done nothing, he felt as though he were being perceived as a lecherous intruder. Was it not agreed that no one would be present? Why then is there still someone inside? Surely, I shall not be perceived as a deviant. Just as he uttered these words, the system notification chime resonated. Chapter 31. The Pet Shop Cat Language, Dog Language Ding. Your daily task has been completed, and you have earned 200 magical coins along with the spell for cleaning magic. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, a hint of joy appeared on Lin Ye's face. Just as I suspected, renting an apartment completes the task for the magical cottage. As for the cleaning magic, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching and that there were no surveillance cameras. Then he retrieved the spell from the system's inventory. With a gentle clap, the cleaning magic transformed into a luminous orb that dove into his consciousness. In an instant, a plethora of related memories surged forth. Through these recollections, he grasped the essence of the cleaning magic. As he had previously surmised, the spell was conceived by wizards for the purpose of tidying up. With a mere flick of his wrist, the dirt and dust within the room would be effortlessly banished. This enchantment was not only applicable to cleaning spaces, but could also be employed to freshen garments, proving to be both convenient and practical. With this spell at his disposal, he would no longer require a robotic vacuum or even a washing machine. Indeed, if he were less particular, he could even use this magic to cleanse his own body. It was truly a remarkable life-enhancing spell. When would he acquire combat magic, he wondered, did it require ascending to the rank of a first-level wizard? Speaking of which, how might I elevate my level? System, could you provide me with a clear answer? Barely had he finished voicing his query when the system's voice resonated in his mind. To elevate your rank as a wizard, you must master the meditation technique, which will enhance your mental fortitude through continuous practice. Once your mental strength surpasses a certain threshold, you will achieve advancement. Meditation technique? Where might I procure such a thing? After signing in for 7 days, the host will automatically acquire it. Upon hearing this response, Lin Ye let out a sigh of relief. That's reassuring. Today marks the 3rd day, and in 4 more days, he would obtain the meditation technique. Setting that matter aside, he promptly descended the stairs and casually sought out a larger supermarket nearby to purchase some daily necessities, including a bedding set and toiletries. Having completed his shopping, he prepared to return to the room he had just rented, intending to also acquire the 2 items from the mysterious shop. However, as he passed by a pet store, a thought suddenly struck him. Right, I almost forgot to buy food for those 2 little creatures. With that, he turned and entered the pet shop, ready to purchase some treats for Blake and Brian. Although they had transformed into magical beings, it did not mean they could forego sustenance. Moreover, he had promised to bring them something delicious the day before. As he stepped into the store, a girl in an apron, resembling a shop assistant, approached him. Good sir, may I inquire what you wish to purchase? I would like to buy some pet food. What pets do you have? I can provide recommendations. There was a cat and a crow. When Lin Ye mentioned the pets he kept, the female clerk was momentarily taken aback. Are you saying that you have a crow? Indeed, a crow. Lin Ye nodded in affirmation. How unconventional of you to have such a pet, the girl chuckled. We have cat food, cat treats, cat-canned food, and freeze-dried options available for cats. But we do not have specialized food for crows. However, crow food should be quite similar to that of parrots. You could try some parrot food. Then let us proceed with your recommendations. I'll take a bit of everything, Lin Ye replied after a moment as contemplation. Very well. As it appears to be your first time caring for a pet, Allow me to assist you with the selection, she offered. As she spoke, the girl began to gather a basket of corresponding pet food for Lin Ye. While the girl was busy picking out food, Lin Ye wandered into the pet sale and boarding area of the store. This section was teeming with various pets. Common animals included cats, dogs, parrots, and rabbits, while less common ones featured geckos, snakes, and guinea pigs. Spotting a silver tabby mewing in a nearby cage, an idea sparked in Lin Ye's mind, and he raised his hand to cast a spell of understanding. With a flash of light invisible to the ordinary eye illuminating the silver tabby, he immediately felt as though something had been added to his consciousness. To his astonishment, the silver tabby began to speak. "Human, let me out. Human, do you hear me? Human?" Stunned by the feline's voice, Lin Ye found himself momentarily paralyzed. Unbelievable, the cat is speaking. Yet, upon reflection, he realized the truth. It was not the cat that was speaking, but rather he was able to comprehend its words. Acknowledging this realization, he moved to another cage housing a plump blue cat. After tapping on the glass door, the blue cat lazily lifted its head and meowed. "What is it?" "Nothing, please. Continue your slumber." "Oh," the blue cat replied before returning to its nap. After perusing the cat section, Lin Ye was convinced that he could communicate with cats. He understood their speech, and they understood his. However, he noted that most cats possessed limited intelligence, allowing for only brief exchanges, while only higher intelligence breeds like Siamese cats could engage in more substantial dialogues. Having mastered the language of cats, he proceeded to the dog section, where he targeted a corgi and cast the spell once more. Instantly, he acquired the ability to understand dog language. The cacophony of barking transformed into comprehensible speech. The little corgi exclaimed, "I want to play ball, I want to play ball." The husky chimed in, "Let me out, let me out." The border collie lamented, "Could the two fools beside me please stop barking? Why must I share my space with these dimwits?" The Shiba Inu urged, "Hurry, pet me, hurry, pet me." The French bulldog whined, so hungry, time to eat, time to eat." The little poodle chimed in with unintelligible chatter. Listening to the dog's banter, Lin Ye suddenly felt that perhaps not understanding them was preferable. At that moment, a man cradling a small kitten entered the pet shop. Upon stepping inside, he sought out a staff member and, with a look of urgency, exclaimed, "Is Dr. Zhou here? This kitten is injured quite severely, and I need her assistance." Hearing his words, the staff member promptly called out to the second floor of the shop. "Sister Rue, there's an injured cat down here. Could you come take a look?" Before long, footsteps echoed from the staircase. A female veterinarian, donned in a white coat and wearing clogs, swiftly descended from the upper floor. She possessed a fair complexion and an elegant stature, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Her long hair was tied neatly in a high ponytail, exuding an air of both intelligence and competence. Upon reaching the ground floor, she immediately approached the man holding the kitten. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as she recognized him. "Ah, it's you. How is that last cat doing?" The man nodded earnestly. "Mau Mau is much better now. His eating and drinking are back to normal. By the way, I found this little stray on my way home from work. It seems to have a broken leg, so I brought it straight here to you, Dr. Zhou. Please help it." His gaze was filled with concern and care. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh. There are still many good people in the world. However, before he could finish his thought, a voice suddenly interrupted. "He's lying." "Huh?" Startled by the unexpected outburst, Lin Ye turned to locate the source of the voice. To his astonishment, it was a one-eyed tabby cat confined within a metal cage. Unlike the other sweet-looking cats, this one had a fierce appearance and a stern demeanor, reminiscent of a formidable figure. It paced within the cage. Its solitary eye fixated intently on the young man holding the kitten. "Did you just speak?" Lin Ye cautiously approached the cage and inquired. "Indeed, that was me. You may call me Sangbiao. Who bestowed that name upon you?" "They all call me that. I am unsure of its meaning," the tabby replied, licking its right paw. "You mentioned someone was lying. Who are you referring to?" "That man," it stated. "He is dishonest. I can sense the scent of deceit emanating from him, and the kitten in his arms appears to be frightened." Lin Ye immediately turned his attention to the small cow-patterned kitten undergoing examination. Indeed, as the one-eyed tabby had suggested, the kitten was trembling violently, its eyes betraying a hint of fear, particularly when the young man reached out to touch it. The kitten's reaction intensified. In the next moment, it suddenly spoke, "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Upon hearing the kitten's utterance, Lin Ye's gaze towards the young man shifted dramatically, revealing a realization of his deceit. Just as he grasped the truth, the voice of the female shop assistant suddenly cut through the air. "Sir, the items you requested are ready for you." Chapter 32. He truly can communicate with animals upon hearing the voice of the female shop assistant nearby. Lin Ye snapped back to reality, feigning nonchalance. "You have a veterinary clinic here as well?" he inquired. "Indeed, the second and third floors house the veterinary clinic." The shop assistant nodded in affirmation. "Is it your pet doctor over there?" Lin Ye pointed towards the bespectacled woman attending to a kitten's injuries. The shop assistant smiled knowingly at his question before nodding again. "Yes. Do you find her quite beautiful?" "Well, she is certainly attractive," Lin Ye acknowledged after a careful appraisal of the doctor. All the male customers who visit us think so. I also find Dr. Zhou very beautiful, like a star tall, fair, with flawless skin, and highly educated. If I were a man, I would certainly be fond of Dr. Zhou," the shop assistant remarked with a hint of envy. "She must have many admirers, then?" Lin Ye queried. "How shall I put it? Dr. Zhou has mentioned that she does not intend to marry or engage in a relationship. While she indeed has numerous suitors, she appears uninterested," she explained. "I have a feeling that man over there is trying to pursue Dr. Zhou," the shop assistant whispered conspiratorially. Intrigued by this observation, Lin Ye pressed further. "What makes you say that? Is he overt in his intentions? Dr. Zhou may not perceive it, but I can sense it. This man visits our clinic at least 7 or 8 times a week, and each time he comes, it's either for his own pet or to rescue stray cats he finds outside. Just a few days ago, his cat was discharged from here, and today he has found another stray. I must say, he is quite compassionate," she elaborated. "I see. He indeed possesses a kind heart," Lin Ye mused inwardly, forming some conjectures based on the shop assistant's words. If that man were indeed deceptive yet frequently rescued injured stray cats, there could only be one possibility. "Dr. Zhou, is this little kitten in serious trouble?" The young man who had entered cradling the kitten in his arms asked with concern. His gaze, while directed at the kitten, was fixated on the profile of the female doctor. At that moment, having completed her examination of the kitten, the doctor slowly lifted her head, causing the young man to immediately divert his gaze. "I've examined it. Both of its front legs are fractured, but there are no other significant issues. However, the injury is a bit peculiar. It does not appear to be caused by a vehicle," the doctor stated. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anxiety briefly crossed the young man's eyes, though he soon regained his composure. "Is that so? I had assumed it had been accidentally run over by a car. When I found it, it was already in this condition. Such a pitiful little creature," he replied. "Dr. Zhou, please ensure it receives the necessary treatment. I will cover all medical and hospitalization expenses," he insisted. "Actually, it doesn't require extensive treatment. It merely has minor fractures. I've already set the bones. It just needs to be stabilized and kept from excessive movement for a short period, along with some nutritional support. It won't take long for it to heal," the doctor reassured him. "Once I have stabilized its forelimbs and administered some anti-inflammatory medication, you may take it home for observation. After a few days, you can return for a follow-up examination." While speaking, the female veterinarian retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from her pocket and began to write a prescription without noticing the flicker of disappointment that crossed the young man's face upon hearing that the cat required no further treatment or hospitalization. The doctor failed to see it, but Lin Ye did. At that moment, a vivid image suddenly materialized in his mind. In this scene, the young man, with a broad smile, exited the pet store cradling the cat. However, when he reached a nearby trash bin, approximately 100 meters from his store, he abruptly twisted the kitten's neck and discarded its lifeless body as if it were mere refuse. After committing this heinous act, he walked away as if nothing had transpired. Initially taken aback by this vision, Lin Ye quickly glanced down at the black cat plush toy nestled in his pocket. Seizing the moment while the shop assistant was occupied with his purchases, he whispered, "Blake, is this the future you have shown me?" The plush form of Blake remained silent, merely quivering slightly. Lin Ye immediately comprehended its implication. It appeared that this was indeed a glimpse of events yet to unfold. This individual was, without a doubt, A cat abuser who sought to attract the sympathy of the female veterinarian by inflicting harm on stray cats, only to subsequently murder them. If that were the case, it was likely that all the stray cats he had previously rescued had met the same grim fate. The thought sent a chill through Lin Ye's gaze. While he was not an extreme animal lover, he could not condone such vile creatures exploiting innocent lives for their deceitful ends. Furthermore, if he succeeded in winning over the veterinarian through such malevolent means, it would spell disaster for her. It is well known that psychopathic killers often begin their heinous paths by tormenting small animals. Just then, the young man, having acquired the medication and settled the bill, prepared to leave with the kitten in his arms. Observing this, Lin Ye quickly approached him. "Excuse me, sir, could you please wait a moment?" Upon hearing this, the young man halted in his tracks, while the other patrons, including the veterinarian, turned their gazes towards him in curiosity. With all eyes upon him, Lin Ye continued, "Sir, I believe this kitten may not be too keen on accompanying you." "What do you mean?" The young man furrowed his brow. "Lin Ye replied candidly. I mean that it is unlikely to favor someone who has personally broken its legs." His straightforward declaration was met with astonishment from everyone present. The young man immediately panicked upon hearing Lin Ye's words. "Don't speak nonsense. How can I possibly break its legs? You must take responsibility for what you say. It appears you are quite certain that these furry creatures are incapable of speech, believing they will not disclose that you are the one who has harmed them." Lin Ye remarked with a cold smile. Perhaps Lin Ye's words struck a chord, as the young man suddenly regained his composure, gently stroking the trembling kitten in his arms while wearing a smile. "You are quite peculiar, asserting right away that I injured this kitten without any evidence. In the absence of proof, you are merely slandering me, which tarnishes my personal reputation. By the way, I forgot to mention that I'm a practicing lawyer." A lawyer, a perverse individual who delights in tormenting cats, is paradoxically a champion of justice. How terrifying. Lin Ye wore a helpless expression. "What a coincidence. You're a lawyer, and I am a magician. It just so happens I possess a modicum of animal training skills. I shall make this little one reveal the truth." "A magician? You?" The young man, who had introduced himself as a practicing lawyer, was initially taken aback by Lin Ye's claim, then erupted into laughter. "You a magician? Surely you cannot make this cat speak." At that moment, the store staff, along with veterinarian Zhou Rue and several customers who were shopping for pet supplies or grooming their dogs, gathered around, intrigued by the commotion. Under their watchful gaze, Lin Ye confidently declared, "While I cannot make them speak, I can understand the language of these furry creatures. If you do not believe me, feel free to bring your cats and dogs over for a demonstration." Upon hearing this, several pet owners present immediately expressed interest. Within moments, an aunt holding a dog approached Lin Ye. "Young man, my dog has been rather disinterested in food lately. Could you possibly inquire about the reason?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye turned his attention to the white Bichon Frise cradled in her arms. The plump little Bichon, well-groomed, barked excitedly upon seeing Lin Ye. He gently petted the dog before, amidst the curious gazes of the onlookers, he asked, "Why have you been reluctant to eat lately? Can you tell me the reason?" At this, the young man holding the injured kitten scoffed derisively. "Huh, what nonsense, conversing with a dog. If it responds, it would be a miracle." Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than the white Bichon barked twice. To others, it sounded like simple barking, but to Lin Ye, it conveyed an entirely different message. After listening, Lin Ye's expression turned to one of understanding. He then looked earnestly at the aunt and said, "Madam, do you have another white Bichon that resembles this one?" "Huh, how do you know?" The astonishment was evident on her face. "It's my daughter's. We are currently fostering it." "That explains it. Is it possible that you have been feeding your dog multiple times a day while the one your daughter cares for has gone several days without food?" "Naturally. If it has overeaten, it would lose its appetite. I advise you to return and examine the other one closely, to see if it is on the verge of fainting from hunger." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the aunt clutching the Bichon Frise was immediately taken aback. The other individuals present were equally astonished. Chapter 33. I bet you will face retribution today, goodness. Is it possible? This dog, seemingly averse to food, must be suffering from indigestion due to overeating. It's utterly hilarious. The elderly lady, perhaps with failing eyesight, seems unable to distinguish between the two dogs. Feeding one at a time. Huh. It's akin to giving one twin a bath twice while neglecting the other. Thankfully, the old lady came to check. Otherwise, she would have scoured the nation's veterinary clinics without uncovering the truth. The other dog would likely have to subsist on the remnants of this one's waste. Conversely, I feel that all Bichons and Poodles bear a striking resemblance. I doubt I could tell them apart either. Could it be that this person genuinely understands animal speech? Surely not. Is such a miraculous occurrence possible? As the bystanders speculated, the elderly woman clutching the Bichon hurriedly dialed her husband. "Darling, please check on Dodo and give him some food. I was wondering why he has been so protective of his meal lately. I even scolded him, not realizing he hadn't been fed at all. What? He devoured an entire bowl of food in one go." After the call ended, the gratitude in the elderly lady's gaze towards Lin Ye was palpable. "Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, our other dog would probably still be starving. I must quickly reward him with some treats. Otherwise, when my daughter returns and sees her dog so emaciated, she might think I favor my dog and neglect hers." Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye merely smiled faintly. "No need to thank me. Andy, when you return, consider getting them collars of different colors. Otherwise, you might mix them up again next time." Yes, you're absolutely right. I'll buy them right away." The old lady's response undoubtedly validated Lin Ye's earlier assertions, leaving the onlookers increasingly astonished. As the elderly lady selected collars, another girl, holding a samiyed, squeezed her way to Lin Ye. "Handsome, could you help me understand why my dog has recently taken to biting people, especially women with long hair? His temperament has always been stable, and he hasn't been out much. Lately, he has nearly bitten several people, and he only targets women." "Ah, I see. Let me ask him." With that, Lin Ye crouched down, gently patting the samiyed's head before inquiring, "Why have you been biting people, particularly women?" The samiyed responded, "Woof, woof, 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 woof." Listening to the samiyed's words, Lin Ye nodded occasionally. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but exhibit curiosity at this amusing scene. It seemed he was genuinely conversing with the dog. How extraordinary that a human could communicate with a dog. I had previously come across claims online of people who could understand canine speech, but I never anticipated it to be true. What were they discussing? After approximately 2 minutes of interaction between a person and a dog, Lin Ye slowly rose to his feet, gazing curiously at the girl holding the samiyed, a hint of sympathy glimmering in his eyes. Unable to withstand his scrutinizing gaze, the girl inquired, "What is happening?" "Well, I advise you to brace yourself." Lin Ye sighed gently. "Brace myself for what?" The girl, now increasingly intrigued, pressed on, "Are you living with your boyfriend?" Instead of answering her question directly, Lin Ye posed another query. "Yes, but what does that have to do with it biting?" "Everything," he replied. "It just told me that a wicked woman entered your home, one who not only stepped on its tail, but also struck it. That is why it harbors such animosity towards women. By the way, this wicked woman was brought home by your boyfriend. Reflect on whether you share any mutual female friends. If not." Lin Ye left his sentence hanging, yet the girl clearly understood. Instantly, her face flushed with warmth. "Ah, I see. I wondered why the Smart Scale uploaded an unusual weight reading the other day, and why he suddenly took the initiative to take out the trash. So, it turns out he brought a wild woman home, and even dared to strike my dog. Is this an affront to my dog, or to me?" With that declaration, the girl, without another word, stormed out of the pet shop, her dog in tow. Once she departed, the onlookers and the pet shop employees exchanged bewildered glances. No one had anticipated such a sensational revelation, and, astonishingly, it was unearthed by a dog. He can truly comprehend canine speech. Moments ago, I had my doubts, but now I feel compelled to believe it. After all, he is not acquainted with that girl, and he should be unaware of her domestic circumstances. Thus, it must have been the dog that conveyed this information. Remarkable. It appears there are indeed individuals capable of understanding dog language in this world. In the aftermath of their astonishment, the gathered crowd promptly approached Lin Ye with their pets. "Young man, could you ask my dog when my gold ring is gone?" "Ah, I inquired, and it said it has been swallowed." "What?" "Young man, my cat hasn't been using the litter box lately. Could you find out why?" "It claims the litter box is too full, and it has no space to relieve itself. Remember to clean it diligently when you return." Young man, why does my newly purchased cat keep making noise at home? Just remove its battery. Just kidding. It says it is quite happy. Young man, my dog has been looking at me strangely lately. Could you ask it why? Having inquired, please refrain from indiscriminately petting other dogs outside. It has become envious. Dear friend, my dog has recently been emitting peculiar sounds, akin to a human. What could be the cause? In the future, when you engage in intimate moments, do so discreetly, away from the dog. At this moment, Lin Ye transformed into a veterinary savant, effortlessly conversing with the cats and dogs to discern their ailments. Despite the skepticism surrounding the notion that one could communicate with animals, the undeniable truth became apparent, compelling belief in his abilities. As the realization dawned that Lin Ye could indeed converse with creatures, the crowd's gaze shifted towards the young man who had previously brought the injured kitten for treatment, including that of the female doctor. The revelation that Lin Ye's assertions were genuine transformed the so-called compassionate individual into a figure of cruelty towards cats, prompting the onlookers to murmur in disdain, and even the female doctor, Zhou Rue, gazed at him with palpable disgust. In response, the young man grew visibly flustered. Dr. Zhou, allow me to explain. I truly did not. Before he could finish, the kitten cradled in his arms suddenly bit him. The sharp pain elicited a grotesque expression as he exclaimed, "You wretched creature, you seek your own demise." With that, he violently hurled the kitten towards the ground. Gasps of horror rippled through the crowd as they witnessed the imminent peril of the injured feline. Yet, in a miraculous turn, an unseen force caught the kitten, neutralizing the impact and allowing it to land gently. In the next moment, a long, elegant hand lifted the kitten gently, and by the time the crowd comprehended the scene, the kitten had found refuge in Lin Ye's embrace. At that instant, the onlookers were struck by a chill as they recognized the true nature of the young man, while the female doctor seethed with fury. "So, you were responsible for the injured kittens before, were you?" The young man, initially astonished that the kitten had survived his assault, broke into a twisted smile upon hearing her accusation. "Indeed, you are correct. Those cats were indeed my doing. Otherwise, where would I procure so many injured strays? Blame your own compassion for the little creatures. I had no choice but to approach you in such a manner." "And what became of them?" the doctor demanded through gritted teeth. "They perished. I crushed them, for they are mere refuse, destined for the trash bin," he replied, still smiling, instilling fear among those present. "It matters not to share this with you. After all, they're simply unprotected beasts, and you cannot hold me accountable. Now, if you will excuse me, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here any longer." As the young man approached the front desk, he squeezed some hand sanitizer onto his palms, grimacing as he washed his hands repeatedly. Afterward, he strode towards the exit of the pet store. Just as he reached the threshold, he abruptly turned to Lin Ye and, with a frigid expression, remarked, "It doesn't matter that I didn't kill this little creature today. There are plenty of stray cats in the nearby park. If I didn't eliminate this one, I'll simply find another 10 to replace it. They're all so foolish that a handful of cat food can easily lure them in." As he prepared to turn away again, Lin Ye suddenly spoke up. "Sir, I understand that I cannot prevent you from your actions, but how about we make a wager?" "A wager? Intriguing. What do you wish to bet on?" The young man halted, intrigued. "Let us bet on whether you will face retribution today. You have inflicted suffering upon so many animals. It is certain that you will reap what you sow. Oh, then I wager that I will not face retribution, as I believe my luck has always been splendid." He replied confidently, "Very well, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, those wretched cats will scurry away." With that, he nonchalantly stepped out of the pet store. However, no sooner had he exited than a tire came hurtling from the main road nearby. The rapidly spinning tire struck him squarely, sending him crashing to the ground, where blood quickly stained the spot where he lay. The onlookers inside the pet store, who had been seething with anger just moments ago, were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Chapter 34. Recharge. Silver coins at hand from the moment the deranged youth exited the pet shop until he was abruptly struck down by a large tire. Merely a few fleeting seconds elapsed. The crowd inside the pet shop had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos. By the time they did, the youth lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Those who had been seething with anger moments before rushed out of the pet shop in a fervor. Upon emerging, their eyes were immediately met with the sight of the bloodied youth, and not far off, the tire quietly resting by the roadside. Although the youth had been knocked to the ground, he had not entirely lost consciousness. He coughed up blood while attempting to rise. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not stir an inch. His limbs contorted grotesquely, clearly a consequence of the brutal impact that had ravaged his internal organs, his arms and legs broken. In such a dire state, standing was an impossibility, let alone moving. All he could do was tilt his head and call out to the onlookers nearby. Help! Help! Save me! Quickly! Call 120. I don't want to... After straining to utter those 3 phrases, it seemed he had expended all his strength. His eyes closed, and his head drooped, leaving his fate uncertain. Witnessing this, the crowd that had rushed out of the pet shop, along with the curious bystanders, gasped in shock. Oh my God, he can't be dead, can he? Where did that tire come from? How could such a large object just happen to land on him? Indeed, just moments prior, someone had seen the tire detach from a truck, miraculously avoiding all other vehicles and pedestrians along its path. How could it have struck him from such a distance? As the murmurs of disbelief circulated, a middle-aged man, cradling a cat in his arms as he emerged from the pet shop, interjected, "Let me tell you, this is divine retribution. This individual is a cat abuser. He has harmed countless felines. Just earlier, a young man predicted that he would face consequences today. And look what happened. He stepped outside only to be struck by this tire. I too believe it is retribution," replied another bystander, an elderly lady clutching a string of prayer beads, her expression solemn. He had just boasted about killing 10 cats today. This is cruelty incarnate. The heavens could no longer bear witness, thus they delivered punishment. He has reaped what he sowed. Those cats did not deserve his malice. His misdeeds have returned to haunt him. He just broke a kitten's legs, and now his own limbs are shattered. This is poetic justice. The universe observes our actions. One must tread carefully with their words. This young man was too arrogant. Even the heavens could not tolerate it any longer. As they beheld the pitiful sight of the deranged youth, not a soul among the onlookers felt sympathy. Rather, they experienced a sense of vindication. However, someone ultimately dialed 120. While the majority of onlookers were fixated on the grotesque scene of the tormented young man, a group emerging from the pet shop shifted their attention to Lin Ye. He first unveiled the truth of the young man's cruelty towards the cat, and then proceeded to demonstrate his ability to converse with animals. He had also predicted that the young man would face consequences for his actions today. These remarkable feats evoked a sense of curiosity among the crowd, particularly in the pet doctor, Zhou Rue. As the spectators continued to appraise Lin Ye, she approached him directly, her eyes alight with excitement. "Greetings, sir. I am Zhou Rue, the veterinarian here. May I inquire how you managed to communicate with those pets?" As she spoke, she retrieved her phone and opened a document. "This is my doctoral thesis, and this is my master's thesis. I have long endeavored to discover ways for humans and pets to communicate without barriers. Of course, if this involves any personal privacy or core techniques of yours, please disregard my question. I merely wish to engage in a discussion with you." Upon hearing Zhou Rue's words, Lin Ye casually fabricated a response. "Unfortunately, that is not something I can disclose, and I believe it cannot be replicated or studied. If I must say, it seems to be a unique innate gift, so I apologize." His remark instantly cast a shadow of disappointment across Zhou Rue's face. "I see. Then it truly cannot be replicated. Nevertheless, I believe we can still explore the topic of pet communication further. Might I obtain your contact information?" A hint of trepidation colored her expression, as if fearing Lin Ye might decline her request. Very well, you may scan my code." Lin Ye hesitated momentarily before opening the app and locating his personal QR code. "Thank you, I appreciate it." Zhou Rue, her face brimming with delight, scanned Lin Ye's code and sent a friend request. Onlookers from the pet shop exchanged glances, astonished. It was always others who sought Zhou Rue's contact information. Yet this time she had taken the initiative to request the details of another man. Once they became friends, Lin Ye departed the pet shop with the pet food he had purchased. As he exited, an ambulance arrived on the scene. 2 medical personnel rushed from the vehicle to assess the young man's injuries, shaking their heads in dismay. Witnessing this, Lin Ye gained a newfound appreciation for the formidable effects of magical tools. He never anticipated that their power could influence the fabric of reality itself. He hoped the truck driver had secured comprehensive insurance. Otherwise, an innocent person might bear the brunt of the consequences. With that thought, Lin Ye made his way toward his rental apartment complex. 10 minutes later, he returned once more to his rented room. After arranging the items he had purchased in a simple manner, the space immediately took on a homely ambience. "You two may come out now," Lin Ye announced. And as soon as his words fell, the black cat, Black, and the crow, Brian, simultaneously emerged from his clothing. Upon their exit, the two little creatures began to explore the room as if surveying their territory. After a thorough inspection, they commenced feasting on the food Lin Ye had procured for them. To Lin Ye's surprise, Brian seemed disinterested in the bird feed. Instead, she preferred Black's cat food and canned delicacies, leading the two little beings to nearly quarrel over a can of cat food. It was only after Lin Ye sternly admonished them that they ceased their bickering. Once they settled down to eat contentedly, Lin Ye reclined on his bed and casually activated the system panel. His daily tasks had been completed, and today, as magical coins were in hand, it was time to purchase the two special items of the day. Due to a shortfall of 200 coins, he also topped up with 20,000 currency. Watching the magical coin count rise from 200 to 400, he unhesitatingly bought the mischievous fairy coin and a skill point. With a flash of white light, a beautifully crafted silver coin, the size of a 1 yuan coin, appeared in his hand. One side of the coin bore a magical symbol, while the other depicted a cunning fairy. A faint yet potent magical energy coursed through it. As he acquired the mischievous fairy coin, the catalog in his system backpack simultaneously updated. Chapter 35, The Upgrading of the Mage's Hand and the Invisible Servant, Fairy Mischief Silver Coin. Item Level, Intermediate Magical Artifact. Information, a unique magical artifact bestowed upon mages by the fairy tribe, housing a cunning and malevolent fairy that is privy to all earthly knowledge. Effect 1. You may pose 10 questions to it each day, receiving answers that are affirmative for yes and negative for no. Effect 2. Predict the coin's orientation before tossing it high. A correct guess grants a stroke of luck, while an incorrect one incurs the fairy's mischief, limited to once per day. Should you become overly reliant on this enchanted coin for decision-making, you will be completely ensnared by the fairy's allure, ultimately transforming into an unsightly fairy. As Lin Ye perused the description of the fairy silver coin in his compendium, his expression subtly shifted. Why, despite the presence of two effects, did only one manifest in the shop? Furthermore, what did the final sentence imply? Could there be adverse effects from excessive use of this artifact? Gazing at the coin's reverse side, which depicted the somewhat crude fairy, Lin Ye resolutely decided that he would refrain from utilizing this device for decision-making unless absolutely necessary. As for the coin's secondary effect, it, too, bore potential drawbacks. While he was uncertain of the nature of the fairy's mischief, he was certain it would not bode well. He could not guarantee that he would always guess correctly. He lacked foresight. Wait, foresight. If I enlist Black's help to foresee the coin's outcome prior to tossing it, I would be assured of a correct guess. A spark of inspiration illuminated Lin Ye's mind, causing his eyes to brighten. He promptly scooped up Black, who was indulging in cat food. "Black, please predict what will transpire in the next minute." No sooner had Lin Ye spoken than Black activated its ability, and a vision unfolded in Lin Ye's mind. In this vision, he saw himself tossing the coin high, and as he withdrew his hand, the coin's obverse appeared. Excellent. Observing the coin's likeness in the vision, Lin Ye hastily set Black down and positioned the coin on the thumb of his right hand. A gentle flick sent the coin soaring, spinning rapidly through the air. Lin Ye fixed his gaze upon it and intently declared, "I wager it will land on heads." Upon uttering these words, he extended his right hand towards the coin's descent. As he caught it, he slowly opened his palm. In the next moment, the side adorned with the magical runes was revealed before him. Yes, this strategy truly works. Just as a wave of exhilaration washed over him, a beam of white light emerged from within the coin and enveloped his form. Is that all? Have I truly received a stroke of luck? I feel no different. Perhaps it requires time to manifest. Diverting his attention from this matter, Lin Ye's gaze once again drifted to the system panel, this time focusing on his personal information interface. Name, Lin Ye. Occupation, Mage. Occupation level, Apprentice Mage. Magic abilities. Mage's Hand Light spell comprehend languages cleanse, magical artifacts. The ever-changing golden timepiece of Archmage Roger. The fate cards of Card Master Trist, Fairy Mischief Silver Coin. Magical pets, Blake Bryan. Magical coins. 0, base attributes, Strength 7, Constitution 8, Spirit 10, Agility 8. Magic 30. At this moment, his various attributes had undergone a significant transformation since he first acquired the system. He had now mastered 4 spells, each marked with A, indicating that he could enhance them using skill points. As for which spell to upgrade, he had already made up his mind. It would undoubtedly be the most practical one, Mage's Hand. Without hesitation, he directed his points towards the following Mage's Hand. In the next instant, the words Mage's Hand before him began to twist, rapidly transforming into another set of words, Archmage's Hand. Upon seeing these 5 words, Lin Ye nearly collapsed to the ground. What was this? The upgrade merely added the word Arch in front? How utterly lackluster. Just as he could not help but voice his indignation, a torrent of new memories surged into his mind. Within these memories, he became a seasoned scholar of magic, having diligently researched and refined the traditional Mage's Hand. Elevating it to the Archmage's Hand, not only had its power been augmented, but it now also boasted several new effects. Archmage's Hand, 0th level attribute-less ultimate magic, consuming 2 points of magic power with each use, conjures a pair of invisible mage's hands to assist you in various tasks, capable of splitting the mage's hand to control an additional pair. Special effect, Invisible Servant, transforming the mage's hand into an invisible servant that can perform simple tasks and cast basic spells on your behalf. The invisible servant consumes 1 point of magic power for every minute it exists, possessing abilities equivalent to the original caster, with magic consumption deducted from the caster's reserve. Can be advanced. Feeling the influx of memories regarding the upgraded Mage's Hand, a look of understanding spread across Lin Ye's face. In summary, the enhanced Mage's Hand had indeed improved in every aspect. Firstly, the casting range had doubled. Previously, the Mage's Hand could only manipulate within a 10-meter radius, but now it extended to 20 meters. The weight it could bear had also increased from 100 gene to 200 gene, totaling 400 gene with both hands combined. Wait, now that it could split, that meant 4 hands. This expansion allowed for the accomplishment of greater tasks. For instance, within the confines of his room, Lin Ye gestured gently towards the large bed before him, and it began to float effortlessly. With another wave of his hand, the desk levitated beside it. A further motion sent the chair and wardrobe soaring into the air, for invisible hands steadied them, appearing to float as if by magic to the ordinary eye. In this way, he could still masquerade as a master of telekinesis in the future. Once he grew weary of the charade, he gently returned the 4 objects to their original positions. In the next moment, he summoned the hands of the Archmage once more. The 4 pairs of invisible hands swiftly converged, gradually transforming into a transparent humanoid amalgamation under his watchful gaze. This humanoid entity was none other than the Invisible Servant. It possessed all the characteristics of the Mage's Hands while also exhibiting a degree of intelligence, enabling it to execute simple tasks assigned to it, such as laundering clothes, tidying up, or feeding pets. Out of curiosity, Lin Ye even dressed it in his own clothing. Although it was transparent, once adorned with a mask, hat, sunglasses, and gloves, it appeared indistinguishable from a real person from a distance. A faceless figure possessing the functionalities of a living being sparked Lin Ye's imagination. If it were to act as an assassin, would it leave behind no trace? Furthermore, it could serve as a stand-in for a magic trick, creating the illusion of a person disappearing into thin air. The more he contemplated, the more he recognized the exceptional practicality of the Invisible Servant, particularly in the realm of magic. The evening's magic performance would serve as an ideal opportunity for experimentation. Just as Lin Ye was preparing to command the Invisible Servant to undertake another task, a sudden knock resounded at his door. Hearing the knock, he hastily dismissed the Invisible Servant. In an instant, The clothes draped over the servant fell to the ground. With a flick of his wrist, a cleaning spell whisked the garments to rest neatly upon the bed. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Blake and Brian, who immediately transformed into the appearance of dolls. After ensuring that the room contained no unusual objects, he finally opened the door. As the door swung open, a slender beauty adorned with exquisite makeup and fashionable attire stood before him. Her first words left him momentarily bewildered. "Excuse me, handsome, could you do me a favor? I would like you to pretend to be my boyfriend." Huh? Upon hearing her request, Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. Was the effect of luck this pronounced? Chapter 36. Qin Yushu, what I can offer you. He cannot, after a moment of bewilderment. Lin Ye recognized the enchanting woman before him. Despite her makeup and change of attire, her fundamental features bore a striking resemblance to the girl he had seen earlier leaving for the restroom. Coupled with her routine, it was evident that she was indeed the female streamer residing in this very building. As he had surmised, the slender beauty spoke. "Indeed, handsome sir, I am a tenant of the secondary bedroom, and my identity is that of a streamer. I recently dined with a local gentleman who is now pursuing me, but I harbor no feelings for him. Somehow, he has discovered my residence and is currently waiting outside the complex." Fearing Lin Ye might misconstrue her words, the slender beauty hastily clarified. Upon hearing her explanation, a glimmer of understanding crossed Lin Ye's face. "So, you wish for me to masquerade as your boyfriend to dissuade him entirely, correct?" "Yes, yes." She nodded vigorously. "I do not wish to lead him on." "Then what is it that you find unappealing about him? Is it his looks?" Lin Ye inquired with curiosity. "His appearance is not the issue. I am not particularly superficial. The true problem lies in the fact that he is married and wishes for me to play the role of his mistress. Would I ever consent to such a morally reprehensible arrangement?" The slender beauty sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "Although I am in dire need of money, I would never stoop to such a disgraceful act. Is it really that outrageous?" Lin Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, I acknowledge that many female streamers may compromise their integrity for financial gain, but I will not be one of them. I simply wish to clarify matters with him, which is why I require your assistance in pretending to be my boyfriend. Rest assured, this will not impact you adversely. You need only make a brief appearance." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with earnestness. Captivated by her plea, Lin Ye pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. "Very well. Wait for me a moment while I change my clothes." "Change your clothes?" The slender beauty's face registered a hint of confusion. "I cannot possibly appear in this outfit. I must not bring shame upon you." Lin Ye chuckled, gesturing to his oversized shorts and flip-flops. In the next instant, he turned and entered his room, shutting the door behind him. When he emerged again, he had donned the casual attire that Hugh had purchased for him, and he had styled his hair with a bit of gel. As he stepped out of the room, the slender beauty, who had been waiting at his door, was momentarily taken aback by his striking appearance. "I didn't realize you were so handsome," she remarked, her eyes lighting up. "By the way, I am Qin Yushu. What is your name? We should introduce ourselves beforehand to avoid any slip-ups later. I am Lin Ye, Lin, as in forest, Yi as in night. Your name, Qin Yushu, possesses such poetic charm. Your name is quite lovely as well." Qin Yushu responded with a smile. "All right, no need for further flattery. Let us proceed and resolve this swiftly." "Agreed," Qin Yushu nodded. With that, the two exited simultaneously, riding the elevator down together. As they approached the exit of the community, Qin Yushu suddenly came to a halt. "Wait a moment, don't you think we appear rather odd right now?" Lin Ye, who was walking ahead, paused in surprise. "Odd? In what way?" "Well, haven't you ever been in a relationship?" Qin Yushu retorted. "No," Lin Ye replied straightforwardly, shaking his head. "That explains it. Do you really believe that genuine couples would walk like we do, so far apart?" Qin Yushu chided him playfully. Glancing back at the distance between them, Lin Ye hurried to her side. Yet, Qin Yushu shook her head once more. No, you're still too far away. I'm not electrified. Come a bit closer." Hearing this, Lin Ye stepped forward half a meter, yet there remained a slight gap. Sighing softly, Qin Yushu took him by surprise and linked her arm with his. In that moment, Lin Ye felt her delicate hand slip into his palm, her fingers intertwining with his, creating an unexpected flutter in his heart. All right, now this feels more appropriate. Why are your fingers so stiff? You don't need to grip so tightly. Just relax a little. Noticing his tension, she added, "You've never held a girl's hand before, have you?" Under her inquisitive gaze, Lin Ye's cheeks flushed as he stiffly nodded. Seeing his reaction, Qin Yuxue chuckled lightly. "I guess I'm quite fortunate. You're even shyer than I am, like a little bride. Breathe deeply, relax, otherwise others might notice." "Okay," Lin Ye replied mechanically, taking a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure. To ease the awkwardness, he held Qin Yuxue's hand as they walked out, curious to ask, "What do you usually stream?" "Calligraphy, painting, and occasionally playing the piano," Qin Yuxue replied, then turned her curiosity towards Lin Ye. "What about you? Are you a student?" "Yes, I'm a student at Chang'e University of Technology, a freshman this year." "Wow, Chang'e University of Technology has a high admission score. You must be quite the scholar," Qin Yuxue remarked with admiration. "I graduated this year from Chang'e Normal University." Their conversation flowed naturally, gradually erasing the initial awkwardness between them. Before long, they strolled out of the community, arms linked and hands clasped. Lin Ye contemplated asking about the suitor pursuing Qin Yuxue when he spotted a luxury car parked across the street. Beside the car stood a man in a suit, appearing to be in his 30s, holding a bouquet of flowers. He leaned against the car, engrossed in his phone, oblivious to Lin Ye and Qin Yuxue. "Is that him?" Lin Ye pointed to the suited man. "Yes, that's him," Qin Yuxue nodded. "He appears quite serious. Yet how does he dare to brazenly pursue an affair? One cannot judge a book by its cover. In this society, there are indeed many genteel scoundrels." He told me that his relationship with his wife is in tatters. Although they are not divorced, they are living separately. Of course, this is merely his account. Typically, unfaithful men tend to say such things. Who knows the true state of affairs in their household? I certainly do not wish for the day when his wife comes knocking at my door, seeking retribution for being the other woman. "Indeed," Lin Ye nodded. "Then let us make it clear today, ensuring he no longer harasses you." "Yes, I will confront him right now to clarify things. Let us go." With that, Qin Yuxue continued to link arms with Lin Ye as they walked across the street. As they approached the man in the suit, he finally noticed her presence. A smile appeared on his face, but it quickly faded upon seeing Lin Ye beside her. Before he could utter a word, Qin Yuxue spoke first. "Didn't you doubt my having a boyfriend? Well, here he is before you. Surely, you must believe me now. I've already clarified via text that there is no possibility between us. I love my boyfriend dearly, and he loves me in return. Furthermore, I will return all the gifts you previously sent me. Please refrain from harassing me again, lest I fear my boyfriend might become jealous." Upon finishing her words, Qin Yuxue leaned sweetly against Lin Ye's shoulder, her left hand playfully tugging at his arm, signaling him to embrace her. Lin Ye took a moment to grasp her intention before wrapping his right arm around her slender waist. The sight of their affectionate display twisted the man in the suit's expression with rage, his fists clenched tight. However, he soon seemed to have a realization, and his anger dissipated. "Xiaoxue, I know you are deceiving me. This man cannot possibly be your boyfriend. He is merely someone you brought to dissuade me. And even if you truly have a boyfriend, what difference does it make? I can provide you with everything he can, and even more. If you choose to be with me, you will never have to live in such a shabby place again. I can invest money and resources to elevate you to a top-tier streamer, allowing you to live the life you have always dreamed of, something he cannot offer." Upon hearing the man in the suit's words, Qin Yuxue prepared to retort, but Lin Ye gently patted her back and stepped forward. "Xiaoxue's future is secured with me. She requires nothing from you. The life she yearns for consists of every day spent with me. Moreover, you made an error in your last statement. There are certain things I can provide that you cannot. If I'm not mistaken, you must be in your 30s, while I'm barely 20. I have heard that once men reach the age of 25, they tend to lose their vigor. I can perform 7 times in one night. Can you?" As Lin Ye spoke these words, Qin Yuxue, nestled behind him, was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit blushed, not out of shyness, but rather in a fit of rage. Yet, Lin Ye's subsequent remark only served to intensify his anger. Lies do not wound, but the truth is a keen blade. "Look at you, Flustered, it is evident that I have struck a chord. Perhaps, before pursuing a romantic interest, you should first attend to your own well-being, dear sir. You. The man in the suit nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in exasperation. In a fit of unbridled fury, he rolled up his sleeves, prepared to strike. However, as he launched his fist, Lin Ye effortlessly seized it with one hand. Bolstered by the power of the Grand Sorcerer, his grip was akin to that of several hundred pounds. With but a slight exertion, the man in the suit was soon drenched in cold sweat from the pain. My dear sir, it appears you are indeed in a rather weakened state, Lin Ye remarked with a subtle smirk. Additionally, it seems your vehicle has rolled away. At the sound of these words, the man instinctively glanced back. In that fleeting moment, he beheld his car, parked by the roadside, inexplicably starting up and rolling towards the main road. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as a passing garbage truck collided with it, the vehicle tipping over and showering his luxurious car with refuse. This unexpected turn of events completely shattered the composure of the man in the suit. You should hurry and check on your car, Lin Ye suggested with an air of nonchalance. By the way, I hope your vehicle isn't a rental, as that would certainly complicate matters. At Lin Ye's ominous words, the man in the suit broke into a cold sweat, abandoning all pretense as he dashed towards his luxury car in a state of frantic disarray. Chapter 37. A New Magic. Dinner. In the brief span of mere seconds, the gentleman in the suit transitioned from a state of composure to a flustered disarray, culminating in his luxurious vehicle being struck by a refused truck. Witnessing this spectacle, Chang'e Yushue could not help but part her lips in astonishment. Her cheeks still tinged with the blush of shyness that had not yet dissipated. It was only when the suited man approached his car, tossing out bags of rubbish, that she regained her senses. At that moment, she felt Lin Ye release her hand. In her puzzled gaze, Lin Ye bent down to retrieve a bouquet of flowers that the man had carelessly discarded. He brushed off the dust lingering on the petals, deftly removed the accompanying card, and flicked it with his finger, sending it soaring into a nearby trash bin with pinpoint accuracy. In the next heartbeat, he presented the bouquet to Chang'e Yushue. Observing the flowers in Lin Ye's hand, Chang'e Yushue expressed her distaste, urging, just throw them away. Why pick them up? She continued, it would be a waste to discard them, and the flowers are innocent. They had no say in who bought them. Wouldn't you agree? However, the arrangement itself is rather garish. The vibrant reds and purples do not quite suit your elegance. As she spoke, Lin Ye extracted several stems from the bouquet. Curiosity sparked within Chang'e Yushue. What are you doing? Just a little exchange. Close your eyes. Oh, all right. Though uncertain of Lin Ye's intentions, she complied and shut her eyes. In that fleeting moment, he replaced the overly bright flowers with those he had purchased at the night market beside the school the previous evening. All right, all done. You may open your eyes now. Upon hearing his words, Chang'e Yushue opened her eyes, and disbelief washed over her face. The bouquet had transformed. The prominent flower had shifted from a rose to a sunflower, complemented by delicate white daisies. Instantly, the arrangement appeared much more refreshing. How does it look? Is it not much better? Yes, yes. Chang'e Yushue nodded vigorously. Take it home. It will serve as a lovely accent in your room. As Lin Ye placed the bouquet into her hands, it took her a moment to process the gesture, her expression a blend of surprise and bashfulness. Thank you. No need for thanks. By the way, disregard my earlier comments. I merely wished to provoke that man, and it seems I succeeded. Only a man can truly understand another man. Haha, I don't mind at all. What you said makes perfect sense. My friends have told me that when looking for a partner, one should choose someone younger, as those older often lack stamina. Chang'e Yushue chuckled. I was only jesting. Honestly, I don't know. You've done me a tremendous favor. I must express my gratitude properly. She then glanced at her phone, noting the time. Dinner is approaching. How about this? I'll cook for you later. You can cook? Lin Ye inquired, astonished. Of course. Each day, I prepare my own meals. Though my culinary skills are limited to simple home-cooked dishes, Chang'e Yushue declared with a proud expression. Home-cooked dishes are perfectly fine. In fact, I'm unsure how to resolve dinner plans, she added. Let us make it a pact. We shall go grocery shopping right away. As they spoke, Chang'e Yushue led Lin Ye to a nearby market adjacent to their community. Unlike their previous encounter, this time they intentionally maintained some distance, and the atmosphere felt slightly awkward. After purchasing the ingredients, they returned to their abode. Qin Yuxue donned an apron and began cooking in the kitchen, while Lin Ye contemplated the magic performance he was to present at the Black Rose Bar that evening. His debut the previous night had earned him a stellar reputation at the establishment, and early in the morning, a message from Hu Dai confirmed that the guests had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. The second performance must not falter, even if it could not match the brilliance of the first. It should still leave an impression. With the enhancements to his mage's hand, he resolved to craft an entirely new magical spectacle centered around this upgraded ability. A spark of inspiration struck, and his gaze fell upon the bed linens and garments strewn across the bed. With a mere thought, the mage's hand was instantaneously summoned, and the once flat sheet began to float as if animated by an unseen force. Once airborne, the sheet swiftly formed a circle. Moments later, it swooped down to the floor, and a figure materialized at its center. Clad in Lin Ye's own attire, complete with a top hat and white gloves, the figure possessed an eerily vacant face. Not only was the visage void, but the wrists and pant legs were similarly empty, as if an invisible man had donned his clothing. In truth, it was indeed the invisible servant wearing Lin Ye's garments. Observing the lifelike apparition, Lin Ye scrutinized it from head to toe before retrieving a pure white mask from his system's inventory, large enough to conceal the entire face. He also procured a pair of dress shoes and knee-high socks, adjusting the sleeves of the outfit slightly. After attending to these details, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, under dim lighting, it would be nearly impossible to discern that the figure was a mere illusion. With this thought, Lin Ye produced a Roger watch and pressed a button on its face. In an instant, his own attire transformed to mirror that of the invisible servant. After donning an identical white mask, he escorted the invisible servant to the dressing mirror in his room. Gazing into the mirror at his own reflection alongside the figure, Lin Ye found it nearly impossible to tell which was himself and which was the invisible servant. If he struggled to distinguish between them, it was certain others would not fare any better. However, it felt as if something was still missing. An additional element was required. As he pondered this, his eyes once again roamed the room, ultimately resting upon the dressing mirror before him. Upon catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror, an ingenious idea instantly sprang to his mind. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upwards as he murmured to himself, "Let this serve as the grand opening." I hope you're not startled. Just as he established the thematic essence of his magic performance for the evening, the voice of Qin Yuxue resonated from outside, announcing, "Dinner is ready." Hastily, Lin Ye snapped his fingers to dismiss the invisible servant, simultaneously pressing the button on his Roger watch to revert to his original appearance. After neatly arranging the bed linens, he opened the door to step outside. Upon doing so, he beheld Qin Yuxue, adorned in an apron and home attire, her hair elegantly tied back, as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. The dining table was adorned with the fresh flowers Lin Ye had previously gifted her. For reasons unknown, Lin Ye felt an indescribable warmth at this scene. Perhaps this was the essence of home. With this thought, a gentle smile graced his face. "Let me assist you." Though the meal was modest, Lin Ye savored it with immense joy. As they dined, they engaged in light conversation about their daily lives. Upon discovering that Lin Ye's side occupation was that of a magician, Qin Yuxue expressed her astonishment. "So, you perform magic at bars every night?" "Indeed. I may return late in the evening. I hope it won't disturb your rest." "Not at all. I typically finish my broadcasts around 2 or 3 in the morning." "That sounds exhausting." "Not really. It's far better than working a 9-to-5 job. At least I'm not subjected to a boss's empty promises or a colleague's veiled remarks. I'm quite content with my current life." As they continued their conversation, they finished their meal. Once they were done, Qin Yuxue intended to wash the dishes. But Lin Ye swiftly interjected, "You shouldn't have to wash the dishes after cooking. Leave them be, I'll take care of it. Rest assured, I'm quite adept at dishwashing." "Very well, I appreciate your help. I also need to prepare my materials for tonight's live performance." Once Qin Yuxue retreated to her room, Lin Ye cast a cleaning spell into the sink. Instantly, all the grease and grime on the dishes vanished, as if the filth had willingly flowed down the drain. Observing this, Lin Ye directed another cleaning spell towards the kitchen. The various impurities and dirt coalesced into a dark mass that fell into the trash bin. In the blink of an eye, the kitchen appeared as if it had undergone a thorough cleansing. To ensure Qin Yuxue remained oblivious to any anomalies, he deliberately turned on the faucet to create some noise. After restoring the utensils and cookware to their rightful places, he conducted a final cleaning spell on the communal areas. In an instant, the shared space transformed into a pristine environment, with trash finding its way into the bin and dust gathering into a compact clump, the floor gleaming with a reflective shine. Once everything was in order, he returned to his room to gather the items needed for his evening performance, accompanied by Blake and Brian as they departed from the rented apartment. In order to enhance the evening's ambience, he needed to procure a few additional items. No sooner had he departed than Qin Yuxue emerged from her room. Upon witnessing the immaculate common area and kitchen, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she couldn't help but murmur, "Goodness, has he transformed into the legendary girl of the river snails? It seems my wish from yesterday has come true. Heaven has indeed bestowed upon me a wonderful roommate. But can he truly perform 7 times? Oh dear, what am I thinking?" A few hours slipped by in an instant, and once more, night descended upon Chang'e, with the sign of operation hanging at the entrance of the Black Rose Bar. Chapter 38. The black cloth unveiled. As soon as the evening hour for business commenced, the Black Rose Bar was already bustling with a throng of patrons. Women adorned in a myriad of styles entered the establishment, each in search of their own joy. "Let me tell you, there's a new magician here. He is truly extraordinary," exclaimed a flamboyantly dressed woman, her makeup striking as she beckoned her companions to venture further into the bar while extolling the talents of Lin Ye. However, her companions appeared somewhat skeptical. "What is the point of magic? I came here to enjoy the music. The previous vocalist was quite impressive," one remarked. "Indeed, magic is just a series of tricks, merely a distraction for those who lack worldly experience. Oh well, since we're here, we didn't come to see a performance, but to indulge in drinks. Today it's on me, and no slacking off. I swear, I'm not deceiving you. That magician is genuinely remarkable. His feats resemble true sorcery," the heavily made-up woman insisted, noticing her friend's disbelief. "Come on, a skilled magician would perform here? If you wish to see real magic, I know a professional magician. I could take you to see him," one of the group retorted as they settled into a booth. At that moment, they were not the only ones discussing Lin Ye's magic. Some customers who had visited the previous night were also engaged in conversation. Among them was Huang Ying and her friends, accompanied by the bar owner, Hu Dai. "Why is the international model here again? Just the other day, didn't you say you were quite busy?" Hu Dai jested, pouring Huang Ying a drink. "Can't a busy person come here? I want to unwind in the evenings after a hectic day." "What, am I not welcome?" Huang Ying replied, producing a cigarette. Before she could light it, Hu Dai had already presented her with a lighter. Once the cigarette was lit, Hu Dai laughed. "How can we not welcome you? You're our fortune bringer." "Oh, and how do you intend to repay me for that?" Huang Ying replied with a mischievous smile, pulling Hu Dai, dressed in a floral qipao, into her embrace and exhaling a smoke ring towards her charming face, preparing to kiss her. However, Hu Dai gently blocked her with her hand. "You know I'm straight." "And what of it?" "I quite like the straightforward," Huang Ying said with a slight smile, releasing Hu Dai and casually asking, "Is that little brother of yours performing today?" "Of course he is. I've signed a long-term contract with him. He is currently backstage preparing," Hu Dai confirmed. "So that's why you're here today. To see him," Hu Dai realized. "I merely want to witness what marvelous tricks he has in store today. I hope it's not just a repeat of yesterday's performance." "Not all. He assured me that today's show would feature entirely new tricks, and he guaranteed that it would leave the audience in awe," Hu Dai replied. "Oh, such confidence." Huang Ying gently raised her glass and took a sip. Upon hearing her words, Hu Dai glanced at her phone. The time was nearly upon them. The event was about to commence. The moment her words resonated, everyone at the booth turned their gaze toward the small stage in the center. Simultaneously, a petite girl, adorned in a non-mainstream style with fiery red hair and clutching a bowl of spicy hot pot, entered the bar, accompanied by a group of girls who looked as exuberant as spirited sprites. Upon seeing the empty stage ahead, the red-haired girl let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it hadn't started yet. It's all your fault for insisting on having spicy hot pot. You nearly made me late. This red-hair girl was Song Bauer, who had disrupted Lin Ye's stage the previous night, and the group behind her were her loyal followers. Hearing her words, the spirited girls responded with a hint of exasperation. Boss, you really shouldn't be so hypocritical. You ate too, and you order the most. Exactly. You alone spent 30 yuan, while the rest of us only spent 50 together. And you made us walk so far. Enough. I'm the boss, and you all must listen to me. Otherwise, I won't treat you to food in the future. Song Bauer glared at them with her big eyes. What is wrong with walking so far? Isn't it our lot to roam around as we hustle? As soon as the spirited girls heard this, they fell silent. It had only been 3 days since they could manage 2 meals a day, and only after Song Bauer came into their lives and offered to lead them could they enjoy 3 hearty meals a day. Occasionally, they could sing and revel in the bar. Such a leader was hard to come by, so they naturally adhered to Song Bauer's every word. Let's go over there and find a good spot. With that, Song Bauer, still holding her spicy hot pot, led her followers to a location near the small stage. Not long after they settled, a woman wearing a baseball cap and oversized sunglasses entered the bar, accompanied by a slightly plump girl in large black framed glasses. Upon entering, the woman immediately removed her sunglasses and surveyed the patrons in the bar. Are you sure we want to be photographed here? Hearing this, the girl in black frames quickly reassured her, no, this is a well-known all-female bar in Chang'e. The owner has considerable influence, and the paparazzi can't get in. Don't worry, sis. That is good to hear. I've been feeling a bit worn out lately. Let us enjoy some drinks together today. Please don't overthink it. Those people online are just talking nonsense. They thrive on sensationalism, and that Jason is just trying to raise prices at this moment. I understand, but it still bothers me. Let's find a place to sit. With that, the woman put her sunglasses back on and, accompanied by the plump girl, made her way to the booth area. Just as they settled in, the pulsating music in the bar abruptly ceased. The sudden turn of events instantaneously captivated the attention of patrons in the dance floor, lounge area, and booths. Some familiar patrons from the previous night immediately recognized that a performance was about to commence, while the expressions of new guests were tinged with curiosity. At that moment, the MC's slightly exuberant voice resonated from the stage area. Dear patrons, beautiful ladies, amidst this long night, we have prepared an extraordinary show for you. Today, as performer, is none other than our magical maestro from a parallel realm, Nightfall. Let us extend our warmest applause in welcome. No sooner had the MC finished speaking than the bar erupted in a chorus of cheers. Following this, the stage lights abruptly dimmed, accompanied by a hint of enchanting music. A spotlight suddenly illuminated the far end of the stage. The collective gaze of the audience instinctively shifted in that direction. There, unbeknownst to them, a round table had materialized. Upon it rested a large square box. Just as the crowd began to ponder its significance, the box unexpectedly opened as if an invisible hand had lifted its lid. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, a piece of black fabric soared forth from within the box, measuring approximately 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width. The fabric began to swirl in a circular motion at the center of the stage. Such a miraculous spectacle left the audience utterly astonished. However, what transpired next would completely upend their understanding. Chapter 39. The Stunning Art of Levitation upon the conclusion of MC speech. The audience naturally anticipated the swift appearance of the magician. However, to their astonishment, it was not the magician who graced the stage, but rather a mesmerizing piece of black cloth. This cloth was both wide and voluminous, completely opaque, leaving the spectators baffled as to what force was orchestrating its flight. Just as they were engulfed in their bewilderment, the black fabric suddenly seemed to lose its support and cascaded to the ground. The moment the cloth fell, the lights above the stage illuminated brightly. Under the watchful gaze of hundreds of eyes, a figure, shrouded in a black cloak, materialized in the center of the area previously occupied by the cloth. As the cloaked figure gradually lowered the garment, a gentleman clad in a formal suit, adorned with a top hat and a white mask, stood upright in the middle of the stage. In the next instant, he slowly extended his arms. Lin Ye's voice resonated through the speakers on either side of the stage. Esteemed ladies, we meet again. Are you prepared to witness the miracles of this evening? At that moment, the entire bar erupted in exuberance, with throngs of spectators applauding and cheering, their faces illuminated with astonishment and delight. Oh my, he just appeared so gracefully. How did he manage that? I didn't see a thing. Indeed, I only observed the cloth floating about. When did he enter it? And from where? Could he have emerged from beneath the stage? Truly, a magician's entrance is unparalleled. Is this the legendary transformation of a living being? Absolutely splendid. Perhaps he slipped in from our blind spot? The stage is so small, surrounded by the audience. Where could there possibly be a blind spot? See, I told you. The magicians here are indeed remarkable. But why is he wearing a mask today? Perhaps to enhance the air of mystery. As the crowd continued to marvel at Lin Ye's entrance, his voice once again echoed from the speakers. Tonight, the first magic trick I shall present is the art of levitation. Any object upon which I cast this spell, regardless of its nature, will take flight, just like this. As he spoke, Lin Ye approached the circular table where he had previously placed a box. With a gentle tap on the surface, the table, approximately half a meter in diameter, began to levitate gracefully. As he maneuvered the floating table to the center of the stage without any visible support, an odd silence enveloped the bar, and the audience collectively gasped in disbelief. During the spectacle, Lin Ye made sure to touch the table from all angles, affirming its lack of any supports. However, at that moment, a woman in her 30s from the audience raised her voice in skepticism. Are you bold enough to use an object provided by us? How can we be certain that your table isn't a specially crafted magic prop? As soon as these words were uttered, the patrons in the bar unanimously found merit in the statement. On stage, Lin Ye nodded in agreement. I have stated before that anything is possible. If you perceive this table as my magical prop, then I shall forego its use. No sooner had he finished speaking than the round table gracefully descended onto the stage. Lin Ye then draped the black cloth he had previously held over it. When he lifted the cloth once more, the table had vanished entirely. This seemingly casual display once again astonished the audience. In a nearby booth, a woman in sunglasses could not help but express a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. She had not anticipated encountering such a formidable magician in a modest bar. It was a pity he lacked recognition. If only he were more renowned, she could persuade him to replace Jason for the performance. Sister, what did you just say? You want him to substitute for Jason at the show? That's absurd. Jason has been nominated for the Merlin Award. How could an amateur magician performing in a bar possibly take his place? Exclaimed the slightly plump girl sitting beside her, her face a picture of astonishment. I was merely jesting. Jason possesses not only skill, but also popularity. Let us not dwell on that ungrateful scoundrel. Let us drink, replied the woman in sunglasses as she raised her glass and took a generous gulp. At that moment, Lin Ye, who had just stored away the round table, turned toward the patrons beside the stage and inquired, Is there a guest willing to provide me with some props? Anything at all will suffice. As long as I apply the levitation spell, it shall soar. No sooner had he spoken than a female patron presented him with a necklace. Upon receiving it, Lin Ye gently tapped it, causing it to levitate without any physical contact. After returning the necklace, a steady stream of items, including bottles, glasses, bags, and phones, were offered. Without exception, everything he touched began to float. Remarkably, he managed to levitate several items simultaneously, eliciting gasps of amazement from the crowd. Yet, there were still those who remained unsatisfied. The items you've levitated are all too light. Can heavier objects float? Try this. Upon hearing this remark from the side of the stage, the patrons shifted their gazes to witness a tall, robust woman laboriously transporting a stainless steel beer barrel from a bar. Judging by her strained demeanor, the barrel was likely full. A 40-liter keg of beer, plus the barrel itself, would weigh no less than 100 pounds. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically at this sight. Now that's a brave soul for bringing that out. It must weigh nearly 100 pounds. Most people would struggle to lift it. Can it really float? They murmured amongst themselves. Yet, despite their skepticism, there was a part of them eager to see this magician falter. Until now, it seemed he had faced no defeat. As the patrons whispered in hushed tones, the woman had already placed the beer barrel before the stage. Chang'e, let us see you make this float. If you can make it float, This 1,000 yuan will be yours. As she set down the beer barrel, she also produced a stack of cash. Oh, are you certain about this, dear guest? Lin Ye's voice resonated from the sides of the stage. Absolutely, as long as you can accomplish it. If you cannot, then you are merely boasting. Her gaze was filled with provocation as she spoke. Very well, it is a promise, then I shall give it a try. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Ye approached the beer barrel. In the next instant, before the eyes of all present, he effortlessly lifted the beer barrel with one hand. Witnessing this scene, many female patrons immediately lit up with excitement. Who would have thought that this seemingly slender figure possessed such strength? Strength signifies good health, and good health implies. After lifting the beer barrel with one hand, Lin Ye raised it above his head. Before anyone could react, he abruptly released the beer barrel. At the moment he let go, several nearby female patrons gasped in astonishment, instinctively believing the barrel would crash to the ground. However, just as the barrel was about to fall, it abruptly halted, suspended in midair at a height of over 20 centimeters from the floor. It then gradually floated to the level of Lin Ye's chest, as if the blue planet had lost its gravitational pull over it. This extraordinary sight left everyone present utterly bewildered. Chapter 40. He is an imposter. A massive beer barrel, weighing hundreds of pounds, hovered silently before Lin Ye, revolving gracefully before it descended gently to the ground. When the barrel landed, it made not a sound. Yet the bar erupted in astonishment. All eyes were fixed on Lin Ye. Disbelief etched across their faces. The beer barrel had truly floated. How utterly incredible! Had I not witnessed the young woman moving the barrel just moments prior, I would have assumed it was a balloon. What was the underlying principle at play? Was there no gravity in Blue Star, or had the barrel lost its weight? This defied all scientific understanding. Could it be that he truly possessed magical abilities? Confusion reigned. And yet, regardless of comprehension, the spectacle was mesmerizing, so spectacular that it left one in awe. In that moment, the air was thick with gasps of surprise and exclamations of wonder. The young woman who had placed the barrel before Lin Ye wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Shortly after the barrel had settled, she rushed to it, exerting considerable effort to lift it once more. Her action served to affirm to the crowd that the barrel was indeed substantial. After placing the barrel back on the ground, she cast a wry smile at Lin Ye, declaring, "I am thoroughly convinced. This 1,000 yuan is yours." As she spoke, she produced a stack of cash. No sooner had the cash appeared than an unseen force caused it to float gracefully into Lin Ye's hands. This display once again left the audience spellbound, igniting a fervent applause that filled the air. Bowing slightly to the audience amidst the clapping, Lin Ye's voice resonated from the speakers once more. In truth, my levitation technique is not limited to inanimate objects. It can also elevate individuals. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to experience the sensation of floating? At this invitation, the female patrons' eyes sparkled with excitement, and many eagerly raised their hands, some even jostling towards the stage. In that moment, Song Bauer, who had been seated nearby, suddenly called out to her group of friends, "Don't just stand there. Find a way to get me in. If I can get on stage, I'll give each of you 100 yuan tonight. Hurry, hurry, or it will be too late." Under her generous promise, her friends rolled up their sleeves, forging a path like young calves eager to charge ahead. One of them shouted, make way, watch out for scalding water." Her loud voice caused chaos among the crowd, and seizing the opportunity, the petite Song Bauer quickly maneuvered her way to the front. While other patrons were still raising their hands, she sprinted up onto the stage. Once there, she declared with an air of authority, "Let me handle this. No one dares to compete with me. Step back. You lot keep watch here. Anyone who dares approach will face the consequences." With an air of defiance, she resembled a little tiger, her claws bared. The other female patrons in the audience, witnessing her audacious behavior, instinctively recoiled. As they stepped back, whispers of disdain escaped their lips. Where did this little ruffian come from? So crude. Indeed, does the Black Rose Bar allow just anyone to enter? One woman had scarcely uttered these words when her companion tugged at her sleeve. "Shoo, lower your voice. This girl is no ordinary troublemaker. She is the young lady of the Song family, the daughter of the infamous Song Tiger." The mention of the Song family's heiress instantly transformed the expression of the previously critical woman into one of astonishment. Of course. Did you think an average troublemaker could gain entry here? We cannot afford to offend her. Let her be. She will likely cause a stir with that magician. Before long, the crowd surrounding the stage dispersed entirely. Observing this, Song Bao wore a victorious expression, thinking to herself, humph. It seems those who roam the outside world possess a greater aura of intimidation. They must surely fear me now. Turning her gaze to Lin Ye, she placed her hands on her hips and demanded, "Why didn't you respond to my messages today? Is your phone broken? If it is, I'll get you one that can receive my messages. I am quite upset, and unless you can make me float, I shall not forgive you. Come on, let us see how you intend to make me levitate." As Song Bao braced herself, the others in the bar expressed their curiosity, eager to discover how Lin Ye would manage to make a living person float. At that moment, Lin Ye unexpectedly extended his hands toward Song Bao. Take my hands. Hold on tightly." The sudden command momentarily stunned her, but a flicker of panic danced in her eyes. "Oof, I refuse." Yet before she could finish her protest, Lin Ye, gloved hands and all, grasped her hands firmly, their fingers interlocking. In an instant, Song Bao's cheeks flushed crimson, her ears burning with heat. As she stood there, somewhat flustered, Lin Ye's voice rang out once more. "Are you ready for takeoff?" No sooner had he spoken than Song Bao felt an invisible force lifting her legs. In the next moment, her toes gently left the ground, and she found herself nearly as tall as Lin Ye, who stood at approximately 1.70 meters. The audience, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, widened their eyes in disbelief. Just then, Lin Ye began to spin, and as he twirled, Song Bao floated gracefully in tandem with his movements. Round and round they went, the two of them dancing as if performing an elegant duet. The bar's background music transformed into a waltz. When the music came to a halt, Song Bao's feet gradually returned to the ground. Even then, her expression remained one of dazed astonishment, as if she could hardly fathom the extraordinary events that had just transpired. When she finally regained her composure, her cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. The typically bold and extroverted woman found herself at a loss for words. "The performance has concluded. My dear lady, you may step down now," Lin Ye remarked. At the sound of his voice, Song Bao snapped back to reality, too shy to meet his gaze, and hurried off the stage. Upon returning to the lounge area, she immediately seized a glass of ice water and gulped it down. Just as she finished, one of her companions pointed out, "Boss, that was alcohol." "Huh? Alcohol?" Startled, Song Bao glanced at the cup in her hand, only to confirm it indeed contained liquor. Before she could process this revelation, a wave of dizziness overcame her, and she collapsed onto the table, succumbing to intoxication. In the wake of her fainting, her entourage's first instinct was a collective concern: who will cover today's stage fees? Simultaneously, the patrons in the bar were once again awestruck by Lin Ye's astounding levitation act. The expansive venue erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, akin to a tidal wave. Many customers generously offered their tips. As the applause began to wane, Lin Ye's voice resonated from the speakers flanking the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, the first magic act of the evening has come to a close. I hope you have enjoyed yourselves." However, before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected voice rang out from the entrance of the bar. "He is a fraud. Do not be deceived by him." At this proclamation, all eyes turned sharply towards the bar's entrance. Just then, a beam of light illuminated the doorway, and in the next instant, a figure emerged, surprising everyone present. Upon recognizing this figure, the female patrons instinctively covered their mouths in astonishment. Chapter 41. The Mirror Man Under the Gaze of Hundreds. Lin Ye made a striking entrance at the bar's entrance, clad in a sleek black gentleman's suit, topped with a black top hat, and draped in a black cloak adorned with stars. His stature and attire mirrored that of the Lin Ye on stage, even down to the pure white mask that adorned his face. The crowd oscillated between glancing at the stage and then back at the bar entrance, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief. Heavens, how can there be two Lin Yes? What is happening? This is outrageous. One on stage and one below. Could it be a doppelganger? The resemblance is uncanny. Wow, what a delightful surprise. This must be part of tonight's magic performance. This magician's skills are 100 times more captivating than those seen during the Spring Festival Gala. I eagerly anticipate what unfolds next. As the patrons expressed their astonishment, Huang Ying, seated in a booth, gazed with keen interest towards the stage. This young gentleman truly never ceases to amaze me. Not only is there magic, but there's also a narrative. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing her query, Hu Dai shook her head. I'm unaware. He merely mentioned that tonight's magic would be somewhat different. I don't quite grasp the intricacies of magic, aside from the tasks he requested my assistance with. I have never inquired about his performances. It seems you've truly stumbled upon a treasure. With his level of talent, he is undoubtedly no amateur magician. Even professional magicians pale in comparison. You must keep a close watch on him. Don't let someone else snatch him away. Alternatively, you could keep him for yourself. A pure-hearted lad like him, once he experiences the thrill, will find it hard to part from you. Huang Ying's face was alight with playful teasing. Hu Dai rolled her eyes. Oh, please. What are you saying? If he were merely an ordinary amateur magician, I might consider keeping him around. But with the talent he's currently displaying, he deserves to stand on a much grander stage. If he has the potential for greater success, why should I hinder his path? His future is destined for brilliance. Before long, we may find ourselves in entirely different worlds. With that, Hu Dai gazed at Lin Ye on stage, her expression complex. A genius. He is truly a genius. It seems I underestimated him. Though his stage presence may lack polish, his magical techniques and artistry are nothing short of perfection. With a bit of nurturing, this talent will surely astound the world. In another booth, the woman who had previously worn sunglasses now removed them. Her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. I even feel that Jason's magical prowess pales in comparison to his. Monica, once the performance concludes, could you please help me obtain his contact information? If possible, I would love to invite him for a private discussion. All right, sister. But what exactly is he planning to do next? Why bring someone who looks and dresses just like him? The slightly plump girl mused while nibbling on the snacks at the table. Her curiosity was shared by other patrons present. However, what transpired next would become an indelible memory for them all. Suddenly, Lin Ye stormed towards the stage with great fervor. When the two Lin Yes stood side by side, the latter pointed accusingly at the former. He is an imposter. He is not Lin Ye. Do not be deceived by him. An imposter? Why would he impersonate you? A nearby audience member jested. Because he wishes to usurp my place. Then who is he? He is my mirror duplicate. Inadvertently escaped from the mirror while I was gazing into it. The audience exchanged bewildered glances at Lin Ye's proclamation, some bursting into laughter. Ha! This magician is quite the performer. Indeed, he knows how to entertain. A mirror duplicate? What a curious trick. It seems I cannot perform magic without succumbing to laughter. It sounds so genuine. I never anticipated a magic act to incorporate a storyline. Innovation is indeed essential in any endeavor. This is becoming increasingly amusing. Clearly, the crowd found Lin Ye's words hard to believe, yet they were thoroughly entertained. It appears you do not fully trust me. Allow me to demonstrate. Regardless of the magic I perform, my mirror duplicate can replicate it. No sooner had Lin Ye spoken than a card materialized in his hand, seemingly out of thin air. Simultaneously, the other Lin Ye conjured a card as well. Lin Ye summoned a flower, and the other Lin Ye did the same. The stage transformed into a battleground of magic between the two. The audience watched with keen interest. After the segment of conjuring objects, both performers commenced a levitation act. They even showcased a tug-of-war with an imaginary rope, controlling it without physical contact, to the astonishment of the crowd as they witnessed the limp rope become taut. The audience erupted into applause once more. How fascinating! He must have invited another magician to collaborate. Otherwise, how could it truly be a duplicate? This is double the joy. I shall return tomorrow. Following the magician's hand illusion was a display of glowing butterflies, conjured through illumination magic, with both performers raising their hands. Dozens of luminous butterflies erupted from their palms, filling the entire bar with a mesmerizing spectacle. Those who have witnessed this magical display could not help but exclaim in awe, let alone those who were here for the first time. As the luminous butterflies faded away, Lin Ye, standing to the right, let out a deep sigh. Surely, everyone must have seen it. The mirror duplicate of me can perform all my tricks. Today, he even turned off my phone alarm. nearly lulling me into a state of deep slumber. Fortunately, I awoke just in time. Otherwise, the entire evening would have seen him performing in my stead. As soon as he finished speaking, a customer pretended to be puzzled and remarked, "Isn't that wonderful? Let him take your place at work. You could earn a salary without even showing up." You are correct. I believe if you had a duplicate to replace you at work, many of you would be quite pleased. However, have you ever considered that one day, when he becomes an exact replica of you, he might replace you entirely, perhaps even eliminate you in the process? Thus, I advise everyone to refrain from casually gazing into mirrors, for you never know when the reflection may step forth. At this juncture, Lin Ye's tone shifted to a more ominous note. Nevertheless, the audience remained skeptical, perceiving it as mere theatrics. Fortunately, I had already discovered a means to deal with the mirror entity. By presenting a mirror, I could banish him back to the realm of reflections. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Ye retrieved a grand dressing mirror from backstage. As he produced it, the other Lin Ye, unable to see his face, was nonetheless engulfed by a palpable sense of panic. In the next moment, he turned and bolted toward the edge of the stage. Yet, he had scarcely made any distance when Lin Ye extended his right hand, and an invisible force began to pull him backward relentlessly. "Enter!" Lin Ye bellowed, and the other Lin Ye was forcibly drawn against the surface of the dressing mirror. At that moment, the once boisterous bar fell into a profound silence. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the Lin Ye affixed to the mirror vanished in a flash, as if truly absorbed into its depths. All that remained was the white mask he had worn, discarded on the floor before the mirror. Thus, from the two Lin Yes on stage, only one remained. In front of the audience, the remaining Lin Ye slowly picked up the mask from the ground. Then, the silence in the bar was pierced by his haunting voice. "Remember, do not gaze into a mirror at midnight, and certainly do not wish for someone to replace you. Beware, for the reflection of yourself may one day emerge." By the way, can you guess whether I am the true Lin Ye or the mirror entity? As he spoke, Lin Ye approached the mirror and gradually removed his mask, revealing his handsome profile. Simultaneously, an identical visage appeared within the mirror. In that moment, a chilling sensation swept through the patrons of the bar. Chapter 42. The dice game moments ago, to everyone present, Lin Ye's mention of mirror duplicates seemed merely a whimsical jest. They believed that these duplicates were simply other magicians he had brought in for a playful cameo. However, the astonishing spectacle that just unfolded shattered their perceptions entirely. A living person had been thrust into the mirror before their very eyes, vanishing without a trace. Coupled with Lin Ye's final act before the mirror and his ominous words, many of the more timid souls felt a chill run down their spines, pondering whether the Lin Ye on stage was indeed the genuine article or, as he suggested, had been supplanted by his mirror duplicate. It was easy to foresee that for a considerable time, they would refrain from gazing into mirrors at night. As the atmosphere turned somewhat eerie, Lin Ye bowed toward the audience. "What you just witnessed was merely a magical effect. Dear guests, please do not take it to heart, nor should you heed my words too seriously. There is no such thing as a mirror duplicate in this world. If my previous remarks frightened you, I sincerely apologize. Shortly, I have a small gift to present to everyone. Thank you. Thank you for watching my magic." As Lin Ye concluded his speech, joyous music once again filled the bar. The previously unsettling ambience dissipated instantly, and the female patrons, as if awakening from a dream, began to applaud enthusiastically. In the midst of applause, they engaged in animated discussions with their companions. "Wow, that scared me to death. I really thought mirror duplicates existed. Indeed, it was all just a magical illusion. But don't you think that scene felt too real to be mere magic? That person vanished suddenly. Perhaps he truly is a mirror duplicate. Impossible. He stated it was an illusion, though I cannot fathom how he accomplished it. If you could figure out, you would be the one performing on stage today. I find myself at a loss for words to describe my current feelings. Today's magic truly opened my eyes." Absolutely. Whether it was the levitation act or the mirror illusion, both were utterly mind-boggling. I almost doubt he isn't a magician. I believe this is the most spectacular magic performance I have ever witnessed, bar none. Right? I told you the magic show here was exceptional. You were skeptical before coming. I'm already eager to see what marvelous tricks he will showcase tomorrow. As the patrons unabashedly lavished their praises upon Lin Ye, Huang Ying, seated in a booth, also applauded profusely. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Although the final act was slightly frightening, this magic show is something I shall never forget in my lifetime. How did he manage to conjure such extraordinary magic? Truly, he is a genius. With him around, your business shall surely thrive. At times, I genuinely feel as if he possesses real magic. Sitting beside the nightingale, who gazed at Lin Ye with admiration. Shall we invite him to join us? She suggested. It seems a bit late for that. Someone is already extending an invitation, who replied with a wry smile. As she noted, a throng of female patrons now surrounded Lin Ye. Some wished to buy him drinks, others offered tips, while a few invited him to their booths. Lin Ye graciously accepted all offers, and for those who tipped him, he expressed his gratitude with a small magic trick, delighting them with a little surprise. When invited to their booths, he willingly obliged. At one of the booths, several university students enthusiastically urged him to sit and join their games. Yi Lin, aside from the tricks you just performed, what other magic do you know? Please show us. One girl exclaimed. Indeed, we would love to see more. Oh, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. You were just playing with dice, right? Let's play with dice. Lin Ye responded after surveying the table before him. Dice? What does that have to do with magic? A curious girl in the booth asked. It has everything to do with it. The trick I will perform involves guessing the number on the dice. Do you believe I can accurately predict the outcome, no matter how you roll? Upon hearing this, the university students exchanged skeptical glances. And what if you miss the guess? A short-haired girl asked directly. If I miss, you may set any condition you desire. Lin Ye replied with a slight smile. Oh, any condition? The short-haired girl said with a mischievous grin. Indeed. How about this, for every incorrect guess? You must remove an article of clothing. Another girl, adorned with striking makeup, chimed in, inciting agreement from the others. Yes, yes. One piece for each wrong guess. Are you daring enough? To their surprise, Lin Ye nodded in agreement. No problem. And if I guess correctly? Then we shall also remove something. The short-haired girl declared with resolute certainty after a mere moment's thought. The other girls, however, displayed hints of trepidation, clearly not eager to escalate the stakes so high. Fortunately, Lin Ye's next words alleviated their concerns. That won't be necessary. If I guess correctly, you will only need to drink a glass of wine. Agreed. It is settled then. Let us prepare to begin. The recent uproar caused by a group of female university students attracted the attention of some nearby patrons. Particularly, upon hearing that Lin Ye would remove an article of clothing upon losing, their eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation. At that moment, the short-haired girl began to shake the dice cup. After a few shakes, she placed the cup on the table and raised her gaze to Lin Ye. All right, it's your turn to guess. After merely staring at the cup for a couple of seconds, Lin Ye confidently declared a number. I guess it's 24. No sooner had he spoken than the short-haired girl unveiled the dice cup. The onlookers eagerly leaned in. Upon seeing the numbers on the dice, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Wow, it really is 24. He actually guessed it right. Could he possibly have X-ray vision? Witnessing Lin Ye's accurate prediction, the short-haired girl, without a moment's hesitation, lifted a glass of beer before her and downed it in one go. The very next second, with a defiant expression, she exclaimed, "Let's do it again." With a swift motion, she shook the 6 dice anew. Chapter 43. I cannot possibly be mistaken merely guessing correctly once. Most believe that Lin Ye relied on sheer luck. However, as the subsequent attempts unfolded, the second, third, fourth, and so on, Lin Ye accurately predicted the sum of all the dice 6 consecutive times without a single error. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl had consumed 6 glasses of beer in succession. By the time she finished her 6th drink, she could no longer bear it and rushed to the nearby trash bin to retch. After regaining her composure, she returned to the booth and, in front of everyone, gave Lin Ye a thumbs up. I am truly impressed. You are indeed remarkable. Furthermore, you knew from the outset that you would win without a doubt. And you even declined our wager of stripping. You are a true man, and I greatly admire that. However, I am curious. How did you know the numbers each time? Upon hearing the short-haired girl's inquiry, the others who had witnessed Lin Ye's astonishing feats also gazed at him with curiosity. Lin Ye, addressing them directly, responded, Do you believe it is merely luck? Yet, his answer evidently did not satisfy the crowd. TCH, if you're unwilling to share, then just say so. What else with this luck nonsense? Who has such extraordinary fortune? Once could be luck, but 6 times in a row. You must possess some secret technique unknown to us. Faced with their skepticism, Lin Ye could only manage a wry smile. Truth be told, he had not employed any techniques nor invoked magic. He simply relied on the passive effects of the fate card and the fairy silver coin. The fate card afforded him a certain probability of forced victory during bets, while the fairy silver coin bestowed a fortuitous enhancement, elevating his chances of guaranteed triumph to 100%. Thus, it resulted in his unbroken winning streak. If he were to stroll through a casino now, it was likely he would leave the house bleeding from defeat. Of course, if he were to do so, it was not the house that would be in distress. He might instead be branded a cheat and beaten senseless, for casinos do not believe in luck. After parting ways with the group of female university students, Lin Ye was invited to join a gathering of slightly older women, averaging in their 30s to 40s. The one who beckoned him over was a middle-aged beauty, appearing to be in her early 40s, yet still exuding charm. "Do not be shy, little magician. Come sit beside the aunties," she said with a playful tone. "Aunties? What do you see any aunties here?" "They are all sisters," Lin Ye responded earnestly, eliciting laughter from the women present. "The little magician is quite eloquent. I just saw how much fun you were having with those young ladies over there. Don't mind joining us for a game, would you?" A woman in her 30s, adorned in a black cheapao, spoke as she poured Lin Ye a glass of wine. "Of course not. I would love to know how you ladies wish to play. Let us engage in a simple game of guessing ages. Should you guess correctly, a generous red envelope shall be bestowed upon you. However, should you be mistaken, you will have to extract the ice cubes from this cup using your tongue." At this moment, a middle-aged woman with neatly cropped hair and a poised demeanor flashed a mischievous smile. After speaking, she retrieved a cocktail glass from the side, removing the excess ice until only a single cube remained at the bottom. Her playful suggestion ignited excitement among the other women present. Upon hearing her proposal, Lin Ye pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "That sounds agreeable, but merely guessing ages seems rather simplistic. How about this? I shall also predict whose phone will receive a message first." As soon as Lin Ye uttered this, the women in the booth erupted into laughter. I have never witnessed someone raising the stakes for themselves before. However, this does seem to add an element of fun, one of them remarked. They placed their phones on the table, ensuring their notifications were enabled. "Agreed. Whoever's phone receives a message first, regardless of the sender, will foot the bill for the evening and also grant this young gentleman a sum of 10,000 yuan. Does anyone object?" "No objections here. My phone hasn't received a message in ages." "Same here, but do be cautious. You might receive a late-night message from one of your admirers." Amid their playful banter, the women took out their phones and positioned them on the table before Lin Ye, who then scrutinized their faces one by one. While guessing ages may seem straightforward, the challenge escalates significantly when it involves women, as various factors such as makeup, hairstyles, and fashion can dramatically skew perceptions of actual age. The ages of middle-aged women are even more elusive. Before him sat a group of affluent ladies, undoubtedly accustomed to meticulous self-care and various beauty treatments, hydroneedles and thread lifts that serve as age-defying miracles. Women in their 40s could easily appear to be in their 30s, while those in their 30s might seem barely in their 20s. Yet Lin Ye remained unfazed, confident in his intuition. After observing the woman on the far left for a moment, he confidently declared, "You must be 38 years old." Upon hearing this, the first woman on the left immediately displayed a look of surprise. "Your guess is impressive. I am indeed 38. Over the years, you are the first person to discern my age at first glance. Judging solely by appearances, it is quite challenging, as you would hardly suspect someone of being 38. At most, one might assume I am in my early 30s. But I suppose I was fortunate in your estimation," Lin Ye replied with a smile, eliciting great delight from the woman. "You certainly possess a way with words. How could I not reward you with a generous red envelope?" After she spoke, she directly urged Lin Ye to open the payment code, subsequently sending him a red envelope of 1888. Following her, Lin Ye successfully guessed the ages of several other women present. Each one, upon being accurately guessed, dutifully sent him a generous red envelope. When it came to the last woman, clad in a black qipao, she wore a confident smile. "Little brother, you certainly won't guess my age." "Not necessarily. If my observation serves me right, you should be 42 this year," Lin Ye asserted with certainty after merely glancing at her. Upon hearing his words, the woman in the black qipao suddenly burst into laughter. "You finally guessed incorrectly. However, it is quite impressive that you deduced I am over 40. Unfortunately, I'm only 41 this year, as stated on my ID." The moment Lin Ye's guess proved wrong, the other women present immediately became excited. Yet, Lin Ye's next remark left them somewhat bewildered. "I cannot be mistaken. You are definitely 42 this year. Little brother, I know you do not wish to lose. But I assure you, I am indeed 41. If you do not believe me, look at my ID. My birthday is September 27th, and today is only September 26th. I will officially turn 42 tomorrow." As she spoke, the woman in the black qipao did not forget to present her ID as proof of her claim. At that moment, one of her companions suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, it's already 12 o'clock. Upon hearing this, the others seemed to realize something and hurriedly checked their phones. Just as the previous speaker had said, it was indeed just past midnight. However, their focus was not on the time, but rather on the date, which clearly read September 27th. Gazing at this date, the group turned their attention toward the woman in the qipao. "Lin Ye, if your birthday is on the 27th, then it appears you truly are 42 now." So he was not mistaken. He was right. Chapter 44. A wish come true. The individuals seated in the booth initially believed that Lin Ye was destined to falter this time. After all, the woman in the Chang'e had produced her identification card as proof. To their astonishment, Lin Ye managed to guess correctly, even leaving the party herself momentarily bewildered. Upon glancing at the date on her phone, a bittersweet smile crept across her face. It was already the 27th. By this calculation, she was indeed 42 years old, another year older. "Young man, you've impressed me once again with your accurate deduction," she admitted. After uttering these words, the woman in the Chang'e prepared to transfer money to Lin Ye, but he shook his head in refusal. "Today is your birthday. I cannot possibly accept your money. Consider it a gift for me. Fair is fair. We agreed upon this in advance, and you must accept it," the woman insisted resolutely. "If you refuse, it would imply you look down upon me. Besides, do you really think I would be troubled by such a small amount?" As soon as she finished speaking, another woman nearby chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, this sister is the wealthiest among us, possessing assets in the billions. She owns all the shops on this street." Hearing this, Lin Ye couldn't help but display a flicker of surprise. Although he had learned from Hu Dai that many wealthy women frequented this place, he hadn't anticipated encountering one with such immense wealth. Ultimately, he accepted the transfer from the woman in the Chang'e, though the amount exceeded his expectations. While the previous transfers had been 1,888, hers was a staggering 888. Upon seeing the notification of the transaction, Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. "It seems you transferred a bit too much." "Not at all. Think of it as a tip for you. Your magic performance tonight was marvelous, and I thoroughly enjoyed it," the woman replied with a gentle smile. "Thank you, sister. Since it is your birthday, I should present you with a gift," Lin Ye remarked. At this, the woman observed him with playful curiosity. "Oh, and what gift do you intend to give me?" "Well, for a birthday celebration, one must have a birthday cake." "Of course. A cake? At this late hour, where we find one?" she retorted. "That is hard to say. How about a wager?" "Within 5 minutes, a cake will appear before you," Lin Ye declared confidently. The others in the booth, intrigued by his bold statement, shared looks of curiosity, pondering the source of his confidence. It was already midnight, and the only establishments still open were the bar and a few convenience stores, making it seemingly impossible to procure a cake. However, while they remained skeptical of Lin Ye's assertion, he had already begun surveying his surroundings. With the clock striking midnight, it signified the reset of the luck card's daily ability to win any wager. As long as he made a bet, it was bound to manifest in some form. Wishing for a birthday cake is not an unreasonable desire. It is merely a matter of how it may manifest. As Lin Ye gazed, a smile gradually curled at the corners of his mouth, prompting him to stride toward the nearby booth. Upon his arrival, he found several young girls. seemingly in their early teens, engaged in playful antics. Their table was adorned not only with an array of beverages and snacks, but also a beautifully wrapped large cake. Judging by the number of drinks, it appeared they had just met the minimum spending requirement for the booth, likely pooling their resources together. As Lin Ye approached, the girls paused their merriment and turned their attention towards him. Seizing the moment, Lin Ye inquired, "Excuse me, ladies, is there anyone celebrating a birthday today?" In response, a girl seated at the edge eagerly pointed to a quiet girl beside her, exclaiming, "She the birthday girl?" Understanding dawned on Lin Ye as he nodded and focused his gaze on the demure girl. "Happy birthday to you," he said warmly. The shy girl blushed and replied, "Thank you. No need for thanks. Now, may I perform a small magic trick for you?" Lin Ye asked, a gentle smile gracing his face. The quiet girl appeared pleasantly surprised. "Is that all right?" she asked. "Of course. Let me ponder what trick would be most fitting," Lin Ye replied, feigning deep thought. Is there something special you've been wanting to buy lately?" he queried. The girl hesitated briefly before responding. "Well, I would love to have a GoPro 13. An action camera? Lin Ye clarified. "Yes, I plan to go skiing next month and want to document it," she affirmed with a nod. "All right, please take out your phone and show me the camera you have in mind." Although uncertain of Lin Ye's intentions, the girl complied. Upon viewing the product page, Lin Ye nodded in understanding. "I see. I will now use my magic to help you fulfill this wish." Instantly, the girls in the booth exhibited expressions of disbelief. "You can't possibly make a camera appear, can you?" one asked. "Do you think I am incapable?" Lin Ye responded, his smile unwavering and confidence radiating from his eyes. The girls shook their heads in disbelief. "Very well, allow me to demonstrate," he declared. With that, a large handkerchief materialized in his right hand, seemingly out of thin air. He draped it over the cake on the table, heightening the curiosity of the onlookers. "Now," Lin Ye said, pointing to the birthday girl, "come forth and make a wish. If you wish sincerely, your dream shall surely come true." Upon finishing his words, Lin Ye extended a finger and placed it upon the cake. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, a luminous orb, reminiscent of a flickering candle flame, manifested at the tip of his finger. Blow it out, and a miracle shall unfold." With a hint of skepticism and a touch of trepidation, the girl slowly leaned closer to the cake and then closed her eyes. When she opened them once more, she directed a breath towards Lin Ye's fingertip. In the next instant, the light extinguished without delay. As the glow faded, Lin Ye swiftly removed the cloth that had covered the cake. At the moment the cloth was lifted, incredulous expressions adorned the faces of the young girls in the booth. For the cake that had just occupied the table had vanished, replaced instead by a stack of crisp, red $100 bills. Approximately $3,000 worth of bills lay before them, enough to purchase the latest model of the GoPro 13. Amidst their astonished stares, Lin Ye's voice resonated again. "It appears my magical prowess is still somewhat lacking, as I could not conjure a camera, but you may take this money and procure one for yourselves. Now, my performance comes to an end, and I shall cover the expenses for your table, as a small token of my appreciation. I wish you all a delightful time, and may we meet again." With that, Lin Ye departed, still holding the cloth. It was only after he left that the young girls in the booth began to comprehend the situation. The cake they had lost was of little consequence, worth merely a little over $100, but in return, they had received a bounty of $3,000. Moreover, Lin Ye had graciously paid for their table, leaving them unconcerned about the missing cake. Chapter 45. Because I can foretell, as Lin Ye returned to the booth where the group of ladies was gathered, several curious glances were cast towards him, including from a woman in the Chang'e. "Little brother, where have you been?" one of them inquired. "I thought you might have gone off to find younger girls, thinking us too old." The sisters were overthinking, Lin Ye replied with a smile. "I merely went to fetch a birthday cake." "And did you find it?" the woman in the Chang'e asked, scrutinizing his hands with a hint of curiosity. "It's of no consequence if I didn't find one." However, Lin Ye, upon hearing her question, did not respond directly. Instead, he glanced at his phone to check the time. "Just in time," he said. "What do you mean by just in time?" "The timing is impeccable. I just mentioned that within 5 minutes, there would definitely be a birthday cake, and it has only been a little over 4 minutes. So, dear lady, are you prepared to welcome your birthday cake?" At his words, The group in the booth immediately perked up, their eyes darting around as if searching for the cake Lin Ye had mentioned. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly cleared a space on the table in front of them and casually spread out the handkerchief he had brought earlier. This act instantly captivated their attention. In the next heartbeat, Lin Ye swiftly pinched the center of the handkerchief and dramatically revealed what lay beneath. As the cloth was lifted, a beautifully packaged cake appeared as if conjured from thin air. The instant the cake emerged, the ladies' eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions brimming with astonishment. The birthday girl and the Chang'e exhibited a glimmer of surprise. While they were still enraptured by Lin Ye's astounding display of conjuring a cake, his voice resonated once more. "My dear lady, as the celebrant today, it is your privilege to unveil this cake yourself." At this proclamation, the women finally regained their composure, alternating their gazes between the exquisite cake and Lin Ye. "Goodness, what a delightful surprise. I never imagined you would truly conjure a cake. This is utterly magical. I didn't even blink, yet how did he manage to produce a cake? I believe this is the most captivating magic performance of the evening. I envy Sister Ling. Why isn't at my birthday today? Having such a charming young man perform magic up close and conjure a cake. Sister Ling's birthday is indeed exceptionally entertaining. Celebrant, don't just stand there. Hurry and unveil the cake. Yes, yes. Quickly reveal it. You should have informed us earlier that it was your birthday. We could have prepared the cake ourselves." As the ladies praised Lin Ye's magic, they urged the woman in the Chang'e to unveil the cake. Prompted by their enthusiasm, she quickly unwrapped the cake's exterior, revealing a stunningly crafted dessert within. In addition to the cake, there were 2 digital candles, which together summed to 18. At the moment the candles were lit atop the cake, her smile was almost impossible to conceal, and there was a glimmer of emotion in her eyes. In the next instant, she gazed earnestly at Lin Ye. Thank you. Thank you for providing me with such an unforgettable birthday experience. It has been many years since I last celebrated my birthday or enjoyed a birthday cake. I'm truly delighted today." Upon finishing her words, she retrieved an exquisitely crafted business card from her bag and handed it to Lin Ye. "Should you encounter any matters in Chang'e, do not hesitate to call me. I, Shen Cooling, still possess some connections and resources in Chang'e." As Lin Ye glanced at the card presented by the woman in the qipao, he briefly looked it over before accepting it. "There's no need for gratitude. You are the guest here, and making guests happy is my duty. If there's nothing else, I shall prepare for the next magic trick." Just as Lin Ye was about to depart, Shen Cooling suddenly stopped him. "Wait a moment. Have you forgotten something?" She indicated her phone. Upon seeing the phone, Lin Ye remembered the wager they had made earlier. "I apologize, I almost overlooked it. However, your phones must have received the notifications by now. Let us start anew. I wager that the next person to receive a message will be this lady." He pointed to the youngest-looking woman among them, a curly-haired individual who appeared to be in her early 30s, with fair skin and no wrinkles, exuding an air of elegance. When Lin Ye pointed at her, she shook her head. "It can't be me. This is my personal number, which is only known to my family. Generally, they wouldn't contact me after 11:30 p.m., and it's already past midnight. They must be asleep by now." Just as she finished her statement, her phone chimed with a notification. At the sound of the alert, the gazes of the others in the booth shifted towards her phone, and she appeared somewhat bewildered. "What is happening? Someone really did send you a message? Who will be messaging you at this hour? Looks like this young man guessed correctly. It seems today is destined for you to foot the bill." After a moment of surprise, the curly-haired woman hurriedly unlocked her phone to check the message. Upon reading it, a wry smile crept across her face. "It's a message from 10086, notifying me that my phone balance is insufficient." Hearing her response, the others exchanged glances bemused. Although the message was not from a person, she had indeed received a notification, which naturally meant Lin Ye had won. The curly-haired woman did not dispute the outcome and promptly transferred 10,000 to Lin Ye. After completing the transaction, she suddenly expressed her curiosity with a question. "Dear brother, are you capable of fortune-telling? Why is it that you always guess so accurately?" As this inquiry arose, the others in the booth cast curious glances in his direction. Indeed, it seemed implausible that it was merely luck. In response to their intrigue, Lin Ye contemplated for a moment before nodding. "I possess some ability, though I am not an expert." "Really? I never anticipated you to be so versatile. Could you perhaps read my fortune? Rest assured, I will compensate you for your insights. The curly-haired girl exclaimed with enthusiasm. Please do mine as well. If your predictions prove accurate, I would gladly offer you a reward. The others chimed in, equally intrigued. Observing their eagerness, Lin Ye first glanced at the time, then nodded in agreement. Very well. Considering the generosity of you ladies, I shall grant each of you a reading. However, please refrain from posing overly specific questions. I will only indicate whether a situation is favorable or not. All right, I shall go first. After a moment of contemplation, the curly-haired girl posed her question. I currently have a project that promises substantial profits, yet also carries significant risks. I wish to know whether I should proceed. Upon hearing this question, Lin Ye casually retrieved a fairy coin and tossed it high into the air. As he caught it with one hand, he examined its sides. Noting that it landed on the reverse, he shook his head at the curly-haired girl. I do not recommend pursuing this project. If you choose to proceed, you're likely to incur losses. Of course, you're free to disregard my words. All right, I will heed your advice and forego this project. Although I had my reservations about it, the curly-haired girl conceded, promptly abandoning her investment plans and offering Lin Ye a fee for his reading. Witnessing this, the others eagerly posed their own inquiries. Each time, Lin Ye utilized the fairy coin to provide them with answers. Some inquired about business, others about health, and still others about romance. For each question, Lin Ye delivered resolute responses. Given his previous accuracy, all the ladies chose to place their trust in him. Chapter 46. The reflection of the mirror. The other party received the answers they sought, while Lin Ye reaped the rewards of their generosity. By the end of the evening, his balance had increased by over 10,000. After bidding farewell to the group of affluent ladies, he was invited to several other tables. Time slipped away in this manner, and soon it approached 1 o'clock. He only had one final exit trick to perform to conclude his work for the day. At the moment the MC uttered his name, everyone in the bar instinctively paused their activities, turning their gazes towards the central stage. The pulsating music gradually faded into silence. As Lin Ye stepped onto the stage, a simple gesture of removing his hat elicited enthusiastic applause from the audience. I thank you, dear ladies, for your applause, and I'm grateful for your appreciation of my magic. Next, I shall present to you the final trick of the evening. Upon uttering these words, Lin Ye appeared to have a realization, turning his gaze toward the mirror positioned behind him. The mirror was still there. To prevent that mirror doppelganger from emerging and launching a surprise attack, it would be prudent to cover it. With that thought, he took a black cloth from the nearby table and draped it over the full-length mirror. Once the mirror was entirely concealed, he exhaled deeply, adopting a dramatically relieved expression, which amused the audience. Now, I can perform my magic in peace. The trick I am about to demonstrate is called the flying cards. As he spoke, a deck of cards materialized in his hand. I can manipulate these cards at will, making them soar. Upon hearing this, the audience's expressions shifted to disappointment. Clearly, this trick did not meet their expectations. The earlier performances had been so extraordinary that this one seemed rather mundane in comparison. However, their expressions soon transformed, especially among those facing Lin Ye, as a hint of terror crept into their features. Initially, only a handful of spectators displayed such expressions, but as Lin Ye continued his explanation, more and more individuals revealed their growing horror, with some instinctively covering their mouths. Following their gaze, one could see the covered mirror behind Lin Ye was the source of an unsettling spectacle. The black cloth draped over the mirror began to move on its own, without any contact from the audience. Slowly, a face began to emerge from the top of the mirror, pressing against the cloth. It wasn't long before the shape of a head became evident beneath the fabric. As the head broke through the cloth, some of the more timid audience members could no longer contain their gasps of fright. This commotion drew the attention of others, including Hudai and her companions in the booth, the earlier woman in sunglasses, as well as those who had just interacted with Lin Ye. In the next moment, a truly harrowing scene unfolded. A figure abruptly emerged from the mirror, fully materializing before the audience's astonished eyes. A dark cloth enveloped him, rendering him akin to a specter, and in his hand, he appeared to wield a dagger. The instant he burst forth from the mirror, he lunged towards Lin Ye. Witnessing this alarming sight, the patrons of the bar momentarily forgot that Lin Ye was merely performing magic and shouted in unison, "Be careful! Watch your back! Get away! Hurry!" At that moment, Lin Ye finally registered the unfolding chaos. What's behind me? Upon turning to glance over his shoulder, he found the cloaked figure standing before him, dagger poised. Without uttering a word, the figure plunged the dagger into Lin Ye's chest. The gleaming blade sank deeply into his body. Overcome with shock, Lin Ye gazed down at the dagger embedded in his chest. His body swayed precariously before collapsing to the ground. After he fell, he struggled to lift his right hand, pointing a trembling finger at the figure draped in black. Moments later, his head slumped to the side, rendering him motionless. As soon as he lay still, the cloaked figure yanked off the dark cloth, revealing an individual clad identically to Lin Ye, wearing a white mask. The sight of this masked figure incited a chorus of gasps throughout the bar. What on earth is happening? Is this magic or reality? Was the magician just killed? This is terrifying. Can this truly be a trick? My mind feels utterly bewildered. A person suddenly emerged from the mirror and killed the magician. So, was it a mirror clone that committed the act? Is this a genuine murder or merely a facet of the performance? I am utterly confused. Should we call the police? It truly seems he is dead. Surely, a magic show cannot result in death. Not everyone, however, was overtaken by fear. Some believed they had discerned the truth. Let us hold off on calling the police. I sense there is a twist to come. If this is indeed magic, I would crown it the best performance of the night. Clearly, the one who emerged later is a fake, as he wears a mask. Perhaps he is merely a stand-in. Yes, that must be it. The mirror likely conceals a mechanism with a double hidden inside. This is all just an act. Everyone should remain calm. Otherwise, how could a clone leap from the mirror to slay the original? This is magic, not sorcery. I have seen through it all. Yet, what transpired next caused their expressions to change dramatically. The masked figure, who had just emerged from the dark cloth, suddenly ripped off his own mask. The moment the mask was removed, the striking visage of Lin Ye was revealed beneath it. Upon witnessing this countenance, the entire audience fell into a stunned silence, particularly those who had previously regarded the masked figure as merely a stand-in. Their minds were now overwhelmed with confusion. Unconsciously, their gazes shifted towards the lifeless body of Lin Ye sprawled upon the ground. Both Lin Ye's bore identical faces, rendering it impossible to discern the genuine from the imitation. Their attire was indistinguishable as well. This surreal scene left the crowd both astonished and chilled to the bone. At that very moment, the living Lin Ye spoke, casting a somber glance at the corpse below. At last, the day has come, he intoned darkly. After serving as your reflection for so many years, it is my turn to take center stage. You may rest easy. I shall live on in your stead. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, who now accepted that the figure standing on stage was indeed the so-called mirrored clone. Yet, just then, the seemingly deceased Lin Ye abruptly rose to his feet. Without uttering a word, he extracted the dagger embedded in his chest and lunged at the mirrored figure, uttering fiercely, "The one who deserves to perish is you." As soon as the words left his lips, the dagger plunged into the chest of the mirrored Lin Ye. This unexpected turn of events left the patrons of the bar utterly bewildered, especially as they witnessed the two identical Lin Yes engaged in a deadly struggle upon the stage. What on earth was happening? In that moment, the collective sentiment of the audience echoed this very thought. Chapter 47. A dazzling spectacle. Is this truly magic? At this moment, the patrons in the bar were utterly captivated, their gazes fixated upon the stage. Emotions of shock, confusion, and panic flickered in their eyes, as the unfolding scene surpassed their wildest expectations. Meanwhile, on stage, the two Lin Ye continued their fierce struggle, while the mirrored figure, despite having been stabbed, appeared unscathed. In an instant, one Lin Ye brandished a western sword, prompting the other to conjure a sword of his own, and thus commenced a duel upon the stage. After a brief skirmish, one Lin Ye thrust his sword through the other's body. The pierced Lin Ye staggered backward, soon finding himself at the edge of the mirror. Seizing the opportunity, the uninjured Lin Ye swiftly grasped his opponent's throat, pushing him towards the mirror. "In you go." Witnessing this, the audience's hearts raced in trepidation. At that very moment, however, the bar's lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the venue into darkness. This obscurity was fleeting. Within a mere 2 seconds, the lights flickered back to life. As illumination returned, every pair of eyes instinctively darted back to the stage, only to be met with a scene that evoked fresh astonishment. The stage was now completely vacant. The two Lin Ye, who had been locked in combat moments prior, had vanished. All that remained was a solitary, unremarkable dressing mirror standing forlornly at center stage. Yet, under the spotlight, this seemingly ordinary mirror exuded an eerie aura. Suddenly, without a soul to touch it, the mirror trembled, followed by a series of ominous cracking sounds. Before the watchful eyes of the audience, fissures began to mar the mirror's surface, spreading until the entire pane was riddled with cracks. With a resounding shatter, the grand dressing mirror disintegrated, glass shards cascading to the floor. At that instant, a white mask tumbled forth from within the mirror. Once more, the expansive bar fell into a profound silence, as if all present had been ensnared by an enchantment. In the ensuing moment, a chilling voice echoed from the speakers at either side of the stage. "I shall return." This sudden utterance sent a shiver down the spines of all who heard it, as an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the bar. As the patrons exchanged bewildered glances, the jubilant strains of music once again filled the air. Amidst the cheerful melody, a figure gracefully emerged from the side of the stage, bending to retrieve the pure white mask from the floor. "Ladies and gentlemen, my magical performance has come to a close. Thank you for your attention. If my prior act startled you, I sincerely apologize. Everything presented on stage is merely a simple performance. Let us not take it to heart, but rather trust in science. Thank you all." As he spoke, Lin Ye, clad in a black formal suit, slowly removed his top hat and bowed deeply to the audience present. During this moment, he also brandished the dagger and the rapier used in the performance, prodding them with his hand. The instant the dagger made contact, it promptly retracted, and the rapier followed suit. It was only then that the patrons in the bar seemed to awaken from their stupor. In an instant, the establishment erupted with fervent applause, and the expressions of those who had been immersed in an atmosphere of dread transformed into excitement. "Ha ha! I told you, how could such things truly occur? That was undoubtedly a magical effect. It turned out the props were all fake. I was genuinely deceived, nearly calling the authorities in fright." "Me too. I was terrified. To be frank, this magician's skills are truly commendable. I've seen numerous magic shows, but this narrative-driven performance is a first for me. It's fascinating, simply enchanting. Had he not declared it all a ruse, I would have hesitated to sleep tonight, even covering my mirrors. Wait a moment, even if the props are faux, how do we explain that mirrored figure? It looked exactly like the magician himself. Do you not comprehend the concept of special effects makeup? Moreover, the stage lighting was quite dim. Haven't you seen the plethora of makeup artists online who can transform into celebrities? Is it possible they're twins? Although I am uncertain of the precise mechanics, that final illusion brought me an abundance of astonishment. I feel compelled to indulge further. Anything less would be a disservice to such a spectacular performance. He is undoubtedly the most remarkable magician I have encountered. I must return tomorrow. The magic was akin to sorcery, extraordinary, truly extraordinary. At this moment, the audience had entirely forgotten the earlier terrifying scene, their hearts brimming with admiration for Lin Ye. Simultaneously, a woman in sunglasses seated at a booth displayed an expression of profound excitement. She was no different from the other patrons, her mind filled with awe. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I can scarcely discern whether what he performed was indeed magic. Jason's magic pales in comparison to his. Moreover, these appear to be original tricks. If he conceived all of this himself, he is undoubtedly a top-tier magical genius, precisely the talent we at Magic Mirror require. With proper cultivation and packaging, he is destined to become a rising star. After expressing her sentiments, the woman in sunglasses turned to her applauding assistant. Monica. Yes, sister, what is it?" The assistant inquired, recovering from her astonishment. "Acquire the contact details of that magician and present him with my business card, while also conveying my desire for a private conversation with him. preferably scheduled for tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. With that, the woman in sunglasses retrieved a business card from her pocket. The female assistant, upon receiving the card, posed a sudden question. What if he is unwilling to meet with you? Simply inform him of my identity. He will be more than willing to see me. The woman in sunglasses replied with unwavering confidence. Very well, I shall proceed. With that, the assistant rose and made her way towards Lin Ye. At that moment, Lin Ye found himself surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic female patrons, some seeking his contact information, others offering gifts, and some merely indulging in flirtation. Lin Ye felt quite exasperated by the situation. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to disperse the eager admirers. A casual touch to his face revealed a palm smeared with lipstick. As he chuckled helplessly, a wet wipe was presented to him. Accompanying the wipe was the teasing voice of Hu Dai. It seems you are becoming increasingly popular. After receiving the wet wipe, Lin Ye wiped his face while wryly commenting. It appears that being overly popular is not necessarily a blessing. You will soon acclimate to such a lifestyle. By the way, here is something for you. As she spoke, Hu Dai handed him a box. Upon seeing the box, Lin Ye's expression shifted in surprise, for it was an unopened mobile phone box, seemingly containing the latest model from a prominent brand. This is, consider it a perk of employment, Hu Dai explained. Your phone is quite outdated. I noticed you struggled to open the messaging app yesterday, so I took the liberty of purchasing this for you while shopping today. Upon hearing Hu Dai's words, Lin Ye glanced at the inexpensive phone he had received upon enrollment. Thank you, sister. I gladly accept this phone. Once you return home, simply obtain a new SIM card. If they wish for your contact information in the future, use that number to connect with them. Otherwise, peace will be a distant memory. As she spoke, it is getting late. You should head home and take care on your journey. Indeed, I am also preparing to leave. Just as Lin Ye was about to turn away, a thought struck him, and he looked at Hu Dai with a serious expression. Sister, have you encountered any dilemmas recently? Perhaps requiring a significant decision? A perplexing matter? Let me think. There is indeed one, but it is a decision I must make alone. No one can assist me. That may not be entirely true. Do share. Upon hearing this, Hu Dai smiled briefly, only for her expression to darken. I am scheduled to undergo a minor surgical procedure soon, and I wish to know if I will safely emerge from the operating table. At this declaration, Lin Ye's expression froze. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a magical silver coin and tossed it high into the air before catching it deftly. As he released his palm and gazed at the silver coin, his expression subtly shifted. Yet, in the next moment, a smile returned to his face. Rest assured, dear sister, this time you will undoubtedly succeed in your surgery. What I say is always accurate. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire with the patrons over there. Upon hearing this, Hu Dai's face also brightened with a smile. All right, I trust you. After exchanging pleasantries with Hu Dai, Lin Ye turned towards the exit of the bar. However, as he turned, the smile vanished from his face, for the coin had landed showing its reverse side. Chapter 48. Remember to protect your face next time the fairy silver coin will not air if the coin shows its reverse side. It signifies that Butterfly cannot leave the operating table. In other words, during this operation, Butterfly is destined to lose her life. Though Lin Ye has known her for merely 2 days, he can already sense the affection this older sister figure has for him. The illness she suffers from must be grave, for it is certainly not a trivial procedure that would lead to her demise on the operating table. He hopes that the day of the surgery does not arrive too swiftly. With a heart laden with complex emotions, Lin Ye was about to step out of the bar when a slightly plump girl, sporting black-framed glasses, hurriedly approached him. Please wait a moment. Yes, our boss wishes to meet you. Here is her business card. The girl swiftly produced a card after blocking Lin Ye's path. Your boss wants to see me? Indeed. She hopes to have a private meeting with you tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. Upon hearing the girl's words, Lin Ye, though perplexed, accepted the business card she extended. As he glanced at the name on the card, his expression subtly shifted. Magic Mirror Time and Space? Is that the renowned performance company? Precisely. Our Magic Mirror Time and Space ranks among the top 3 performance companies in the Dragon Kingdom, and my boss is Ms. Yao Shuiying, the general manager and chief planner of performances. You must have heard of her. I have, Lin Ye replied after a moment's thought. She's the female CEO notorious for allegedly manipulating her artists on Douyin. No, no, no. Those are merely rumors circulating online. The media knows nothing. Sister Shuang is not at all as they portray her. Oh, I see. However, I have prior commitments tomorrow at 2 o'clock, so I might not be able to meet her. Additionally, I have already finished work for the day, so I apologize for that. I will keep the card and perhaps arrange another meeting in the future. With that, Lin Ye continued on his way out of the bar. The slightly plump girl hurried back to the woman with sunglasses. The woman, casually sipping her drink, spoke with an air of calm. He agreed. Then, will the meeting take place tomorrow? He declined, the girl replied. What? The woman instantly lost her composure. He dares to refuse me. Did you not inform him of my identity? I did, but he said he was unavailable tomorrow. The slightly plump girl replied sheepishly. Oof. This is the first time someone has rejected me. You must find a way to investigate his background. Ideally, uncover his address. If he does not wish to meet me, I shall ensure we meet nonetheless. Understood, sister. If I can win him over, I will be able to replace Jason in this upcoming miracle of the sea and sky performance. I want him to understand that while I can elevate his career, I can equally uplift others. As Lin Ye departed the bar, he was about to head to the adjacent street to hail a taxi when he suddenly spotted several spirited girls nearby, awkwardly carrying a girl who was swaying to the side. The girl being carried had fiery red hair and a charming little backpack, from which dangled a small teddy bear. Upon seeing the bear, Lin Ye immediately recognized the girl's identity. Is it really her? How did she end up in this state? Has she been drinking? The she he referred to was Song Bauer, who had taken the initiative to invite him to demonstrate his levitation technique earlier that evening. As he gazed at Song Bauer's back, a group of men suddenly emerged from a nearby alley. This band approached with menacing intent, brandishing sticks and knives. Upon their arrival, they quickly surrounded Song Bauer and her entourage of spirited girls. The girls, startled by the sudden appearance of these imposing figures, wore expressions of alarm. At that moment, one of the burly men, wielding a stick, barked at them, "Put that woman down, and you may leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." At his words, the girls exchanged fearful glances, their expressions betraying a hint of retreat. Yet, they refused to relinquish Song Bauer, resolutely shielding her in the center. "No way. She is our leader. You can't touch her," declared a fierce-looking girl with dreadlocks and tattoos. However, before she could finish her sentence, the leading man struck her across the face, sending the lightweight girl crashing to the ground. Where did these little pests come from? Get lost. We're not here to play nice, or I swear I'll carve your face. Seeing their companions struck down, the remaining spirited girls erupted in anger. "We'll fight back," they shouted. Yet, how could they stand against such formidable men? Soon, another girl was knocked to the ground after taking a punch to the stomach. At that moment, they resembled a flock of sheep confronted by ravenous wolves. Nonetheless, they remained determined to protect Song Bauer. Observing this, the leading man sneered. "I didn't expect you little rascals to have such loyalty. Since you refused to let her go, we want hold back." He commanded his cohorts, brothers, teach them a harsh lesson. However, just as the group of burly men prepared to strike the girls defending Song Bauer, a somewhat familiar voice rang out from the side. How shameless it is for a bunch of men to bully a group of young girls. Hearing this, the burly man turned toward the source of the voice. In an instant, he spotted a familiar figure, the masked man who had nearly blinded them with light the previous night. Upon seeing him, the burly man involuntarily shuddered, recalling the events of the previous evening. But upon remembering that he had brought more than 10 men with him today, he steeled his resolve once more. "You again, brat. You spoiled our plans yesterday, and now you dare to show up again. Today, we shall not fall for your tricks." As he spoke, he donned a pair of sunglasses, simultaneously reminding his companions to do the same. "Let us see how you can dazzle my eyes today," the burly man declared with a menacing tone. Observing their antics, Lin Ye masked couldn't help but chuckle. "In this guise, it is indeed impossible for me to gaze upon your eyes, but today you shall suffer elsewhere." Where would that be? Let me ponder where to strike you," he mused. "I shall strike your faces." No sooner had Lin Ye uttered these words than he mimicked the action of delivering a slap across the face from a distance. In the next moment, The nearest burly man felt an immense force slap against his cheek, sending him hurtling through the air. Upon landing, a few blood-stained teeth fell from his mouth. His bewildered companions gazed on in confusion as their comrade was inexplicably sent flying. At that moment, Lin Ye slowly approached them, continuing to mimic slapping. With each phantom strike, another individual was sent sprawling. Crack, crack, crack. By the time he drew near, all of them lay on the ground, their faces swollen like pig heads, wailing while retreating. Their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Lin Ye. Witnessing the spectacle, Lin Ye, still masked, smiled faintly. Remember to protect your faces next time. Now be gone, or I shall strike you again. He raised his hand threateningly, causing the group to panic and scramble to their feet, fleeing in haste. Once they had departed, Lin Ye turned his attention to the inebriated Chang'e, alongside the group of spirited young women surrounding her. Noticing their slight struggle, he extended his right hand. Hand her over to me. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Ye carried Chang'e to a nearby hotel. Take good care of her and remain inside the hotel for now. Understood? Upon hearing his words, the young women nodded eagerly, admiration gleaming in their eyes. After issuing his instructions, Lin Ye exited the hotel, hailed a taxi, and headed towards his rental apartment. Seated in the back of the taxi, he first sent a message to Hu Dai, informing her of his safe return home, and then he opened the system interface. It was past midnight. The daily check-in, daily tasks, and mysterious shop were due for a refresh. He eagerly anticipated what new spell he might draw today and what wondrous items the mysterious shop would unveil. Chapter 49. The enigmatic sorceress Lafleur's arcane staff today marks the 4th day since Lin Ye acquired the system. As per the customary procedure, the system's reward of 10 magical power points has been credited to his account, elevating his magical power limit from 30 to 40 points. In addition, the 4th day's sign-in treasure chest has illuminated, but considering he is currently in a taxi, he refrains from claiming it immediately, shifting his focus instead to the mysterious shop. Upon opening the mysterious shop, 3 items materialized before him. It has reverted to 3 items today. It appears yesterday's solitary skill point was merely a fortuitous occurrence. After musing this thought, his attention is drawn to the 3 items within the shop. Master-level magic, Necromantic Canopy. Upon use, one can learn the master-level spell Necromantic Canopy, which summons a cataclysm of the undead. Price, 1,000,000 magical coins. Eye of Agamotto, epic artifact, one of the supreme treasures of the Archmage, possessing the might to observe the past and future. Price, 50,000,000 magical coins. Special offer, Lafleur's arcane staff, damaged an exclusive magical tool of the renowned sorceress Lafleur, imbued with her formidable mirroring magic. Though incomplete, it retains partial capabilities of Lafleur. I do not require counsel. I can provide an observer's perspective myself. Price, 500 magical coins. Upon gazing at the 3 items in the shop, Lin Ye realizes that the first 2 are merely displayed for his viewing pleasure. One priced at 1,000,000 magical coins, and the other at 50,000,000 magical coins. Who can afford such exorbitance? What exactly is this Eye of Agamotto, that it commands such a price? Merely being able to observe the past and future cannot justify its cost. It surely does not possess the ability to reverse time. As for the Necromantic Canopy, even with wealth, I would not purchase it. Eliminating the first 2 items from consideration, his gaze settles upon the final item. Undoubtedly, this is the treasure he must acquire today. Although the price of 500 is somewhat steep, he earned a considerable amount in tips at the Black Rose Bar last night. After completing today's daily task, obtaining it should pose no difficulty. I wonder what today's daily task entails. As he ponders, he closes the mysterious shop and opens the task interface. In the next moment, a new daily task presents itself before him. Daily task. As an apprentice mage, one must possess not only an extensive knowledge of magic, but also a courageous heart. Please use your magical powers to defeat at least 15 wicked creatures or bandits. Task completion reward. 300 magical coins. Noble swordsmanship. Task completion progress. 1315. Gazing at the task details, Lin Ye's brow furrows slightly. Wicked creatures? Bandits? This is the real world. Where am I to find such beings? Is this not a challenge beyond reason? As Lin Ye gazed at the task progress, indicating 13 out of 15, he was momentarily taken aback. It soon dawned on him that he had recently encountered a group of unidentified individuals attempting to abduct Song Bao, and if his memory served him correctly, there were precisely 13 of them. Thus, the system had classified them as bandits, hadn't it? How unfortunate it was that had they possessed 2 more members, his task would have been accomplished. Perhaps he could return and confront them once more? This fleeting thought was quickly discarded. Firstly, the system might not acknowledge such an act. And secondly, that group had likely dispersed by now, certainly not lingering in place waiting for him. Indeed, these ruffians had attempted to abduct Song Bao yesterday, and were back today, indicating her significance to them. If he could merely inquire with her about who sought to capture her, he might uncover their whereabouts and subsequently deal with them, thus fulfilling his task. With this in mind, Lin Ye nodded slightly, and the image of Song Bao surfaced in his thoughts. What exactly was her identity, and why did she attract such persistent attempts at abduction? He resolved to question her thoroughly the following day. As he pondered the taxi, he was arrived at the entrance of his rental complex. After alighting, he made his way home. The clock had already struck 3 in the morning, and considering his housemates might be asleep, he exercised utmost caution, wary of making any noise. However, as he passed by Qin Yushue's door, he overheard voices from within, indicating that she had not yet finished her broadcast. Upon reaching his own door, he was astonished to discover a plastic bag hanging from the doorknob. Inside were a cup of iced milk tea and a portion of warm snacks. It was evident that Qin Yushue had thoughtfully prepared these for him. A warmth spread through Lin Ye's heart as he recognized the kindness bestowed upon him. Taking the bag from the doorknob, he entered his room. No sooner had he stepped inside than Blake and Brian eagerly leaped from his shoulders. He promptly locked the door and switched on the lights before shedding his clothes and heading straight for the bathroom. While he could have employed a cleansing spell to rid himself of the dirt, he preferred the ritual of bathing. Not only did it cleanse his body, but it also alleviated his fatigue. While bathing, he cast a cleansing spell on his soiled clothes. In an instant, the once disheveled garments transformed into pristine condition, as if they had been sent to a professional laundry service. He then conjured a mage's hand to hang the freshly cleaned clothes on a rack, executing the sequence of actions with fluid grace. He could not help but marvel at the effectiveness of magic. After finishing his shower and brushing his teeth, he reclined comfortably on his bed. Having found it inconvenient to check in while in a taxi, he was now eager to claim his daily rewards at home. Upon accessing the daily check-in interface, he casually clicked on the reward for the 4th day. In the next instant, the previously pulsating gift dimmed, and a beam of white light surged into the system's inventory. A chime resonated. Check-in successful. Today's reward has been dispatched to the system's inventory. Please collect it, host. Gazing at the white light that had entered the inventory, Lin Ye wasted no time and promptly opened the system's bag, retrieving the gift within. As soon as the package was grasped, it transformed into a radiant beam of light, ultimately coalescing into a tome. The cover of the book bore 3 characters, Fire Control Technique. Upon seeing these 3 characters, Lin Ye's heart surged with joy. At last, an offensive spell had arrived. Chapter 50, Fire Control Technique as of now. Lin Ye has mastered a total of 4 spells: Mage Hand, Light, Clean, and Comprehend languages. All of these spells are, without exception, of an auxiliary nature. Aside from Mage Hand, which can be used for a feeble form of attack, the others possess not the slightest hint of offensive capability. However, Lin Ye is not particularly bothered by this, as he has no need for combat. The primary reason for his discontent lies in the fact that these spells lack the dazzling flair he associates with the elemental manipulation of fire, earth, and wind that wizards command in battle. The Fire Control Technique, by its very name, diverges from the previous 4 spells. Thus, upon acquiring it, Lin Ye promptly set about learning this new spell. In the blink of an eye, a plethora of memories related to the mastery of fire control flooded his mind. In these recollections, he transformed into a seasoned wizard who had devoted decades to the rigorous study of fire manipulation, achieving an unparalleled level of expertise. However, After assimilating these memories, his heart sank considerably. The fire control technique was not quite what he had envisioned. Fire control technique. 0th tier fire attribute spell. Upon learning, one can manipulate flames through magical energy, adjusting their size, shape, and temperature, widely applied in alchemy and potion making. Indeed, this spell merely allows for the control of flames. It does not enable one to conjure fire out of thin air. It resembles a certain mutant who must carry a lighter to summon flames. Furthermore, this spell is not intended for combat, but rather serves as an auxiliary tool for potion crafting and the creation of magical artifacts. Possessing this spell is akin to having a portable gas stove. After a moment of exasperation, Lin Ye resolved to see the silver lining. Controlling flames was not insurmountable. It merely required the presence of a lighter. A lighter, a lighter. Ah, he found one. After rummaging through his system backpack, he indeed uncovered a lighter, presumably left behind by an inebriated patron at the bar, and it appeared to be quite luxurious. Ding! With a crisp and melodious sound, the lighter ignited, producing a flickering orange flame. Observing the candle-sized flame before him, Lin Ye immediately activated the fire control technique. Under his command, the flame detached from the lighter and settled in the palm of his right hand. With a soft pop, the petite flame instantly surged to 0.5 meter in height. And as Lin Ye infused it with magical energy, it continued to expand. Remarkably, despite the flame residing in his palm, he felt no trace of heat. A gentle motion of his fingers transformed the flame into a fireball. Another movement reshaped it into a flaming sword. With yet another gesture, the sword morphed into a fiery bird, which flapped its wings with vibrant life, soaring within Lin Ye's palm. In the next moment, the firebird took flight, circling the room, startling Blake and Brian, who were dining, into a frenzy. To prevent the firebird from igniting the house, he hastily recalled it. Certainly, even if he accidentally ignited the house, it was of no consequence, for he could effortlessly extinguish the flames. When the firebird returned to his hand, its form dwindled gradually until it transformed back into a small flicker of flame. After placing this tiny ember back onto the lighter, he closed its lid. Following this endeavor, he gained newfound insights into the art of fire manipulation. Just as the skill description indicated, aside from the inability to conjure flames from thin air, he could manipulate any existing blaze at will. This spell appeared far more potent and visually captivating than he had anticipated, making it splendid for performing magic tricks. Occasionally, he could even masquerade as a fire mage. Moreover, if employed in culinary endeavors, controlling the heat would render him invincible. Who could master the art of cooking better than he? No longer would he burn a fried egg or a pancake, and his skewers would undoubtedly be grilled to perfection. The more he pondered, the more he recognized the practicality of this fire control technique. Now, only the daily tasks remained unfinished. He resolved to contact Chang'e tomorrow during the day to inquire about the situation and discover where to locate those individuals. With determination, he set his phone aside, instructed Blake and Brian not to disturb his rest, and then fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps it was due to his newfound identity as a magician, but his mental state was exceptionally vibrant. Even after a mere 5 or 6 hours of sleep, he awoke the next day without a hint of fatigue. Rising early, he made his way to school. 2 days after the conclusion of military training, they finally commenced their formal classes. The schedule for the first day was not particularly packed. There was only an early class at 8, after which there were no further lessons. Typically, Lin Ye would return to the dormitory to catch up on sleep, but just as he exited class, he received a message. "Good morning, brother." Without even glancing at the sender's name, he instantly recognized who it was. Remembering the daily task he needed to complete, Lin Ye promptly replied, "Are you awake? If so, may I come visit you now?" The moment his message was sent, Chang'e, still lounging in her hotel bed, shot up with a start, her small face etched with anxiety. Why is he coming to find me? Is he worried and wants to check on me? What should I do? Should I meet him? She fretted, "I haven't washed my face, brushed my teeth, or put on makeup. I didn't even shower last night. Will he think I look messy?" Panicking, she thought, perhaps I should just refuse him. I don't want him to come see me. We have no connection. Yet, as she voiced her thoughts, she hurriedly opened the chat interface with Lin Ye. While her mind was set on declining, her fingers typed out other words instead. "Sure, along with a cute little emoticon. After sending it, she tossed her phone aside and dashed into the bathroom. In the process, she inadvertently stepped on a girl lying on the ground. "You all need to leave my room immediately, and no one is to remain here," she commanded. "Additionally, please fetch me an eyeliner, an eyebrow pencil, a lipstick, and a cute hairpin." Upon hearing Song Bauer's words, the girl sprawled on the floor, and the sofa displayed evident reluctance. "Boss, we haven't even had enough sleep, and you want us to run errands for you?" One complained. "Exactly, we're still hungry." As soon as they finished their grievances, Song Bauer proclaimed with great generosity, "I'll treat you all to hot pot for lunch and dinner, and this afternoon, I'll take you online shopping, plus a milk tea for each of you. Does that sound acceptable?" No sooner had she spoken than the girls, who had been lounging, perked up at once. "No problem, boss. We're on it. What shade of lipstick do you want, and which eyeliner style?" "Whatever you choose," she replied, tossing several hundred-yuan bills from her wallet towards them. "The extra is yours. Oh, and please get me a bottle of elegant perfume." Okay, no problem, boss." After they returned with the items, she added, "Then you can wander off wherever you please. I'll want to message you, so don't come back, understood?" "Understood. What are you up to, boss? A blind date? What nonsense." "Oh, I know. Is that magician guy coming to see you?" "Absolutely not," Song Bauer exclaimed, her face betraying her anxiety. "I would never let him come to me. Hurry and go, or I might change my mind." All right, we're leaving." With that, the group of girls exited the room. Once she was alone, Song Bauer hurriedly began to wash and prepare herself. Meanwhile, across the street at a breakfast shop, two men were intently watching the entrance of the hotel. Upon spotting the group of girls leaving with Song Bauer, they swiftly pulled out their phones to send a message. After sending it, they made their way towards a nearby tea house. Chapter 51. Lu Hong. Hongshan Group. Upon ascending to the third floor of the tea house, the two men hastened directly to the innermost private room. Upon reaching the door, one of them cautiously rapped on it. Moments later, a deep voice resonated from within. "Come in." Hearing this, the two men dared to push open the door. As the door swung open, a middle-aged man seated on a solid wood sofa came into view. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a physique neither stout nor slender, and his expression was neither sorrowful nor joyful, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Beside him knelt a young woman in a qipao, preparing tea for him. Once the tea was brewed, the woman respectfully placed the cup before the middle-aged man. "Master Hong, please, you may leave," the middle-aged man replied with a slight nod. "Understood, Master Hong. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me." After saying this, the woman rose and exited the room, ensuring the door was securely closed behind her. As soon as the qipao-clad woman departed, one of the tall men who had just ascended the stairs spoke up urgently. "Master Hong, Song Lao's daughter is staying in the hotel across the street. We just saw the thugs who were accompanying her leave, so she should be alone in her room now." "That's good. Today, regardless of the circumstances, we must capture his daughter. Otherwise, we will have no means to compel Song Laohu to yield, and the project in Hexinkin may be snatched away by him. Rest assured, Master Hong, we are fully prepared and will surely succeed in capturing Song Laohu's daughter," the tall man pledged earnestly. Li Tai said the same to me yesterday, yet he allowed her to escape time and again. Do not let me down." As he spoke, Master Hong lifted the teacup before him and took a delicate sip. At that moment, two individuals emerged from a small partition within the room, supporting another person between them. The man they were aiding was a burly figure who had lost several teeth from a slap delivered by Lin Ye the previous night. He appeared utterly wretched, his bare torso marred with bruises, his face resembling that of a swollen pig. After being dragged out from the small partition, he was unceremoniously thrown onto the floor of the main room, his breath shallow and labored. Witnessing this scene, the two men who had just entered the room exchanged alarmed glances, a flicker of panic flashing in their eyes. The next moment, they hastily assured Master Hong, "Please believe us. If we fail to bring Song Laohu's daughter today, we will not require your intervention to punish us. We will take care of it ourselves. Then go. However, I have heard that Song Laohu has stationed a formidable bodyguard beside his daughter, so proceed with caution. Even so, he is but one man. We are not inept like Li Tai," the two said with unwavering confidence. A minute later, the duo departed the private room with determination. As soon as they departed, Mr. Hong turned to the adjacent compartment and instructed, "Follow those two. I still have some reservations." No sooner had he finished speaking than a long-haired man clad in a black tactical jacket with a somber countenance emerged from the compartment. The man said nothing, merely nodded slightly before making his way towards the exit of the private room. Moments later, a taxi pulled up at the hotel entrance, and Lin Ye stepped out from the rear seat. Having escorted Song Bauer to this hotel the previous night, he was quite familiar with the route. Soon, he arrived at the door of Song Bauer's room. He knocked gently, only to be met with a cacophony of sounds emanating from within. After a full 2 minutes, the door finally swung open. In the next instant, Song Bauer appeared before Lin Ye, adorned in a charming, innocent little dress, her feet clad in adorable little leather shoes, her makeup sweetly done. Upon seeing her in this guise, Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback and instinctively took 2 steps back to check the room number on the door. "I didn't make a mistake, did I?" he pondered. "Brother, what are you staring at?" Song Bauer tilted her head in inquiry. "Oh, nothing. You just seem a tad unfamiliar, and I wondered if I had knocked on the wrong door." Lin Ye replied with a smile. "Oh, nonsense," Song Bauer retorted, her expression a mix of feigned anger and playfulness. "I usually look like this. I dressed up in that previous manner just to vex my father." "Is that so? It seems all your clothes are rather new," Lin Ye noted. "Stop. You mustn't say another word. Now tell me, what is it that you want from me?" Song Bauer attempted to mask her embarrassment with indignation, hands on her hips. "Well, it's not much. I merely wanted to ask why those people have been trying to capture you for the last couple of days. Do you owe them money?" Upon hearing this query, Song Bauer's face fell in disappointment. "Is that all?" "Well, not entirely. I also wish to know where they are now, as I intend to confront them." At this, excitement illuminated Song Bauer's face. "Brother, do you plan to avenge me?" "It must be so. I heard them mention last night's events. Had you not driven them away, I would likely have been captured by them last night. You must want to deal with them all at once, subdue them, and ensure they never trouble me again, right?" Faced with Song Bauer's vivid imagination, Lin Ye ultimately nodded. He could hardly disclose that he was seeking those individuals to complete a system mission. "Then come inside. I shall slowly recount everything I know about them," she urged. Upon entering the room, Song Bauer warmly invited him to sit on the bed, with a meter of space separating them. "Here's the thing. Although I am unsure who they truly are, their attempt to capture me are undoubtedly linked to my father. For my analysis, they are likely associated with Lu Hong, as this Lu Hong has always had a contentious relationship with my father." Lu Hong? The name struck a chord in Lin Ye, as if he had heard it before. Indeed, Lu Hong is the chairman of the Hongsheng Group. "Are you familiar with the renowned Hongsheng Village in Jinghai?" "Hongsheng Village? The one where the average person owns 10 houses?" Lin Ye exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, that's the one. He was formerly the most notorious ruffian of Hongsheng Village, but later transitioned into the real estate sector, leveraging some insider information to expand his empire. My father is also involved in real estate, and I've heard they are currently competing for some development project. He must be at a disadvantage, which is why he intends to kidnap me to coerce my father into capitulation," Song Bauer analyzed with utmost seriousness. "How do you know all this?" "I deduce it. I'm not foolish, and I've encountered similar situations since childhood. I've experienced nearly 10 kidnapping incidents, so I've grown accustomed to it," Song Bauer admitted, a hint of melancholy creeping into her voice. "If only I didn't have such a father, I could live like an ordinary child, without having to change schools 4 times a year, without being devoid of friends my entire life, and without losing my mother. Enough of this. Fate is what it is, and it cannot be altered." With that, Song Bauer shook off her despondence and donned a smile once more. Yet, Lin Ye could still perceive the sadness lingering in her eyes. Just as he was about to offer her some comforting words, a sudden knock echoed from outside the room. "Hello, room service." Upon hearing this voice, Song Bauer instinctively moved to open the door. However, just then, a vivid image flashed in Lin Ye's mind. In the vision, 2 men disguised as hotel attendants seized the moment Song Bauer opened the door to incapacitate her with a drug-laced towel. Realizing the imminent danger, Lin Ye swiftly grasped Song Bauer's hand. Startled by a sudden grip, her cheeks flushed. "Brother Yusho, the people outside are not hotel staff," Lin Ye whispered urgently. Chapter 52. Noble Swordsmanship Mysterious assassin, why has she not opened the door yet? She should be inside. Surely, she is preoccupied with something else. Wasn't there a man who just entered? Are they engaged in that? It seems unlikely. Once the door opens, I shall see Songbauer. While you restrain the man, use the sedative to incapacitate both of them. Outside the room, two men, clad in hotel staff uniforms and pushing a small cart, whispered to each other. They were indeed the very individuals Lu Hong had dispatched to abduct Songbauer. As they pondered why she had yet to answer the door, a sudden sound of the door creaking open echoed from within. Upon hearing this, they immediately readied themselves. However, when they rushed into the room at lightning speed, they were met with an empty space behind the door. Where is everyone? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they felt an unseen force gripping their throats, lifting them high into the air. In the next moment, with terror in their eyes, they were forcefully slammed together. Bang! A dull thud resounded as their heads collided violently, leaving them dazed and disoriented. Following this, the towels they had intended to use to sedate Songbauer and Lin Ye were thrust over their mouths and noses. In less than 2 seconds, their heads tilted and they succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing heavily to the floor, entirely oblivious. Just as they fell, Lin Ye received a system notification in his mind. Ding! Daily task completed. Rewards have been distributed. Among them, the noble swordsmanship is a knowledge inheritance type reward. Does the host wish to receive it immediately? Upon hearing this notification, Lin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems that seeking out Songbauer today was indeed a wise decision. Otherwise, this task would not have been so easily accomplished. He hoped similar tasks would arise in the future and that they would not be abandoned. Without hesitation, he opted to accept the reward. He had anticipated that noble swordsmanship would manifest in the form of a book akin to magic. However, the reality was quite different. Upon making his choice, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. In these memories, he became a noble knight, diligently practicing swordsmanship from a young age. Day after day, year after year, he evolved from a youth into a middle-aged man, progressing from chopping wooden stakes to slaying monsters. He swung an iron sword thousands of times. Influenced by these memories, he not only acquired exceptional sword-fighting techniques, but also developed muscle memory. Consequently, his physique underwent notable changes. The muscles in his arms, torso, and legs were strengthened to varying degrees, transforming his once average build into one that was well-proportioned and robust. His hands grew powerful, his legs agile, and both his muscular endurance and explosive strength were significantly enhanced. In merely a fleeting moment, his suboptimal physical condition transformed to that of an elite athlete, perhaps even surpassing it slightly, as he sensed the remarkable changes within his body and the plethora of martial arts techniques that flooded his mind. A glimmer of joy illuminated his face, just as he clenched his fist to relish the abundant power coursing through him. Songbauer's petite head peeked out from the bathroom. Upon witnessing the two unconscious figures on the floor, her mouth formed a perfect O, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Heavens! Have you killed him? Worry not. I shall keep it a secret. If worst comes to worst, I can plead with my father. He is sure to handle it. Upon hearing Songbauer's words, Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Impossible. They're merely incapacitated by their own drug. Oh, these scoundrels! Why must they come at such an inconvenient time? She huffed, marching towards the two men and delivering 2 sharp kicks. What shall we do now, brother? Shall we leave them here? Let us tie them up and stow them in the bathroom for now, Lin Ye replied, procuring a bedsheet to bind the men's hands and feet together before he tossed them into the shower. Having completed this task, he turned his gaze back to Songbauer. You cannot remain here. My counsel is that you return home. As long as you linger outside, they will not cease their attempts to abduct you. I cannot stay by your side for protection indefinitely, but I do not wish to go home. Songbauer shook her head. And why can't you stay with me to protect me? Because I have my own matters to attend to. Lin Ye replied with a wry smile. Then, may I request that you accompany me for a meal? Afterward, I shall return home. It is but a small request. Very well, it just so happens to be mealtime. Let's grab a bite nearby. Songbauer nodded obediently. Then let us go. As they departed the room, Lin Ye led Songbauer towards the elevator. At the end of the corridor, a long-haired man clad in a black windbreaker emerged from around a corner, observing Lin Ye and Song Bauer as they entered the elevator. Once the doors closed, he approached Song Bauer's room, glancing at the tightly shut door. He casually produced a small device and fiddled with the door lock until it clicked open. Upon discovering the two bound individuals in the shower, he could not suppress a disdainful snort. Indeed, a pair of inept fools. Yet, it seems that individual possesses some skill managing to subdue both of them. This is becoming quite intriguing. With that, he exited the room, opting for the stairs rather than the elevator. As he descended swiftly, Lin Ye and Song Bauer emerged from the elevator just in time to encounter him. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the two individuals, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a phone adorned with diamonds and embellished with charming stickers. If you wish for your friends to remain unharmed, refrain from raising an alarm and accompany me, he urged. The moment Song Bauer, who had been previously engulfed in confusion, laid eyes on the phone, her expression shifted drastically. For this very device belonged to one of her younger sisters. In a flurry of panic, she lunged to seize the long-haired man, only for him to deftly evade her grasp. "What have you done to them, you scoundrel?" she demanded. "I have done nothing to them. However, should you refuse to follow me, I cannot guarantee their safety," he replied, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Ye. "You two come with me." No sooner had the words left his lips than he turned and strode towards the hotel exit. Witnessing this scene, coupled with their recent exchange, Lin Ye swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. It appeared they had more than one scheme in play, and this individual exuded a distinct aura. Unlike the previous group, could he be a professional assassin, as the legends foretold? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system notification resonated. Ding! A temporary mission has been triggered. You have received a challenge from the leader of the thieves. As a noble sorcerer, your dignity must not be compromised. Teach him a lesson and recruit him as your nightly retainer. Complétion roi, 500 magical coins, night breathtaking technique, exclusive magical weapon, meteor longsword. Chapter 53. You are truly too slow. The sudden sound of a notification left Lin Ye momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that a task could be triggered under such circumstances. It appeared that there were not only daily tasks, but also spontaneous ones. However, the content of this particular task, glancing at the requirements before him, a flicker of peculiarity crossed his gaze. A nightly retainer? What does that imply? Am I to recruit that individual as my subordinate? Why would they want to follow me? Is it due to my commanding presence? As for teaching him a lesson, that should pose no difficulty. While Lin Ye was lost in thought due to the unexpected system task, Song Bauer, beside him, was in a state of agitation. What should I do? This is dire. They must have been captured, and as their leader, I am responsible for rescuing them, especially since they were taken because of me. If all else fails, I will have to call my father. With a conflicted expression, Song Bauer retrieved her phone. Upon seeing her take out the device, Lin Ye quickly interjected, "No need. I will find a way to rescue them. You can rest assured." He continued, "Even if you contact your father now, you may not arrive in time." Hearing Lin Ye's words, Song Bauer seemed to find some sense in his reasoning. "All right, how could I forget about you, brother? You are so capable. You will definitely be able to save them. You can handle all those bad guys, and that one just now should be no problem for you. Of course, leave it to me." "We must hurry and follow," Lin Ye replied, taking Song Bauer by the hand as they exited the hotel. The long-haired man in the parka, perhaps waiting for them, had not ventured far. Upon seeing Lin Ye and Song Bauer emerge from the hotel, he leisurely pulled the hood of his parka over his head and strode toward a nearby alley. Without hesitation, Lin Ye followed suit. After approximately 10 minutes, the long-haired man entered an area of unfinished buildings. Upon entering the construction site, he made his way into a nearly completed edifice. When Lin Ye and Song Bauer arrived at the base of the building, they spotted him standing at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down below. The two locked eyes from a distance. Lin Ye prepared to ascend the building alone, but upon glancing at the forlorn expression of Song Bauer, he opted to take her along. As they reached the first floor, he casually picked up a wooden stick about a meter in length from the ground. 5 minutes later, their figures appeared on the rooftop. At that moment, the vast rooftop was devoid of any presence save for the long-haired man in the black parka. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ye couldn't help but furrow his brow. Meanwhile, Song Bauer quickly inquired, "Where are they? What have you done with them?" Before the long-haired man could respond, Lin Ye had already anticipated his answer. "If I am not mistaken, your younger sisters have likely not been captured by him. He probably only took their phones. His sole intention was to lure us here." As Lin Ye finished speaking, the long-haired man chuckled. He was indeed correct. "Your friends are not in my possession. I merely took one of their phones without much thought. It is too late for you to comprehend this now." After uttering these words, the long-haired man fixed his gaze upon Lin Ye. "You must be your bodyguard, right? Those useless individuals from Li Tai have fallen to your hands. Your skills must be quite impressive. Let us engage in a duel. If I win, you will hand over that woman to me. If I lose, I will allow you to leave." Quite fair." Lin Ye nodded. "You must also be sent by Lu Hong. What is your role? Enforcer, bodyguard, or assassin?" The long-haired man shook his head in response. "None of those. He has done me a favor, so I shall serve him for 3 years. This is the last task I will undertake for him." "I see. Are you skilled in combat?" Lin Ye inuited curiously. "One can only ascertain skill through battle." No sooner had he spoken than the long-haired man removed his seasonally inappropriate jacket, revealing an upper body that, while not overly muscular, possessed significant impact. His skin, exposed beneath a black tactical vest, was marred with scars, some from knives, others from gunshots, and extensive burn marks, each telling a tale of unimaginable experiences that had resulted in such damage. Upon seeing his appearance, Lin Ye immediately recognized that the true identity of this long-haired youth was likely not simple. Yet, he remained entirely unfazed, for his own identity was equally complex. The next moment, he approached the long-haired man, lifting the wooden stick in his hand under the latter's puzzled gaze. "You do not mind if I use a weapon, do you?" "A weapon? You mean the stick in your hand?" the long-haired man asked, perplexed. "Piregisili," Lin Ye nodded. "Feel free," the long-haired man replied nonchalantly. After saying this, he sprang into action like a cheetah, his movements swift as the wind, closing the distance of over 10 meters in an instant. His right fist surged toward Lin Ye's chest, seemingly intent on piercing through. In the face of this aggressive punch, Lin Ye showed no intention of moving. He remained elegantly poised, one hand behind his back while the other held the stick before his chest, resembling an aristocratic swordsman. It was only when the opponent's fist was less than half a meter away that his right hand finally moved. In a flash, the stick transformed into a sharp sword, aimed directly at the long-haired man's throat. The stick, longer than an arm, would undoubtedly strike the long-haired man's throat before his fist could reach Lin Ye. Although merely a wooden stick, the long-haired man sensed a fierce momentum emanating from above, akin to that of a sharp sword. He had no doubt that if he were struck by that blow, his throat would undoubtedly suffer a grievous injury. In desperation, he could only hastily change his strategy, sidestepping to evade the wooden staff in Lin Ye's grasp while attempting to seize the hand that wielded it. Unfortunately, while he was quick, Lin Ye was swifter still. He seamlessly transformed his thrust into a sweeping strike, and the wooden staff landed squarely upon a young man's cheek. The sound rang out like thunder, and the long-haired man felt a searing pain flare on his face, his head buzzing with disorientation. Before he could collect himself, Lin Ye seized the opportunity, delivering several successive blows upon him. Thrust, slash, chop, hop, jab, graze. He yearned to evade. Yet as long as he remained within the range of Lin Ye's wooden staff, he was destined to be struck. No matter how he attempted to attack from various angles, the outcome remained unchanged. After enduring more than 10 relentless strikes from Lin Ye, the long-haired man finally conceded defeat, retreating to the sidelines. Throughout the encounter, Lin Ye's feet had remained firmly planted in place, with only his right hand gripping the staff, engaged in motion. In stark contrast, the long-haired man was drenched in sweat, his body marked with the welts and bruises left by the wooden strikes. Had Lin Ye been wielding a true sword instead of a mere staff, the long-haired man would have already become a lifeless corpse on the ground. As he regarded Lin Ye with a mixture of trepidation and disdain, Lin Ye suddenly smiled. "Do you know why you can never land a hit on me? And why I'm able to strike you?" At this, the long-haired man paused, momentarily taken aback. "Because you are simply too slow." The words seemed to prick at his pride, and he promptly drew a tactical dagger from his thigh, charging towards Lin Ye with fervor. The dagger danced in his hand. Each strike aimed directly at Lin Ye's vital points. Yet, the outcome was once again a dismal defeat for the long-haired man. Lin Ye first struck his hand, then landed another blow upon his fingers. In pain, the tactical dagger slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. The next moment, Lin Ye pressed the end of his wooden staff firmly against the man's Adam's apple. Still too slow. Slowness invites peril. Slowness invites punishment. You may possess strength, but it is evident that you are not my equal. Upon hearing these words, the long-haired man felt as though struck by lightning, his expression transforming into one of bewilderment. Chapter 54. Subduing Zhou Qing, the long-haired man never anticipated that he would suffer such a devastating defeat. From beginning to end, he had not gained any advantage over Lin Ye, serving merely as a punching bag. He had always believed that his martial arts skills were of the highest caliber, honed through trials of blood and fire. He had taken the lives of no less than 80 individuals, yet before Lin Ye, he felt like a mere novice, utterly powerless in the face of his opponent's onslaught. Shock, confusion, and despair flooded his heart at that moment, leaving him feeling utterly worthless. Lin Ye, with a wooden stick pressed against his throat, recognized that his psychological tactics had taken effect. To truly conquer a person and earn their sincere allegiance, one must decisively defeat them in their area of expertise while simultaneously ridiculing them, instilling doubts about their very existence. He had succeeded in this endeavor, but it was evidently insufficient. As he withdrew the stick, he continued, "Your martial arts skills are indeed refined, yet they are not enough. You lack not only speed, but also two other essential qualities." Upon hearing this, the long-haired man lifted his gaze in bewilderment. What qualities? Unyielding courage and the determination to strike with lethal precision. "Look into my eyes." Lin Ye's sudden shout compelled the long-haired man to instinctively meet his gaze. In the next instant, Lin Ye raised the wooden stick once more and lunged at him with ferocity, as if intent on delivering a fatal blow. Accompanying his movement was a glint of murderous intent, reminiscent of the noble knight from his memories who had slain countless monsters. His hatred for these creatures made him merciless in battle. The long-haired man, caught off guard by Lin Ye's fierce demeanor, stumbled backward in fright, losing his footing and crashing to the ground, his eyes wide with the terror of impending death. Yet, as he regained his composure, he realized that Lin Ye had not moved an inch. The wooden stick had long been discarded. Now drenched in cold sweat, he felt not only fear, but also profound confusion. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice echoed once more, "This is the chasm that separates us. Go back and practice diligently." With that, Lin Ye turned to leave, silently counting in his mind, 1, 2, 3. Just as he uttered 3, the long-haired man hastily called out, "Please wait." Hearing this, Lin Ye turned back, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had taken the bait. Feigning curiosity, he asked, "Is there anything else? Do you wish to challenge me again?" "No, no, no. I know I cannot defeat you, but I hope to seek your guidance. I wish to become stronger." "Oh, guidance?" "Yes," the long-haired man replied earnestly, nodding his head in determination. "I do not hesitate to reveal that I hail from one of the 3 most notorious assassin organizations, Blood Eagle. Due to certain circumstances, I have severed ties with Blood Eagle and now seek vengeance against them, which necessitates the acquisition of greater power." From the account of the long-haired man, Lin Ye quickly gleaned some basic information about him. His name is Zhou Qing. He has been an assassin and a mercenary. Betrayed by his own organization, he suffered severe injuries and found refuge in Chang'e, where he was rescued by Lu Hong. It turns out he is indeed a professional killer. I never expected to encounter someone of this caliber. While reflecting on this, Lin Ye once again turned his gaze toward Zhou Qing. "I can teach you, but there is one condition. You must become my subordinate and follow my directives." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qing responded eagerly, "No problem. As long as you are willing to teach me, I will heed your orders." "Excellent. It is settled then. I will dedicate 1 day each week to instruct you. I will determine the time and place. Please provide me with your contact information." "All right." In the course of their conversation, they exchanged contact details, and Zhou Qing willingly became Lin Ye's subordinate. At that moment, the system announced the completion of a task. Ding! You have successfully defeated the bandit leader, having taught him a harsh lesson while also claiming him as your nightly retainer. The task is complete. You have received the following rewards: 500 magical gold coins, Knight's breathing technique, and a mithril longsword. Rewards have been deposited into your system backpack. Please check at your convenience. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that the previous actions had indeed counted. However, just then, another notification sounded. A magical contract has been automatically established between you and your nightly retainer. Henceforth, he shall never betray you. In Lin Ye's astonished gaze, he suddenly noticed a small magical formation glowing on Zhou Qing's forehead. The formation flickered and vanished, but he clearly observed that, as it disappeared, Zhou Qing's gaze towards him had transformed, imbued with a newfound respect. The system possesses such a feature? This means I have gained a loyal subordinate. I shall appoint him as my assistant and bodyguard. After all, I cannot handle everything personally. After stating this, he instructed Zhou Qing to return home. Just as he was departing, Zhou Qing suddenly remarked, "Shall I eliminate Lu Hong, so he does not pose any further trouble for you, sir?" Hearing this, Lin Ye shook his head repeatedly. On one hand, he genuinely did not wish to kill indiscriminately. On the other, he hoped to rely on Lu Hong in the future to complete monster hunting tasks. It was possible that tomorrow's daily task would involve slaying monsters once again. After Zhou Qing departed, Song Baoer, who had been watching from the sidelines, approached with an expression of uncontainable excitement. "You were amazing just now. You were so impressive. Do you know martial arts? Where did you learn those skills? Aren't you a magician? What did you say to that person? Why did he suddenly become so courteous to you?" Faced with Song Baoer's barrage of inquiries, Lin Ye could only respond with vague platitudes. Realizing he could no longer evade her questions, he shifted the conversation. "Shall we go for a meal? Let us indulge in something delicious before you head home." Upon hearing this, Song Baoer fell silent. "All right then, I know a high-end restaurant that serves exquisite dishes. Allow me to treat you today, brother." Sure. Ultimately, the two enjoyed a lavish dinner at a five-star hotel in Jinghai City. As soon as they finished their opulent meal, a group of people arrived to escort Song Baoer away, accompanied by a burly middle-aged man. In her presence, this man displayed a demeanor of exaggerated servility, a true embodiment of obsequiousness. Just before stepping into a luxury vehicle, Song Baoer suddenly exchanged a few words with the middle-aged man and gestured towards Lin Ye, to which he nodded repeatedly. Finally, she waved goodbye in Lin Ye's direction. Once Song Baoer's vehicle had departed, Lin Ye prepared to return to school for his afternoon classes. At that moment, a man in a black suit hurriedly approached him. "Good afternoon, sir. This is a gift from our young lady for you." Lin Ye, puzzled, received two items from the suited man, a watch and a letter. The envelope felt rigid, as if it contained something more. The moment Lin Ye took hold of the items, the man swiftly departed. "Why send me these?" The watch appeared to be from an international luxury brand, and as for the letter, intrigued, he opened the envelope to find a handwritten note alongside a bank card. "Brother, thank you for saving me so many times and for sharing a meal with me today. I'm heading home now. This watch belonged to my father, so I want you to have it as a gift. This card contains 5 million. The password is 071008. Although it may not be a lot, it represents my savings over many years. We will see each other again soon, brother." The bottom right corner of the letter featured a charming drawing of a small bear. Reading the contents of a letter, Lin Ye was rendered speechless. 5 million? Saved over years? What sort of family is she from? No, wealth is not bestowed in such a manner. Lin Ye felt a strong urge to chase after her and return the card, but her luxurious vehicle had long since vanished from sight. Just then, he noticed that there seemed to be more writing on the back of the letter. "Brother, you need not worry about repaying me. I can always request more from my father. Whether it is 5 million or even 50 million, he will surely acquiesce, lest I threaten to leave home once again." Upon reading these words, Lin Ye could not help but display a wry smile. It appears that 5 million truly holds little significance for her. After uttering this statement, he casually hailed a taxi, heading towards his rented accommodation. Before returning to school, he intended to first examine the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. while also purchasing items from the enigmatic shop. Chapter 55. Rewards acquired. The powerful secret staff upon returning to his rental apartment. Lin Ye found it devoid of inhabitants. Qin Yushiwei was asleep, and he had yet to encounter his other two roommates, who seemed almost non-existent. Once inside his room, he promptly locked the door and directed his focus towards the system backpack. Within, he discovered two unfamiliar items, one book and one sword. With a mere thought, these two objects materialized in his hands, one in each. The book resembled the previous magical tomes he had encountered, differing only in color, with bold characters emblazoned on the cover. Knight's breathing technique. The sword, a Western-style longsword complete with scabbard, was adorned with numerous gemstones and intricate patterns, exuding an air of extravagance. It felt weighty, approximately 10 pounds. Casting a glance at the longsword and then at the book, Lin Ye ultimately resolved to examine the knight's breathing technique first. Setting the sword aside, he concentrated on the tome, and relevant information flooded his mind. Knight's breathing technique, the exclusive cultivation method of imperial knights, enhancing one's physical capabilities through breath. Prolonged practice allows the body to transcend human limits. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Although he had transformed into a mage, he was merely a novice, and until he mastered noble swordsmanship, his physique remained akin to that of an ordinary person. The phrase regarding transcending human limits piqued his curiosity. He wondered what existence one would attain by surpassing such boundaries. Could such a being still be considered human? Driven by this intrigue, he casually opened the knight's breathing technique. In an instant, the technique coalesced into a luminous orb and penetrated his consciousness. A torrent of memories associated with the knight's breathing technique materialized, depicting him as an apprentice knight. From the day he began his training, he diligently practiced the technique. Through relentless effort, he evolved from a frail individual into a formidable warrior capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards with ease, shattering boulders with a single punch. Once the memories were fully assimilated, Lin Ye realized that his physical form had undergone yet another enhancement in that brief moment. He faintly sensed a subtle energy within him, a nascent force that seemed to harbor immense power. He learned from the memories that this intangible energy bore the name Qi Seed. It symbolized the initiation into the knight's breathing technique. Once it fully blossomed, he would ascend to the status of a true knight, destined to serve the esteemed mages. Contemplating this, he nearly chuckled. These knights exerted such effort merely to follow mages? Indeed, mages were the most revered beings, wherever they may be. Upon reflection, it appears that this knight's breathing technique is not intended for my practice, but rather for Zhou Qing. I shall find the time to impart it to him later. With systematic constraints in place, he need not worry about Zhou Qing betraying him. Feeling the surge of enhanced strength within himself, Lin Ye could not resist the temptation to open his personal information panel. Name, Lin Ye. Occupation, mage. Occupation level, apprentice mage. Basic attributes, strength 17, constitution 18, spirit 10, agility 18, magic 40. At a mere glance, he was astounded by his current foundational statistics. All attributes, save for spirit, had increased by 10 points, more than doubling his previous values. The once highest attribute of spirit had now become his Achilles heel. No wonder I feel so powerful. My primary attributes surpass those of ordinary individuals by a factor of 2. Even without the ability to cast spells, I could be deemed a minor superhero. As he pondered, he approached the dressing mirror and removed his upper garments. In the next moment, a physique that could only be described as exquisite appeared before him. His muscles were well-defined, contours sharp, and the form was robust, yet aesthetically pleasing, as if meticulously sculpted. This was not the bulkiness achieved through heavy lifting, but rather the streamlined muscle of years of disciplined training. Coupled with his increasingly handsome and resolute visage, he found himself somewhat captivated by his own appearance. Indeed, I am becoming ever more perfect. Having thought this, he donned his clothing and picked up a long sword resting nearby. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the sword, and a chilling glint immediately reflected in his eyes. The sword measured approximately 1 meter in length, its blade slightly broader than the traditional long swords of the Dragon Kingdom. featuring a long spine down its center. The bright blade bore intricate magical patterns that appeared both elegant and mysterious. Mithril Longsword, a magical weapon crafted by imperial alchemical masters, possessing superior magical conductivity. It can amplify spells to a certain extent and, in the absence of a wand, serves as a makeshift one. Even when magic is depleted, it remains a viable weapon for combat. Who says mages are inept in close quarters? The functionality of the Mithril Longsword was straightforward, primarily enhancing magical potency. Yet it could also serve as a melee weapon. Lin Ye found no dissatisfaction in this. He casually returned it to its sheath and secured it at his waist. Adorning himself with the sword indeed imparted a certain elegance, reminiscent of a refined noble. It could serve as a decorative piece, and when necessary, be utilized as a magical prop. After nodding in satisfaction, Lin Ye stored the Mithril Longsword in his system backpack. Now, only one final task awaited him. He opened the mysterious shop, his gaze fixed firmly on today's special offer, the arcane scepter of the enigmatic trickster, LeBlanc. Through daily and temporary quests, he had accumulated 800 magical coins, and this magical artifact required merely 500 coins to acquire. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly acquired it. In the next instant, a slender staff, approximately 70 centimeters in length and adorned at its apex with a diamond gemstone, materialized gracefully in his grasp. Upon its acquisition, Lin Ye immediately sensed the surging magical power emanating from the staff, its potency far surpassing that of the previous magical artifacts he had encountered. Concurrently, a new page appeared in the system's inventory, detailing the information of this very staff. The secret staff of the enigmatic sorceress LeBlanc. Item level: intermediate magical artifact. Information: the exclusive staff of the enigmatic sorceress LeBlanc, crafted by a master alchemist. Imbued with immense magical energy. Effect 1. Mirage. By wielding the staff, create a mirror image identical to the user, leaving it in place while the user enters an invisible state, capable of creating up to 8 images, with invisibility lasting for 10 seconds, requiring a cost of 5 mana points for each activation. Effect 2. Shadow Swap. Exchange positions with a mirror image, requiring a cost of 5 mana points for each activation. Effect 3. Mirror Transposition. Traverse freely between any 2 reflective surfaces, with a maximum distance of 500 meters between them, requiring a cost of 10 mana points for each activation. Gazing at the item information before him, Lin Ye's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was abundantly clear that the strength of this secret staff far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 56. Classroom Magic 3 Effects. Each more impressive than the last, each exuding an aura of magnificence and prowess. The first effect manifests 8 reflections, while the original can enter a state of invisibility, rendering it nearly impossible to discern which is the true self. The second effect allows for effortless position swapping with any of the reflections. With the 8 reflections positioned in various locales, he can appear anywhere at will. One moment he could be atop a 100-story building, and the next he could materialize below. As for the third effect, it surpasses the previous 2 in sheer brilliance. Although it is referred to as a mirror effect, the reflective surface need not be a traditional mirror. Glass, water surfaces, or any reflective entity can serve as a mirror. If one were to critique this effect, it would be its limited range of 500 meters and a requisite expenditure of 10 points of magical energy per use. Given his current reservoir of magic, he could only utilize it 4 times before depletion. Otherwise, with such a skill, there would be no one capable of capturing him in this world, nor any weapon. Not even a nuclear bomb could bring about his demise, for he could slip into the mirror a mere second before the bomb struck. Yet another formidable magical artifact. It seems his repertoire of performable tricks has expanded. In high spirits, Lin Ye promptly experimented with the effects of the mystical staff. With a gentle wave of the staff, a reflection identical to him materialized in the room. A subsequent wave produced a second, a third, a fourth, up to the 8th. The 8 reflections, indistinguishable from him, nearly filled the room, while he himself entered a state of invisibility. Gazing at his completely invisible form, a spark of wonder ignited in his eyes. In this moment, he once again felt the immense power of magic. 10 minutes later, he waved his hand to dispel all the reflections, not because he had grown weary of the display, but because he was rapidly approaching the time for his afternoon class. Oh no, he thought, I lost track of time. If I arrive late to the first class, the teacher will undoubtedly remember me, and I want to be able to skip class later. Alarmed by the time on his watch, Lin Ye rushed to school, making a beeline for the classroom. However, despite his haste, he arrived 5 minutes late. Inside the classroom, his classmates and roommates sat dutifully, while a female teacher in her 30s, with short hair and clad in a white collared shirt, engaged the students from the podium. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Ye felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. As he awkwardly approached the classroom door, the teacher noticed his presence. Before Lin Ye could announce himself, she spoke first. "Excuse me, are you also a student in our class?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Ye nodded. "It has been 5 minutes since class began. What has delayed your arrival?" The teacher inquired sternly, glancing at her wristwatch. Think quickly now," Lin Ye stammered, struggling to conjure a suitable excuse. Just then, the teacher suddenly interjected with a statement. "How is it that you cannot conjure an appropriate excuse?" "Hee, you have seen through me, dear teacher." Lin Ye's smile was more sorrowful than tears. "Very well, I shall permit you to enter the classroom, but you must perform a talent in front of the entire class. If the consensus is that you have succeeded, I shall allow you to step down. What does everyone think?" As she spoke, the female teacher cast her gaze upon the students below. Instantly, the students began to cheer, particularly a group of boys, with Lin Ye's roommates leading the raucous applause. Teacher, he can perform magic. Let him show us a trick." Yes, he is a professional magician. Quite impressive. Come on, let's see one." Encouraged by their enthusiasm, the rest of the class joined in the clamoring, each eager for the spectacle. The female teacher's eyes sparkled with curiosity upon hearing Lin Ye's magical prowess. "Dear student, since everyone is so eager, why not perform a trick for us? Let us give him a round of applause." In an instant, the classroom erupted with enthusiastic applause. Seeing this, Lin Ye, albeit with trepidation, stepped up to the podium, while the teacher graciously left the center stage open for him. At that moment, countless eyes were fixed upon Lin Ye. They were not particularly interested in the type of magic he would perform. Rather, they simply sought entertainment. To them, Lin Ye was just another ordinary student, likely to showcase a trivial trick commonly seen online. Standing confidently at the podium, Lin Ye began, "In truth, I'm not a professional magician. I am merely an enthusiast. Since you all are so supportive, I shall perform a small trick for you." This illusion is called Rebirth from the Flames. Upon hearing this title, the audience's interest peaked, mingled with a tinge of curiosity. Just then, Lin Ye's gaze focused on a vase on the podium. Inside, a bouquet of long-dried flowers sat, presumably left by a previous student for an earlier teacher, now withered and lifeless. He casually retrieved a dried rose from the arrangement. The crowd, puzzled by his actions, remained uncertain until Lin Ye spoke again. "Do you believe I can bring this flower back to life?" The classroom fell silent for a moment, followed by a chorus of disbelief. "Do you believe, teacher?" The short-haired female teacher shook her head vigorously. "I do not believe." "Very well, now we shall witness a miracle." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye flicked his wrist, and a glimmering lighter appeared in his hand. With a click, the lid of the lighter opened, and a flickering orange flame burst forth. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Ye ignited the desiccated rose in his hand with the lighter. The withered flower, devoid of any moisture, instantly transformed into a small torch. Flames erupted from the parched petals, exuding a hauntingly tragic beauty. At that moment, the onlookers were astonished to witness the flames on the rose morphing into the shape of an actual rose. Before they could comprehend the spectacle, the entire blossom transformed into a blazing fireball. As the fireball ascended, gasps of astonishment erupted from those in the classroom. In the next instant, Lin Ye seized the fireball. With a puff, the fireball extinguished, and a resplendent bouquet of crimson roses materialized in his hand. This unexpected turn of events left all the students and the teacher at the side of the podium utterly astounded, their eyes brimming with shock. At that moment, Lin Ye approached the short-haired female teacher, presenting her with the roses. Thank you for your hard work. This bouquet is for you. May I proceed to class now? The teacher, momentarily bewildered, nodded in acceptance as she took the flowers. With her permission granted, Lin Ye walked over to his 3 roommates under the watchful gaze of the entire class and took a seat. It was only after he sat down that the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause, accompanied by the murmurs of his roommates. You've shown off again, haven't you? But you're finished. Just wait for this teacher to call on you. She will definitely ask you questions every class. Indeed, I've heard she is particularly strict and not easy to deal with. Many upperclassmen have struggled under her scrutiny. Oh, is that so? By the way, what subject is this class? Lin Ye inquired with curiosity. It's foreign language class. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye chuckled. Although his foreign language skills were lacking, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for languages. Chapter 57. The art of linguistic mastery. Lin Ye's remarkable magic performance left his classmates in a state of mild astonishment. Even after he returned to his seat, they continued to whisper among themselves. Had he chosen a field other than civil engineering, he would have undoubtedly secured preferential treatment in matters of romantic pursuits throughout his university years. As his roommate aptly remarked, he had also gained the privilege of being called upon during attendance. No sooner had he settled into his chair than the female instructor summoned him. Today marks the beginning of our first lesson, and as I am not yet familiar with all of you, I would like each of you to provide a brief self-introduction in English. Let us begin with the student who just performed the magic trick. As the short-haired teacher spoke, she gestured for Lin Ye to stand. A faint smile of resignation appeared on his face upon hearing her words. The next moment he rose slowly, but instead of speaking immediately, he directed a spell towards the instructor that granted him an understanding of languages. Upon casting this enchantment, he felt an influx of knowledge regarding several languages within his mind. This teacher is proficient in multiple languages, he mused, realizing that, in addition to English, she was fluent in 4 other languages. Unlike his previous mastery of cat and dog languages, which merely allowed him to comprehend their speech, he now possessed a comprehensive grasp of various linguistic systems, including grammar, pronunciation, and spelling. In that instant, he resembled a computer capable of seamlessly switching between input methods. With a slight sense of wonder, he transitioned his linguistic framework to English. The next second, under the watchful gaze of the teacher and his classmates, he delivered a self-introduction in remarkably fluent and precise English. His impeccable pronunciation astonished everyone in the classroom once more, and even the teacher's eyes glimmered with admiration. Once Lin Ye concluded his introduction, she regarded him with curiosity. Lin Ye, I did not anticipate your English to be so proficient, and your pronunciation is exceptionally standard. Having spent over 10 years studying and living in England, I find your command of the language to be superior to my own. Have you lived abroad before? Upon hearing her question, Lin Ye shook his head. No, I'm entirely self-taught. Self-taught? Are you implying that you have not received any additional tutoring aside from the school's English classes? The teacher's astonishment deepened. Pretty much, he replied, unable to divulge that he had essentially replicated her linguistic abilities. You are indeed a genius. With such a remarkable aptitude for languages, why did you choose civil engineering? Well, I read online that civil engineering is the best choice for those from ordinary backgrounds to achieve success, so I opted for it. Lin Ye felt somewhat exasperated recalling that he had initially been swayed by the online praise for the field, believing it would guarantee him employment in the future. However, he later encountered another perspective, suggesting that pursuing civil engineering was akin to chasing after a fleeting dream in 1912. So, it is, then please take a seat. Given your proficiency in English, you shall henceforth serve as the representative for our English class. Suddenly bestowed with such a title, Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback, ultimately resigning himself to sit down. After enduring the class, he thought he would finally have a chance to rest, but just then, a message from a group chat appeared on his phone. The message was from the Orientation Gala Preparation Group, announcing a gathering for the final rehearsal. Upon seeing this message, he recalled that he was to participate in the school's Orientation Gala, which he had almost forgotten. It was scheduled for tomorrow evening. In light of this, it would be prudent to attend. However, with only a little before 4 o'clock and 2 hours until the assembly, what to do in the meantime? While he pondered this, a familiar female voice echoed nearby. Hey there, have you heard about the Kendo Club? We have cute girls and charming seniors. Would you like to join the Kendo Club? The president is a stunning beauty. Joining means you can add her contact information. Consider the Kendo Club. We regularly host various activities and gatherings. Hearing these words, Lin Ye noticed that numerous clubs were recruiting along the main thoroughfare of the school. There are the esports club, street dance club, anime club, go club, and badminton club, with the street dance and anime clubs being particularly lively. At the street dance booth, two chiseled young men were passionately dancing, captivating many younger female students. The anime club was equally lively, with several girls dressed as anime characters performing otaku dances, complete with an array of black and white stockings, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Although the esports club had a smaller following, they had set up a solo competition right by the roadside, with upperclassmen and younger students eagerly demonstrating their skills. As for the Kendo Club, it had only a handful of members. A girl clad in a Kendo uniform, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, was distributing flyers to passing freshmen, yet few were willing to take one. A boy was about to accept a flyer when a companion pulled him back. Don't go there. I heard the Kendo Club is particularly intense. They train every day, and for novices like us, it would just mean getting beaten up. But what about the beautiful president? What beautiful president? There are hardly any girls in the Kendo Club, and I heard the president is a lesbian. Then I wanted to go. Seeing that her calls had yielded no recruits, the ponytail girl was quite frustrated until her gaze inadvertently landed on Lin Ye. In an instant, her eyes lit up. Oh, it's you, Junior. What coincidence. Do you remember me from the bus the other day? Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye immediately recalled her, as well as her name. You're Lu Kiki, right? Yes. I can't believe you remember my name. If in a few days, and you become quite handsome, Haven to you, your looks have improved dramatically. What is your secret? Your praise is overwhelming. Senior, are you recruiting people? Indeed. I am the vice president of our school's Kendo Club. By the way, Junior, as a first-year student, you have yet to join any clubs, right? Have you considered our Kendo Club? Lu Kiki winked playfully. Well, I think it's unnecessary. My schedule is quite tight, and I don't plan to join any clubs. Lin Ye replied honestly. He had classes to attend and performances at the Black Rose Bar, leaving him little time for club activities. Ah, Junior, you can't say that. College life should be enriched with experiences. What major are you studying? Civil engineering. In that case, you should definitely participate in more club activities. The number of girls in your class is likely fewer than the fingers on one hand. If you don't engage in club activities, how will you meet girls? And if you don't meet girls, how can you find love? Here lies an opportunity before you. Join our Kendo Club. Our beautiful president is 175 meters tall, with legs that seem to go on for miles. She has a penchant for younger boys, and you fit her type perfectly. If you join us and take the initiative, sweet romance could be within your grasp. Of course, if tall girls aren't your preference, we also have a charming little sophomore, just 50 meters tall, with a delightful appearance and a captivating voice. She adores wearing Lolita and Hanfu styles, both with black and white stockings. Are you really not considering it? Lu Kiki gazed at Lin Ye with earnestness in her large eyes. But I truly have no time, Senior, Lin Ye said with a wry smile. Time is like water in your mind. If you squeeze it a bit, there will always be some. If you really don't want to join, at least accompany me to meet my president. I need to report back to her. Otherwise, she might think I'm slacking off. Seeing Lu Kiki's earnest plea, Lin Ye reluctantly nodded. All right, but just to take a look. Great. Let's go. I'll take you to meet the president. Who knows, after meeting her, you might be inclined to join. With that, Lu Kiki pulled Lin Ye toward the direction of the school gymnasium. Chapter 58. My indifference to Kendo, although nearly a month had passed since the beginning of the school term, Lin Ye had yet to set foot in the gymnasium. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a standard basketball court, followed by badminton courts and other athletic facilities. Deep within this area, a group clad in Kendo uniforms, wielding bamboo swords and adorned with protective gear, were engaged in spirited matches. These individuals paired off, one attacking and the other defending, exuding an impressive energy. Beside them stood a tall, striking girl with a high ponytail, brandishing a bamboo sword as she patrolled the area. Occasionally, she would step in to provide technical guidance to those sparring in the arena. Remember, it's not just about using your arms. You must engage your entire core. Your footwork must be precise, Raise your hands 5 more centimeters and show your spirit. If you can't even grip the sword properly, how can you hope to compete? Pick up your sword. Her cool voice, paired with a serious demeanor, commanded the attention of all around her, compelling them to train with heightened diligence. While she was personally instructing a male student on how to generate power, Lu Kiki pulled Lin Ye to her side. Esteemed President, I have brought you a promising junior who is genuinely interested in kendo. Do not be misled by the fact that I have only introduced one person this afternoon. It is not due to my lack of ability, but rather an acknowledgement that not just anyone can join our kendo club. This one is truly a rare talent. As Lu Kiki spoke, she displayed no hint of embarrassment. The tall, striking girl immediately shot her a disapproving glance upon hearing this. If you're slacking off, at least spare us the excuses. After saying this, her gaze shifted to Lin Ye, and after a thorough appraisal, she nodded. He appears to be in good shape, likely someone who engages in regular exercise, so he shouldn't be as weak as the previous few. See, I told you he has a rare talent. By the way, esteemed President, allow me to introduce him. This junior is Lin Ye, a freshman from the Civil Engineering Department, and he is also an exceptionally skilled magician. Lin Ye, this is our esteemed President, Su Xinyu. Don't be fooled by her icy exterior. In reality, before Lu Kiki could finish, Su Xinyu tapped her on the head with her bamboo sword. Ouch, that hurt, Lu Kiki exclaimed, rubbing her head. If you keep rambling, you'll have to make up for it with extra practice tonight. Why hit me if you don't want to talk? Lu Kiki retorted, baring her teeth. Lin Ye, please don't mind. While our president enjoys hitting others, she secretly prefers to be on the receiving end. She is ouch. Su Xinyu struck Lu Kiki's head once more. That's what you get for speaking out of turn. As the two exchanged playful banter, Lin Ye's attention drifted to the kendo club members who were diligently training nearby. The members of the kendo club clearly appeared to have undergone some training, possessing a basic understanding of the art. However, their foundational skills were notably lacking. Their hands lacked strength, their footwork was unsteady, and their movements were excessively rigid. Lin Ye initially harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding this so-called kendo club, but after witnessing their demonstrations, he could not help but shake his head in disappointment. This gesture did not go unnoticed by Su Xinyu, who immediately asked him, Classmate, I saw you shaking your head just now. Are you perhaps uninterested in our kendo club? Huh? Are you addressing me? Lin Ye, slightly distracted, turned his gaze towards Su Xinyu. Yes, I noticed your head shake and your disappointed expression. Do you find our kendo club uninteresting? Not exactly. Kendo itself is indeed fascinating. I merely feel that their sparring is rather too stiff and rigid, quite different from what I had envisioned, Lin Ye replied, believing his words to be quite tactful. However, Su Xinyu frowned upon hearing this. Kendo is inherently like this. Perhaps you have been misled by cinematic portrayals, she remarked. No. Kendo is certainly not like this. It is a path of decisive combat, not a performance art. The training here seems solely aimed at making the movements more standardized and visually appealing, lacking any real combat efficacy, Lin Ye countered, shaking his head. Su Xinyu suddenly smiled. Though it was a cold smile. Do you perhaps have some understanding of kendo? Understanding might be an overstatement. I would say I have a slight acquaintance with it. Lin Ye replied in a calm tone. Very well, since you claim to possess knowledge, why not spar with one of our members? It would allow me to observe your so-called combat efficacy and also provide you with an opportunity to point out our training deficiencies, Su Xinyu suggested, clearly irritated. At that moment, Lu Kiki, standing nearby, tugged at Lin Ye's sleeve and whispered, Junior, you should refrain from saying more. Our president's family runs a kendo dojo. She has been practicing since she was 5 and is now a professional 8th dan. You cannot possibly know more about kendo than she does. After advising Lin Ye, Lu Kiki hurried over to Su Xinyu. President, I think it's best to forego the sparring. Junior Lin was merely speaking off the cuff. However, her plea fell on deaf ears. The next moment, Su Xinyu called out to a male student engaged in practice. Feng Zhuo, come over here. This classmate wishes to experience kendo. Spar with him briefly. As soon as Su Xinyu finished speaking, the boy removed his protective gear and eagerly approached her. President, is this junior interested in experiencing it? He asked, directing his gaze at Lin Ye. Yes, it's him. He seems to have some insights into kendo. You two should have a match. He may not have much experience with a sword, so do take care, she suggested. Sure, the boy eagerly agreed, then retrieved a bamboo sword from the sidelines and tossed it to Lin Ye. Junior, let us engage in a brief exchange. Rest assured, I shall not unleash my full capabilities. Observing as his opponent tossed over his sword, Lin Ye grasped the bamboo sword and followed the male student into the arena. Meanwhile, the members of the Kendo Club, who had been training nearby, halted their practice upon witnessing the scene, drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Under their watchful gaze, Lin Ye and the male student stood facing one another. Do not be anxious, Junior. It matters not if you lose. This is merely a first experience. The boy reassured Lin Ye as he positioned himself. Why not initiate the attack? I shall allow you a few rounds. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ye smiled gently. No need, Senior. Please proceed with your attack as usual. I possess a modicum of skill. Then I shall not hold back. With that, the student named Feng Zhuo advanced swiftly towards Lin Ye, executing the simplest of overhead strikes. In the face of this attack, where an ordinary person would either parry or evade, Lin Ye stood resolute, presenting the bamboo sword directly before him, his stance embodying the essence of a sword itself. As Feng Zhuo's strike descended, Lin Ye unexpectedly sidestepped, evading the blow while simultaneously delivering a decisive strike against Feng Zhuo's bamboo sword. Following through, he deftly lifted Feng Zhuo's sword, causing him to feel an immense force surging through the blade. In an instant, Feng Zhuo's grip faltered, and the sword slipped from his hands. By the time he regained his senses, Lin Ye had sent his bamboo sword soaring into the air, the tip now poised against Feng Zhuo's throat. The entire exchange transpired within mere seconds, leaving the majority of onlookers momentarily stunned. As they processed the scene, Feng Zhuo found himself disarmed, his throat held at bay by Lin Ye's bamboo sword. A chorus of astonishment erupted among the Kendo Club members. What has transpired? How did Feng Zhuo lose his sword? Indeed, I blinked and missed it. How could he have lost so quickly? This is inconceivable. Feng Zhuo has been a member for 3 years. How could he succumb so swiftly? The shock was palpable, even for Su Xinyu, the club president, whose expression shifted dramatically. She had been closely monitoring their duel, expecting Feng Zhuo, with his 3 years of training, to triumph over Lin Ye, who she believed was merely a theoretical practitioner. To her astonishment, Feng Zhuo had not lasted even 5 seconds against Lin Ye. At that moment, Lin Ye calmly addressed Feng Zhuo. You have lost. Your vulnerabilities were too numerous. However, this is not solely your shortcoming. The content of your training itself harbors significant flaws, so do not feel disheartened. His words did little to comfort Feng Zhuo, and instead incited the ire of Su Xinyu. What did you say? Are you questioning the validity of my teachings? Not a question, merely a statement of fact. If the Kendo Club's instruction is limited to this, I must confess I harbor little interest. As Lin Ye spoke, his expression remained as tranquil as water. All right, let me see if your prowess can match your bravado. With that, Su Xinyu took up a bamboo sword and approached Feng Zhuo's position. You should rest over there. We will practice more tonight. Upon hearing this, a faint wry smile appeared on Feng Zhuo's face. Now, I shall personally compete with you to see if there is any flaw in my teaching. With a raised eyebrow, Su Xinyu pointed, Herbambosurt at Lin Ye. Come on, you strike first. Very well, I shall not hold back. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Ye, with an air of resignation, lunged forward with the sword in one hand towards Su Xinyu. Before Lin Ye could draw near, Su Xinyu sensed a surge of formidable energy emanating from him, and she quickly realized that he was far from the simple opponent she had presumed. Unfortunately, by the time she grasped this truth, it was already too late. Just as she lifted her bamboo sword in preparation for defense, Lin Ye swiftly disarmed her with a few deft moves, bringing his sword down towards her head with such speed that she had no time to react. All she could feel was a gust of wind rushing towards her crown, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. Just as she braced for impact, Lin Ye's bamboo sword halted mere millimeters from her scalp, causing the fringes on either side of her forehead to flutter in the wake of the wind. After a prolonged moment without the anticipated strike, she hurriedly opened her eyes. The instant her gaze met the world again, Lin Ye gently tapped the top of her head with his bamboo sword. Thud! The force was minimal, leaving her bewildered but unharmed. Stunned by this sudden turn of events, Su Xinyu stood frozen, while the other members of the Swordsmanship Society looked on, their expressions akin to those caught in a petrifying spell, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Chapter 59. Another Night Squire. The rehearsal begins. The members of the Swordsmanship Society never anticipated that Su Xinyu would suffer a defeat, let alone one so devastating that she failed to execute even a single move against Lin Ye. In a true duel of swordsmanship, Su Xinyu would have already been considered a casualty at this point. Just then, Lin Ye's voice resonated once more. "You have lost." Upon hearing this declaration, Su Xinyu, who had been struck by Lin Ye's bamboo sword, awakened from her daze, her expression mirroring the disbelief of her fellow society members. "I can't believe I lost. Impossible. I have been practicing swordsmanship since I was 5. How could I possibly lose?" At that moment, she appeared as if her very faith had crumbled, her face a canvas of confusion. It is not a matter of your talent or your efforts, but rather the direction you are pursuing. The swordsmanship I have mastered surpasses yours, so no matter how gifted or industrious you are, it would be in vain. In an attempt to prevent further damage to Su Xinyu's self-esteem, Lin Ye hastily offered words of comfort. However, his statement only deepened her distress. "You're speaking nonsense. Aren't all sword styles the same? How can there be a distinction? How can they be the same? Swordsmanship, at its core, is a technique, and techniques inherently possess strengths and weaknesses. Even when executing a similar strike, nuances exist." With that, Lin Ye's gaze sharpened once more. In the next instant, he demonstrated a swift stroke of his bamboo sword, slicing through the air with a sound akin to the rush of wind, a testament to his extraordinary speed. Not only slicing, but also thrusting, parrying, flicking, advancing, and sweeping. Each technique bore its own unique characteristics. Before Su Xinyu, Lin Ye showcased the fundamental routines of noble swordsmanship in their entirety. His movements flowed like water, both rapid and composed, fierce yet undeniably elegant. Upon concluding his display, he stood at ease, his left hand resting behind him, the right holding the sword before his chest, his breath steady and undisturbed. The entirety of this spectacle left Su Xinyu and the Swordsmanship Society members once again in a state of stunned silence. Clearly, Lin Ye's demonstration of noble swordsmanship had struck them with considerable astonishment. Do you understand now? The same sword techniques yield entirely different results in the hands of different individuals. The techniques may remain unchanged, yet the force behind them varies. Thus, my previous remarks about your society were not intended as an affront, merely an expression of my disdain, which I hope you can comprehend. After speaking these words in a gentle tone, Lin Ye tossed the bamboo sword outside the arena, where it landed with pinpoint accuracy into a sword basket more than 10 meters away. He then prepared to depart. At that moment, however, Su Xinyu's voice called out from behind him. "Excuse me, could you please wait?" Just as Lin Ye was about to inquire further, an unexpected system prompt echoed in his mind. "You have profoundly impressed a knight apprentice. She wishes to follow you as your squire. Will you accept?" Lin Ye paused, momentarily taken aback by the notification. At this moment, Su Xinyu approached him. "Lin Ye, I must apologize for my earlier offense. Your swordsmanship indeed surpasses mine, revealing to me that there are realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals. I wish to learn your swordsmanship, and, I assure you, I am willing to pay for my lessons." "Learn from me?" Lin Ye regarded her with astonishment. "Indeed, Su Xinyu elicited. Why, I have compelling reasons to learn," she replied, offering no further explanation. "And how much are you willing to pay?" "Well, 1,000. Su Xinyu pondered before responding. 1,000 for each lesson, calculated at 1 hour per session. "Very well, I will teach you." Upon hearing the fee, Lin Ye readily agreed, as he also intended to instruct Zhou Qing. Teaching 1 or 2 was essentially the same. He even contemplated whether he might charge Zhou Qing as well, considering her profession as an assassin likely afforded her some savings. Delighted by his agreement, Su Xinyu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Let us exchange contact information. You may decide when and where our lessons will take place." "Certainly." As they spoke, they exchanged contact details. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed once more. "Magical contract established. She is officially bound as your knightly retainer. Once she becomes a formal knight, You may designate her as a guardian knight. A great magician often possesses a cadre of formidable followers. Prior to attaining the status of Supreme Magus, you may appoint up to 12 guardian knights. As the system's voice faded, an invisible magical sigil briefly illuminated Su Sinyu's forehead. Just as he had subdued Zhou Qing, she too had now become Lin Ye's nightly retainer. Observing this spectacle, Lin Ye's eyes flickered with curiosity. What purpose does a guardian knight serve? Guardian knights will fight for you with their lives, providing various support and assistance, while also activating exclusive nightly skills, the system replied. Taken aback by the system's response, Lin Ye soon had a revelation. Indeed, the system is correct. Both Zhou Qing and Su Sinyu possess unique skills and backgrounds, one a professional assassin, the other from a family that runs a swordsmanship school. They must have their own networks and connections. By aligning with them, I can leverage these relationships to my advantage. In the future, I may earn considerable wealth through their help, potentially allowing me to afford not only discounted goods, but also regular items. As he contemplated this, Lin Ye felt a profound clarity wash over him. As the sole magician in this world, his future would not be confined to this school or the Black Rose Tavern. It would encompass a much broader horizon. In a moment of exhilaration, he exchanged greetings with Su Sinyu and Lu Kiki before departing the gymnasium, all the while under the watchful eyes of the members of the Swordsmanship Society. By this time, the clock had already struck 5, leaving less than an hour before the final rehearsal for the welcoming party. Consequently, Lin Ye refrained from engaging in any other activities and made his way directly to the assembly point for the rehearsal, the school's multifunctional performance hall. Upon his arrival, he found the spacious hall already teeming with people, including performers like himself, members of the student council, some participant from the university's arts troupe, and a number of students who had come to witness the spectacle. There must have been at least 500 or 600 individuals present. Both performers and staff were bustling with activity. To Lin Ye's surprise, all the performers present, regardless of their respective acts, were impeccably made up. Adorned in the costumes designated for their performances, each one more resplendent than the last. In stark contrast, he felt like an unadorned spectator. Observing their earnest demeanor, Lin Ye quickly glanced at the group chat, only to realize that the earlier message had explicitly stated that all performers were required to wear their designated costumes. The school would reimburse the rental costs for these outfits post-performance. He had inadvertently overlooked this detail. Just as embarrassment washed over him, a staff member from the cultural department began calling out the names of the performances, prompting the corresponding performers to step forward. Before long, she announced the 4 words Hand of the Mage. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye swiftly approached her. Chapter 60. Allow me to change my attire. As Lin Ye approached, the staff member from the arts department appeared momentarily taken aback. Are you the performer from the magician's hand? Indeed, Lin Ye nodded in affirmation. Will you be wearing this outfit during your performance? The staff member appraised him from head to toe. I was in such a rush that I forgot to change. Lin Ye admitted. Would you like to return a change into something more suitable? Today's rehearsal is the final one, and we need to ensure the entire program flows seamlessly without any issues, the staff member said earnestly, fixing a serious gaze upon Lin Ye. However, Lin Ye shook his head. No need, as the costume change is part of my act. Oh, I nearly overlooked that you are performing magic. Now I find myself rather intrigued, the staff member replied. Very well, please proceed to the waiting area beside us. We will call you up in order. You are the 8th act, and you will perform right after the comedy sketch concludes. Understood, Lin Ye responded, making his way to the designated waiting area. At that moment, other performers were also gathered in the waiting area. Upon noticing Lin Ye alone, 2 young men clad in long robes, clearly comedians, hurried over. Classmate, what are you performing? Singing? Why are you by yourself? The plump one inquired curiously. Definitely, the slender one chimed in as a supportive sidekick. No, I'm not singing. I am performing magic. Lin Ye similed. Magic? Wow, brother, that requires some skill. Did you, like us, draw the short straw? We wouldn't have come otherwise, the plump one remarked. Isn't that the truth? We're not comedians at all. Exactly. I feel like you two might actually be quite suited for comedic performance. Lin Ye said earnestly after assessing the pair. I didn't draw the short straw. My roommate sold me out. I see. That sounds unfortunate, The plump one replied. Is that so? Are you two from Tianjin? How did you know? The plump one exclaimed in surprise. Do I have an accent? Not at all. The slender one shook his head. By the way, brother, are you nervous? This welcome gala has quite a few remarkable talents. We're both feeling quite anxious. Indeed, I'm doing all right, not overly nervous. You two don't seem very anxious either, Lin Ye remarked, suppressing a smile as he felt his stereotype of Tianjin residents deepen. I may appear calm, but I'm nearly bursting with anxiety inside. No worries, brother. None of us are professionals. Just perform well on stage. It's not the Spring Festival Gala, so don't take it too seriously. Just envision the audience as pigs. Thank you both. I was a bit nervous before. But now I feel much better, Lin Ye said with a bright smile directed at the two. Don't mention it. It's the least we can do. Soon, my son and I will be cheering for you from the audience. Indeed, after conversing with these two jovial individuals, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming sense of calm. Conversely, the other attendees exhibited signs of anxiety. Some were taking deep breaths while others were rehearsing their final lines. At 6 o'clock, the rehearsal commenced officially, and the two hosts ascended the stage amidst a crescendo of exhilarating music. The male host, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, exuded charm and poise, while the female host, adorned in an elegant light blue gown that flowed to the floor, radiated both intellect and beauty. The former was Si Yunxua, the campus heartthrob of Chang'e University of Technology, and the latter was Xia Shiyu, the university's belle. Both were luminaries at Chang'e University, akin to deities in the eyes of their peers. Their entrance elicited an eruption of applause from the audience, and a flicker of pride danced across Si Yunshua's face as he basked in the adulation. Following this, they delivered the opening remarks as if conducting a grand soiree. Once the opening was concluded, the first song and dance performance commenced. The performers were students from the university's arts troupe, each exhibiting professional caliber. Their opening dance left the audience in awe, prompting Lin Ye to nod in appreciation. The proficiency of their performance only amplified his own sense of pressure. Indeed, the comedic duo seated beside Lin Ye chimed in harmoniously, offering encouragement and urging him not to worry. At that moment, they echoed a question previously posed by a student council staff member. Brother, why are you dressed so casually? Indeed, our skills may be lacking, but our appearance should at least convey professionalism. If our performance is not top-notch, we can at least dress the part. Just look at us. It's evident that we are comedians, and with our looks, we certainly appear the part. I've never heard such a saying before. No witties. I brought my outfit. I shall change before the performance, Lin Ye replied, his gaze fixed on the stage with unwavering composure. The three engaged in light banter, alternating between discussing the performances on stage and commenting on the most attractive girl in the audience. Before long, it was the comedic duo's turn. Their nerves got the better of them as they stumbled on stage, eliciting hearty laughter from the audience. Yet, they did not disappoint their Tianjin roots, delivering a remarkable performance that maintained a continuous stream of laughter throughout. Even Lin Ye found himself amused. These two had just feigned incompetence, claiming to be unprofessional. Yet here they were, quite the professionals indeed. It was evident that those who made it to the finals were no mere amateurs. As he pondered this, their act reached a delightful crescendo, with impeccable timing and a plethora of humorous anecdotes that rivaled those found in theatrical performances. When they concluded their act with a bow of gratitude, the auditorium erupted in fervent applause. Amidst the resounding applause, the two jesters swiftly exited the stage, returning to Lin Ye's side, where they took a moment to offer him further reassurance. Brother, fret not. It was merely a performance. And it's perfectly acceptable if it didn't go flawlessly. Keep your spirits up. At their encouraging words, Lin Ye nodded appreciatively. Just then, the host stepped onto the stage to announce the next act. We have just enjoyed a delightful comedic performance, and now we are about to embark on a fantastical journey into the realm of magic. Let us extend our warmest applause for Lin Ye from Class 25 of Civil Engineering, who will present his magic act, the Mage's Hand. Please welcome him. As the words echoed, the audience's gaze turned toward the edge of the stage. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Lin Ye, clad in simple, casual attire, without makeup and with his hair unkempt as if he had rushed over from class, made his way onto the stage. Compared to the previously dazzling performers, he appeared remarkably ordinary, save for his handsome visage and well-built physique. As the two plump brothers had remarked earlier, professional attire indeed lends an air of professionalism. While some audience members who had previously witnessed Lin Ye's performance remained unfazed. Those unfamiliar with him couldn't help but question whether he had been hastily chosen and thrust onto the stage. At that moment, Lin Ye, standing confidently in the center of the stage, addressed the audience with poise. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. I had a class this afternoon, and thus did not have the opportunity to change into my performance attire. Kindly grant me a minute to change." His words drew expressions of surprise from the audience. What is he planning to do? Change clothes in front of us? Surely not on stage, murmured one girl, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Just then, Lin Ye made a sudden motion as if to remove his clothing. The crowd fell silent in disbelief at his action. However, in the next instant, he broke into a smile and paused. "I almost forgot that you are all watching. It would be better to maintain some modesty." With that, Lin Ye reached into his shirt pocket and retrieved an enormous piece of black cloth. Holding it aloft with one hand, he astonished the audience by letting go. Yet the cloth miraculously remained suspended in midair. Before they could ponder this marvel, garments began to cascade from behind the black cloth: jackets, tops, shoes, and socks. In that instant, the audience widened their eyes in wonder. As Lin Ye tossed the socks into the air, the black cloth suddenly fell away. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, with some girls instinctively covering their eyes. Yet, when the cloth completely descended, the sight that greeted them was entirely different from what they had anticipated. Chapter 61. I truly am a magician. As the black cloth descended, the audience in the auditorium was fully prepared for the grand reveal of Lin Ye in his natural state. However, to their utter astonishment, the figure that emerged was not the naked Lin Ye they had anticipated. Instead, he was elegantly attired in a sleek black gentleman's suit, adorned with a stylish top hat, and a bow tie gracing his neck. The gleaming golden watch peeking from his pocket, coupled with the pristine white gloves on his hands, exuded an air of sophistication and charm. Even his face bore a subtle touch of makeup. When Lin Ye made his entrance in such a striking ensemble, gasps of surprise echoed throughout the venue. Be it the students who had come merely to witness the spectacle or the performers themselves, all were enraptured by the unexpected transformation. Goodness, has he truly changed his attire? How is it possible for him to have swapped his entire outfit in such a brief span? What have I just missed? If only I could dress that swiftly, I could squeeze in extra 2 minutes of sleep every morning. I have witnessed face-changing performances, but this transformation is a first for me. I understand the principle. It's akin to wearing another layer beneath the clothes, merely pulling a string to let the outer garment fall away, revealing the inner attire. Are you suggesting he had another outfit beneath? That doesn't appear to be the case. Indeed, wearing 2 layers in this season would be sweltering. And what about that hat atop his head? The hat seems easy enough to explain away, yet what truly baffles me is the apparent makeup. Don't you all think he looks more handsome? It certainly does seem so. This defies the laws of science a bit. At that moment, the audience erupted in discussion, speculating on how Lin Ye could have achieved such a swift change. Yet, after much deliberation, no one could pinpoint a definitive explanation. Just then, Lin Ye gracefully retrieved the black cloth and the garments he had just shed. With a deft flick, the black cloth caused the discarded clothing and shoes to vanish into thin air. Subsequently, he tucked the cloth into his palm, and as he did so, that sizable piece of fabric inexplicably disappeared from sight. This simple yet magical act garnered thunderous applause from the audience once more. Now that I am attired appropriately, let the magic truly commence. I sense that you're all exceedingly curious about how I managed to change so swiftly. The answer is quite simple. I am not merely a magician. I am, in truth, a wizard. Do you believe me? Upon hearing these words, the crowd shook their heads in disbelief. I anticipated this skepticism. Thus, I shall now demonstrate that I am indeed a genuine wizard. To prove my claim, I shall employ the quintessential skill of all wizards, the Mage's Hand, a spell that effectively assists us in our magical endeavors. As Lin Ye spoke, he retrieved a white glove from his pocket. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, he gently blew upon the glove. In the next instant, the once vacant glove began to inflate on its own, gradually taking the shape of a hand. When Lin Ye released it, the glove floated before him, perfectly formed as a hand. This astonishing spectacle left the audience wide-eyed with wonder. What transpired next completely shattered their understanding of reality. The glove, seemingly possessed, began to scurry away without any contact from Lin Ye. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Come back," feigned Lin Ye, who promptly chased after the glove, gripping it tightly and pulling it back. His expression soon transformed into one of exertion as he strained his arms and body. The viewers exchanged whispers, marveling at his remarkable illusionary performance, which made it seem as though a genuine hand was engaged in a struggle with him. Indeed, the act was incredibly convincing. "This magic trick is intriguing, yet somewhat lacking," one young man remarked just as the glove suddenly soared into the air. Lin Ye, still holding onto the glove, was unexpectedly lifted off the ground for a brief 2 seconds, startling the audience. Before they could fully comprehend what had happened, Lin Ye produced a second white glove. You refuse to return, do you? Then I shall retrieve you," he declared, blowing gently on the newly revealed glove. In an instant, it transformed into a hand, just like the first. "Go, bring that robe back." At Lin Ye's command, the second glove flew toward the first. The two gloves engaged in a peculiar duel in front of the audience. Ultimately, the second glove managed to retrieve the first, and the two ethereal hands floated gracefully, one on either side of Lin Ye. "This is the hand of a magician. With these two magical hands, I gain the advantage of 2 additional limbs, enabling me to accomplish tasks previously deemed impossible, such as brushing my teeth while responding to messages from my girlfriend." As he spoke, a toothbrush materialized in his right hand, and while pretending to brush his teeth, one of the floating hands extracted his phone from his pocket. Of course, with 2 hands still free, we can attend to other matters as well, like fetching a towel. No sooner had he finished speaking than the other magical hand retrieved a cloth from his other pocket. With his left hand still available, he casually adjusted his hairstyle, smoothing the bangs beneath the brim of his hat. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the audience below widened their eyes in astonishment, each individual racking their brains to comprehend how Lin Ye had accomplished such a feat. Beyond the ability to respond to messages from his girlfriend while brushing his teeth, we could also indulge in snacks while engaging in our endeavors. At that moment, Lin Ye abruptly set aside his toothbrush and retrieved a keyboard from behind him, with his hands deftly tapping on the keys. He simultaneously commanded a mage hand to tear open a bag of snacks that he had extracted from his person, feeding himself as he continued his tasks. Should a message from his girlfriend arrive during this process, we could promptly reply, thus averting the potential for a breakup due to excessive gaming. Moreover, the mage hand possessed a myriad of remarkable capabilities. Before the assembled crowd, Lin Ye once again manipulated the 2 mage hands to perform a series of astonishing actions, such as taking pictures from a distance, completing 2 assignments simultaneously, and even folding a paper crane. The audience marveled in amazement. Having showcased the various functions of the mage hand, Lin Ye declared that he would now employ them to accomplish one final task. Upon hearing this statement, the crowd's interest peaked immediately. Before they could fully react, the 2 mage hands soared toward the curtains on either side of the stage, and under the watchful gaze of the audience, they pulled the curtains together towards the center. When the curtains were completely drawn closed, Lin Ye's voice resonated from behind them. "Ladies and gentlemen, my magic performance has concluded. Until we meet again." As his words faded, the curtains slowly parted once more. At that moment, there was no trace of Lin Ye upon the stage, and the 2 mage hands gradually retreated behind the curtains. Observing the empty stage, the audience began to search for Lin Ye's whereabouts. Yet, neither on the stage nor at its sides was he to be found. Just as their confusion mounted regarding Lin Ye's whereabouts, his voice unexpectedly emanated from a dimly lit corner at the back of the auditorium. "No need to search. I'm right here." At the sound of his voice, all gazes turned in unison towards the darkened corner at the rear of the hall. In the next instant, Lin Ye emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a smooth, tiled wall beside him. Chapter 62. You can also perform magic. The reason Lin Ye appeared behind the performance hall was due to his spontaneous decision to activate the reflective teleportation effect of the secret technique. The mirror palm. Initially, he merely intended to experiment and provide the audience with a slight shock. To his astonishment, the outcome exceeded all expectations. He successfully traversed the space from the reflective floor beneath his feet to the tiled wall in the far corner of the hall. Not only did he achieve this remarkable feat, but the performance itself was extraordinarily successful. After a moment of stunned silence, the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause, far surpassing the earlier segments of the show. Clearly, the audience was mesmerized by his astonishing finale. The instantaneous costume change at the beginning, combined with the magical conjuring in the middle, and culminating in the spellbinding transformation at the end, who could possibly remain unfazed? Thus, amidst the applause, there were also cries of exhilaration. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. How did he just dash from the stage to that spot? What kind of sorcery is this? They pondered, bewildered by the brief moment it took for the curtain to close. Is he some sort of bolt? How could he cover such distance in mere seconds? Surely, there must be secret passages or mechanisms on stage. Divine, utterly divine. This person's magical prowess is undoubtedly at a professional level. Today, I could not comprehend a single trick he performed. Could he genuinely possess magic? How could that be? Different fields are as distant as mountains. If you are not a magician, you naturally cannot grasp the intricacies of his performance. I would deem his magic the MVP of the entire event. It was simply splendid, handsome, and skilled in magic. This fellow has undoubtedly secured preferential dating rights for his 4 years in university. Indeed, you are correct. I nearly overlooked this gentleman's charm. His physique is remarkable. How can one be both strikingly handsome and so talented? It's quite enviable. In a moment, the audience was filled with admiration. At this juncture, Lin Ye prepared to return to his seat. However, before he could sit down, a student council staff member hurriedly rushed to the host's side and whispered a few words. Upon hearing his report, the female host, Xiaxiyu, could not help but slightly change her expression. What? Did they not say they would arrive? Is the food poisoning still not resolved? Indeed, they had initially believed they would recover in time, but it seemed their condition had worsened in the afternoon, necessitating intravenous treatment, which meant they could not attend after all. The timing of the food poisoning was unfortunate. Fortunately, it was only a rehearsal today. Had it been the official performance, it would have been a significant problem. The male host, Si Yunshua, expressed his impatience. It seems we shall have to skip their segment for now and let the next program fill in. However, this would result in insufficient overall duration for the event. And as a special guest, Senior Zhou Yundi could only arrive after 8:30. Xiaxiyu shook her head. We must either add a temporary program or extend the duration of the previous segments, or perhaps incorporate an additional speech from a leader. Let us set aside the formalities. The school leaders, department heads, and student representatives have already taken the stage to deliver their speeches. It would be inappropriate to seek out another speaker at this juncture, particularly when half of the evening has been consumed by oration. Just then, a student association leader unexpectedly suggested, why not have the host interact with the magician who just performed? I recalled that such interactions are common during the Spring Festival Gala. Other performances cannot easily extend their duration, but magic acts allow for spontaneous additions. His proposition immediately garnered nods of approval from the audience. It was indeed a splendid idea. Given the brilliance of the magician's previous act, the audience would surely relish the opportunity to engage with him. Even I yearned to witness another performance, and I was certain the audience felt the same. Thus, it was decided that we would invite him back shortly for an interactive session with the audience. I remembered that he had showcased several impressive impromptu tricks during the selection process. After a brief discussion, consensus was swiftly reached among the group. Subsequently, a member of the student council approached Lin Ye to explain the situation. Upon learning the details, Lin Ye hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Seeing his approval, the female host, Xiaxiyu, gracefully took the stage. Let us express our gratitude to Lin Ye for his mesmerizing magic performance. Wasn't it truly enchanting? Did you all find it captivating? As she finished her sentence, the crowd responded in unison, absolutely. Did you see enough? She continued, not yet. Since everyone feels they haven't had their fill, I would like to invite Lin Ye back to the stage to present 2 more small tricks. I might even learn a thing or 2 from him, so please welcome him." In the next moment, Lin Ye, who had just exited the stage, reappeared. Upon reaching the stage, he stood beside Xiaoxiu. "Hello, Lin Ye. Your previous performance was simply extraordinary. I have been fascinated by magic since childhood, and while I know I could never master it, I would love to participate in a magic act. Is there a trick that I or the audience can be part of?" As a seasoned host, Xiaoxiu quickly seized upon the opportunity. Hearing her words, Lin Ye contemplated thoughtfully before nodding. "In fact, I believe you possess a natural talent for magic. If you recite the incantation I provide, you will be able to perform magic. Is that true?" she inquired. "Indeed, it is true. Once you grasp my magic, you too can execute dazzling tricks. Allow me to teach you the incantation." As he spoke, Lin Ye leaned in to whisper a few words in Xiaoxiu's ear. Upon hearing them, she nodded enthusiastically. "All right, you have now memorized the magic incantation. Just remember to recite it silently in your heart, and you shall wield magic." Do you all believe that the host has learned the art of magic? At Lin Ye's words, the audience erupted into laughter, clearly skeptical of the claim. It appears that many remain skeptical of your abilities. Thus, why not demonstrate them? With that, Lin Ye retrieved the handkerchief he had previously used for his magic performance and draped it over his right hand. "You now possess magic. Simply utter the name of any fruit, and it shall instantly materialize in my hand. Give it a try." Is that truly possible? Even Xiaoxiu found herself doubting. Of course, the more you believe in your own magic, the greater the likelihood of its success. Speak boldly. "Very well. I shall give it a try. I wish for a banana." As soon as Xiaoxiu's words left her lips, Lin Ye emitted a sound of surprise. It seems something has indeed appeared in my hand." He then reached into the handkerchief covering his right hand. In the next moment, he pulled out a cucumber before the astonished crowd. "Something is amiss. This isn't a banana. It appears you still doubt your magical abilities. Let's try again." "Okay." Nodding resolutely, Xiaoxiu's focus sharpened. "I want a banana. Here it comes. Here it comes." Lin Ye exclaimed as he began to search beneath the handkerchief once more. Moments later, to the amazement of all present, he truly pulled out a bunch of bananas. "Congratulations. Your magic has succeeded. You have indeed conjured bananas." Xiaoxiu's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the large cluster of bananas Lin Ye produced. "Do you now believe in your own magic?" At this, Xiaoxiu instinctively nodded. "Moreover, the magical energy within you surpasses your imagination. Extend your right hand." Obediently, Xiaoxiu presented her smooth, fair right hand. "Place your hand in my palm." As he spoke, Lin Ye extended his own right hand. Hesitant, yet curious, Xiaoxiu placed her hand in his. "Now, close your eyes and envision a force flowing from your body into your palm." Following his instructions once more, Xiaoxiu closed her eyes. At that very moment, the audience below the stage gasped in astonishment. A radiant white light suddenly appeared in the center of Xiaoxiu's palm. Initially the size of a candle flame, it gradually expanded until it reached the dimensions of a basketball. This luminous orb floated effortlessly above her hand, emanating a gentle white glow with swirling halos of light within. Truly enchanting. "Now, please open your eyes." Upon hearing Lin Ye's command, Xiaoxiu hurriedly opened her eyes. The sight that greeted her was the radiant white light in her palm. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The orb of light blossomed like a flower bud, ultimately transforming into a lotus entirely composed of luminous energy. At the moment when the white lotus blossomed in the palm of the summer rain, the entire audience instinctively held their breath, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Chapter 63. It turns out you are the one pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. If Lin Ye's earlier act of producing cucumbers and bananas from beneath his scarf merely elicited mild surprise from the audience. The moment the pure white lotus blossomed in Xiaoxiu's palm, their hearts were overwhelmed with astonishment. Not even a gasp escaped their lips. Their eyes were fixated on the pristine flower in Xiaoxiu's hand, a whirlwind of complex emotions flitting across their faces. The usual skeptics, who delighted in deciphering Lin Ye's magic tricks after performances, fell silent, for the spectacle before them transcended their comprehension. They racked their brains in vain. unable to fathom the marvel unfolding. Just then, Lin Ye's voice resonated through the hushed auditorium. In truth, each of us harbors immense magical potential within. Yet most individuals never manage to awaken it throughout their lives. Both this enchanting host and I are among the rare few who can ignite our magical gifts. This lotus is the manifestation of her magical prowess. All right, dear host, you may withdraw your magic now. Upon hearing these words, not only did the audience regain their composure, but Xia Shiyu, cradling the lotus, also emerged from a reverie. Oh yes, as she spoke, the lotus in her palm transformed back into a glowing orb, gradually shrinking until it vanished completely. At that moment, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, which continued unabated for over a minute. As the clamor subsided, Lin Ye released Xia Shiyu's hand and turned to face the audience, bowing graciously. Thank you all for enjoying my magic performance. By the way, does anyone wish for a banana? He raised a cluster of bananas he had just conjured high above. The audience, upon hearing this, eagerly raised their right hands. Me. Give me. I want a banana. Seeing this, Lin Ye furrowed his brow. So many people desire bananas, yet my supply seems rather limited. If only I can enlarge them. An idea sparked. I shall inflate the bananas. After doing so, they should grow larger. With that, he produced a balloon pump from behind his clothing, holding a banana in one hand and the pump in the other. It seems I may need an extra hand, he mused, promptly retrieving a white glove from his pocket. The moment the glove emerged, it morphed into a hand shape. Hold the banana steady, please. The glove obediently grasped the banana, while Lin Ye began to direct the pump towards it, inflating the fruit. Observing this absurd yet comical scene, the audience was left bewildered. What is he doing? Is he really inflating the banana? Can that even work? Amidst the collective curiosity of the onlookers regarding what might unfold next, the banana held by the gentleman in white gloves suddenly expanded exponentially. What had been a mere handful-sized banana transformed into a plush banana pillow the size of a large cushion. The emergence of this whimsical banana pillow elicited a renewed uproar from the audience, with exclamations of disbelief echoing through the air. Was this magic? Was it an illusion? How on earth could such a large banana materialize? It was evidently not a real banana, but rather a plush toy. Nonetheless, even as a toy, its grandiosity was quite astonishing. I was utterly impressed. As a fellow freshman, I found myself in awe of such remarkable talent. Among the spectators, the most astounded was undoubtedly Xia Shiyu, standing just beside Lin Ye. While others observed from a distance, her proximity was less than a meter from him. When Lin Ye had previously mentioned inflating the banana, her gaze had been fixed on it. Yet she remained oblivious to how the small banana had magically transformed into the plush banana figure before her. As she stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, Lin Ye unexpectedly presented the banana pillow to her. It seems my magic has failed, as I could only conjure one. Therefore, I shall give it to the host. Huh? For me? Xia Shiyu responded, her face a picture of confusion. Indeed, it is for you. Thank you for your cooperation during my performance. Time is of the essence, and I must depart, lest I delay your enjoyment of the upcoming splendid show. Farewell, everyone. With that, Lin Ye prepared to exit the stage. As the realization dawned on Xia Shiyu, she hurriedly called out, Lin Ye, may I ask you one more question? Certainly. How did you perform those tricks? The moment Xia Shiyu posed her question, every ear in the room perked up, clearly eager for the answer. Of course, if it's inconvenient to disclose. You need not respond. Lin Ye chuckled at her inquiry. There is nothing inconvenient about it. In fact, I revealed it at the very beginning of my performance. I am not a magician. I am a wizard. What you witnessed was not magic, but rather sorcery. Sometimes, one must believe in what their own eyes behold. With that declaration, he donned his previously removed top hat and strode off the stage with an air of nonchalance. The audience, however, was far from convinced by his assertion. No one truly believed in the existence of wizards. They merely regarded Lin Ye's words as a light-hearted jest. As Lin Ye stepped off the stage, applause erupted once more. Upon returning to his seat, the comedic duo approached him eagerly. You're quite the character, hiding your talents better than anyone else. You are truly a master of disguise, effortlessly outshining everyone else today. It is undoubtedly your moment to shine. We appear quite the jesters, do we not? How rare this is. Upon hearing the flattery directed towards them, Lin Ye maintained an air of nonchalance. In truth, it was merely a matter of performing as expected. By the way, how many more performances do we have? 5. I believe it should be over soon. As he spoke, Lin Ye's gaze fell upon the watch that Song Bauer had gifted him, resting on his wrist. Unbeknownst to him, the time had already advanced to past 7 o'clock. His thoughts were solely focused on finishing the rehearsal swiftly, for he needed to prepare for his performance later that evening at the Black Rose Bar. Furthermore, he had yet to have dinner, and he certainly did not wish to perform on an empty stomach. As the clock struck 8:30, the rehearsal concluded, and Lin Ye promptly made his way toward the exit of the multifunctional performance hall. Entering the dimly lit safety passage, he casually retrieved his Roger Dubuis watch and pressed the button atop it. By the time he emerged from the safety passage, he had changed into his usual attire. At this moment, his singular desire was to satiate his hunger. The cafeteria would likely be devoid of food at this hour, so he opted to head straight to the food street outside the school, intending to grab a quick bite there. However, just as he stepped out of the school, he sensed that someone was following him. This was no mere illusion. It was a palpable awareness. Who could it be that was tracking my movements? With a sense of curiosity, Lin Ye casually approached a food stall and ordered a dish, settling down to savor it slowly. Meanwhile, at a nearby stall, a stylish young woman wearing oversized sunglasses was enjoying skewers in the company of a slightly plump girl. As they indulged in their meal, their eyes frequently darted toward Lin Ye's direction. Chapter 64. Night Market Sister. Is it truly necessary for us to follow him in person? Is he really that significant? A slightly plump girl sat at a small table beside a barbecue stall, sipping on a beverage while gnawing on honey-glazed chicken wings, engaging in conversation with a woman beside her wearing sunglasses. The two were indeed the same individuals from the Black Rose Bar the previous night. Of course he is important. That fellow Jason approached me again today with demands. He even threatened to quit if I did not acquiesce to his conditions, claiming he would inform his fans that he is suffering from depression. His audacity stems from his belief that his position in the magic mirror is irreplaceable. I must find someone to take his place. Cut back on the drinks. Just look at how much weight you've gained. The woman in sunglasses cast a disdainful glance at the slightly plump girl. I'm not an artist. I do not need to manage my figure. I will eat what I desire. What is the point of living if I were to consume nothing but water and leafy greens like you? Sister, you must try a bite of their honey-glazed wings. They are truly delectable. One bite won't make you gain weight. As she spoke, the girl extended the remaining honey-glazed wing in her hand towards the woman in sunglasses. I want to eat it. It's too greasy. Despite her words, the woman's eyes could not resist lingering on the chicken wing. Oh, it's perfectly fine. Occasionally indulging in something rich can deceive your body. Only then can you boost your metabolism. If you starve yourself for too long, your metabolism will slow down, and you'll hit a plateau. Is that so? The woman in sunglasses responded with skepticism. Absolutely. The slightly plump girl nodded vigorously. Then shall I have a bite? In the next moment, the woman seized the skewer adorned with the chicken wing and began to devour it hungrily. Indeed, their honey-glazed wings are delightful. Let us order 4 more. All right, sister, do try this icy dessert. It's delicious and low in calories. Your digestive system will expend energy processing it, so in essence, you'll still be in caloric deficit. That makes sense. Boss, bring us a few more skewers of grilled pork belly to replenish some quality fats, and 2 servings of steamed oysters. A portion of sizzling beef to supplement our protein. Sister, wrap this in lettuce for vitamins and dietary fiber. It will aid digestion. Feeling full now. Though the outside may not be clean, the food is incredibly tasty. Wiping her mouth with a paper towel from the table, Lin Ye stood up to leave the stall. At that moment, he inexplicably felt the sensation of being followed and scrutinized had vanished. What is going on? Why did they stop following me halfway? He shrugged it off, pondering that as an ordinary student, he could hardly fathom why he would be of interest to anyone. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was already 9:30, with another hour and a half remaining until the Black Rose Bar opened its doors. Given that it took only half an hour to reach the bar by taxi, he realized he had a full hour to spare. The school year has commenced for some time now. Yet it seems that I have not truly explored the vicinity of the campus, taking leisurely strolls to alleviate my appetite. With that thought, Lin Ye began to meander aimlessly around the surroundings of his university. He was enrolled at Chang'e University of Science and Technology, situated within the academic precincts of Chang'e City, surrounded by several other universities and residential neighborhoods. At this hour, as the nightlife was just beginning to unfold, the area was bustling with activity and vibrancy. Along the streets, an array of stalls offered various late-night snacks, alongside numerous vendors peddling trinkets. There were stalls selling flowers, fruits, children's toys, clothing, shoes, and small accessories. Anything conceivable could be found for sale here. Anticipating the need for various props for his upcoming magic performance, Lin Ye purchased any items that he deemed useful. Fortunately, the storage space of his system backpack was ample, alleviating any concerns of it becoming overcrowded. Whenever he found himself burdened with too many items, he would discreetly seek out an unmonitored corner to deposit his acquisitions into the system backpack. As he continued his leisurely shopping, he inadvertently found himself at a bookstall. Much like most vendors of secondhand books, the volumes here were sold by weight, primarily consisting of pirated editions and unsold titles for bookstores. Numerous university students like Lin Ye were gathered at the stall, sifting through the selections. To his surprise, among the assortment of books, he discovered several on the art of magic. Some were penned by renowned domestic magicians, while others were authored by notable international figures in the field. Upon seeing these volumes, Lin Ye's interest was piqued. Although he could flawlessly replicate various magic tricks through his own powers, he recognized the significant value in mastering certain techniques for modern magic. More importantly, he needed to utilize magic to disguise his own abilities, so acquiring a wealth of magical skills would be exceedingly beneficial. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to purchase the magic-related books. Just as he was preparing to settle the bill, the stall owner suddenly spoke up. "Young man, it seems you have a keen interest in magic," he remarked. Lin Ye nodded in agreement. "I happen to have 2 rare editions that I believe will intrigue you." "Oh, you possess rare books?" A flicker of curiosity crossed Lin Ye's face. "Indeed, I have quite a collection of exceptional titles. Please wait a moment while I retrieve them for you." With that, the stall owner turned and approached a large box, rummaging through it before emerging with 5 aged books. The pages were yellowed, the printing crude, and the covers somewhat tattered, resembling relics from the last century. Approaching Lin Ye, the stall owner laid the 5 books before him. The titles became apparent. From left to right, they were Divine Illusions, The Goose-S Magical Compilation, The Goose-S Magical Continuation, The Goose-S Magical Appendices, An Illustrated World of Magic. As Lin Ye gazed upon the titles of these books, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Having previously considered himself an aficionado of magic, he was certainly familiar with the esteemed names of these tomes. Unlike the modern works of magic he had encountered earlier, the volumes before him were ancient texts from the Dragon Kingdom. In antiquity, magic was referred to by another name, illusionism, first recorded during the Western Zhou dynasty. At that time, illusionism was equated with the divine, featuring renowned feats such as transforming fish into yellow dragons and shrinking distances to mere inches. He never anticipated encountering such remarkable folk books at a humble stall. "Young man, I see you have a keen interest in magic, and perhaps fate has brought us together. I shall sell you these cherished volumes at a reasonable price. What do you think?" The stall owner, noticing Lin Ye's intrigue, promptly smiled and offered. With genuine interest, Lin Ye nodded in agreement. "I will take all 5. Please name your price." "You're quite straightforward. I shall not charge you excessively. These 5 are rare, one-of-a-kind editions, acquired at great expense. I will let them go for 1,000 yuan, the owner replied. 1,000. In that case, I shall gift you the earlier volumes, the owner added, observing Lin Ye's hesitation. Very well, Lin Ye conceded. With that, he swiftly scanned the payment code, successfully securing the 5 ancient works on illusionism from the Dragon Kingdom. Just as he prepared to examine one of the books to discover the nature of ancient illusionism, a cacophony of gasps and shouts erupted from the front of the night market. Following the direction of the commotion, he discerned flickers of flames emanating from a nearby residential building. clearly indicating that a fire had broken out within. Chapter 65. The Dragon of Fire ascends. The residential area adjacent to the night market is rather antiquated, with shops at the ground level and residences above, creating a complex situation. This locale, home to several universities, attracts numerous entrepreneurs, and with the influx of office workers concluding their day and students seeking leisure, the streets of the night market are teeming with people and vehicles. As flames erupted in the direction of the residential area, a throng of onlookers began to converge. Upon Lin Ye's arrival, his gaze was immediately drawn to a room engulfed in flames, situated less than 30 meters away on the 4th floor of a 6-story building. The fire raged fiercely, with visible tongues of flame leaping out of the windows, threatening to spread to neighboring units. Given the current blaze and the building's overall structure, it was evident that within 10 minutes, the entire edifice would likely succumb to the inferno. As Lin Ye observed, a group of elderly individuals nearby began to speculate. How did this fire start? One queried. Who knows? But it is no surprise that this particular unit caught fire. The place is cluttered with salvaged cardboard and plastic bottles, overflowing with refuse. Could it be the home of that scavenger, Granny Wu? Another suggested. Indeed, it is her. Her abode is filled with her collected debris, and the stairwell is congested with her hoard. The community has approached her multiple times, warning her that such accumulation could easily ignite, yet she refused to heed their counsel. Now it has come to pass. Little wonder the fire burns so fiercely. It appears she has accumulated a veritable mountain of junk, another chimed in. Now, not only have her collected items been reduced to ashes, but her residence is also consumed by flames. It serves her right. Despite receiving a pension and financial support from her children, she insists on competing with those who can barely afford a meal for scraps. Perhaps this will teach her a lesson. While she may have learned a lesson, the other residents of the building are now suffering the consequences, having invested their lives' work within. Emergency services have been contacted, and firefighters are en route. Just as the elderly gossipers continued their chatter, a sudden cacophony erupted from the burning house, followed by what appeared to be fireworks bursting forth from the windows. These fiery projectiles ignited clothing and bedding hanging on the balcony of a neighboring apartment. In an instant, that balcony was also ablaze. Meanwhile, the initial house fire had spiraled out of control, spreading perilously to adjacent units. As the flames intensified, the wailing sirens of fire trucks echoed from the street corner, growing closer with each passing moment. Just as the crowd anticipated a swift resolution to the blaze, an unexpectedly awkward situation arose. The congestion of foot and vehicle traffic at the night market rendered it nearly impossible for the fire trucks to gain access. To everyone's astonishment, perched precariously atop the burning building, a small boy appeared, completely unclothed. A young boy stood on the windowsill of his home, weeping inconsolably, while flames soared ominously nearby. His presence immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Look, there's another child. Indeed, had not everyone from the building already escaped? How could a child be left behind? And where were the adults of this household? It was unfathomable to abandon a child alone. Quickly, does anyone have the contact information for this family? We must urge them to return. This household belonged to a couple who worked tirelessly. The father delivered takeout while the mother worked at a convenience store. They often left their child alone at home, displaying an alarming recklessness. What could be done? The fire truck could not arrive swiftly, and the child's parents were absent. With the windows barred, if any further delay ensued, the child might perish in the flames. It was a heart-wrenching situation. Everyone, don't just stand there. We must assist. Help redirect the traffic. Yes, come together, clear the way. Those vehicles obstructing the road needed to be moved, and the stalls must be swiftly relocated. Lives were at stake. As these words were spoken, several concerned citizens began to spring into action. Some worked to disperse the crowd, while others directed traffic. Every vehicle and stall that impeded the way was promptly shifted aside. In this moment, a group of previously unacquainted individuals exhibited an unprecedented unity, though they exerted considerable effort. The complexity of the night market's layout was daunting, and the area was an old residential neighborhood with antiquated facilities and roads. To fully clear the path would require at least another 10 to 20 minutes. With the fire situation evolving by the minute, none could predict what might transpire in 20 minutes. Just as the crowd joined forces to aid in the rescue, Lin Ye, unnoticed in a secluded corner, unleashed his invisible servant. Under his command, the ethereal servant ascended, soon arriving before the burning residential building. Invisibly tangible, the servant hovered in the air, close to the inferno and the trapped child. Without hesitation, Lin Ye commanded the servant to unleash a fire-controlling spell. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The raging flames, as if compelled by an extraordinary force, began to draw themselves from inside the building, swirling outward. The fire coalesced like fledglings returning to their nest, ultimately gathering before the invisible servant to form a colossal fireball. With a diameter exceeding 3 meters, it resembled a sun from a distance. Such a spectacle was impossible to overlook. Nearly everyone at the night market witnessed this astonishing sight. Regardless of their previous activities, whether aiding in the rescue or merely observing, the crowd seemed spellbound, rooted to the spot, their gazes fixated on the ever-growing fireball that absorbed flames from its surroundings. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the flames from the earlier ignition points were entirely absorbed into the fireball. The diameter of the fireball swelled once more, expanding from 3 meters to 5. This 5-meter-wide fireball hung in the sky, illuminating nearly half the block. As the flames were consumed, the previously blazing residential building ceased to emit light and thick smoke. The once uncontrollable inferno was suddenly subdued. However, the attention of the onlookers had shifted entirely from the scene of the fire to the enormous fireball above. At that moment, the fireball began to morph unexpectedly, transforming from a spherical shape into an elongated form, and then gradually evolving into a magnificent fire dragon, over 10 meters in length, with prominent features and clearly defined scales. The appearance of the fire dragon elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. In the next instant, the colossal fire dragon soared into the sky, ascending to an indeterminate height before dissipating into thin air. The spectacle left an indelible impression on all present, a moment they would never forget. Undoubtedly, this scene would capture headlines the following day, becoming yet another unsolved mystery for the new Dragon Kingdom, leaving countless experts scratching their heads. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, the orchestrator behind the scenes, slipped into the crowd after witnessing the extinguishing of the blaze. As everyone turned their gaze skyward, attempting to discern the whereabouts of the vanished fire dragon, his figure gradually faded into the bustling night market. Chapter 66, Illusions. Night Demon Bar. After departing from the night market, Lin Ye boarded a taxi, calmly informing the driver of his destination as he settled into the back seat. The incident where he extinguished the fire had already slipped from his mind. Not only had he salvaged a blazing inferno, but he had also gleaned a significant insight. The seemingly unremarkable zero-level fire control spell was far more potent than he had ever imagined. This newfound understanding even sparked fresh inspiration for his magic. Glancing at the time and feeling a touch of ennui, Lin Ye casually retrieved a book on magic that he had purchased from a street vendor. To his surprise, it was one of the so-called limited edition ancient texts, the compilation of Goose Illusions. Merely the title of the book piqued his curiosity about its contents. This volume was a compilation of extraordinary illusions, meticulously gathered by illusionists of the Qing dynasty, chronicling a plethora of folk magical techniques. Upon opening the book, Lin Ye found the contents lived up to his expectations. Encapsulated in 2 words, mysterious and wondrous, it contained a range of illusions, from a simple yet enchanting planting melons and beauty-raising eyebrows, to the more complex wall penetration technique, head-severing trick, and divine immortal's lasso. Each illusion was categorized into various schools of thought, including hand techniques, silk techniques, color play techniques, transportation techniques, medicinal techniques, and the most astonishing of all, symbolic techniques. Some of the illusions Lin Ye could comprehend and even surmise how they were achieved. Yet, others eluded his understanding entirely, particularly the first illusion, planting melons. According to the book, this illusion required merely a few watermelon seeds to conjure a watermelon on the spot. There's also a similar illusion called planting pears, which purportedly could grow a fruit-laden pear tree with just a single yoke. These illusions seemed utterly beyond the realm of scientific explanation, akin to how ordinary people might perceive his own magic. In addition to these, the book recorded the 4 great ancient illusions: fish and dragon spread, phoenix holding a book, yellow dragon transformation, and divine turtle backing the mountain. Each of these illusions was increasingly fantastical, bordering on the surreal. It was either that the chronicler had exaggerated the effects of these illusions due to limited experience, or that they employed grand hypnosis techniques. Otherwise, their existence defied rational explanation. Regrettably, the book offered only vague descriptions of the principles behind these illusions, failing to elucidate their execution. However, Lin Ye reassured himself that as long as he grasped the effects of these illusions, he could devise methods to replicate them through magic. Should anyone question him in the future, he could always attribute the feats to these ancient masters of illusion. As he continued to peruse the pages intently, he may not have mastered the more formidable illusions, but he did acquire some simple techniques. By the time he finished approximately flipping through the book, the taxi had arrived at his destination, the Black Rose Bar. At this moment, there remained approximately 15 minutes until the bar officially commenced its operations at 11 o'clock. Thus, the entrance remained closed. What puzzled him was that, typically at this hour, even if the bar had yet to open, there would be a considerable number of patrons waiting outside. However, today the entrance appeared notably more desolate than the previous day. Upon entering the bar and encountering Butterfly, he could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Sister, why do I feel there are significantly fewer people outside the bar today? Is there some special circumstance?" Butterfly, who was sipping her drink at the bar, paused to set down her glass and replied with a calm smile, "Did you not notice on your way here? A new bar has opened at the street corner across from us, and today they are offering a 50% discount on all beverages, in addition to hosting a professional performance team. Many have opted to go there today." "Oh, I see. Aren't you concerned about losing business?" Lin Ye asked, perplexed. "Why worry about that? Do you have any idea how many bars line this street? And how many have closed within 2 months of opening? Even if some old customers drift away, new ones will inevitably come in to take their place." After saying this, Butterfly casually picked up a cigarette from the table, prepared to light it, but then reconsidered and set it back down. "Never mind. I'll refrain from smoking. I suspect you might not enjoy the scent." While they were engaged in casual conversation, the bar staff member, Yo-Yo, suddenly rushed over to Butterfly, her face etched with concern. "Sister, it seems the bar across the street is hosting yet another event, and they've drawn away our patrons. If this continues, we might face a quiet evening. Shouldn't you go take a look?" Upon hearing Yo-Yo's words, Butterfly raised an eyebrow. "It appears our new competitor is rather unscrupulous. Do they not understand the rules of the bar street? In that case, I shall pay them a visit." With that, Butterfly, adorned in a moonlight-hued cheapao, made her way toward the bar's entrance. Just as she was about to step outside, she turned to glance back at Lin Ye. "Aren't you coming to see the commotion?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ye nodded in agreement. Soon, he followed Butterfly to a bar located less than 50 meters from the Black Rose Bar. This establishment, named Night Demon, surpassed Black Rose in both size and exterior decor by a considerable margin. Thanks to its corner location, it boasted a spacious front area that had been transformed into a small plaza, featuring artistic sculptures, a color-changing musical fountain, and an open stage. At that moment, a rock band was passionately performing on stage. Additionally, a striking group of male and female staff members stood in line at the entrance, their appearance and physique remarkably appealing. A throng of pedestrians and individuals eager to commence their nightlife at various bars gathered here, captivated by the vibrant atmosphere. Beside the stage, the MC fervently introduced the various opening events and recharge promotions of the Night Demon Bar while engaging with the audience. With a simple game of rock, paper, scissors, anyone could win an array of delightful prizes. However, curiously, not a single challenger had managed to best him thus far. The more he triumphed, the more determined individuals were to prove him wrong. After a young woman lost her match, the MC, whose charmingly roguish appearance exuded confidence, remarked with a grin, "I am the sovereign of rock, paper, scissors. No one can prevail against me in this game." He then expressed his gratitude to the brave young lady, presenting her with an 80 discount voucher for beverages. With this voucher, she could enjoy an additional 50 off the already discounted price of 50. Upon hearing this, the girl who had just lost beamed with joy and made her way into the bar. As she approached the entrance, a tall and handsome waiter eagerly extended his hand to her. Such generous perks and treatment immediately stirred the other patrons into a frenzy of excitement. Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? If you can defeat me, I will cover all your expenses at the Night Demon Bar tonight. Win twice, and I'll gift you the latest Fruit 16 smartphone. Should you manage to win 5 consecutive times, this magnificent Mi SU7 Ultra will be yours, he proclaimed. Just as he concluded, a stunningly attractive woman unveiled a red curtain, revealing a brand new car, the much-coveted Mi SU7 Ultra. With the MC's enthusiastic shouts and the presence of this luxurious vehicle, the atmosphere ignited, and countless patrons were stirred into action. Observing this, Lin Ye realized that the other bars on this street would likely suffer a significant downturn in business tonight. The Black Rose Bar would not be spared, and his earnings would undoubtedly be impacted. With this thought in mind, he turned to Hu Dai and said, "Sister, I recall your phone isn't the latest model. Would you like me to help you in one?" Upon hearing this, not only did Hu Dai turn her gaze towards him, but several others nearby also fixed their attention on him. Chapter 67. The Art of Mentalism and Rock, Paper, Scissors Up until now. Dozens of individuals had approached the MC to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors, yet none had emerged victorious. It was as though he possessed an uncanny ability to predict his opponent's next moves. Consequently, most participants merely sought to challenge him for minor consolation prizes, such as drinks, harboring no illusions of triumph. Thus, when Lin Ye vocalized his intentions, a group of young men and women nearby immediately turned their gaze toward him. Among them, a flamboyantly dressed young man with dyed blonde hair couldn't help but chuckle. "You must be joking, my friend. Do you truly believe you can defeat him? If so, you are sorely mistaken." Another, sporting silver hair, chimed in indeed. "Did you see anyone win against him just now? Absolutely not. And let me tell you, he is no ordinary contender. He was the top marketer at the Black Gold Bar, lured away at great expense by the Night Demon Bar. I remember when I visited the Black Gold Bar, added a red-haired youth, casually draping an arm around a girl. I played against him once. If you won, you got to waive the table fee, but if you lost, you had to drink a bottle of beer. That night, I overindulged and ended up in the hospital. I didn't step foot in a bar for a month afterward." After they finished speaking, a girl named Hu Dai joined the conversation. "I know of him as well. He is quite renowned in our circles. It's surprising that he was poached by the Night Demon Bar. The owner must possess considerable skill." "Really? Isn't rock, paper, scissors a game of chance? How does he manage to win every time?" Lin Ye asked with curiosity, gazing at the dapper gentleman on stage. "I'm not entirely certain," Hu Dai replied, shaking her head. Just then, a female voice interjected. "It's magic. He employs a bit of sleight of hand." Upon hearing this, Lin Ye turned to see a stunning tattooed woman clad in a crop top. "Magic? What does that have to do with rock, paper, scissors?" he inquired. The tattooed beauty smiled. "It has everything to do with it. Have you not noticed how he always engages his opponent in conversation before making his move? His eyes remain fixed on them. This is a form of mentalism, also known as rock, paper, scissors magic, which blends psychology and game theory. The essence of pure mentalism in this context lies in subtly suggesting to the audience to choose what he has previously shown, all while maintaining a rapid pace that leaves no time for contemplation. By conversing with his opponents, he distracts them, compelling them to act on subconscious impulses. Of course, achieving a 100 win rate like his requires extensive practice. If you wish to defeat him, the first rule is to ignore his chatter, and the second is to avoid making eye contact. Ideally, you should close your eyes when you throw your choice. This will slightly increase your chances of winning. Upon absorbing the tattooed woman's insights, Lin Ye's understanding deepened. It was astonishing to discover the intricate knowledge embedded within the seemingly simple game of rock, paper, scissors. He is utterly unafraid of defeat. Otherwise, do you believe that the Night Demon Bar is engaged in charity, distributing such a plethora of prizes? Save your breath, look. Yet another individual has succumbed. As the tattooed beauty finished her remark, someone on stage lost to the suave rogue. Countless patrons continued to falter, each believing that fortune would favor them just once. Yet they all ultimately fell to the charming rogue on stage. At that moment, Lin Ye spoke up once more. While they may lose, I might not. After all, rock, paper, scissors is ultimately a game of chance, and fortunately, luck is often on my side. Very well. It seems you remain unconvinced, the tattooed beauty replied with a resigned shake of her head. Brother, should you triumph, I shall cover your expenses for the night. Huang Mao, who had spoken earlier, chimed in with a jest. Indeed, if you win, I shall share my contact information with you, a girl accompanying Huang Mao added, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Ye. That one TB necessary, Lin Ye replied, then turned to Hu Dai beside him. Sister, I suddenly feel you could use another car. Allow me to win it back for you. With that, he strode confidently toward the stage, much to Hu Dai's astonishment. At that moment, a customer had just lost to the suave rogue. Is there anyone else? I ask again, is there anyone with dreams? Step forward quickly. Opportunities are fleeting, and we shall soon transition to the next round. Upon concluding this declaration, Lin Ye, having maneuvered to the front of the crowd, raised his right hand. I would like to give it a try. As soon as his words left his lips, the suave rogue's gaze shifted towards him. Does this patron wish to give it a shot? In that case, we invite him to the stage. Once Lin Ye stepped onto the platform, the rogue scrutinized him intently. To his surprise, Lin Ye was indeed quite the handsome fellow. Though he considered himself attractive, he felt somewhat overshadowed by Lin Ye's charm, even experiencing a hint of insecurity. What do you all think? Is this handsome gentleman striking? As the rogue posed this question, several female patrons in the audience erupted into cheers. Such a handsome guy. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, should you manage to best me today, I shall provide you with the contact information of the most beautiful girl at Night Demon Bar. But fret not if you lose. I will have a small gift for you regardless. Are you ready? Upon hearing the rogue's words, Lin Ye nodded calmly. Let us begin, shall we? Rock, paper, scissors. Before the gathered audience, the suave rogue and Lin Ye stood face to face, both making their moves simultaneously. After throwing his hand, the rogue, without even glancing at the result, confidently declared, regrettably, my good sir, you have lost. Here is an 80 discount voucher for our bar. Keep it safe. It's valid for tonight across the entire venue. Before he could finish, the rogue suddenly sensed that the atmosphere had shifted, noticing the faint smile lingering on Lin Ye's face. Subconsciously lowering his head, he was immediately taken aback. In the midst of his scissors, Lin Ye had astonishingly chosen rock, resulting in his defeat and Lin Ye's victory. The dashing young man, unable to comprehend why he had lost, wore an expression of disbelief. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice rang out once more. I apologize. It seems I have emerged victorious. This discount voucher will no longer be of use, correct? Upon hearing these words, the young man, now aware of the situation, nodded before forcing a composed smile. I didn't expect such good luck for you, handsome. Let us congratulate this gentleman. Tonight, all his expenses at the Night Demon Bar will be on me. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted in cheers, as if they themselves were the victors. Next contestant, please. However, before the young man could finish his proclamation, Lin Ye interjected, wait a moment, didn't you say that after winning, one could continue to challenge? I'm quite eager for that mobile phone. I believe my luck is still holding. Shall we have another round? Upon hearing this, the young man's expression became somewhat unnatural, while the onlookers eagerly encouraged, one more time, perhaps spurred on by the crowd or bolstered by his own confidence. The young man ultimately agreed. Very well, let us compete once more, but let it be clear that should you lose this second round, the reward from the first will be nullified. If you accept this condition, we shall proceed. He thought this would intimidate Lin Ye, yet Lin Ye remained unfazed. Excellent. Let us begin. This time, I shall not go easy on you. Rock, paper, scissors. At the moment he uttered paper, both the young man and Lin Ye revealed their choices. All eyes in the crowd were fixed upon them, and in the next instant, another wave of cheers erupted. For Lin Ye had triumphed once again. The young man had thrown a fist, while Lin Ye had chosen paper. At that moment, the young man was drenched in sweat. Chapter 68. Yelena, the stakes are raised at this moment. The dashing rogue was in a state of sheer panic. He had never anticipated that his infallible method of winning at rock, paper, scissors would fail him twice in succession. Just as the tattooed beauty had remarked, he had devoted considerable effort to mastering this game, immersing himself in extensive practice while simultaneously absorbing vast knowledge of psychology, and game theory. He had even rigorously studied Darren Brown's model of rock, paper, scissors. During their recent match, although his utterances appeared simplistic, he had been incessantly attempting to psychologically manipulate Lin Ye and subtly signaling through his hand movements. How could this be? Why did his tactics work flawlessly on others, yet falter against this individual? It simply made no sense. It was as if Lin Ye remained impervious to his influence. Could it be that luck was on his side? Contemplating this, he stole a glance at Lin Ye. The latter wore an enigmatic smile, seemingly unperturbed by his consecutive victories, as if he had anticipated his success all along. In truth, Lin Ye had not engaged in any cerebral deliberation during the matches. Any thought would have led him directly into his opponent's trap. His victories were purely attributed to the fortuitous enhancement of the fairy silver coin and the betting advantage of the fate cards. As long as he desired to win, any choice he made would lead to triumph. Seems my fortune is quite favorable. Or perhaps you are deliberately letting me win. If that is the case, there is no need for such a charade, as it may lead onlookers to believe I am a predetermined participant arranged by your establishment, Lin Ye remarked, suddenly addressing the audience below. Please, do not misconstrue. I'm certainly not a designated participant of the Night Demon Bar. I have no affiliation with them whatsoever. So rest assured, indeed, he is not from a Night Demon Bar. He is a magician from the Black Rose Bar, exclaimed a female patron in the crowd, her voice brimming with excitement. I thought he looked familiar. He is indeed that charming magician from the Black Rose Bar. Several others, evidently regulars of the Black Rose Bar, began to recognize Lin Ye's identity. While the crowd continued their murmurs of recognition, Lin Ye turned once more to the dashing rogue. See, I have clarified my position to the patrons. Now, shall we proceed? Yet, his clarification did little to alleviate the rogue's distress. Instead, it amplified his anxiety. With no retreat available, he was compelled to press forward. Unsurprisingly, he lost the third round, and the fourth followed suit. After 4 consecutive defeats, the rogue was stripped of his earlier bravado. Despite the temperate weather, beads of sweat adorned his brow, and his demeanor had shifted from confident to fraught with tension. He could already foresee the outcome of the impending 5th round. Should Lin Ye triumph in this round, he would drive away in the coveted SU-7 Ultra, the centerpiece of the evening's grand opening event. Given that the festivities had only just begun, if Lin Ye were to claim the vehicle now, the rogue would find himself in dire straits. This scenario is akin to being served a pot of old hen soup, only for someone to come along and scoop out the entire chicken at once. However, if that person were to declare a withdrawal at this moment, it would reflect poorly on their character, suggesting an inability to accept defeat and tarnishing their reputation at the Night Demon Bar. Just as he found himself at a loss, a voice, crisp and clear, resonated from the side of the stage. Xiao Di, this guest still wishes to compete with you. Why do you stand there dumbfounded? Those unaware might think our Night Demon Bar cannot bear to lose. Upon hearing this voice, the charming rogue quickly turned his gaze towards the bar's entrance. There stood a stunning woman clad in a sleek black suit, her fashionable appearance accentuated by her straight, shoulder-length black hair. At her arrival, all the staff at the Night Demon Bar instinctively focused their attention on her. Lin Ye was no exception, although he was unaware of her identity at that moment. The demeanor of the bar staff suggested she was likely the proprietor of the establishment. At that instant, the striking woman, presumably the bar owner, gracefully strode towards the stage. As she ascended, Lin Ye was astonished to discover that her height was remarkably impressive. Standing at over 1.8 meters himself, he found that she did not appear diminutive in the slightest before him, notably without the aid of high heels, merely donning flat, side-cut sandals, indicating her height was at least 1.8 meters as well. Her striking makeup combined with her stature exuded an undeniable aura. Upon her arrival on stage, the previously cocky MC transformed into a figure of deference, seemingly relieved. Then, the elegant woman addressed the charming rogue with a commanding tone. You may step down. I shall engage in this final round with this young gentleman. Upon hearing her words, the charming rogue appeared as if granted a pardon, nodding vigorously before hastily exiting the stage. With his departure, only Lin Ye and the captivating woman remained before the audience. To Lin Ye's astonishment, she extended her right hand towards him. Greetings, Nightlin the magician. I am Yelena, the owner of the Night Demon Bar. It seems our names bear a resemblance. Huh? You know me? Lin Ye responded with a hint of surprise at the mention of his stage name. Indeed, I was present at the Black Rose Bar the night you performed your magic. However, you were rather occupied, so I did not have the opportunity to introduce myself. I still find your performance quite enchanting. I never expected we would meet under such circumstances today. Ah, I see. Nightland the Magician has triumphed 4 consecutive times. Let me challenge you in this 5th round. While I am aware you will likely prevail, I still wish to give a try. Should you win, I have a modest request. Please do share, Miss Ye. My request is simple. Let us compete once more, but with a twist. Rest assured, the stakes will be elevated. Upon uttering these words, Yelena withdrew a car key from her pocket. In the presence of the gathered crowd, she gently pressed a button on the key. In the next moment, the lights of a striking red Panamera parked a short distance away illuminated. This Panamera was a recent acquisition of mine, costing me $16 million. Should you emerge victorious in the forthcoming gamble, this Panamera shall be yours. Even in the event of your defeat, the Daime SU-7 Ultra beside it will still be yours. However, you must transition from the Black Rose Bar to our Night Demon Bar. Whatever compensation Hudai offered you, I shall provide you threefold. As the lights of the Panamera flickered on, an uproar erupted among the spectators. No one had anticipated Yelena would wager so extravagantly. After all, that was a vehicle worth over $2 million. Lin Ye himself was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. No problem. I only fear that Bossy may find it difficult to part with it. What do I have to lament? I am more concerned that Bossu may regret losing such a talent as you. As she spoke, Yelena provocatively glanced towards Hudai among the crowd. Very well. Let us commence rock, paper, scissors. With that declaration, both participants made their moves simultaneously. Unsurprisingly, Yelena lost to Lin Ye. This outcome signified that the Daime SU-7 Ultra was now Lin Ye's possession. Yet, Yelena appeared unfazed by this, her expression betraying no sign of discontent. Let us initiate a new wager. For this round, I shall enlist the services of our Night Demon Bar as Chief Magician to engage with you. Jason, it is your time to shine. No sooner had Yelena spoken than a beam of light illuminated the entrance of the Night Demon Bar. The eyes of the assembly instinctively turned in that direction. Under the gaze of numerous onlookers, a blacktop hat lay quietly. In the next instant, a coil of rope emerged from the hat, slithering upward like a serpent, soaring to a height of several meters before disappearing into a cloud hovering above the Night Demon Bar. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the clouds along the rope. As the figure touched down, a strikingly handsome young man dressed in a sleek black magician's attire made his grand entrance. His arrival elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Lin Ye, witnessing the spectacle on stage, wore a bemused expression. A celestial rope trick? Quite intriguing. Chapter 69. The Magician Jason. The bet begins. Lin Ye was taken aback to witness the ancient illusion known as the immortal's thread, as recorded in ancient texts. Though he remained oblivious to the methods employed in antiquity to execute such a marvelous feat, he was certain that the magician before him must have utilized modern technological apparatuses, such as cranes and hoists, likely installed on the rooftop of the Night Demon Bar. As he pondered the underlying principles of the magician's craft, the dashing performer suddenly turned, producing a standing microphone, while his empty left hand was raised triumphantly above his head. The music heralding the entrance of 007 resonated from the sound system, and the blowers flanking the bar's entrance sprang to life. The magician's black suit flared dramatically in the gusts of air, and with a snap of his elevated fingers, a burst of ethereal blue flames erupted. Ladies and gentlemen, the magician pivoted, extending his arms wide. The flames transformed into a cascade of golden glitter that showered the audience. As his suit dramatically opened, in an instant, a multitude of cards erupted from the lining of his coat, morphing into fluttering butterflies. As the butterflies ascended, they suddenly burst apart, showering the crowd with vibrant streamers. Welcome to the Night Demon Bar. I am Jason, the chief magician of this establishment. Allow me to commence your evening. Let's cheer together. With his captivating opening performance and impassioned voice, the charismatic magician elicited ecstatic screams from the patrons. He then bent down to retrieve a top hat from the floor, not placing it upon his head, but instead reaching inside. In full view of the audience, he produced a large handful of red envelopes and, amidst the eager gazes of onlookers, scattered them with fervor. After the first handful, he reached for a second, then a third, as his hat seemingly became an endless abyss from which red envelopes continuously emerged. Lin Ye, standing on the stage, received one of the envelopes. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a 100 yuan bill inside. While he could not ascertain whether every envelope contained a similar note, it was evident that the magician had dispersed at least several hundred envelopes, representing a significant expenditure. Clearly, the Night Demon Bar had spared no expense for this grand opening event. Furthermore, such magic was indeed immensely popular. As he surveyed the scene, it became apparent that all eyes were captivated by the magician, rendering Lin Ye momentarily forgotten. Once Jason concluded his generous display, he approached Yelena on stage with utmost gallantry. As soon as Jason took the stage, Yelena proactively introduced him, saying, "Allow me to present to you a professional magician, Jason, whom I have hired at great expense. I believe many of you may already recognize him. Indeed, he is none other than the renowned internet celebrity with 1 million followers, and the chief magician of the magic mirror time, the male sorcerer Jason." Upon hearing Yelena's words, the patrons in attendance suddenly realized, so it's him. No wonder this magician looked somewhat familiar. He asked the one who recently had a dispute with the company, right? I've come across his videos. I recall one where he seemingly made the Oriental Pearl disappear. That was clearly edited, yet he is indeed quite skilled. He even interacted with Liu Qian before, and Liu Qian himself admitted he couldn't decipher Jason's magic. Not only Liu Qian, but many prominent internet celebrities and stars have collaborated with him. It's no surprise that the earlier magic was so captivating. He truly is a professional magician. It seems that the Night Demon Bar has invested significantly in hiring him. It must have cost a pretty penny. Moreover, he is quite handsome, which explains why the female executive from the Magic Mirror is rumored to have her eyes on him. Perhaps having heard the patrons' discussions about him, a flicker of self-satisfaction flashed in Jason's eyes. At that moment, Yelena spoke again. "And this individual is the chief magician of the Black Rose Bar, Yi Lin. I believe many of you are familiar with him." Upon hearing Yelena's introduction, Jason, standing opposite Lin Ye, immediately extended his right hand toward him. "Hello, I am Jason. I look forward to your guidance." As he spoke, a gentle smile adorned his face. "Lin Ye, I am honored to be in your presence." Lin Ye responded politely and kind. After they released their hands, Yelena moved to the front of the stage and took the microphone from the MC. "Next, I will delegate our chief magician, Mr. Jason, to replace me in a wager with Mr. Lin Ye. The terms of the wager will be negotiated between the two parties. Mr. Jason, do you have any good proposals?" Upon hearing Yelena's question, Jason pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. "Your question has truly struck a chord with me, Ms. Ye. As a performer of magic, I find myself at a loss when it comes to devising the terms of a wager. However, since both Mr. Lin Ye and I are magicians, I believe there is nothing more fitting than a magical duel. Of course, this is merely my humble opinion. After all, I am the host today, and Mr. Lin Ye is the guest. If he finds this suggestion unsuitable, I shall gladly acquiesce to an alternative. What do you think, Mr. Lin Ye?" While appearing to respect Lin Ye's opinion, he was subtly employing a strategy of retreat to advance. As Jason looked at Lin Ye with a beaming smile, Lin Ye suddenly smiled back. "I think it sounds excellent. As a newcomer, it is my honor to have the opportunity to engage with an esteemed figure in the industry like you. Mr. Yi Lin, you flatter me. The term senior seems somewhat misplaced. In the realm of learning, there is no hierarchy. Those who excel become the teachers. I merely possess a modicum of superficial fame, unworthy of being addressed as a senior. How do you propose we compare?" Lin Ye, eschewing further pretense, spoke candidly. "Let me ponder for a moment." Jason feigned contemplation. "Let us forego the complexities. Each shall perform a magic trick, while the other must unveil it on the spot and elucidate the principle behind the magic for the audience. If one fails to discern the other's method, that shall constitute a loss. What do you think?" Upon hearing Jason's proposal, Lin Ye nodded without hesitation. "Certainly. I find this approach particularly delightful." "Very well. You may return and prepare. We shall commence in 10 minutes." As soon as Jason's words fell, Lin Ye shook his head. No need. We can begin right now. Jason was taken aback. You do not require your magic props? I have them with me. Lin Ye smiled faintly. I see. It appears Mr. Yilin has come well prepared today. I look forward to witnessing your splendid magic. Likewise. As the two conversed, smiles adorned their faces. Yet the surrounding patrons sensed a palpable tension in the air. They were filled with anticipation for the impending wager. One was a renowned magician of long standing, while the other was a promising newcomer. The former clearly held the advantage, leading the majority of the audience to favor Jason. Only a small fraction, having witnessed Lin Ye's magic, leaned towards him, but they remained in the minority. Among the crowd, however, Hu Dai stood resolutely in support of Lin Ye. It seems that the renowned magician is destined to stumble tonight. With that, her gaze shifted to the stage where Yelena stood, and Yelena's eyes happened to meet hers. The tension between them was no less palpable than that between Lin Ye and Jason. Chapter 70. The reappearance of the celestial robe at this very moment. The attention of all the patrons present was riveted on the wager between Lin Ye and Jason. Even the rock band that had been performing on stage voluntarily relinquished the spotlight to the two. In this atmosphere, Jason spoke first. As the guest, you may go ahead. No. I insist you take the lead, Lin Ye graciously replied. Then allow me to break the ice, Jason said, no longer indulging in pleasantries. His smile vanishing in an instant. He stepped confidently to the front of the stage. Dear friends and patrons, since the illustrious magician knight has shown such humility, I shall present my humble act first. I wonder if you recall how I made my entrance. There is a term for it abroad, known as the heavenly rope, while in our dragon country. It is referred to as the celestial rope. This ancient technique has been documented since the Tang dynasty. And there are also passages in strange tales from a Chinese studio where a remarkable individual employed this skill to ascend to the heavens and pilfer celestial peaches. My curiosity about this ancient illusion led me to scour ancient texts until I uncovered pertinent records. Through diligent study, I have successfully deciphered this long-lost art, and now I shall demonstrate it once more for your enjoyment. Upon hearing these words, the curiosity of the audience was piqued. They had already been intrigued by the sudden appearance of the rope during Jason's entrance, and now, with the promise of a repeat performance, their anticipation surged. Even Lin Ye could not help but feel a sense of intrigue. Was he truly unafraid of being exposed while performing the celestial rope in such a public setting? Or perhaps the principles behind the celestial rope were more intricate than he had initially assumed. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jason suddenly snapped his fingers. At that instant, the music, which had just ceased, came alive once again, accompanied by the exhilarating melody. He removed the top hat from his head and placed it on the ground. After securing the hat, he produced a vertical flute from his attire and began to play before the captivated audience. As the enchanting notes filled the air, a hemp rope, about the thickness of a thumb, began to rise slowly from within the hat. This mesmerizing spectacle caused the onlookers to widen their eyes in astonishment. With the continuous flow of music, the length of the hemp rope emerging from the hat grew longer and longer, ascending like bamboo shoots after a rain, reaching skyward. Before long, it had soared to a height of 20 to 30 meters, surpassing the overall height of the Night Demon Bar. The brilliant lights above illuminated the scene, leaving the audience craning their necks, unable to discern where the rope had ultimately vanished. The once coiled rope, upon reaching a certain altitude, had straightened out completely. This singular feat left the spectators in awe, prompting them to engage in animated discussions. How is this possible? How did that rope just fly up by itself? I can't comprehend it at all. Is there anyone who understands what just happened? I had long been aware of this magic trick, yet the underlying principles eluded my understanding. Previously, I had scoured the internet in search of answers, but to no avail. The speculations put forth by netizens were utterly unfounded. This magic truly possesses an extraordinary essence, befitting the sorcerer of the magic mirror. A tingling sensation coursed through my mind, as if I were on the verge of enlightenment. Indeed, this is a marvelous legacy passed down from our ancestors, undeniably enchanting. The magician opposite me seemed to be in a predicament this time. Indeed, deciphering this trick appears to pose a significant challenge. At that moment, Jason abruptly ceased his performance. Before the assembled audience, He approached the upright rope and grasped it with his hand, pulling downwards, yet the rope remained utterly immobile. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall reconvene shortly. With that, Jason seized the rope with both hands and began to ascend. As his body hung entirely from the rope, the onlookers instinctively gaped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. Even Lin Ye's expression revealed a hint of contemplation. How on earth was he achieving this? In a state of bewilderment, he retrieved the small doll, transformed from Brian, from his pocket. As all eyes were fixed on Jason, he whispered to Brian, "Brian, follow him discreetly, and be cautious not to be detected." No sooner had he uttered these words than Brian transformed into a tiny fly, buzzing off to alight upon Jason. Meanwhile, Jason continued to climb higher and higher, eventually vanishing from the sight of the crowd. It wasn't that he ascended to great heights. Rather, the dazzling lights atop the Night Demon Bar, coupled with the absence of nearby high-rise buildings, created an effect of darkness beneath the illumination. Furthermore, a thick haze enveloped the upper edge of the rope, obscuring the view of those below. 2 minutes after Jason had completely vanished, the previously upright rope suddenly appeared to lose its support and plummeted from the sky. As for Jason, who had ascended the rope, he was nowhere to be seen. This astonishing scene left the audience in utter disbelief, exclaiming in wonder, "What on earth? He has vanished. Where could he have gone? Is it truly possible for him to disappear into thin air? Did he sprout wings and fly away? I cannot comprehend this. It becomes increasingly perplexing. This magic is truly remarkable. If I do not uncover the secret behind this trick today, I fear I shall be unable to sleep tonight." While the crowd searched here and there, attempting to ascertain Jason's whereabouts, the grand doors of the Night Demon Bar swung open. A beam of light illuminated the doorway, and in the next moment, Jason's familiar voice resonated from that direction. "Ladies and gentlemen, we meet again." Upon hearing the sound, the crowd swiftly turned their gaze towards the entrance. There stood Jason, who had just climbed the rope into the sky and vanished, now beaming with a smile. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. The expressions on everyone's faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. They could not fathom how Jason had managed to disappear and then emerge from the Night Demon Bar. In response to the clamor of applause and cheers, Jason, with arms outstretched at the bar's entrance, revealed a look of smug satisfaction. Simultaneously, he cast his glance towards Lin Ye on the stage. However, Lin Ye paid him no mind. "So, Brian, did you discern how he ascended and vanished?" After quietly posing the question, Brian, who had become akin to a fly buzzing in his ear, relayed what he had just witnessed. Listening attentively to Brian's account, Lin Ye nodded repeatedly, his expression shifting to one of enlightened realization. "So that's it. I understand now. It appears he did not unravel the mystical rope, but rather devised an alternative method to replicate its effect. In a certain sense, he is quite clever. Had it been someone else, they might not have grasped how he accomplished it. Unfortunately for him, he encountered me." As he spoke, a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the self-satisfied Jason began to saunter towards him. "Mr. Ye, I wonder if you've comprehended my trick," he inquired. "If not, it's no matter, for it took me considerable time to recreate this ancient illusion. Reflecting on it now, I feel fortunate. The wisdom of my ancestors is indeed formidable." However, before he could finish his statement, Lin Ye chuckled. "I believe I may have grasped it." Jason was taken aback by Lin Ye's pronouncement. "You claim to have understood?" "Yes, I have a general understanding." "Impossible. You cannot possibly comprehend it." Jason's suddenly elevated voice drew the attention of the entire crowd. Chapter 71. The principle of the enchanted rope unraveled in the preceding moment. The audience was still enraptured by the awe inspired by the enchanted rope. However, with Jason's sudden exclamation, their attention swiftly shifted. At that moment, Lin Ye approached the MC and requested, "May I borrow the microphone?" Upon hearing this, the MC instinctively handed it over to him. Curiosity abounded among the spectators regarding the underlying principle behind Jason the Magician's enchanted rope. How did he manage to ascend the rope, only to vanish in an instant and reappear inside the Night Demon Bar? As Lin Ye's words echoed, the attendees nodded in agreement. Indeed, how was it accomplished? I've pondered it to no avail. Please, enlighten us. Everyone, do not rush. I will elucidate it for you, Lin Ye replied as he moved closer to Jason, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Meanwhile, Jason maintained a facade of composure, forcing a smile upon his face. Jason the magician, may I examine the rope you just used? I suspect the issue may lie with it. Upon hearing this, Jason, who had previously displayed a hint of apprehension, subtly relaxed, allowing his smile to become more genuine. Of course, feel free to inspect it, he replied. Very well, Lin Ye said, striding toward the pile of ropes strewn across the stage. He bent down before the onlookers and picked up a rope, tugging and pulling at it with utmost seriousness. Observing this, Jason's smile brightened even further. He then addressed the audience. My rope is perfectly fine. Anyone who doubts may come forward to examine it. There are no mechanisms within. It is merely an ordinary rope. Afterward, he turned his gaze to Lin Ye, who was still inspecting the rope. So, what do you think, Night Demon Magician? Is there anything amiss with my rope? There is nothing wrong. It is indeed just a regular rope, Lin Ye acknowledged, though a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. It appears I was mistaken. The mechanism is not within the rope. Of course not. Were it that simple, this illusion would not have been lost to time, Jason replied with a calm smile, an air of triumph subtly creeping into his expression. Yet, Lin Ye's next utterance caused beads of sweat to form on Jason's forehead. If the rope is unblemished, might the mechanism be concealed upon your person? Allow me to hypothesize. Above us, in a place unseen, there exists a small winch connected to an exceedingly fine line, hardly detectable. The lower end of this line is affixed to something akin to a fishhook, which you attached to the top of the rope just moments ago. As you sound the flute, your assistant will remotely activate the winch, causing the hemp rope to ascend. This is precisely why you amplify the volume of the audio during your performance. The winch emits a subtle noise while in operation. The reason you blow the flute is to captivate the audience's attention entirely upon yourself. When Lin Ye articulated this with conviction, the spectators displayed expressions of sudden realization. Yet, a portion of them still bore looks of confusion, while a flicker of barely perceptible panic crossed Jason's face. Do not speak recklessly. How can you be certain I utilized silk thread? If you have the ability, prove it by locating the thread you claim exists. Naturally, you would not leave the thread in plain sight. You must have removed it when you ascended. Lin Ye chuckled and shook his head. You may assert whatever you wish, but the crux lies in presenting evidence. Although Jason's demeanor appeared somewhat uneasy, he maintained relative composure. At that moment, a voice from the audience interjected. Then how did he vanish after going up? Indeed, even if he managed to send the rope upward, how did he disappear in such a brief span? Only to emerge from the direction of the bar's entrance? In response to the crowd's inquiries, Lin Ye chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he retrieved a slender rope from his pocket, stretching it taut between his hands, one end elevated above the other. After completing this action, he removed his watch and placed it upon the rope. The instant he released his grip, the watch swiftly slid from the higher point to the lower, demonstrating remarkable speed. Though he spoke not a word throughout, the spectators experienced another moment of epiphany upon witnessing this scene. So that is the mechanism at play. No wonder he vanished so suddenly. If that is the case, it all makes sense. As long as a steel cable is suspended above, he could swiftly glide to the bar's rooftop after climbing, then enter the bar through the rooftop door, ultimately taking the prearranged elevator directly to the first floor. I knew it. That explains how he could disappear and reappear so quickly. It must have been due to his rapid movements. I imagine he is sweating profusely now. With this explanation, I suddenly felt that the celestial cable was rather simplistic. However, wait, there were no electric motors in ancient times, nor could a cableway be constructed at such heights. How did the ancients achieve this? As the crowd exchanged thoughts, Jason on stage could no longer maintain his facade of calm, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to remain obstinate. After all that, where is your evidence? Where lies your proof? These are merely your conjectures. Upon hearing Jason's remark, Lin Ye abruptly turned to face him, his piercing gaze causing Jason to feel a chill. The evidence resides upon the bar's rooftop. Certainly, you would not allow me to ascend and observe. Yet that is of little consequence, for I have my own means. In the next instant, Lin Ye abruptly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. At the very moment the snap echoed, the sign atop the night demon bar and the grand lights on the rooftop extinguished simultaneously, plunging the entire establishment into darkness. This unexpected turn of events instantly threw everyone present into a state of disarray, with exclamations of surprise resonating throughout the bar. What has happened? Why did the lights go out all of a sudden? Has the bar experienced a power outage? Surely not, for the lights nearby still shine. It feels as though someone has pulled the main power switch. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, a smile crept across Lin Ye's face. Meanwhile, he silently commended. "Well done, Blake." At that moment, Blake, masquerading as an ordinary patron, seized the opportunity amidst the bar's darkness to indulge in the snacks and fruit platters of unsuspecting guests. As the patrons grappled with the sudden blackout, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the sky. Instantly, the previously bewildered crowd looked up, following the direction of the light. Beneath the inky night sky, aided by this illumination, some soon discerned a peculiar sight. Look, there seems to be a rope in the sky. Indeed, it appeared that one end of this rope extended towards the bar's rooftop. It seems the magician's earlier assertions were indeed truthful. His so-called celestial rope relied on this suspended line above the bar to perform his feats. No wonder the lights overhead were so bright. As long as the light source is sufficiently luminous, the area above it remains obscured. I understand now, I finally comprehend. At this very moment, the audience collectively grasped the nature of the so-called celestial rope. Meanwhile, Jason, standing on stage, was thoroughly flustered. Just then, Lin Ye, wielding a flashlight, extinguished it and commanded Blake to restore the bar's main power. In an instant, the lights of the night demon bar flickered back to life, illuminating the small square in front of the bar once more. I trust the astute among you have discerned the truth. What I wish to convey is that this is not a celestial rope at all. It is merely a fade crafted through modern technology. The true celestial rope is not fashioned in this manner. Lin Ye's assertion piqued the interest of those who had just felt they had unraveled the mystery of the celestial rope. Chapter 72. I can too the ancient illusion known as the immortal rope, though long lost to time, continues to manifest in various film and television productions across the Dragon Kingdom. Some scenic spots even offer performances related to it, and one can find magical props for sale on certain platforms. However, if one were to inquire about its specific principles, the average person would struggle to articulate a coherent explanation. Lin Ye's recent attempt at deciphering it led many to believe they had unraveled the secrets of the immortal rope. Yet his subsequent remarks hinted that the matter might not be as straightforward as it appeared. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly reached into his pocket and produced a book he had purchased from a vendor titled Compilation of Goose Illusions. Quite serendipitously, I too harbor a keen interest in the ancient illusions and traditional tricks of our Dragon Kingdom. This book fortuitously contains a detailed account of the remarkable immortal rope illusion. It is evident that this magician, Jason, has not truly grasped the essence of this ancient art. He has merely replicated its effects. Nonetheless, such imitation is indeed a rare feat, as most would struggle to conceive of his method. However, to assert that this is the immortal rope would be a misrepresentation. In my view, the true immortal rope should not rely on such fanciful mechanisms, and it is unlikely that ancient practitioners had access to electric devices or remote controls. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately resonated with Lin Ye's statement. Indeed, how could the true immortal rope be like this? There were no electric devices in ancient times. But what, then, is the principle behind the ancient immortal rope? Could it be that deities truly existed? At this juncture, Jason, whose ruse had been exposed, was consumed by indignation. He scoffed at the notion of the immortal rope being anything more than an exaggerated product of ancient imagination. A group of unsophisticated villagers, unaccustomed to modern education, often tend to attribute the incomprehensible to divine intervention. Even if there were no electric devices in antiquity, they must have employed other ingenious mechanisms. My immortal rope, and theirs merely differ in the tools utilized. After all that you have said, can you enlighten us on what the ancient immortal rope truly entails? In response to Jason's challenge, Lin Ye maintained his composure. Do not be hasty, Jason. I have yet to finish my explanation. After acquiring this book, I conducted meticulous research, and I must say that through my studies, I have indeed unraveled the mysteries of the immortal rope. Oomph. Anyone can boast. I have perused countless materials without reaching an understanding, yet you claim to have done so with just this one book? Jason retorted, a look of disbelief etched on his face. Magic often hinges upon a moment of inspiration. Perhaps I was fortunate enough to experience such a flash of insight at that moment. Of course, I understand that my words may not persuade you all. Therefore, I shall boldly demonstrate it for everyone. What do you think? As Lin Ye confidently addressed the eager crowd, the atmosphere erupted with excitement and anticipation. Wow, he is going to perform the immortal rope. Is it truly that thrilling? Could he genuinely possess the legendary divine rope? Observing his unwavering confidence, he must indeed wield some genuine skill. This promises to be intriguing. I am eager to witness the remarkable qualities of his divine rope. Splendid. The forthcoming spectacle is bound to be captivating. Amidst the expectant gazes, Lin Ye suddenly picked up the hat that Jason had previously placed on the ground. Jason, the magician, would you mind if I borrowed your hat? Upon hearing this, Jason, though reluctant, ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Rest assured, I shall return it to you shortly. With that, Lin Ye tossed Jason as hat high into the air. As the hat ascended, the crowd instinctively lifted their eyes toward the sky. Just as the hat began its descent, a slender, fair hand deftly caught it. When the spectators glanced down along the arm, an audible gasp resonated throughout the venue. Before their very eyes, Lin Ye, who had previously donned ordinary attire, was now resplendently clad in his performance outfit. A gentleman's suit, a top hat, a black cape, a bow tie, and a monocle, all harmoniously complementing his handsome visage. Jason, who had meticulously prepared himself, was suddenly overshadowed. Goodness, how did he change outfits? Someone exclaimed. I just glanced up at the hat, and he transformed his entire ensemble. What sorcery is this? Incredible. This instantaneous costume change eclipses even the divine rope. Wow, I had no idea this young man was so striking. Indeed, he was significantly more dashing than Jason, particularly clad in this attire. It was evident that everyone present was utterly captivated by Lin Ye's remarkable transformation, including Jason himself. At that moment, Lin Ye returned the hat to a bewildered Jason. Thank you. With a smile, he slowly removed his top hat and, mimicking Jason's earlier gesture, placed it on the stage floor. The audience instantly became alert, their focus entirely on the hat. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now present to you the true essence of the divine rope, showcasing the ancient magical arts passed down through generations. I urge you to sharpen your gaze and refrain from blinking. With this proclamation, Lin Ye stepped aside, and with a swift motion, he summoned a beautifully crafted and enigmatic cane into his hand. Holding the cane with the elegance of a true gentleman, he suddenly pointed it forcefully toward the hat, exclaiming, "Rise." At his command, a rope abruptly sprang forth from the hat that had been resting on the ground. Unlike Jason's slow ascent, the rope surged upward with remarkable swiftness, as if propelled by an invisible force. In mere moments, it reached a height exceeding 20 meters. One end tethered to the heavens, and the other connected to Lin Ye's hat on stage, standing perfectly vertical. The entire spectacle unfolded in just a second or two, and by the time the audience registered the event, the rope appeared as though it were anchored to the night sky. This extraordinary scene left everyone present in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. Yet, this was only the beginning. Once the rope was fully taut, Lin Ye gradually approached it. Ancient texts recount tales of extraordinary individuals who ascended to celestial realms using such divine ropes to pilfer heavenly peaches. Today, I shall emulate these ancient figures and procure some celestial fruits for my esteemed patrons. With that, he grasped the rope firmly and gave it a vigorous tug. When it remained steady, he began his ascent. Unlike Jason, who employed both hands and feet, Lin Ye required no assistance from his legs. With sheer arm strength, he ascended effortlessly. His movements were not only swifter, but also more graceful. Before long, he reached the pinnacle of the rope. To the astonishment of the spectators, the rope continued to extend upward. 20 meters, 40 meters, 60 meters. As the rope stretched further, Lin Ye climbed higher. Clad in black and under the cover of a cloudy night, his figure began to blur as he ascended, until he was completely obscured from the view of those below. At that moment, the audience's astonishment reached an unparalleled intensity. Suddenly, something began to fall from the sky. Drip, drip, drip. What began as scattered drops quickly transformed into a torrential downpour. But soon, someone realized something was amiss. Wait, this is not rain, it's wine. As this revelation spread, individuals began to taste the liquid that had landed on them, and a potent aroma of alcohol filled the air. The realization that what was cascading from the heavens was indeed wine left the crowd in utter shock. Chapter 73. The true immortal rope. A gentle rain of wine cascaded from the heavens, drawing every gaze upward as the crowd endeavored to discern Lin Ye's whereabouts. However, the sky betrayed no sign of him. Instead, a singular, straight rope ascended into the firmament. Goodness, he truly ascended into the sky. Could it be that he, like that previous magician, had orchestrated a rope in the heavens? That seemed implausible. The earlier magician had been summoned by the night demon bar, with all mechanisms meticulously arranged beforehand, while the latter performer had been a last-minute addition. How could he have prepared any devices? Indeed, the night demon magician hailed from the Black Rose Bar. If he had performed there, I could understand, but it was evident he had made no prior arrangements. Could it be that he had orchestrated a helicopter in the sky? Was it a helicopter that had hoisted him aloft? That too seemed far-fetched. The noise of a helicopter would surely be deafening. The rope had shot upward in an instant, and I sensed something was tugging at it from above. Moreover, what of the wine? Did he carry several bottles with him? It seemed to have the aroma of whiskey and brandy, quite exquisite in quality. As the crowd speculated how Lin Ye had ascended to such heights, a sudden exclamation broke out. Look, something seems to be falling from the sky. The audience quickly lifted their eyes, and indeed, objects were descending. The frequency and quantity of the falling items were remarkable. When the objects finally reached the ground, they were astonished to discover that they were candies, an abundance of sweets. There were chocolates as well. The revelation of the candy elicited both surprise and delight, as attendees eagerly began to gather the confectionery from the ground. The candy rain continued for a full half-minute, blanketing the earth in a light layer of sweets, all of which were soon collected by the enthusiastic patrons. At that moment, the sky began to shower something else. This time, it was a flurry of flower petals. A gentle breeze scattered the petals across the ground, creating an ambience of unparalleled romance beneath the night sky. The crowd erupted in cheers, with many capturing the spectacle on their phones. Standing at the edge of the stage, Yelena's eyes sparkled with astonishment. It seems I underestimated this young magician. After a moment of reflection, she turned her gaze to Jason. Jason, as a professional magician, can you discern how he accomplished this miraculous rope trick? Jason, momentarily lost in thought gazing at the sky, suddenly felt the weight of her question, and his expression shifted to one of uncertainty. He must have set up some mechanism in advance, or perhaps, like me, he arranged something in the sky, perhaps a drone or the like. Please hold on, Miss Ye. I shall investigate and ascertain the truth. Upon concluding his statement, Jason stepped into the center of the stage, under the watchful gaze of the audience. He grasped the rope and began to sway it back and forth. However, before he could sway it for long, the rope suddenly seemed to lose its tension and plummeted from the heavens. Alongside the rope descended a figure. As the spectators beheld this figure falling from the sky, gasps of astonishment erupted amongst them. Someone is falling. Quickly move aside. It's the magician who just performed. Hearing the crowd's cries, Jason hastily stepped aside. Just as he reached the edge of the stage, a heavy object crashed onto the floor. Bang! In truth, it was not merely a heavy object, but a man clad in a black suit. At that moment, the man lay face down on the ground, motionless. This horrifying scene instantly transformed the expressions of many spectators, their faces paling in shock. Jason's complexion, too, drained of color. His legs trembled, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. On one hand, he was filled with dread, realizing that had he delayed his escape by a mere moment, he would have been struck. On the other hand, a wave of terror washed over him, as he felt as if he had inadvertently taken a life. Meanwhile, the audience began to stir. An incident has occurred. The magician who just ascended has fallen to his demise. Falling from such a height must surely have killed him. It's all that man named Jason's fault. He was performing so splendidly, and then he went and disrupted the rope, leading to the magician's fatal fall. This surely amounts to premeditated murder. Hearing these accusations, Jason felt as though he might collapse. Yet, at that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if my previous performance, the divine rope, could be deemed successful and captivating. As these words were spoken, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. To their astonishment, Lin Ye stood less than 20 meters away, beaming with a smile. As he approached the stage, the onlookers instinctively parted to create a path for him. In no time, he returned to the stage. The first thing he did upon stepping back onto the platform was to retrieve his hat from the ground, dust it off, and place it back atop his head. After adjusting his hat, he walked over to Jason, who appeared as though he had just completed a marathon. Jason, the magician, you don't seem to be in the best of spirits. You didn't think that the one who fell from the sky was me, did you? By the way, I apologize if I startled anyone present, he said, bowing slightly with a flourish of his hat to the audience. This was merely an illusion, not a real person. Before the eyes of all present, he turned over the figure that had just fallen to the ground. Upon turning the figure over, the crowd was astonished to discover that it was merely a plastic mannequin, clad in attire identical to that of Lin Ye. As this realization dawned upon them, a collective sigh of relief swept through the audience, quickly followed by resounding applause. The atmosphere was electrified, filled with thunderous claps, as admiration shone in every gaze directed at Lin Ye. It was evident that his performance of the celestial rope had completely captivated them. In their eyes, Lin Ye's execution of the celestial rope surpassed Jason's by countless measures. His rendition was the true embodiment of the art. The applause resonated for over a minute, and as it gradually subsided, Lin Ye spoke once more. By the way, during my ascent to the heavens, I ventured into the celestial palace. In addition to pilfering some divine wine and sweets, I also managed to acquire a few celestial fruits for everyone to taste. Upon hearing this, curiosity surged among the attendees, as Lin Ye's hands were conspicuously empty, giving no indication that he possessed any celestial fruits. A female patron, standing close by, inquired with eager intrigue, "Where are the celestial fruits? Where have you hidden them?" The crowd echoed her curiosity, and Lin Ye responded with a smile. In the next moment, he approached Jason once again. "Magician Jason, may I borrow your hat once more?" Jason, still in a daze, had little energy to protest. With a deep sigh, he removed his top hat and handed it over. "Thank you." Lin Ye then returned to the forefront of the stage, turning the hat upside down in his left hand while retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket with his right. He even displayed the interior of the hat to the audience, ensuring them that he hadn't concealed anything within it beforehand. Once his demonstration concluded, he covered the hat with the handkerchief. Now was the moment to witness a miracle. As Lin Ye's voice faded, he swiftly yanked the handkerchief away. In an instant, an array of fruits, oranges, apples, bananas, grapes, kiwis, peaches, and plums materialized within the hat, transforming it into a veritable cornucopia. A chorus of gasps and cheers erupted once more in the venue. Chapter 74. Ancient Color Magic. The dragon appears on paper in front of the astonished crowd. Lin Ye conjured a fruit basket, a feat that, while not as breathtaking as the divine silk, nonetheless left the audience in awe. After all, he performed this marvel in plain sight, a quintessential close-up magic. Even Jason, who had been lost in thought, wore a face full of astonishment upon witnessing Lin Ye's skill. He could certainly execute such a trick with preparation, but it would require specialized props and precise coordination, something he could never achieve with the same effortless flair that Lin Ye displayed. He could not even fathom how Lin Ye accomplished this. At that moment, Yelena, standing nearby, interjected, "What is the principle behind this trick, Master Jason?" Jason, after pondering for a considerable time, replied with a forced bravado, I believe the mechanism must be in that handkerchief. Yes, it certainly lies within the handkerchief." "Is that so? Then surely, Master Jason, you could also perform this magic," Yelena remarked. "Absolutely," Jason responded without a moment's hesitation. Having just been overshadowed by Lin Ye's dazzling performance, he felt an urgent need to validate his worth. Otherwise, He feared Yelena might choose Lin Ye and discard him. He certainly did not wish to lose this lucrative position. After addressing her question, Jason's gaze shifted once more to Lin Ye, who, at that moment, could no longer maintain his earlier composure. His eyes were now filled with jealousy and animosity. To him, Lin Ye's brilliance only served to highlight his own inadequacies. He had originally envisioned himself as the star of the stage, yet now all the limelight had been seized by Lin Ye. Each of Lin Ye's actions felt like a slap to his face. Were it not for the law against murder, he would have been tempted to plunge a knife into Lin Ye. Just then, Lin Ye began tossing the fruits from his hat into the audience. Once all the fruits had been thrown, he returned to Jason's side, holding the hat. "Thank you for your hat, Master Jason," Lin Ye said as he handed it back. Yelena, standing beside Jason, posed a curious question. "Why did you use his hat? Don't you have one of your own?" Jason, too, felt a twinge of curiosity at this inquiry. "Ah, that is because Master Jason's hat possesses immense magical power," Lin Ye replied with a playful tone. "Is that truly the case?" Yelena asked, her face a portrait of skepticism. "Well, would you like to hear the truth?" "Yes, I would." Then leaning closer, "And I shall whisper it to you." Upon hearing this, Yelena eagerly leaned towards Lin Ye. He lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, "The real reason is that peaches and kiwis have fuzz. It's quite difficult to clean them off the hat, and I feared it would irritate my head. So I opted to use his." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Yelena was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, her mirth causing her to double over in delight. Not far behind, Jason observed Elena, smiling with such joy, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. As he placed his hat back upon his head, he suddenly felt an itch atop it. It was then that he realized the cause, but alas, it was too late. In a fit of anger, he removed his hat and approached Lin Ye. "Ah, you dare to toy with me. Although you have unmasked my magic, your performance has yet to unfold. If I expose your trick, we shall be at an impasse." Enraged, Jason resorted to childish tactics. Elena, upon hearing this, spoke sternly. "Enough, Jason the magician. According to our agreement, the wager has been lost. I, Elena, am gracious in defeat. This car now belongs to you, Knight Lin." With that, she produced the keys to the Panamera, preparing to hand them to Lin Ye. However, he did not extend his hand to accept them. "I believe Jason the magician makes a valid point. Our prior arrangement stipulated that each of us would perform a piece of magic. The divine rope trick just now was not my own. I merely replicated Jason's performance. I am more than willing to present another act. Furthermore, since I interrupted your bar's opening performance, I must indeed make amends." With that declaration, Lin Ye strode confidently to the center of the stage and casually retrieved a microphone from the MC. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, regardless of the bar you intended to visit tonight, you deserve an exquisite evening. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Knight Lin, the chief magician of the Black Rose Bar. I shall now take the stage of the Night Demon Bar to perform a magical display for you. If you find my performance captivating, I shall also be performing at the Black Rose Bar later on. I cordially invite you to attend. Of course, as the Black Rose Bar is an all-female establishment, the gentlemen present may also visit the Night Demon Bar to enjoy the performances prepared for you. I am confident that Miss Elena has orchestrated a splendid show." With a bow to the audience, Lin Ye's words incited applause and cheers once again. Among the crowd, Butterfly wore a perfect smile, while Elena cast an appreciative glance at Lin Ye. Only Jason seethed with resentment. When the applause subsided, Lin Ye continued, "In truth, the tricks and illusions bequeathed to us by our ancestors extend far beyond the divine rope trick performed by Jason. There exist many more wondrous illusions and tricks. Perhaps due to my own limitations, I have only managed to master a fraction of them. Today, I dare to present to you one of the many ancient magical feats, the dragon appearing on paper." At this announcement, the interest of the audience was immediately piqued. As the name suggests, drawing a dragon on paper refers to conjuring a dragon upon a blank sheet of paper. However, I must confess that I lack the artistic talent required for such a feat and am in need of an adept painter to assist me. I wonder if anyone present would be willing to come forth and create a drawing. As Lin Ye surveyed the crowd, a hand suddenly shot up from the throng. "Let me do it. I'm a tattoo artist." Upon closer inspection, Lin Ye recognized it was the enchanting tattoo artist from earlier. A tattoo artist surely possesses artistic skills. Thus, this lovely lady will suffice. Please come up to the stage, Lin Ye invited. Without hesitation, the tattoo artist gracefully ascended the stage. Meanwhile, Yelena eagerly interjected. Do you require paper and a pen? No need. I have them with me, Lin Ye replied, producing a sheet of paper and a pen from his pocket. You truly seem to have everything in that pocket. Is it customary for magicians to be so well prepared? Yelena chuckled. Indeed, if a magician were to be struck by a vehicle, they might well emerge from the collision with an entire department store. After sharing this jest, Lin Ye handed the paper and pen to the tattoo artist. He then turned his gaze back to the audience. Now, I would like to invite a member of the audience to suggest an animal for this talented lady to draw. Let us begin with this beautiful lady over here. Upon being pointed out, a girl standing less than 2 meters from the stage appeared utterly astonished. Me? Then I would like her to draw a cat. Very well. That shall be no problem, Lin Ye nodded, directing his attention to the tattoo artist. I entrust this to you. A minor task, she replied, and with that, she began to deftly sketch on the white paper. In less than a minute, she had elegantly outlined a small cat using minimal lines. Despite the simplicity, it was immediately apparent to all that the drawing depicted a cat, showcasing the girl's undeniable artistic prowess. I had not anticipated such remarkable skill from this artist. It appears that the success of my magic trick is poised to increase. With the drawing complete, Lin Ye declared, now, I invite everyone to watch closely as I bring this little cat to life. As he spoke, he took the drawing from the tattoo artist's hands and, before the astonished audience, abruptly produced a lighter and set the white paper ablaze. This unexpected spectacle left the crowd utterly bewildered. Chapter 75, Transformation into a Dragon. As the freshly painted artwork was ignited by Lin Ye's lighter, the onlookers were left bewildered, uncertain of his intentions and the connection between his actions and the dragon depicted on the paper. Just as the artwork was on the verge of being consumed by flames, a miraculeux spectacle unfolded. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the roaring flames began to twist and contort, gradually taking the shape of a small cat. This fiery feline, barely the size of a palm, was strikingly lifelike, resembling the one just sketched on the paper. Once the flame cat had fully formed, it leapt gently into Lin Ye's hand. The scene left the gathered crowd utterly speechless in astonishment. The tattooed beauty closest to him wore a look of sheer disbelief, as if she could scarcely comprehend the reality before her. At that moment, Lin Ye addressed the fiery cat in his hand, commanding, sit. Remarkably, the flame cat obediently sat down. Lie down, he instructed next, and the small creature complied once more. The inferno that danced in his palm seemed devoid of heat. This captivating display elicited spontaneous applause from the audience. In the next instant, Lin Ye clapped his hands together, causing the flame cat to vanish in an instant. When he spread his hands apart again, delicate flame butterflies emerged from his palms, fluttering briefly before dissipating into wisps of smoke. Once the butterflies had disappeared, Lin Ye turned his attention back to the tattooed beauty. It appeared she possessed the potential to become a sorceress herself. However, that was merely an appetizer. It was time to elevate the challenge. What other creatures would you like to see? He inquired. At his words, the enthusiastic audience erupted with suggestions of various animals. Lion, tiger, python, shark, dragon. Clearly, the crowd's opinions were not in harmony. Lin Ye then noticed the intricate design of a snake entwined with thorns on the lady's arm. Is that snake a tattoo you created yourself? He asked, curiosity evident in his gaze. Indeed, it is, she affirmed with a nod, her skills commendable. In that case, let us draw a snake on paper. Of course, the tattooed beauty readily agreed. In the next moment, she picked up a pen and deftly sketched a vividly depicted serpent on the blank sheet. Once she completed the drawing, she handed the paper to Lin Ye. With the memory of the earlier spectacle fresh in their minds, the audience began to anticipate his next move. True to their expectations, Lin Ye retrieved his lighter once more and ignited the paper before the captivated crowd. Before long, the A4 sheet was engulfed in fierce flames. As the paper burned halfway, he suddenly tossed it high into the air, and the spectators' gazes followed its trajectory with rapt attention. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The blazing flames abruptly transformed into a 1-meter-long serpentine dragon of fire. Once formed, the fiery serpent coiled around Lin Ye's arm. Yet the flame seemed devoid of any heat upon contact with his skin. This enchanting spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Jason, who had been closely observing Lin Ye, was equally taken aback, his face a canvas of shock and bewilderment as he pondered the nature of Lin Ye's remarkable feat. I had just overheard someone mention a dragon. Given the complexity of depicting such a creature and the precious nature of everyone's time, I decided not to trouble the beautiful lady with a dragon illustration this time. Legend has it that a snake can grow into a python into a boa into a flood dragon, and a flood dragon into a true dragon. Coincidentally, here lay a great serpent. Allow me to assist it in its transformation. As soon as Lin Ye's words fell, without waiting for the crowd to process the moment, he exhaled gently upon the fiery serpent in his grasp. In an instant, the serpent expanded and its form underwent a subtle transformation. He then blew a second breath upon it. Once more, the fiery serpent morphed, sprouting a singular horn atop its head. When Lin Ye released his third breath, the horn fell away, and the creature's body further evolved. It sprouted 4 legs and eagle talons from its belly, a majestic mane from its back, and a pair of bifurcated antlers atop its head. With its awe-inspiring appearance, it was unmistakably a fire dragon. At the moment the fire dragon manifested, the spectators could no longer contain their emotions. Wow, a dragon. Incredible. This is utterly astonishing. How could this even be possible? They exclaimed in excitement, their astonishment palpable. Today, I've truly witnessed something remarkable. The crowd buzzed with a chorus of amazement as the spectacle unfolded before them. This is no mere illusion. This is an ancient art passed down from our ancestors, a form of magical artistry, someone remarked, recognizing the true mastery of the magician. The atmosphere was charged with exclamations of wonder, as if only such utterances could encapsulate their feelings. Meanwhile, Jason too felt an urge to shout in astonishment, yet he restrained himself. How had Lin Ye accomplished this? Why could he not discern the secret? Was it truly an ancient art learned from a forgotten tome? No, that seemed implausible. Such knowledge should have long since faded into obscurity. The thought gnawed at him, a mix of envy and helplessness washing over him. Though the performance had not yet reached its conclusion, he sensed his defeat. He could not even articulate the principles behind Lin Ye's magic, finding himself no different from the audience captivated by the spectacle. Just then, after guiding the fire dragon in a graceful circle around the stage, Lin Ye suddenly opened his mouth. In the next heartbeat, amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, the fire dragon dove into his mouth. Once the dragon had fully immersed itself, he exhaled a plume of azure smoke. Having completed this act, he slowly removed his hat and bowed to the audience present. Thank you. Thank you all. My paper dragon performance has concluded. I appreciate your attention. I'm also immensely grateful for the assistance of this lovely lady. May you all enjoy a delightful evening. As his words faded, the venue erupted once more into fervent applause, a cacophony that drove Jason to the brink of envy. Amidst the enthusiastic clapping, Lin Ye turned and approached Jason. Magician Jason, my performance has come to an end. Might you now unveil the secret behind this illusion to the audience? Observing Lin Ye engaged Jason in conversation. The crowd instinctively ceased their applause, their gazes shifting towards Jason. Under the weight of their collective stares, Jason's expression shifted dramatically. After stammering for an extended moment, he was unable to utter a single word, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Witnessing this, the audience quickly realized that Jason was utterly a loss for words, prompting a chorus of jeers to erupt. This left Jason feeling as though he had been struck repeatedly. Just as the atmosphere became palpably uncomfortable, Yelena stepped forward. Clapping her hands, she exclaimed, "Marvelous! Simply marvelous! The performances of both magicians have truly broadened my horizons. It appears I have lost this wager, and in accordance with our prior agreement, I shall gift my car to magician Lin Ye. Additionally, as a token of gratitude for tonight's splendid show, I shall present magician Lin Ye with a permanent black gold card for the Night Demon Bar. And I have decided to offer an additional 30% discount on top of tonight's original discount." After delivering her remarks, Yelena applauded once more. I wish everyone a joyous evening. So let the music play on and the dancing continue. Just as she concluded her applause, the band that had just left the stage returned, accompanied by a troupe of young women resembling a girl group, stepping lively from within the Night Demon Bar. In an instant, the atmosphere reignited with excitement. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone's attention was captivated by the performance, Jason discreetly slipped away from the stage. As Yelena descended the stage, she intended to hand over the car keys to Lin Ye. However, to her surprise, Lin Ye declined her offer. "I'm sorry, Ms. Ye, but I do not possess a driver's license." Upon hearing this, Yelena burst into laughter. Chapter 76, 2 million in hand, restoration technique indeed. Lin Ye did not possess a driving license, having only turned 18 in August, which left him with no time to acquire one. Although Yelena had gifted him a car, it was of little use to him. Thus, he promptly devised a compromise. "Perhaps you could simply give me the money instead? The car holds little utility for me, whereas cash would be far more practical." Upon hearing his proposition, Yelena pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. I shall convert the total price of the car into cash for you. However, I have one condition. You must perform at our Night Demon Bar every week. Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. The performance fee is set at 5,000 per night, with additional bonuses. What do you think?" As Lin Ye hesitated, a voice interjected from beside him. "I see no issue with that." Turning to the source of the voice, Lin Ye was surprised to find Hu Dai standing at his side. "If she is willing to offer you money, why not accept it? It would be foolish not to." "I've already agreed on your behalf," Hu Dai declared, stepping forward to face Yelena. Despite her shorter stature compared to Yelena, she exuded an undeniable presence. The two women locked eyes, and Lin Ye, sensing the tension, quickly spoke up. "Since my boss has consented, I must humbly comply." "Excellent. I did not expect Boss Hu to be so generous. I must thank you," Yelena replied with a warm smile. "No need for thanks. Your salary is indeed higher than mine," Hu Dai responded, her smile unwavering. "Lin Ye, please provide your bank account number to Ms. Ye. She will transfer the funds to your account." Nodding in agreement, Lin Ye promptly shared his bank account number with Yelena. After receiving the details, she immediately dialed a number. "I will send you an account number. Please transfer 220,000 to us shortly." With that, she swiftly ended the call. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Ye felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered a transfer notification. The sight of the long string of zeros sent a thrill through him. Although Song Bauer had previously gifted him 5 million, that sum resided in her account. This 220,000 was undeniably in his own bank account, a profoundly different sensation. How effortlessly wealth could flow into his hands. At this moment, he couldn't help but reflect on the ease with which money could be obtained. Yet, he was resolute in his belief that he would earn even more in the future. Regaining his composure, he turned his gaze toward the display booth beside the stage. "Ms. Ye, is the reward for the rock-paper-scissors game still valid? I shall forego the car, but might I request a mobile phone instead?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yelena nodded. "Of course. You may retrieve it at your convenience." "Thank you very much." Lin Ye replied gratefully. After speaking, Lin Ye walked directly to the display stand and picked up a brand new, unopened Fruit 16. In front of Yelena, Lin Ye presented this Fruit 16 to Hu Dai. "Sister, this is for you. I just promised you." Upon receiving the phone, Hu Dai's face lit up with a genuine smile, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. "Thank you, brother." As she spoke, she couldn't resist throwing a provocative glance at Yelena. "And thank you, President Ye. Your generosity today has been truly remarkable. I wish you abundant wealth." "Chang'e Ye, let's head back. We should perform well for President Ye in the future, especially since he has gifted us such a magnificent present today." While speaking, Hu Dai linked her arm with Lin Ye's and walked toward the Black Rose Bar. Watching their retreating figures, Yelena felt a surge of anger. "Oomph. I will eventually win him over. There is nothing I, Yelena, have ever desired that I could not obtain. I possess ample strength and means. Shall you please help me gather information on that Yelin?" "Understood, President Ye." Perhaps it was due to Lin Ye's spectacular performance at the Night Demon Bar moments ago. Or perhaps because of his eloquent words on stage, but the once quiet Black Rose Bar was now bustling with patrons, far exceeding the usual crowd. When Lin Ye and Hu Dai returned to the bar, They were taken aback by the sheer number of people. Where did all these people come from? Yo-Yo, what's going on? Yo-Yo, balancing 4 large glasses of beer, immediately flashed a weary smile. I have no idea, sister. A huge wave of people just surged in all of a sudden. I can't chat now. I'm swamped. After answering, Yo-Yo hurriedly moved toward a booth with her drinks. She wasn't alone. The other staff members were equally busy, darting about like spinning tops. It seems your recent performance attracted these patrons. They're likely here for you. After glancing at the crowd, Hudai turned to Lin Ye. That must be the case. In that situation, I cannot disappoint them. I will head to the backstage to prepare. Go ahead. You must be tired from earlier. Tonight, perform a little less. You can clock out at 1:30. Thank you. Sister, I'll head there now. With that, Lin Ye swiftly made his way to the back of the bar. Since everyone in the bar was occupied, he found himself alone in the workspace. Upon entering, he did not immediately begin preparations. Instead, he casually opened the system interface. He felt a surge of magical energy within him, indicating that it was past midnight. The time on his watch confirmed this. Once the clock struck 12, the daily sign-in rewards, the mysterious shop, and the daily tasks should have refreshed. Upon locating the daily sign-in interface, Lin Ye gently tapped the 5th gift, causing the previously flickering package to dim and transform into a beam of white light that entered his system bag. A chime echoed, "Sign in successful. Today's reward has been dispatched to your system bag. Please check it at your convenience." Finding the gift, Lin Ye willed it into his hand, and before he could even touch it, the package morphed into a radiant white light, ultimately coalescing into a book. As he beheld the cover, a flicker of curiosity sparkled in his eyes. Repair spell? What kind of magic is this? As his intrigue grew, a relevant description materialized in his mind. Repair spell. Level 0 attribute-less spell utilizes magical energy to physically mend damaged items. The magical consumption varies depending on the size and intricacy of the item being repaired, and it can be upgraded. So, this is how it is. Another spell devoid of combat prowess, and its effects hardly appeared spectacular. However, what did physical repair truly entail? Could it mend any form of physical damage? He was eager to discover just how formidable this spell truly was. With a sense of anticipation, he opened the book. In an instant, the entire volume transformed into a luminous sphere and entered his consciousness. An influx of memories related to the repair spell surged within him. In these recollections, he became a master of the repair spell, able to restore any broken object to its original state with a mere flick of his wand. Weapons, armor, clothing, furniture, no matter how severely damaged, he could mend them. Even human wounds, lacerations, and severed limbs could be healed. The only caveat was that no parts could be missing. For instance, to repair a broken item, the fractured or damaged portion must be nearby. After all, it could not conjure material out of thin air. For example, it could not restore a halved watermelon into a whole one, nor could it turn a ripped banknote back into 2 intact notes. If it could, Lin Ye would effortlessly amass wealth, spending his days tearing and mending money without a care in the world. Additionally, the spell bore one flaw. The more intricate the item, the longer the repair would take. For example, the human body is complex in its composition, requiring significant time and magical energy to heal. Nevertheless, as Lin Ye comprehended the capabilities and functions of the repair spell, he felt a thrill of excitement. To test the potency of this spell, he casually took a piece of tissue paper and shredded it to bits. Subsequently, he cast the repair spell upon the remnants. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded before our eyes. The shredded tissue paper, under the influence of an extraordinary force, swiftly came together, ultimately adhering to form a complete sheet, with even the creases smoothed out. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Ye could not help but have his eyes light up. This spell is simply perfect for performing magic tricks. Chapter 77. Encounter with the Flying Cloak. The restoration spell was remarkably weak, lacking any semblance of combat prowess. Yet, paradoxically, it possessed the formidable ability to reinstate a completely damaged item to its original state. Even Lin Ye felt that it ought not to be classified merely as a 0-tier spell. After the initial excitement, his attention shifted to the enigmatic shop. As anticipated, the shop had updated with only 3 items today, 2 at standard prices and 1 on sale. Magical Pet, Green Dragon, upon use. This item allows you to summon an adult green dragon as your magical companion. As a magical creature, the green dragon possesses exceptional magical aptitude, being a natural-born sorcerer. Besides serving as a combat aid, it also makes for an excellent steed. Price: 9 million magical coins. Clearly, the first item was beyond Lin Ye's financial reach. While riding a dragon would indeed be exhilarating, it was simply unaffordable. However, the second item, at regular price, piqued his interest. Magical item, Enhanced Flying Cloak, crafted by a master alchemist. This advanced magical artifact is an upgraded version of the Flying Cloak. It is imbued with a Tier 3 spell, Flight, alongside a Tier 2 spell, Invisibility, Tier 3 spell, Damage Immunity, and a Tier 1 spell, Illusionary Transformation. Price: 20,000 magical coins. Upon first sight of this item, he mistakenly believed it to be the Flying Cloak previously available in the mysterious shop. However, after reading the description, he realized it was not the same cloak that had been priced at 1,000 coins, but rather its upgraded variant. Not only did it offer enhanced functionalities, but its price also surged 20-fold. If converted to real-world currency, this magical artifact would cost an astonishing 2 million. Nevertheless, upon encountering this item, Lin Ye felt a powerful urge to acquire it. Setting aside all else, the mere ability to fly justified the price. Most individuals would undoubtedly prefer to spend 2 million on the ability to soar through the skies rather than on a luxury sports car, and Lin Ye was no exception. Moreover, it boasted additional abilities, such as invisibility, an asset even more valuable than flight. Having recently won 2 million from Yelena, he was well positioned to purchase this item. It seemed fate had decreed that it was meant for him. At that moment, Lin Ye had made up his mind. However, it was clearly not the right time, as a third item awaited below. Sale item: Skill Scroll, Steel, a magical scroll crafted by a Grand Sorcerer. It encapsulates an 8th tier spell, Steel. Upon using this scroll, one can pilfer a single ability from a chosen target. This item can only be used 3 times. Price: 500 magical coins. Upon seeing this item, Lin Ye's brow furrowed in discontent. Previous sale items had been potent magical tools, but this time it was merely a scroll with limited uses. This inevitably led to a sense of disappointment. Although the scroll contained the might of an 8th tier spell, it seemed somewhat lackluster, particularly in the context of the real world. In a realm where everyone was ordinary, what abilities could he possibly steal? Perhaps someone's proficiency in advanced mathematics? One must admit, should I fail my examinations in the future, I could perhaps pilfer the mathematical prowess of my higher mathematics instructor, thus freeing myself from the burdens of study. Yet, such an endeavor feels somewhat unjust, for those 500 magical coins equate to a staggering 50,000 yuan, a hefty price for such an ability. Perhaps I shall resort to this thievery only for the subject in which I falter. Speaking of which, I have finally found 2 items within my reach. After a moment of reflection, Lin Ye closed the mysterious shop and shifted his attention to the daily tasks. The daily tasks were equally peculiar. Daily task: as an apprentice mage, one must not only master formidable spells, but also cultivate vast knowledge and exceptional artistic skills. Please learn and grasp an art form within a single day. Completion reward: 300 magical coins, special skill, noble etiquette. As he read the task details, a glimmer of confusion flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. Must a mage truly delve into the realm of art? To expect me to master an art form in a day? Surely this is an attempt to vex me. Where might I find the artistic inclination? As he lamented, he recalled his lack of musical talent, his abysmal aesthetic sense in painting, and his utter lack of exposure to other art forms. His poverty and a distinct lack of innate talent, much like the majority of the ordinary populace, confined him to merely observing his classmates and friends flaunting their abilities at various gatherings and public events. Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, the thought of the thieving scroll returned to him. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Tomorrow evening would herald the school's welcoming gala, where a plethora of professional performers would abound, providing ample opportunity to appropriate a skill from one of them. Truly, there exists a path even in the direst of circumstances. With this thought, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. Casually dismissing the system interface, He approached the dressing mirror to straighten his attire before venturing out of the workshop. As he pushed open the grand door, the pulsating rhythms of lively music enveloped him, accompanied by the fervent cheers of the MC. Next, let us welcome from another realm, the chief magician of the Black Rose Tavern, the illustrious Yellen. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ye recognized that it was his moment to shine. With a confident demeanor, he strode towards the stage. As he ascended, the tavern erupted into cheers and applause, every face alight with excitement and fervor. Following tradition, Lin Ye greeted the audience with a courteous bow. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am immensely grateful for your warm support. In return, I offer you the most splendid performance and my utmost sincerity. Having just executed 2 grand magical displays outside, my magical energy has been somewhat depleted, thus I will now present to you a series of simpler, yet equally captivating spells. His words are not falsehoods, but rather the truth. The recent casting of consecutive spells had indeed drained a significant portion of his magical energy, and he had yet to recover much. Today, the first illusion I intend to perform is titled Restoration of the Broken Mirror. Here, I would like to inquire if anyone among you understands the meaning of this phrase. As soon as Lin Ye posed the question, a young girl eagerly raised her hand. I know. Restoration of the broken mirror refers to the reunion of a separated couple. The young lady was indeed correct. That is the implied meaning. However, it is crucial to note that this is merely a metaphor. In reality, when a mirror shatters, it cannot be restored to its original form, even if one attempts to piece the fragments back together. This principle applies not only to mirrors, but to other objects as well. I wonder if you all agree with my assertion. The audience nodded in agreement. Just then, Lin Ye abruptly shifted his tone. But I am different. As a magician, I possess the power of magic, which enables me to restore those shattered items. Please do not misunderstand. If you are experiencing difficulties in your romantic relationships, I am unable to mend those. This remark elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. Now, to return to the matter at hand, I would like to request that those present provide me with several items to serve as props for my magic performance. The only requirement is that these items must be intact, yet capable of being broken. Anything will suffice. No sooner had he finished speaking than the audience eagerly began to produce various items, and soon Lin Ye found himself surrounded by a plethora of offerings. Chapter 78. The Broken Mirror Repaired. A marvelous restoration technique confronted with an array of items strewn across the table. Lin Ye meticulously sifted through them before ultimately selecting 5. A small makeup mirror, a notebook, an apple, a folding umbrella, and a piece of clothing. After extracting these 5 items, he returned the remainder to the onlookers present, who were now filled with curiosity about Lin Ye's intentions. Under the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, Lin Ye raised the small mirror and declared, I must preface this by stating that I may violently destroy these items shortly. If you feel sentiment for them, now is your chance to reconsider. His gaze shifted towards those who had provided the props, none of whom displayed any regret. Excellent. It appears everyone places considerable trust in me. With that, let our performance commence. As his words faded, he produced his trusty companion, a large handkerchief he had tucked in his pocket. He spread the handkerchief over the area before him, and with a swift tug, a small round table materialized before the audience. Once the table appeared, he retrieved a hammer from behind him, wrapping the small makeup mirror in the handkerchief. He placed it on the table and, before the spectators could react, brought the hammer down with force. Instantly, the sound of shattering filled the air as the once intact mirror, along with its plastic components, was reduced to mere fragments, at least several hundred pieces scattered about. The audience anticipated the spectacle to conclude there. However, upon glancing at the remnants, Lin Ye displayed a look of dissatisfaction. It's still not shattered enough. It requires another strike. He then rewrapped the mirror in the handkerchief and, with another vigorous swing of the hammer, struck again. When he unveiled the handkerchief once more, the mirror was nearly reduced to powder. Observing the pitiful state of her mirror, its owner felt a pang of sorrow, prompting her to voice her concern. Master Lin Ye, are you certain you can restore it to its original form? Upon hearing her question, curiosity rippled through the other patrons in the bar. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to smash it so recklessly. Should this mirror hold special significance for you, I would be unable to compensate for the loss. He continued, well, It appears sufficiently shattered now. The time has come to witness a miracle. However, as you're the owner of this mirror, I shall need to draw upon a fragment of your power, so please join me on stage. At Lin Ye's request, the girl who had provided the mirror hurriedly ascended the stage. Lin Ye casually draped the handkerchief over the mirror once more. Now follow my lead. When I count to 3, you will blow gently towards the position of the mirror. Okay, the girl replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. 1, 2, 3. Upon uttering the final number, she silently cast a restoration spell towards the concealed mirror while simultaneously blowing towards the handkerchief. After completing her task, she turned her gaze back to Lin Ye. As night fell, the magician inquired, "Is it ready now?" "Yes," Lin Ye nodded. "You may now lift the cloth and see if your mirror has been restored." The girl, upon hearing this, eagerly unveiled the cloth. At that moment, a pristine little makeup mirror lay quietly upon it. Witnessing this scene, the girl could not suppress her astonishment. "Oh, it has truly been repaired. How marvelous. Pick it up and check if it's still yours, lest you accuse me of swapping it," Lin Ye remarked. Hearing his words, the girl hurriedly took the mirror and examined it closely. Before long, she nodded affirmatively. "It is indeed mine. The stickers I had previously placed are still there." As she spoke, the onlookers cast incredulous glances at one another. "Is it truly that miraculous? I distinctly saw him shatter that mirror to pieces." "I saw it too. It was utterly destroyed, yet somehow it has returned to its former glory. Goodness, I have come here every day, and the magician Lin Ye never fails to astonish me. Today is no exception. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a thing could occur." Praise erupted from the crowd. At that moment, Lin Ye picked up another item, the second notebook. As he grasped it, his gaze turned towards its owner. "Excuse me, miss. Does this notebook contain anything of significance?" The girl who provided the notebook smiled gently. "Nothing much, just records of daily life with my ex-boyfriend. We have amicably parted ways, and I thought this would no longer be of use. Even if you damage it, it would not matter." "I see. Thus, it is not an ordinary notebook, but rather one that harbors memories. Regrettably, I cannot mend emotions. This item is rather special and may require a unique means of destruction. Why don't you do it yourself?" "I shall prepare something. Please wait a moment." With that, Lin Ye made his way towards the restroom. Upon his return, he was carrying a basin filled with clear water. Setting it down on the table, he addressed the girl, "You shall tear apart your own memories and cast them into this basin, allowing the water to wash everything away. From this moment forth, you shall have a fresh beginning." "All right, I will," she replied, nodding. With the notebook in hand, she approached the basin, took a deep breath, and began to tear the pages out one by one, discarding each into the basin. Before long, the entire notebook was in shreds, and she did not hesitate to rend the pieces even further. Tears streamed down her face as she tore, revealing that her heart was not as tranquil as her exterior suggested. It was only when she had torn an entire notebook into shreds and soaked it into a pulpy mass that her tumultuous emotions finally subsided. After wiping away her tears, a smile once again graced her face. "Thank you, Nightfall Magician. I suddenly feel much better now. You may feel at ease, but my task has become somewhat daunting." "It's nearly turned to pulp," Lin Ye remarked, gazing at the remnants of the notebook in the basin with a wry smile. "Well, it doesn't really matter. If it can't be restored, that's fine. I've already let it go," the girl replied with a smile. "Indeed, it does seem quite challenging," other patrons chimed in, observing the notebook's near-pulp state in the basin. "Perhaps we should just give up. This is akin to a factory reset." "A factory reset is not this tragic, is it? TSK, TSK, TSK. If this could be restored, I would drink 2 glasses of wine upside down today. While I have great faith in the Nightfall Magician's abilities, this does indeed appear rather formidable. This is perhaps even more challenging than repairing an aircraft carrier. Though it may be difficult, I shall give it a try. If I succeed in the restoration, I kindly ask for a round of applause." After uttering these words, Lin Ye once again retrieved the square cloth and placed it over the basin. "All right, as per our usual practice, you are its owner. When I count to 3, you shall blow a breath upon it. Understood?" The girl who provided the notebook nodded affirmatively. 1, 2, 3. As Lin Ye's voice fell, the girl blew gently towards the basin. Meanwhile, Lin Ye discreetly invoked the restoration spell. You may open it and take a look now. Hearing Lin Ye's words, the girl, albeit a bit apprehensive, extended her hand and, in the next moment, unveiled the cloth covering the basin before the eyes of all present. At the instant the cloth was lifted, the bar erupted in gasps of astonishment. There, nestled within the basin, lay a perfectly intact notebook. To be precise, it was not entirely unmarred, as it was still soaking in water. While the crowd remained in stunned silence, a hand swiftly retrieved it from the basin, and that hand belonged to none other than Lin Ye. Chapter 79. The restoration. As the notebook appeared unscathed within the basin, the patrons of the bar were momentarily transfixed, their expressions shifting to one of sheer incredulity. The girl, the rightful owner of the notebook, mirrored their astonishment as she gazed at the object in Lin Ye's hands. It was at this juncture that Lin Ye, with a sudden smile, began to speak. If you truly wish to forget a memory, you should not bury it, but confront it. Years from now, when you inadvertently stumble upon this notebook and merely smile at it with tranquility, that will be the moment you have genuinely let go. You have only torn a notebook, not the memories of the past. Take it back. As he spoke, Lin Ye returned the notebook to the girl. She examined it closely before nodding solemnly and placing it back in her bag. In an instant, the bar erupted into thunderous applause, the audience once again astounded by the miracle they had just witnessed. The words incredible seemed to lose their meaning. As the clapping gradually diminished, Lin Ye slowly raised his hands to signal the crowd. All right, now we shall elevate the challenge. I urge everyone to keep their eyes wide open. With that, he gently picked up an apple from the table. As you can see, I am holding a perfectly ordinary apple, correct? The crowd nodded in agreement. To ensure that no one suspects I might switch this apple, I will mark it. With that, Lin Ye produced a marker from seemingly nowhere and inscribed the number 8 on the apple. Once completed, he retrieved a fruit knife from his sleeve and, before the eyes of all present, sliced the apple into 8 pieces. Just when the audience thought this was the end, he unexpectedly took one of the pieces and, in full view, popped it into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Quite delightful indeed. Let me have another piece. He then consumed a second piece, followed by a third, fourth, fifth, up to the 7th piece. Finally, only a small fragment of the apple remained on the table. At this sight, the audience could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Wait, how could you eat all of that? Someone exclaimed. Indeed, there is only this tiny bit left. It's inconceivable that you could restore it. The rest is in your stomach. How can it possibly be returned? If you achieve this, I shall drink 4 cups upside down. It appears that many of you are skeptical of my abilities, and rightly so. After all, how could anything consumed be reconstituted? Yet, magic is meant to conjure miracles, Lin Ye declared confidently from a stage. So, are you all ready to witness yet another marvel? As Lin Ye uttered those words, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, with everyone present instantly sharpening their focus upon him, their eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, Lin Ye unexpectedly tossed the last piece of apple in his mouth. After a couple of chews, a swallowing motion manifested in his throat, leaving the crowd utterly bewildered. Before they could fully grasp the situation, he suddenly produced the handkerchief he had just used to cover his mouth and feigned a gagging motion. When he turned back to face them, he removed the handkerchief, revealing a pristine apple nestled within, marked boldly with the number 8 in marker. As Lin Ye triumphantly held the numbered apple aloft, the bar erupted in astonishment once more. Heavens! He truly restored it. How could this be possible? What absurdity is this? Is it scientific? Is it rational? No. The very things that have been crushed and swallowed could be restored. What else in this world could he not bring back? Perhaps he had simply switched apples, for the one he had just mangled was indeed in pieces. If this were true, he could single-handedly run a fruit shop, cutting one half and keeping the other, never running out of stock. At that moment, all that remained among the crowd was sheer astonishment. It seems my magic is quite formidable, Lin Ye thought to himself as he casually retrieved the fruit knife and began peeling the apple in his hand. With meticulous precision, he stripped the skin away, leaving it intact in a single long strip. Holding the apple skin in his left hand and the neatly peeled apple in his right, he called out, "Does anyone wish to have some apple?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than numerous hands shot up in response. After scanning the eager faces, Lin Ye pointed at a girl with short hair. "You, Prepare yourself. I am about to toss the apple to you. Hearing this, the girl nodded enthusiastically. In the next moment, Lin Ye threw something in her direction, and the collective gaze of the crowd instinctively followed the trajectory. Yet when the girl caught the object, she was astonished to find it was not an apple, but a pear. Staring at the pear in her hands, she was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's voice rang out once more from the stage. My apologies, I threw the wrong one. This is the one meant for you. The audience turned their attention back to Lin Ye, and in an instant, they beheld the flawless apple in his right hand, the skin having miraculously reformed, along with the number 8 intact. Subsequently, without hesitation, Lin Ye hurled the apple towards the girl. After instinctively reaching out to catch the apple, the short-haired girl immediately began to examine it meticulously. Upon her inspection, she discovered that the apple remained exactly as it had been before. There were no signs of peeling, not even a single cut. Faced with such an astonishing outcome, the short-haired girl could not help but express her amazement. Like her, the audience present had been completely captivated by Lin Ye's extraordinary performance. After their initial astonishment, they began to shout in unison, "Do it again! Do it again! We want to see more! Don't stop!" Responding to their enthusiastic calls, Lin Ye did not hesitate, turning to stride back to the center of the stage. At this moment, only 2 props remained, a folding umbrella and a piece of clothing. Much like the previous 3 items, these final props were subjected to various forms of destruction by Lin Ye, only to be miraculously restored to their original state. Throughout the entire process, the audience's gasps and cheers never ceased. When he returned the last piece of clothing to its rightful owner, he bowed to the audience, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, beautiful ladies, and thank you all for enjoying my magic. This concludes tonight's performance. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. We shall meet again tomorrow night, where I will present an even more splendid show. Having said this, he prepared to exit, while the crowd displayed expressions of lingering anticipation. However, at that moment, an unexpected commotion erupted from the direction of the bar's entrance, accompanied by shouts, curses, and cries of distress. Upon hearing this, the audience instinctively turned their gaze toward the bar's entrance. In an instant, they beheld a group of 7 or 8 drunken men engaged in a confrontation with several bar staff. This sudden turn of events instantly captured the attention of everyone present, including Lin Ye. Chapter 80. When given the chance, you prove ineffectual. Isn't this a bar? Why are we not allowed to enter? One man protested. This is a place for drinking, isn't it? Do you think we lack money? Let me assure you, I possess ample funds. Now, allow me to enter immediately. At the entrance of the Black Rose Bar, a group of men in their 20s or 30s, clad in tailored suits and reeking of alcohol, raised their voices in protest. A waitress from the bar, her demeanor calm and courteous, attempted to explain, I apologize, gentlemen, but the Black Rose Bar is exclusively open to female patrons. Only admitting women? What a farce. I don't believe your nonsense. You must think I'm broke, right? Allow me to enlighten you. I have more than enough money. As he spoke, the leader of the group, dressed in a gray suit, unfastened his coat and produced a thick wad of cash. Do you see this? Let me in at once. I wish to drink. After his declaration, one of his companions chimed in with a smirk. So it's an all-female bar, is it? That sounds splendid, just women inside. Do you have any hostesses available? Hurry and bring a couple over. Isn't that how you profit? His statement was met with raucous laughter from his companions. After the laughter subsided, they forcefully attempted to push their way inside. The female servers were powerless to stop them, and the women present hurriedly stepped aside, fearful of becoming collateral damage. However, just as they were about to breach the threshold, a figure stepped into their path. Gentlemen, I advise you to leave at once, or I shall have no choice but to eject you. Upon hearing this voice, the men, who had been determined to enter, looked up. They were met by the sight of Lin Ye, impeccably dressed in a black gentleman's suit, standing less than a meter away. The sight of him momentarily stunned them. Isn't that a man? What do you mean by an all-female bar? One of them questioned. If a man can enter, why can't we? Is it because he is handsome? Or does he merely appear to be a man? Perhaps he is a homosexual. Haha. As they continued to jest, Lin Ye simply smiled, shaking his head slowly. He then removed his top hat and monocle, handing them to a nearby female patron. Would you kindly hold these for me? Thank you. Seeing this gesture, The inebriated men began to scrutinize him. "What's this? You, a pretty boy, intend to confront us? You have quite the audacity, trying to show off in front of these women, don't you? Look at your slender arms and legs. You wish to spar with us? Cool, me. Let us see what you've got." As he spoke, one particularly burly man removed his suit jacket, revealing a muscular physique. As he executed a bicep curl, his biceps immediately surged into a prominent peak. "Come on, pretty boy. Let us see if your thighs are as thick as my arms," he taunted, a cold smirk adorning Lin Ye's face. Just as he was poised to deliver an unforgettable lesson to his opponent, a delicate hand rested upon his shoulder. "Chang'e, do not act impulsively. Allow me to handle this." He turned to find the graceful Hu Dai, clad in a form-fitting qipao, standing beside him, subtly indicating her protective intent. Her charming face was etched with frost, her gaze as frigid as ice. In the next moment, she addressed the unruly group with a chilling tone. "Do you even comprehend where you are? To dare cause a ruckus here is utterly foolish." Upon hearing her words, the drunken men remained unfazed. "What does it matter where we are? It's just a bar. Bars are meant for drinking, and we are merely enjoying ourselves, which is hardly illegal. This beautiful lady is rather striking. Why not join us for a drink later?" As he spoke, a burly man with a muscular physique reached out towards Hu Dai, attempting to pull her into an embrace. However, before his hand could grasp her, a slender, pale hand seized his wrist. Before the towering man could react, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from his wrist. In that moment, it seemed as if his wrist might shatter, the intense pain provoking him to cry out. No sooner had he uttered a couple of cries than another hand clutched his neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Cough, gasp, struggling for breath. He finally discerned the appearance of the hand's owner. "You seem to enjoy working out, but regrettably, you've trained your muscles into your brain." Clad in a gentleman's suit, the seemingly slender Lin Ye firmly grasped the burly man's neck, hoisting him high above his head. The hefty man, weighing at least 200 pounds, felt as light as a feather in Lin Ye's grasp. The scene astonished all present. The expressions of the female patrons in the bar and the burly man's companions were filled with disbelief. They could not fathom where the slender Lin Ye derived such immense strength. Even Hu Dai, standing beside him, wore an expression of surprise. The man being lifted turned a deep shade of crimson, unable to utter a single word. Observing his predicament, Lin Ye slowly released his grip, allowing him to fall to the ground. Once freed, the man collapsed, gasping for air and intermittently coughing violently. After regaining his composure, perhaps embarrassed by the humiliation, he bellowed to his companions, "Damn it! Someone teach this pretty boy a lesson. I'll take the blame if anything goes awry." Upon the utterance of his statement, his companions immediately set upon Lin Ye, who, undaunted, transformed into a dapper enforcer. Engaging 7 adversaries single-handedly, he dispatched them with a flurry of punches and kicks, toppling the entire group within a minute. After subduing them, he approached the towering figure who now sat on the ground, paralyzed by fear, his face a canvas of terror. As Lin Ye crouched beside him, he patted the man's shoulder gently and said, "I offered you a chance, but you proved ineffectual. Not only are you lacking, but so are your companions. I present you with another opportunity. If you crawl out of this bar, I shall spare you. Otherwise, I will leave you as unrecognizable as a pig's head. Can you manage that?" As the giant hesitated, Lin Ye's crow figurine glimmered ominously. In the next instant, the brute was horrified to see dark smoke emanating from Lin Ye, who now bore a demonic visage. His eyes glowed crimson with a bloodthirsty glint, and sharp teeth protruded from his mouth. This sight sent the man into a panic, and without a word, he began to crawl toward the exit of the Black Rose Bar. His companions, equally terrified, trembled as they obediently followed suit, exiting the establishment in a hurried scramble. Once outside, they fled, disappearing into the night. The patrons inside the bar were left in a state of bewilderment, astonished that a single individual had dispatched the rowdy drunks and frightened them into submission with mere words. Among the female clientele, many gazed at Lin Ye with starry eyes, utterly captivated by his strikingly handsome demeanor as he fought in his tailored suit. At that moment, Lin Ye, having risen and straightened his attire, walked toward the girl who had assisted him with his hat and glasses. She, like the majority present, gazed at him with adoring admiration. "Thank you," he said, taking the hat and glasses from her hands and donning them once more. After adjusting his hat, he turned to the nearby Hu Dai and remarked, "It's getting late. I shall take my leave. If those men return, do not hesitate to call me." Upon hearing this, Hu Dai snapped back to reality, suddenly feeling an unprecedented sense of security emanating from the boy she had regarded as her younger brother. "Rest assured, they will not dare to trouble you again. Do take care, and message me when you arrive home." "Understood, sister." With that, Lin Ye departed the Black Rose Bar, his figure soon vanishing into the embrace of the night. Meanwhile, not far away in an adjacent alley, a girl clad in a cyberpunk ensemble brandished a butterfly knife, leading a group of sharply dressed women as they confronted the drunken men who had caused a ruckus at the Black Rose Bar. The elder sister declared that they should be left with half a life, and then stripped them bare, casting them onto the street. As soon as she uttered these words, the group of girls surged forward, and soon the alley echoed with chilling screams. When Lin Ye returned home in a taxi, the clock had already struck 2:30 in the morning. Most of his roommates were fast asleep, save for Qin Yushue, who was still streaming as a broadcaster. Lin Ye felt a wave of warmth wash over him as he noticed a late-night snack and a bowl of silver fungus milk pumpkin soup hanging from his door handle. Judging by the packaging of the pumpkin soup, it seemed to have been prepared by Qin Yushue herself. Overcome with emotion at the sight of these offerings, he thought it might be appropriate to reciprocate with a gift for her tomorrow. Otherwise, it would seem rather ungrateful. Having made up his mind, he took the late-night snack and dessert back to his room. After a quick shower, he utilized a cleaning spell to tidy his clothes. And after enjoying a delightful late-night feast, he opened the mysterious shop. He had already tested it in the taxi, discovering that the system could directly deduct funds from his bank card. This meant he did not need to make a special trip to the bank for cash. Consequently, he could directly exchange for magical gold coins. The thought of the flying cloak within the mysterious shop ignited a fervor in his heart. System, top up my account. Chapter 81. The potent cloak of flight. After recharging a staggering 1 million, Lin Ye was directly rewarded with 21,000 magical gold coins. This marked the highest accumulation of magical gold coins since he had acquired the system. However, before the coins could warm in his possession, he hastened to acquire goods from the enigmatic shop. As his magical gold coins dwindled, 2 items materialized before him: a red cloak and a parchment scroll. The red cloak was an upgraded version of the flight cloak, and Lin Ye could sense an unprecedented surge of potent magic emanating from it. The scroll was a skill scroll, steel. The total cost of these 2 items amounted to 2,500 magical gold coins, a substantial sum, yet he felt no remorse. Stowing the scroll away, he gazed fervently at the red cloak before him. The cloak measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, draped over his shoulders. Its hem would nearly graze his shoes. Its exterior was adorned with intricate magical runes, subtly pulsating with magical energy. As Lin Ye examined the cloak, an astonishing event unfolded. The cloak, which had lain quietly before him, suddenly began to levitate as if infused with life. When Lin Ye reached out to seize it, it floated aside, evading his grasp time and again. What sorcery is this? Does this cloak possess its own consciousness? Undeterred, Lin Ye declared, "I refuse to believe I cannot capture you." With that, he summoned his mage's hand, 2 invisible hands reaching out to ensnare the cloak. Yet, the cloak's agility exceeded his expectations. Despite his control over the mage's hand, he was unable to capture it. It flitted around the small room like a nimble eel. What manner of cloak is this? Very well, you have compelled my hand. As the thought crossed his mind, a staff materialized in his grip. Without a flicker of movement from Lin Ye, a mirror image of himself appeared at his side, followed by a second, a third. In no time, 4 duplicates filled the room. Together with his original self, 5 Lin Yes pursued the elusive cloak. As the cloak darted into a corner, yet another Lin Ye emerged. "Got you," he exclaimed, seizing the cloak. Although the cloak struggled fiercely, it could not escape Lin Ye's grasp. "Behave yourself. If you resist further, I shall tear you apart." Perhaps startled by his words, the cloak ceased its writhing. Observing this, Lin Ye relaxed his grip. However, in the next instant, the cloak slipped from his fingers and, just as he anticipated another game of hide-and-seek, it unexpectedly fastened itself around his shoulders. Once secured, it adjusted itself to fit Lin Ye's height perfectly. Why the sudden compliance? Was it merely playing tricks before? With the cloak now draped upon him, a flicker of curiosity danced across Lin Ye's face. In order to unravel the mystery surrounding this cloak, he casually opened the illustrated guide nestled within his backpack, swiftly locating the page dedicated to the flying cloak. Before long, pertinent information materialized before him. Upgraded flying cloak, item level, high-grade magical artifact. Information, a masterpiece crafted by the alchemy master, Renata Grask. This magical artifact integrates various forms of magic, possessing formidable abilities while gradually developing a semblance of consciousness. Effect 1. Flight. When casting the flight spell, every 2 points of mana can sustain flight for 1 minute. Effect 2. Invisibility. When casting the invisibility spell, every 2 points of mana can sustain invisibility for 1 minute. Effect 3. Damage immunity. Does not require active release. Can withstand magical attacks and physical assaults of up to the 3rd tier. Effect 4. Shape-shifting. Can transform its appearance according to the user's desires without consuming magic. Effect 5. Self-cleaning and self-repairing. With 5 effects in total, 2 active and 3 passive, it was undeniably powerful, although the last 2 effects might not hold much significance. The first 3 proved to be immensely useful. Flight and invisibility were beyond question, while the damage immunity capability was equally practical. Though he was unsure of the intensity of 3rd-tier magical attacks, it surely surpassed that of ordinary firearms. This implied that as long as he shielded himself with the cloak, even if someone aimed a gun at him, he could remain entirely unscathed. Indeed, the expenditure of 20,000 gold coins was justified. It was time to test its capabilities. As he spoke, he made his way towards the balcony. Perhaps due to the fact that this apartment was intended for rental, the master bedroom lacked a sealed balcony. Standing before the railing, Lin Ye could feel the refreshing breeze from the lake. Taking a deep breath, he climbed onto the railing and, without a moment's hesitation, leaped down. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning and the streets were deserted. Had it been any other time, he might have been mistaken for someone despondently attempting to jump from a building. Upon descending, he plummeted rapidly. As he approached the ground, a surge of invisible lift emerged. In that instant, he felt as light as a feather, not only halting his descent, but also gently carrying him upwards. The crimson cloak billowed behind him, rustling in the night breeze. As he floated to an altitude of approximately 200 meters, the breathtaking panorama of the surrounding landscape unfolded before his eyes, extending over a radius of several kilometers. He remained suspended in midair, entirely oblivious to the gravitational pull of Blue Star and his own weight. This sensation was utterly distinct from the experience of simulated flight with the mage's hand. His body was free from any constraints. He could perform any movement he desired, akin to a fish gliding through water. Was this the essence of flight? It was truly marvelous. With just a pair of red shorts, he could easily masquerade as a superhero. He had indeed mastered the art of flight, though he remained curious about the speed at which he could soar. Upon this realization, his figure sprang into motion. Initially, his movements were languid, yet as he became accustomed to the art of flight, his velocity increased exponentially. Before long, he found himself soaring above his school, circling it with grace. Although he did not measure his speed precisely, he surmised it to be no less than 120 yards per minute. After testing his velocity, he endeavored to assess his altitude. However, this endeavor was ultimately abandoned, as the temperature plummeted with elevation, becoming intolerable. Thus, upon reaching an altitude of approximately 1 to 2,000 meters, he retraced his path. Moments later, he alighted delicately upon the balcony outside his room. As he touched down, the flight cloak unfurled behind him and gracefully settled onto a nearby clothing rack. Witnessing this spectacle, his satisfaction with the cloak grew immensely. No longer would he require a taxi at night, for he could simply soar home. After uttering this thought, he glanced at the time, past 3 o'clock. It was time to retire. For the following day, he was to attend the orientation gala, while also completing his daily tasks. Blake, Brian, good night. Please refrain from wandering about, lest tomorrow's beef rations be halved. After advising the escaping Blake and Brian, Lin Ye removed his attire and climbed into bed. As soon as he settled in, The room's light extinguished itself, the balcony curtains drew closed, and the door locked automatically. Before long, the sound of steady breathing filled the air. Chapter 82. The welcome party commences. The night slipped away in the blink of an eye. And when Lin Ye awoke the following morning, it was already 7 o'clock. Despite having only 4 hours of sleep, he felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was brimming with energy. After rising, he promptly set off for school, engaging in a lengthy day of study that continued until 4 in the afternoon when his classes finally concluded. Ordinarily, he would return to his dormitory or rented accommodation to rest. But today marked the occasion of the school's welcome party. Thus, after class, he hurried to the cafeteria, where he quickly consumed a meal and packed another to take with him, before leisurely making his way towards the athletic field. As an annual grand event of Chang'e University of Science and Technology, the welcome party was of considerable scale and significance. Only the athletic field could accommodate the thousands of faculty and students from the university. By the time Lin Ye arrived at the athletic field, the vast area had been transformed into a grand concert venue. A massive stage had been erected in the center, flanked by 3 enormous screens. Every detail was meticulously arranged as if for a concert. Impressive, Lin Ye mused, noting the extravagant expenditure on the venue's decoration, which must have cost a small fortune. While marveling at the setup, he made his way towards the performers' assembly area. As a participant in the welcome party, he needed to confirm the final performance schedule and other details with the event staff. Simultaneously, waves of students from Chang'e University were converging from all directions. As time passed, the number of students gathered at the athletic field grew, and the atmosphere became increasingly vibrant. Conversations buzzed around the upcoming event. Time truly flies. I remember last year we were the freshmen, and now we are welcoming new students ourselves, one student remarked. Indeed, the scale of this year's welcome party is impressive. With this stage and the setup, one might mistake it for a celebrity concert, another replied. Yet, I wonder if the school could invest some of this money into upgrading our accommodation. Someone chimed in. I'm curious about the quality of this year's welcome party. Will it surpass last year's? That was truly spectacular, with several seniors performing who were finalists on the National Talent Show. Their voices were extraordinary. Last year, we even had professional performers from the nearby music academy. I believe the highlight was the fashion show from our modeling team. It was simply stunning. Not to mention the ballet performance from the dance academy, which was truly captivating. I tell you, this year's performances are even more exhilarating. I attended some rehearsals, and several acts are astonishing, particularly the magic performance, which is absolutely phenomenal. Magic? Who is performing? Did we invite external talent? No. It's actually a freshman from our school. A freshman? The magic performance by a student was truly extraordinary. I almost mistook him for a professional magician engaged by the school. Indeed, I just not. Though he is merely a freshman, his magical prowess is nothing short of remarkable. Those who gathered at the athletic field could hardly divert their conversations from the impending freshman welcome party. Coincidentally, the program schedule for the event was officially unveiled at that very moment. Upon viewing the lineup, a lively discussion ensued among the attendees regarding which performance would shine the brightest and capture the most acclaim that evening. As the clock struck 5, an hour prior to the commencement of the soiree, one of the hosts, Xiaxiyu, ascended the stage with a microphone in hand. Dear students, esteemed school leaders, and honored guests, she announced, the 2025 freshman welcome party at Chang'e University is set to begin in 1 hour. Before we commence, you are invited to engage in discussions regarding this event via your mobile devices by sharing relevant updates or videos with the designated hashtags. You can participate in our exciting raffle. Additionally, do follow the official Douyin account of Chang'e University, as we will be live streaming the entire event. Click on our profile to enter the official live broadcast room and partake in the interactive experience, where numerous exquisite prizes await. Moreover, allow me to tease a special surprise. This evening, in addition to the scheduled performances, a mysterious guest will make a sudden appearance. No sooner had Xiaxiyu finished her announcement than a drone soared above the audience. The visuals from the event were simultaneously broadcasted to the official Chang'e University live stream. Students in attendance quickly retrieved their phones to join the live session, and soon the number of online viewers surpassed 5,000. Among them were not only Chang'e students, but also attendees from neighboring universities and some unsuspecting Douyin users drawn in by the spectacle. However, most merely glanced before departing, as the event had yet to officially commence. As more students arrived at the playground, the athletic field soon became a sea of eager faces. They opted to sit directly on the ground, clustering together in small groups. When the clock struck 6, the lights on either side of the stage flickered to life, followed by the grand screen at the rear of the stage, which gradually revealed the words Chang'e University Freshman Welcome Party. An exhilarating melody resonated from the speakers flanking the stage. Upon hearing the music and witnessing the stage's transformation, those students who had been engrossed in their phones immediately redirected their attention to the unfolding spectacle. In the next moment, a male and female host gracefully made their way to the center of the stage. As they began with a stirring opening address, their words were familiar and traditional. Following this, the customary speeches from the leaders ensued. However, this segment failed to captivate the students' interest. Their sole desire was to dive into the heart of the festivities. After a long wait, the leader speeches concluded and the gala officially commenced. The entirety of the program and its proceedings mirrored those of the previous rehearsal, the only distinction being the enhanced splendor of the stage effects. The already commendable performances, combined with the opulent staging, elevated the overall caliber of the event significantly. As each act concluded, the audience of students erupted into rapturous applause, their enthusiasm palpable. Among the most fervent ovations was for the girl group's dynamic dance. Positioned third in the lineup, the youthful university women, clad in alluring outfits, captivated the audience with their energetic choreography, igniting the atmosphere. Both male and female attendees were utterly enchanted. Concurrently, the online viewership in the official live stream of Chang'e University surged, swiftly surpassing 8,000 viewers. The incoming audience clearly expressed their satisfaction with the evening's performances as a flurry of comments flooded the screen. Chang'e University checking in, Yangqing University checking in, Chang'e Medical University checking in. I, Guohaichuan from Long University of Science and Technology, sincerely love this. An alumnus from the class of 2012 checking in. Wishing my alma mater ever greater success. Lu Zixuan, stop watching. Why does our school's welcome party resemble an underground idol meet and greet? I refuse to accept this. Indeed, the welcome party at Chang'e University of Science was impressively executed, with key performances that were quite captivating. The quality of the performances was not the sole highlight. The charm of the performers was equally significant. I particularly fancy the second girl from the left. Children make choices. I want them all. The vitality of university students was evident, their dancing radiating energy. Having graduated merely 2 years ago, I feel as though I have devolved into a mere worm in the gutter. Is this truly a welcome party? It is commendably organized, with each act showcasing its own brilliance. The handsome singer from earlier performed more melodiously than many a star at their concerts. As time progressed, each act took the stage in succession, garnering widespread acclaim. The seventh act, a comedic skit, was no exception, eliciting hearty laughter from both the attendees and the online viewers. Once the comedic performance concluded, the host returned to the stage. We have just enjoyed a delightful comedic skit. Next, we shall be treated to a mesmerizing magic show. Let us welcome, with enthusiastic applause, Lin Ye from Class 25 of Civil Engineering, who will perform the magician's hand. Please welcome. Upon the host's announcement, a wave of interest swept through the audience and online viewers alike. Magic? Surely it won't be another card trick. What is so fascinating about magic? I much prefer watching the senior and junior students dance. Just then, the lights around the stage dimmed, leaving only a single beam illuminating the center. The background music transitioned to the theme of Pain's 6 Paths from Naruto. The moment the background music commenced, all eyes instinctively turned towards the stage, or more precisely, to the space above it. In the dim light cast by the stage, a figure floated serenely in the air, obscured from view, save for the cloak that fluttered ominously behind him. Accompanied by the music, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 83. Stunning the audience at the instant the background music began to play, the once bustling athletic field fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the stillness. Wow, there's someone in the sky. Look, someone is flying up there. Upon hearing this exclamation, numerous students instinctively glanced toward the stage. And in a fleeting moment, they beheld a figure suspended above the platform. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Incredible! There truly is someone flying. What is this? Is it pain? It can't be a person. How could a human possibly soar so high? Perhaps it's a kite or a drone. Could it be that magician? As more and more gazes were directed upwards, the figure began to descend gracefully, eventually landing within the illuminated area of the stage. When the spotlight fell upon him, the crowd was astonished to discover it was indeed a person, clad in a sleek black gentleman's suit, adorned with a flowing black cape. And topped with a black top hat, he extended his gloved hands outward, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, he landed lightly, and as he touched the ground, the cape behind him elegantly fell into place. At that moment, he stood serenely beneath the spotlight, becoming the focal point of attention. His entrance alone captivated innumerable hearts, and the official live stream of Chang'e University overflowed with enthusiastic comments. What incredibly stylish entrance. I can hardly imagine how many girls would want my contact information if I pulled off something like this at the school's welcoming gala. TSK, TSK. No man could possibly resist such a grand entrance. You scared me. I thought it was that man making an appearance. Fearing he might say something like, "How many floors can a bag of rice carry?" Truly impressive. He must have been suspended by wires. I must admit, my anticipation for this magic act has suddenly increased. As the audience remained awestruck by Lin Ye's entrance, he approached the microphone on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Ye. When reality begins to deceive, the laws of physics will falter. I must correct a small error made by the host. I am not a magician, but a sorcerer. Now, let us embrace the moment of magic together. With these words, Lin Ye swiftly retrieved a lighter from his pocket. Click! The moment he ignited the lighter, he tossed it onto the stage. Boom! In an instant, a roaring blaze erupted upon the stage, to the astonished eyes of the audience. The flames formed a grand and mystical hexagram, with Lin Ye standing at its center. As the hexagram took shape, it floated upward from the stage, ultimately positioning itself behind Lin Ye, illuminating the entire stage and enveloping him in an aura of enigma. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly snapped his fingers, and the fiery hexagram instantly transformed into sparks that penetrated his cloak. As the cloak absorbed all the flames, its color shifted from black to a vibrant crimson. This enchanting spectacle elicited gasps of amazement from the multitude of students present, while the online viewers grew increasingly agitated. 666. This is simply extraordinary. This magician possesses remarkable skills. Is this not a performance befitting a university welcome gala? Oh, how I wish it were me. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. As the audience continued to marvel, Lin Ye's voice resonated from the stage. Is my applause not magnificent enough to deserve your appreciation? Upon hearing this, the audience snapped back to reality and erupted into enthusiastic applause. Once the clapping subsided, Lin Ye spoke again. The prelude has concluded. The main act is about to commence. I implore you not to blink, for in the brief moment you do, wondrous transformations may occur. With that, he retrieved a pair of white gloves from his pocket and tossed them high into the air. Before they could descend, they floated eerily before him, resembling two hands. These are no ordinary hands. They're the hands of the mage, my finest companions, capable of performing any task, including executing magic on my behalf. No sooner had he finished speaking than he dramatically drew his cloak in front of him, concealing his body and face. When the cloak returned to its original position, the audience gasped in astonishment. Lin Ye had vanished, leaving only the gloves and the eerily floating cloak behind, as if an invisible person were wearing them. Witnessing this, every student present shouted in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Where has he gone? Incredible. He truly has vanished. How is it that only the hands remain? Magic. It must be magic. Nonsense. It's merely an optical illusion. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Has he discovered optical invisibility? Just when the audience thought this segment could not be more thrilling, the gloves on stage abruptly grasped the cloak and, with a gentle shake, transformed it into a large tablecloth. As the cloth was draped over the stage and pulled, a grand table materialized out of thin air. Once the table had been created, The gloves covered it with the cloth again, and upon pulling it back, a plethora of items appeared on the previously empty table, including various ingredients, pots, utensils, and a small gas stove. The audience remained momentarily dazed until the gloves seized a knife from the table and began chopping vegetables, at which point they finally comprehended the unfolding spectacle, perhaps feeling overwhelmed by his own two hands. The magician deftly grasped another pair of gloves resting on the table and tossed them gracefully into the air. Instantly, those once empty gloves began to animate, mirroring their conjurer's actions. Thus, the stage was graced with two pairs of hands, one diligently chopping vegetables, while the other ignited the gas stove and positioned a frying pan atop it. The two pairs of hands harmoniously collaborated before the astonished audience, crafting a dish and a soup. This absurd spectacle left everyone utterly speechless. They had never imagined that magic could manifest in such a manner. Yet, the marvel did not cease there. After the meal was prepared, the magician's hands retrieved a cloak that had transformed into a tablecloth, soaring towards the back of the stage. With one hand on the left and the other on the right, they gently elevated the tablecloth. Upon reaching an approximate height of 2 meters, they simultaneously released it. In the next heartbeat, a grand door materialized on stage. Before the audience could comprehend the unfolding events, the door was rapped upon. With a click, one of the magician's hands turned the doorknob, and the door swung open, revealing the enchanting Lin Ye, who reappeared from behind it. As Lin Ye emerged, the venue erupted into thunderous applause once more. The faces of the faculty and students present were etched with excitement and disbelief. They could not fathom how all of this had transpired. The enigmatic hands, the mysterious door, Lin Ye's disappearance, and his subsequent reappearance. Such questions swirled in their minds, yet remained unanswered. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, standing just outside the door, witnessed the entire performance with keen interest. Clearly, the stage effects had proven quite impressive. After smiling and uttering this thought, he gradually made his way towards the table. Upon arriving at the front of the table, he mimed the action of pulling out a chair from beneath it. Once the chair was apparently drawn out, he seated himself upon it. Remarkably, despite the absence of any visible support below, he sat there with unwavering stability, as if a genuine chair were indeed present. Had this occurred earlier, the audience would have eagerly sought to unravel the mystery of his feat. However, they were utterly bewildered by the series of enchanting performances Lin Ye had just delivered, leaving them little time to ponder this particular enigma. Chapter 84. Do you believe in light? In the presence of all the teachers and students, as well as the audience in the live broadcast, Lin Ye began to taste the dishes prepared by the mage. After taking a bite, he frowned. Those around him assumed he was merely performing, but in truth, the food was genuinely unappetizing. Consequently, he swiftly rose, retrieved his fallen cloak from the ground, and draped it over the table once more. With a gentle tug, the dishes, crafted by the mage, vanished without a trace. In their place appeared an exquisite array of food, featuring not only a steak, but also a roasted chicken, accompanied by a bottle of red wine. After conjuring these delightful offerings, Lin Ye did not rush to indulge. Instead, he leisurely snapped his fingers, causing the gloves on the table to transform back into the mage's hands. One pair of hands deftly sliced the steak, while another poured the wine, allowing him to remain entirely hands-free. Relishing the steak and savoring the wine, a look of enjoyment graced Lin Ye's face. Perhaps feeling it was insufficient, he retrieved a violin from beneath the cloak. After gesturing towards the mage's hands, they took the violin and flew to the side. In the next moment, they began to play, but instead of melodious notes, a cacophony of noise erupted. Upon hearing the dissonance, Lin Ye sprang to his feet, brandishing a chopstick towards the mage's hands with a decisive gesture. Instantly, the hands transformed back into gloves, causing the violin to clatter to the ground. Meanwhile, another pair of mage's hands, which had been pouring wine, spilled it all over. Infuriated, Lin Ye pointed once more with his chopsticks. With a swift motion, that pair of hands also vanished, leaving the wine bottle teetering on the brink of falling. With a mere wave of his chopsticks, the bottle soared back onto the table. Perhaps having lost his appetite, Lin Ye slowly stood, retrieved the tablecloth, and covered the table once again. With a tug, Both the table and its contents disappeared entirely. In an instant, only Lin Ye and the solitary grandeur remained on stage. He then gently shook the tablecloth, which transformed back into his cloak, tying it behind him. Throughout the entire performance, he uttered not a single word and produced no explosive stage effects. Yet, this seemingly mundane display, akin to a theatrical performance, left the audience profoundly astonished. Waves of shock rippled through the crowd. Rather than merely showcasing magic, it felt as though Lin Ye was revealing a glimpse into the daily life of a magician, embodying the very essence of what most people envision a mage to be. Just as the audience was rendered speechless by Lin Ye's astonishing display, his voice resonated once more upon the stage. Thank you all for watching my magic performance. The time is drawing near, and I must take my leave. Until we meet again. After bowing respectfully to the crowd, Lin Ye proceeded towards the grand door standing on the stage, gently twisting the doorknob. He turned back once more to wave at the crowd before resolutely stepping through the grand entrance. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Lin Ye's figure vanished without a trace. Faced with this situation, the audience began to search for Lin Ye's presence, yet he was nowhere to be found, neither to the left of the stage nor to the right. At that moment, the host, Xia, ascended the stage, her face radiating with joy. She expressed her gratitude to magician Lin Ye, no, to the sorcerer, for the splendid magical performance he had delivered. Surely, the audience was filled with curiosity about Lin Ye's whereabouts. So, where could he possibly be? Let us embark on a quest to discover his location. Magician Lin Ye, please greet everyone. As soon as Xia finished speaking, a vivid image appeared on the large screen at the center of the stage. In the picture, Lin Ye, clad in casual attire, stood behind a group of students, waving at the camera. Upon seeing this scene, the teachers and students instinctively turned to look behind them. There, just behind them, stood a familiar figure. Grinning widely, it was none other than Lin Ye himself. He not only occupied that space, but had also changed his outfit, the only item remaining unchanged being the cloak draped over his shoulders. The moment they realized his presence, the venue erupted in astonishment. Xiaoxiyu's voice cut through the excitement once again. Did everyone find Lin Ye's recent magical performance thrilling? Enthusiastically, the crowd responded in unison, absolutely. Were they satisfied with the show? Not yet. If that was the case, should we invite magician Lin Ye to perform another trick? Yes. With that, the audience shifted their eager gazes toward Lin Ye. Just as they anticipated he would weave through the crowd to reach the stage, he instead began to levitate slowly, rising to a height of over 10 meters above the ground. As they witnessed this astonishing sight, all eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, Lin Ye, suspended in midair, soared toward the stage, landing gracefully beside Xiaoxiu. At that instant, not only were the teachers and students present in awe, but even Xiaoxiu on stage wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Despite having rehearsed with Lin Ye earlier, he had not displayed such a feat during practice. Host, we may commence, Lin Ye declared, prompting Xiaoxiu, still in shock, to regain her composure. Together, they performed a dazzling light and shadow magic show, reminiscent of their earlier rehearsal. As a pure white lotus blossomed from Xiaoxiu's palm, gasps of wonder filled the air. When the white lotus reached its zenith, it began to wither gradually, its petals cascading to the ground like sparks. Only when the entire flower had completely wilted did the radiance begin to fade. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience erupted into applause once more. Just when they believed the performance had reached its conclusion, Lin Ye suddenly grasped the microphone and uttered a request. Could the lighting technician kindly extinguish the lights? Thank you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the stage lights and the large screen plunged into darkness. As I previously mentioned, each of us harbors immense magical potential within. In the enveloping darkness, Lin Ye's voice resonated throughout the venue once more. Do you believe in light? Within each heart lies a beam of light, brimming with extraordinary power. Now, I ask you to lend me your light. All students and teachers, please turn on your flashlights. Upon hearing this, although the crowd was uncertain of his intentions, they complied nonetheless. Soon, the pitch-black athletic field sparkled with myriad tiny lights. As long as you believe in light, miracles will occur. As long as you believe in light, I will possess boundless magical energy. Listen to the voice of illumination. As he spoke, a glimmer of light materialized in the center of the dark stage. Initially no larger than a candle flame, it gradually expanded. When the light reached the size of a basketball, Lin Ye's figure was illuminated by its glow. In full view of the audience, he raised the basketball-sized source of light above his head. In the next moment, under the witness of countless eyes, a multitude of twinkling lights converged into the source above Lin Ye. Its size continued to increase, transforming from that of a basketball to a basin, then to a grinding stone, ultimately culminating in a colossal white sphere of light measuring over a meter in diameter. The brilliance it radiated illuminated the entire athletic field. At that instant, Lin Ye was akin to the sun. Chapter 85. The finale in the expansive athletic field. Over 10,000 faculty and students of Chang'e University of Technology raised their mobile phones high, illuminating the dark expanse with the glow of their flashlights, transforming the venue into a sea of stars. Before them, on the stage, Lin Ye elevated his hands, a colossal orb of light radiating from his palms like a sun, casting a fierce brilliance that illuminated the entire stage and enveloped the athletic field, eclipsing the light from the countless phones. At that moment, a resonant phrase echoed in the minds of the crowd. The light of a grain of rice dares not contend with the brilliance of the sun and moon. This breathtaking spectacle left both the live audience and viewers in Chang'e University's official live stream momentarily speechless, as the barrage of comments thinned to a whisper. Suddenly, Lin Ye's voice emerged, cutting through the dazzling radiance. "The original light is with you. We shall meet again." As his words fell, the immense light sphere in his hands began to swell rapidly, exploding like a flashbang. An intense white light engulfed the venue, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. When they reopened them, the luminous orb had vanished, along with Lin Ye's figure. The vast stage was left with only the host, Xiaoxiu, who appeared bewildered, searching for Lin Ye's presence, yet found none. Realizing that Lin Ye had departed, an exhilarated Xiaoxiu quickly seized the microphone. Thank you, Magician Lin Ye, for the spectacular magic performance. Let's express our gratitude with the warmest applause." As her words resonated, the audience awoke from their stupor, and the athletic field erupted with thunderous cheers and applause, the atmosphere charged with excitement and fervor. The same fervor echoed in the official live stream of Chang'e University. While they could not applaud physically, they expressed their exhilaration and astonishment in their unique manner. Incredible, absolutely incredible. I can find no other words to describe it. That was blinding. Did he just throw a flashbang? I seriously suspect he is a magician. Perhaps all his tricks are merely a guise for his true identity. Can anyone knowledgeable in magic explain how he accomplished that final illusion? I was in awe throughout the performance. Shouldn't this be the kind of act showcased at a school's welcoming gala? It could easily grace the Spring Festival Gala. An overwhelming desire has surged within me. I wish to learn magic. If I could attain such a level, I can hardly imagine the popularity I would garner at school. But even if you learn magic, it would be futile, for what he performed was not mere magic, but true sorcery. It is not acceptable. I shall seek out a magician friend to inquire about the secrets behind these illusions. I hereby declare that this magic act is the MVP of tonight's gala, and it stands unparalleled. As the audience has expressed, Lin Ye's performance was extraordinarily stunning. While the preceding acts were commendable, they pale in comparison to his enchanting display. It is a consensus that not only are the earlier performances difficult to surpass, but the subsequent acts will also fail to match his brilliance. Indeed, despite the unique qualities and high standards of the following performances, the audience sensed a certain deficiency. Perhaps it was a matter of caliber. The other acts could only be classified as amateur, whereas Lin Ye's magic performance has reached a professional level. Nevertheless, the atmosphere of the gala and the enthusiasm of the audience remained exceptional. Unbeknownst to all, the evening approached its conclusion. Just when everyone assumed the gala was drawing to a close, the two hosts ascended the stage together. Here, we have concluded all the performances of the evening. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the performers and staff for their hard work. Upon finishing this statement, Xiaoxiu abruptly changed the subject. "Yin Shuo, I have a question for you. Can you play the piano? I know a little, but I'm not very skilled. Are you aware that our Chang'e University has produced an internationally renowned pianist? Of course, I know. This senior's my idol. Not only is he your idol, but he is also ours. I believe the students present have already guessed who we are referring to. Indeed, he is the internationally celebrated pianist and distinguished alumnus of Chang'e University, Zhou Yundi. As the host uttered these words, the students in attendance immediately became agitated, realizing what was about to unfold. Could it be that senior Zhou Yundi is coming to our school? No wonder the host mentioned a surprise at the beginning of the evening. I thought the surprise was merely the magic performance, not this as well. Wow, our Chang'e University has truly made a name for itself to invite such an international star. If it weren't for senior Yundi being our alumnus, I wonder how much the school would have had to spend to bring him here. I love Chang'e University. I would choose to attend Chang'e University in my next life. Just as the faculty and students in the athletic field were filled with excitement, Xia Shiyu's voice resonated once more. Coincidentally, senior Zhou Yundi is performing our Chang'e Performing Arts Center tomorrow. Upon learning that our school was holding a welcoming gala today, he made a special trip to join us. Therefore, let us extend the warmest applause to invite senior Zhou Yundi to the stage for a piano solo. As soon as the words fell, the athletic field erupted in enthusiastic applause once more. Even Lin Ye, seated in the performers area, joined in the ovation. As a student of Chang'e University of Technology, he had long heard of the illustrious Zhou Yundi and was aware that their institution had produced an international celebrity. However, he never anticipated that the renowned figure would personally grace the welcome gala with a performance. At that moment, several staff members brought a seemingly expensive piano to center stage. Once the piano was positioned, a young man in a sleek black suit, handsome and exuding an air of elegance, stepped onto the stage from the side. The moment he appeared, the applause surged again, accompanied by waves of cheers. The students present were all aflame with excitement, for this was an international superstar. Ordinarily, they would have to purchase tickets to witness such a spectacle. It goes without saying that the individual on stage was none other than the world-renowned pianist and musical prodigy, Zhou Yundi, hailing from Chang'e University of Technology. Upon his arrival, he naturally engaged in lively interaction with the faculty and students. After the exchanges, he gracefully approached the piano, and soon the air was filled with enchanting melodies. A celebrated pianist is indeed a celebrated pianist. Even Lin Ye, a novice, was awestruck by his remarkable talent. As he listened, an idea suddenly struck him. Of course, the piano is a form of art, and this individual is a top-tier pianist. Why not utilize the scroll of thievery to acquire his piano skills? This way, not only could he fulfill the system's task, but he could also master an extraordinary ability. With this thought, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Chapter 86. Theft and Noble Etiquette. Previously, Lin Ye was troubled over where to acquire a skill in the arts. He even contemplated seeking his roommate to learn the guitar, but reconsidered, realizing that even a musical prodigy could not master such an instrument in just a few hours. Besides that, he had entertained thoughts of learning painting, pottery, sculpture, and singing, but none seemed particularly suitable. He had even prepared to utilize a theft scroll to casually pilfer a relevant skill from one of the instructors present to fulfill a system task. Now, it appeared that stealing from Zhou Yundi was the most fitting choice, for among all those gathered, none possessed a greater artistic prowess than he. After making his decision, Lin Ye seized the opportunity while everyone's attention was fixated on Zhou Yundi and quietly produced the theft scroll. Upon its activation, he felt a new spell emerge within his consciousness, specifically the 8th tier spell of theft. Unlike other conventional magical skills, this particular ability could only be employed once. Once used, it could not be activated again without another scroll, but even a single use would suffice. With his gaze locked on Zhou Yundi, who was gracefully playing the piano on stage, Lin Ye silently invoked the theft skill. In the next moment, he felt his awareness transported to a unique space. This realm resembled a library, filled with floating books. Grasping one of the tomes, Lin Ye noticed it bore the words, golf. Realizing the significance of this, he understood he had entered Zhou Yundi's memory space, and these books represented the skills he possessed. To his surprise, Zhou Yundi's repertoire was quite extensive: skiing, fishing, driving, cooking, diving, badminton, motorcycle repair, wine tasting, BDSM rope arts. Wait, BDSM? Rope arts? It seemed he had quite the colorful array of interests. Lin Ye quickly discarded that particular book, fearing he might inadvertently steal such a questionable ability. After a thorough search, he soon located the largest and thickest tome, its volume far surpassing that of the others, with the cover inscribed with the words, "Piano Technique." With a spark of curiosity, he opened the book. The first page revealed an image of a young boy sitting attentively at a piano, undoubtedly a memory of Zhou Yundi's early piano training. The subsequent pages continued in a similar vein, all related to the piano. This is the one. After skimming through, Lin Ye placed his palm against the book and closed his eyes. In the next instant, a white light emanated from the surface of the tome, and the memories within surged towards his hand like a tide, ultimately merging into his brain, transforming into his own recollections. The difference was that, in these memories, the one who had diligently practiced the piano day after day, year after year, was no longer Zhou Yundi, but rather himself. It is he who participates in various piano performances. It is also he who has garnered numerous piano-related accolades on the international stage. In mere seconds, Lin Ye has surreptitiously appropriated all the memories of Zhou Yundi's 30 years of piano study and performance, making them his own. In the blink of an eye, he has transformed from a musical novice to a prodigious talent, a master of the piano. As he fully absorbs and digests these memories, Lin Ye slowly opens his eyes, his consciousness returning to his own body. Zhou Yundi remains engrossed in his performance on stage, while Lin Ye is no longer the amateur he once was. He can discern many nuances in the music that had previously eluded him. A newfound confidence surges within him. He believes that if given the opportunity to perform, he could play as well as Zhou Yundi. In addition to the changes in his memories, his hands have become more agile, endowed with muscle memory that does not belong to him. As he contemplates this series of transformations, a sense of wonder graces his face. Truly, the 8th tier spell is formidable, allowing one to master what others toil for decades to achieve, akin to pilfering the essence of another's life. Yet, despite such thoughts, he feels no twinge of guilt. After all, Zhou Yundi's innate talent and skill remain intact. He has merely replicated a portion of it. At that moment, the system notification chimes in, ding. Daily task completed. The host has successfully acquired an artistic skill. Relevant rewards have been distributed, among which the noble etiquette is a knowledge inheritance reward. Does the host wish to accept it immediately? Upon hearing this notification, Lin Ye feels a surge of joy and promptly chooses to accept. In the next moment, a deluge of memories floods his mind. Within this recollection, he becomes a young nobleman hailing from an illustrious family, having undergone extensive training in various noble etiquettes since childhood. These rituals not only govern his daily conduct, but also impose stringent standards on his demeanor, gaze, and even his smile. Through years of rigorous training, he gradually transforms into a refined and dignified aristocrat. In any setting, facing any individual, he remains perpetually composed and graceful. In every endeavor, even in combat, he exudes an extraordinary aura. The essence of elegance has become woven into the very fabric of his being, permeating his existence. Once Lin Ye assimilates these memories, an odd expression crosses his face. Is this it? I expected some extraordinary ability, but it turns out to be mere noble etiquette. He muses, what use is this to me? It offers no assistance at all. Just as he utters this thought, he suddenly feels that his posture is inappropriate and hastily adjusts himself. After readjusting, he notices that his bow tie is askew. Then he perceives that the folding of the handkerchief in his pocket is incorrect. Upon realizing the shift in his own demeanor, he lets out a soft sigh. It appears that I have developed an obsession, and it has become quite overwhelming. What he fails to notice is that although his appearance and physique remain largely unchanged, the overall impression he conveys is entirely different. Previously, he resembled an inexperienced university student. Yet now, seated there, he exudes an inexplicable elegance, akin to that of a distinguished noble. He emanates an ineffable aura of sophistication. This refined demeanor, combined with his already commendable looks, elevates his overall attractiveness to a new pinnacle. Initially, Lin Ye was oblivious to this transformation, but it soon became evident to him as he noticed several girls sitting not far from him, frequently glancing in his direction. These girls were the same ones who had previously performed a girl group dance. Not only were they casting looks his way, but even other male performers were similarly captivated. A few bold girls even approached him, requesting his contact information, much to the envy of the other males present. At that moment, the host, Xia Shiyu, approached him with her phone in hand. "Lin Ye, may I have your contact information?" She inquired. "A dear friend of mine is about to celebrate her birthday, and I would love to surprise her by inviting you to perform." Taken aback by Xia Shiyu's request, Lin Ye eventually nodded in agreement. Amidst the envious gazes of those around them, the two exchanged contact details. Afterward, Xia Shiyu unexpectedly remarked, "Lin Ye, has anyone ever told you how handsome you are?" Before he could respond, she turned and walked away with her phone. Once he regained his composure, Lin Ye hurriedly activated the front camera of his phone to catch a glimpse of himself. To his surprise, he indeed appeared significantly more handsome. So, the true essence of that recent skill was to enhance his attractiveness and charm as hidden attributes. Nevertheless, it must be noted that being excessively handsome may not necessarily be a blessing. As he pondered this, yet more girls approached him seeking his contact information. Chapter 87. The conclusion of the evening gala and dinner as the gala drew to a close. No fewer than 20 girls approached Lin Ye in search of his contact information. The expressions of the surrounding boys were a mixture of envy and frustration. Why were these girls all seeking his contact details? Not a single one approached me. A sunlit-looking boy, cradling a large guitar, gazed at Lin Ye with palpable envy. Who said girls only fancy musically inclined boys? Had I known, I would have learned magic myself. Indeed, I feel a tinge of jealousy. Another boy, who had just performed on stage, looked at Lin Ye with a similar expression of lament. However, one must admit, this young man was genuinely handsome. And coupled with his recent display of magic, it was no surprise that girls flocked to him for his contact information. Undeniably, there was an ineffable allure about him. To speak candidly, were I a girl, I too would be inclined to approach him. Even as a boy, I find myself wishing to engage with him. What a combination! Such charisma coupled with his magical prowess is simply irresistible. I must return home and begin learning magic, striving to perform next time as well. But let us be realistic. First, one must possess his extraordinary charm, and secondly, one must have skills as remarkable as his. While the boys expressed their admiration for Lin Ye, the gala officially came to an end. Though the event concluded, the unique welcome gala would undoubtedly leave an indelible impression on many students of Chang'e University of Science and Technology. The impact of this war, it was far from over. Immediately following the conclusion of the gala, the official Chang'e University account disseminated related information and video clips across major social media platforms. Simultaneously, numerous students from the university shared their recorded footage from the event. The most frequently featured segments included Lin Ye's magical performance and Zhou Yundi's piano rendition. The former captivated audiences with its astonishing illusions, while the latter drew attention due to his established fame. Upon release, these videos generated considerable excitement, particularly Lin Ye's magic performance, which left viewers in disbelief. Consequently, Lin Ye garnered a wave of recognition and attention, catching the eye of various MCN companies. However, Lin Ye remained largely indifferent to this newfound fame, having no time to dwell on such matters. As the gala wrapped up, it was already past 8 o'clock. Just as he prepared to leave the venue, he heard someone calling for him from behind. "Lin Ye, please wait a moment." Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Lin Ye turned to see Xia Shiyu, dressed casually, waving at him. "Lin Ye, thank you for your hard work tonight. To show our appreciation for all the performers, the Student Council is inviting everyone to dinner as a small token of gratitude." "Dinner? Indeed. We shall not venture too far, nor shall we impose upon your time. We will merely dine at a hotel adjacent to the school, where most will surely gather." Upon hearing this from Xia Shiyu, Lin Ye hastily glanced at his watch and ultimately nodded in agreement. It was still not yet 8:30, with 2.5 hours remaining until 11. Moreover, if everyone else attended and he chose not to, it would appear somewhat pretentious on his part. Of course, The most pressing reason was that he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Since he had mastered the knight's breathing technique, his appetite had grown considerably, and he would feel hunger pangs every 2 to 3 hours. A portion of the energy derived from food was absorbed by his body, while another portion was consumed by the energy seed within him. Excellent. Please wait a moment while I inform the others. Xiaoxiu beamed upon receiving Lin Ye's consent. She promptly turned to notify the rest of the cast and crew. After approximately 20 minutes, a group of over 100 performers congregated, and under the guidance of Xiaoxiu and Si Yunxua, they swiftly made their way to a hotel nearby the school. Upon arriving, Lin Ye's eyes widened in surprise. He had anticipated a modest establishment, only to discover that they had arrived at the renowned Jinhai Intercontinental Hotel, a venue celebrated for both its grandeur and prestige. Ranking among the top 5 in the area, he was not alone in his astonishment. The others who accompanied him also displayed expressions of amazement. At that moment, Si Yunxua, the evening's host and the initiator of this gathering, approached the hotel manager. After exchanging a few words, he returned to the group. Dear classmates, it appears that the hotel we initially booked could not accommodate such a large number of us, which is why I brought you here. Rest assured, this hotel is owned by my aunt, and I have already informed her. You may indulge freely in food and drink. Though his tone was remarkably casual, the pride in his eyes was unmistakable, as if he were keen to ensure everyone knew of his connection to the establishment's proprietor. Nevertheless, such a fact is indeed a source of pride for a university student. After basking in this moment of prestige, Si Yunxua led the group inside, eventually reaching the dining area situated on the 3rd floor. Once they located their seats, everyone gradually took their places. As the MVP of the welcome party, Lin Ye naturally occupied a spot at the main table. Alongside him were the 2 hosts, a comedic duo from earlier, and another male and 2 female participants. If Lin Ye recalled correctly, the male attendee was the one who had sung on the playground, while both females were also singers. One exuded a mature charm, while the other embodied a typical sweet demeanor. Although Si Yunxua sat at the head of the table, nearly all eyes gravitated toward Lin Ye upon seating. There was no way around it. After embracing the elegance of noble etiquette, Lin Ye casually seated himself as if he were a distinguished guest at a high-class banquet, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to overlook him. Though similarly attired in a suit, Si Yunxua appeared like a child who had donned an adult's clothing in comparison. This sense of being overshadowed left him quite displeased. In an effort to dispel the awkwardness at the table and regain the initiative, Si Yunxua promptly spoke up. Let's not be so serious. Everyone has worked hard this evening. I have already ordered the dishes in advance, and they will arrive shortly. Since we have a little time before the food is served, why don't we engage in a small game? As soon as he uttered these words, the others at the table nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiaoxiu suddenly turned her gaze toward Lin Ye. What do you think, Lin Ye? She inquired. I believe it sounds fine. Passing the time with a game is always welcome, he replied, albeit his attention was not on the gathering, but rather on something intriguing ahead. Not far from their table, less than 20 meters away, a girl in a flowing white gown sat before a crystal piano, engrossed in her performance. The girl played with remarkable dedication, and the melody was exquisite, clearly indicative of her considerable skill. Noticing Lin Ye's unwavering gaze in that direction, the others at the table followed suit. Lin Ye, are you particularly interested in the piano? Xiaoxiu asked. Upon hearing her question, Lin Ye shook his head. Not particularly. I merely find her playing commendable. Have you ever studied the piano? She pressed. Initially intending to shake his head, he paused and nodded instead. After all, he could not deny his past experiences with it. I didn't expect you to have studied piano. You truly are impressive. Given your demeanor, it's only natural that you would have been exposed to the arts. The comic performer beside Lin Ye chimed in eagerly. The other 3 soon joined in a discussion about the piano with Lin Ye. Meanwhile, Si Yunxua, feeling once again overlooked, wore an awkward expression, his hands clenched into fists beneath the table. The next moment, as if struck by an idea, a smile crept onto his lips. He then rose and approached the girl playing the piano. Upon reaching her side, he whispered something, causing her to cease playing. She then turned her gaze toward Lin Ye. After a brief nod, the girl suddenly stood and walked in Lin Ye's direction. Excuse me, sir, may I invite you to join me in a duet? She asked, Her words left the table in stunned silence, and a hint of surprise flickered across Lin Ye's face. However, upon seeing Yun Shuo smiling at him from a distance, he quickly grasped the situation. How juvenile, he thought to himself with an inward chuckle, before slowly rising. As a gentleman of refined breeding, he could hardly decline an invitation from a beautiful lady. There was also another reason. After emulating Zhou Yundi's extraordinary piano skills, he inadvertently adopted the arrogance characteristic of a top-tier pianist. In the next moment, he and the girl in the white dress gracefully approached the exquisite crystal piano. The bewildered onlookers turned their gazes toward him, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Chapter 88. Indeed, he truly can. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Moments ago, the gathering was filled with light-hearted conversations and shared sentiments. But now all eyes were drawn to Lin Ye as he approached the crystal piano. Naturally, the attendees were familiar with him, but their curiosity piqued as they wondered what he intended to do. Isn't that Lin Ye? What is he up to? Could it be that he intends to play the piano? Why would he rush over to the piano for no reason? It appeared that the young lady playing the piano had invited him to join her. How intriguing. It seemed that his striking appearance garnered admiration wherever he went. Surely, it was her attraction to his looks that prompted her to invite him for a duet. When would I have such an opportunity? I never anticipated that Lin Ye could play the piano, though. What is so remarkable about that? The piano is hardly an extraordinary skill. I attended training classes in my youth as well. I wonder how proficient he truly is. He has probably just of average ability. After all, how can one be handsome, charming, skilled in magic, and a virtuoso at the piano as well? That would be most unjust. I can only hope he plays mediocrity. If he excels at the piano as well, I might genuinely question my purpose in this world. In that moment, all attention was riveted upon Lin Ye. At this juncture, Yun Shuo returned to his seat. What did you say to that girl? As soon as he sat down, Xia Xiu inquired, her brow furrowed, clearly discerning Yun Shuo's intentions. Nothing of significance. Merely mentioned that I have a friend who plays the piano exceptionally well and wished for her to perform a piece together with him. I thought it would provide Lin Ye an opportunity for a public showcase. Yun Shuo replied with a smile. Childish. With those two words softly spoken, Xia Xiu turned her gaze away from him, joining the majority of the attendees as they focused on Lin Ye. Meanwhile, the girl in the white dress invited Lin Ye to take a seat on the piano bench. One clad in a black suit, the other in a flowing white gown. The pair, both strikingly attractive and exuding a remarkable presence, resembled a celestial couple seated together. This captivating scene soon drew the attention of other guests in the hall. Yet, the two seated at the piano remained oblivious to their surroundings, their eyes fixed upon the sheet music before them. Sir, may I ask which piece you wish to play? The girl in the white dress inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ye pointed to a page and replied, Let us perform farewell letter. I shall take the high notes, while you handle the bass. Very well, let us prepare to begin. As they spoke, both gently placed their hands upon the keys, their right hands nearly touching. After exchanging a glance, they simultaneously pressed down on the piano keys. Lin Ye entered a state of complete immersion in mere seconds. Despite having never touched a piano before, he now resembled a virtuoso who has performed countless recitals. His fingers danced across the keys with the grace of a butterfly flitting among flowers, while his demeanor radiated calmness and confidence. Instantly, the restaurant was filled with a cascade of melodious and enchanting harmonies, far more moving than the girl's previous solo performance. The patrons were swiftly entranced, abandoning their meals to fully absorb the exquisite notes. Although it was their first collaboration, the girl quickly adapted to Lin Ye's tempo, her gaze frequently drawn to him, filled with admiration. As a graduate from a prestigious music conservatory's piano department, she had believed her skills were quite respectable. However, playing alongside Lin Ye revealed to her the stark reality of encountering a true professional. His mastery of technique and rhythm far surpassed her own, and under his guidance, she felt her own abilities elevate. Coupled with Lin Ye's effortless elegance, she couldn't help but recall her experience at a renowned pianist Zhou Yundi's solo concert. She was nearly certain that this boy she had casually invited possessed a pianistic prowess on par with Zhou Yundi. Furthermore, if one were to consider his charm, physique, and demeanor, He could be likened to a more refined version of Zhou Yundi. Who exactly was he? As the girl marveled at him, the emotions of the restaurant's patrons were similarly stirred. The poignant nature of the piece, combined with Lin Ye's brilliant interpretation, brought some to tears. Memories of lost loved ones, past romances, and fleeting youth flooded their minds. In that moment, the music resonated deeply with their sentiments. Among the attendees, the most astonished were undoubtedly those who had come with Lin Ye. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. They had never imagined he could play so exceptionally. Initially, they had regarded his piano skills as merely amateurish, but it was now evident that he was at a professional level. Their thoughts drifted to the sudden appearance of senior Zhou Yundi at the welcome party, who had also captivated the audience. Among them, Xian Shua's expression was particularly noteworthy. One moment bewildered, the next incredulous, followed by frustration, and then consumed by jealousy. His initial intent had been clear: to embarrass Lin Ye and force him to retreat in disgrace. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Lin Ye would not only avoid humiliation, but would instead shine brilliantly. He had believed that by bringing everyone to the Chang'e Intercontinental Hotel, he would bask in the limelight, only to have all the attention snatched away by Lin Ye. At that moment, the music abruptly ceased. As the last note faded, the restaurant erupted into a fervent round of applause. Students from Chang'e University and other patrons alike rose to their feet, their earlier silence replaced by animated chatter. What a spectacular performance! It was simply magnificent. The playing was so exquisite that I found myself in tears. Who would have thought that a meal could be accompanied by such beautiful piano music? I've dined here several times before, yet never noticed how enchanting it could be. Perhaps the young man who played later possesses exceptional skill. It felt akin to being at a live concert. Did the hotel hire this prodigy? Not only is his piano playing remarkable, but he is also quite handsome. Though, I must say, the selection of pieces was rather melancholic. What do you know? This is the essence of art. In that moment, the patrons were unanimous in their praise, and those who had accompanied Lin Ye joined in the discussion as well. It was indeed surprising that Lin Ye, not only adept at magic, was also a formidable pianist. Indeed, he is astonishing. I can only imagine the years of practice that must have led to such proficiency. Our school truly harbors hidden talents. Surely, we might be on the verge of producing another international piano maestro. With his good looks, magical prowess, and exceptional piano skills, why must one overshadow the other? I must obtain his contact information. What if he becomes a major star in the future? You've reminded me. Perhaps we should hold off for now. He seems quite engrossed in conversation with that lovely lady. I believe she has already fallen for him, her gaze utterly entranced. In that moment, Lin Ye's image soared even higher in their minds.